Chapter 453, Spending Jing Like Dirt. Chapter 453, Spending Jing Like Dirt. Hearing that Big Boss Zuo Mo needed to buy large amounts of talismans, Liao Qi-Chang proactively came to visit with many talisman specimens. One of the things that had left a deep impression in his mind, on his last trip to the island, was that there were a lot of people. Zuo Mo clearly said that he was going to buy large numbers this time would be to outfit his battalion. This was major business. The Cloud Pavilion usually sold on the high-end products to the market, but there was no reason to not take such a large order like this. Liao Qi-Chang had come personally with the additional hope that he could forge a good relationship with Zuo Mo. The hall was full of people. When Lei Peng and the others heard that Boss was going to be buying talismans for them, they became alert and squeezed around to watch. Liao Qi-Chang displayed the talismans he had brought along to Zuo Mo one by one. This Blue Soul Cold Light armor is intermediate 4th grade. It can form a very thin but outstanding space shield, and can greatly decrease the damage caused by flying swords and talismans to the wearer. Because this space shield's nature is cold and icy, it is even more effective against fire element spells and flying swords. The formation techniques on it, Slight Flow, Strong Ice, can increase its defensive power. Inhales sounded inside the hall, Lei Peng and the others staring at the light blue Ling armor in Liao Qi-Chang's hands as though they wanted to swallow it up. The light blue Ling armor seemed to be woven beautifully from fragmented ice. Space shields, wasn't that something only 5th grade Yao beasts would have? Everyone know how powerful that was. This was something good, something good. Liao Qi-Chang was very satisfied with the expressions of Zuo Mo's subordinates. This showed that his hawking had stirred their interest. This set of cloud wings were forged with a secret method using the top-grade cloud souls of our cloud CGA. Its greatest attribute is its speed, as fast as wind, and would greatly increase your speed. I believe I do not need to speak more on the importance of speed. The elite of the battalion, especially scouts, should have this essential item. How fast is it? Why don't one of these men here try it on? Even Zuo Mo was moved as he listened. He turned and asked, "Who wants to try?" Many pairs of hands instantly rose up. In the end, he chose Nian Lu. Nian Lu's display was extremely fast and caused exclamations. Everyone were people that stayed long times on battlefields, and they compared it in their minds. If the two sides were equal in power, and they had the advantage in talismans, then they really had a great advantage. For Liao Qi-Chang, this was just the beginning. For a battalion, long-distance campaigns occur regularly. How can one lack a good steed? They can help save Ling power for you, allow you to fly for longer distances. They should be your most trusted companions. The cloud wings are fast, but they are not suited for long-distance flight. Here, let me recommend to everyone the best steed that is produced by our cloud CGA, Nimbus Cloud. Like magic, a snowy white ball of cloud appeared in front of him. The tumble cloud is forged by harvesting flower sinew cloud. It reaches intermediate 4th grade, and can travel 3,000 li in a day. It does not need you to feed it, does not require you to spur it along. It is hardworking, uncomplaining, the best companion for you to travel the world and for long distances. Liao Qi-Chang's words were like a river that flowed endlessly and emphasized spectacular feats. Zuo Mo naturally would not be fooled by him, but the talismans this person put out were, truly, good talismans, and people's hearts would be uncontrollably moved. At the end, after Zuo Mo and Gong Sun Cha discussed it, Zuo Mo placed what could be called a colossal order. When Liao Qi-Chang took the order list, he almost fainted. The order included entire armor sets. Each set included one set of Blue Soul Cold Light armor, one pair of cloud wings, one pair of tiger-style flowing light boots, one Serene Heart Intelligence hat, and a Nimbus Cloud. The abilities of this armor set were versatile, and any item in it was 4th grade, making this a true 4th grade armor set. No 4th grade set was cheap. The least expensive item in this was 60 pieces of 4th grade ginger, and the entire set would cost 500 pieces of 4th grade ginger, but this kind of set on the market would not be considered high-end, but it definitely was not low-end either. Those that had the ability to buy something like this would be Shouja on the cusp of entering Jindan and had accumulated some wealth. Those Jindan that were not very wealthy might also wear a set of armor similar to this. What truly caused Liao Qi-Chang to feel dizzy was the number at the end, 2,000 sets. An entire 2,000 sets. Mamma mia. That was 1 million 4th grade ginger, or 1,500 5th grade ginger, or 1 6th grade ginger. Even a person like Liao Qi-Chang used to seeing big business couldn't help but become excited. 1 million pieces of 4th grade ginger. A rich man. Definitely a rich man. He rejoiced that he had come this time. It was worth it. Look, to spend ginger like dirt. The other didn't even bat an eyelash. Su Zhangwei, who had also come, was left in shock. He had never expected Boss Zuo, who did not seem so eye-catching, was this extravagant. Boss Zuo was also really generous to his people. He had never heard of someone spending so much. A completely 4th grade talisman outfit. If this kind of battalion was put into public, just the treasure light on their bodies would be enough to tempt other people. Su Zhangwei's eyes turned red. He might be a Jin Dan and didn't really lack Jingshi usually, but to spend 1,000 Jingshi, no, 1,000,000 Jingshi, he could not imagine it. How many talismans could that buy? He could even buy many 5th grade talismans. He didn't even know if he could ever make so much over his entire life. He had several good 4th grade talismans and one 5th grade talisman that Lao Chi Chang had given to him. Look at these people, they were Ningmai and were wearing 4th grade talismans all over. It was frustrating to compare. Su Zhangwei shook his head as though he was the one paying the Jingshi. Zuo Mo's heart also hurt slightly. 1 6th grade Jingshi. That was more than 9/10 of his entire wealth. Before, his total wealth had been 1,030 or so 5th grade Jingshi, no he had just over 30 5th grade Jingshi. But he thought that everyone's lives were more important. He gritted his teeth. Buy them. Having made the decision, Zuo Mo quickly finished paying the deposit. Humph. Compete based on talismans? Gu will let you see what is called competing on talismans. Fantasizing about battling in all directions with such an extravagant troop, Zuo Mo was in both pain and ecstasy. Liao Chi Chang naturally provided all the services for such a large order. He didn't just agree to deliver the shipment to the island as quickly as possible, he had also agreed to provide a batch of materials for repairs free of charge. Talismans would be worn down and broken, but some slight damage could be repaired. Of course, if the damage was too great, then it would be scrap. Everyone in Vermilion Bird Camp was excited. Each set was 500 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. As expected, they had to follow Darren to live good days. With their cultivation, in any normal place, they probably didn't have to think about making 500 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi without 7 or 8 years of work. Everyone had admired the outfit of the golden armor guards for a long time, but no one had thought about owning a set. It was too expensive. In other places, only the personal bodyguards of those large personages could experience such grandiose treatment. But when they truly possessed such a set, many people felt as though they were dreaming. Even more people planned on passing this set of talismans to the next generation, even though none of them had descendants at this point. Zuo Mo's move caused everyone to be moved. The quality of a boss depended on how good he was to everyone. Look at Boss, he took out 90% of his own wealth to buy talismans for everyone. They had never heard of a boss as good as this. They were all Shouja that had survived in Little Mountain Jia, a place that was selfish, cunning, and full of schemes. They saw the realities of the world clearer than everyone else, and could feel the warmth in Zuo Mo's actions better than anyone else. To a boss that could take out 90% of his wealth to outfit his subordinates, no matter if it was to buy their hearts or any other goals, how many could actually do this? And, more to the point, he did not have to do this at all. Following a boss like this, what more could they ask? No one said words of gratefulness and thanks, but no matter how difficult the times were in the future, none of these people would abandon Zuo Mo. Old Su, what do you feel today? On the return back, Liao Chi Chang suddenly asked Su Zhangwei. I feel I've lived half of my life for nothing, Su Zhangwei said emotionally. Today really broadened my visions. Truthfully, I was also frightened today. Liao Chi Chang grimaced and said, I had thought that I had seen the world before, didn't think that I would be frightened today. 2,000 sets. This really is a headache. What? Su Zhangwei was shocked. It is a good matter to have such a big order. It is good. But I hadn't expected him to demand so much. Now I need to spend effort to gather it all. Liao Chi Chang said, I had assumed that it would be pretty good if he wanted 200 or 300 sets. This time, I would probably have to borrow inventory from other places. Su Zhangwei knew the abilities of his good friend and said with a smile, don't be outrageous. This kind of problem isn't something that a Darren like you needs to be worried about. You have so many subordinates, what do you need to worry about? Darren? Liao Chi Chang grimaced again and said, he's a true Darren. Young, and with such power, it really isn't luck. To be able to do something like this, his breadth of chest and his generosity, this is the first I've seen it in my life. We cannot be enemies with this person. The Tian family have made a great adversary this time. Su Zhangwei said emotionally. Although Shang Weiming could not find the information on the mastermind, but for people on Su Zhangwei's level, even if he did not know every detail about what was happening below, he would know the general shape of events. The Tian family have been too used to being proud these few years. Liao Chi Chang said this lightly and then stopped speaking. He was a business person, and he didn't want to be drawn into these conflicts. He suddenly thought about what Zuo Mo had said before they left, that the business definitely had to be kept a secret. His heart shook. At the start, he had felt that the other did not want to attract attention, but thinking about it now, it didn't seem so simple. This boss Zuo wasn't a simple person. The tumble cloud is also known as the Nimbus Cloud or the magical cloud that Sun Wukong rides in Journey to the West. Translator ramblings. So continuing on from the last chapter rambling, Gu Xiang Tian is dead, but the one controlling the disc essentially shouted an empty threat and then ran away. The thing about the illusions on the disc is that while Zuo Mo was sucked in, he might have been able to force his way out through brute force. Sucking him in was to trap him so Gu Xiang Tian could deal the blow while Zuo Mo couldn't run away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 454, Financial Crisis. Chapter 454, Financial Crisis. Ague looked slightly better and this made Zuo Mo very happy. Right now, the island was so big, Silly Bird, Lil Pagoda, and the others went crazy in playing. They didn't know where they had run off to and gone to play. There were too many desolate places on the island as the Ren family's neglectful care of this cloud island allowed weeds and wild grasses grew in many places. There were also those deep caves, some of which were extremely deep. To the point no one knew what it was like inside. These caves became the playground of Lil Pagoda and the others as they played happily. Since there was Silly Bird in 10th grade keeping watch, Zuo Mo did not worry about any dangers. He was very busy in this while. The island was very happy. This group who was getting completely outfitted had smiles on their face. Yet what Zuo Mo hadn't expected was Pu Yao had also come to see him. He asked him if Vermilion Bird Camp was getting new equipment, then why was Guard Camp not getting new equipment? Zuo Mo stilled at Pu Yao's question and reflexively asked, weren't they cultivating Mo skills? What equipment did they need? And then it was Pu Yao's endless scorn and disdain. Zuo Mo became a country bumpkin with his words. Indignant, Pu Yao then made it out as though he was fighting on behalf of Shu Long and the others. That they were being raised by an evil stepmother, and only he cared for them. Feeling that he was going to go crazy, Zuo Mo automatically surrendered. Zuo Mo was informed that the Mo cultivated Mo skills and did have talismans and weapons. But their talismans and weapons were extremely rare, just 1 or 2 items which were called Mo weapons. These Mo weapons were mostly forged through secret methods from things like fingernails, hair, and feathers that were naturally shed as they cultivated Mo skills, and gradually became talismans. Mo weapons were far less complex than Xiuzhi talismans, but their power was not minute, because the Mo would usually only have 1 Mo weapon in their entire life. The time it spent with them was something Xiuzhi could not imagine. Automatically surrendering, Zuo Mo found a new problem. How was he to forge Mo weapons? Fortunately, Pu Yao did not try to torture him, and said there was a cave on the island with heavy fiendish energy and was a perfect place for forging Mo weapons. He only had to give the remains of the fiend's soul beasts from the sealed extinction battlefield to Guard Camp, etc., etc. Without another word, Zuo Mo got Bao Yi to throw everything to Guard Camp before Pu Yao contentedly left. On the second day, Bao Yi came with a grimace to find Zuo Mo. Darren, our financial situation is reaching a dangerous level. Bao Yi put out a grave expression as though he was not over-exaggerating. Zuo Mo scratched his head and comforted Bao Yi, it should be okay. There are ling veins on the island, but most of them are being used on the ling fields. Everyone's daily cultivation is based on using the black processing meditation mats again. Each mat requires 5 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi every day. Darren, this means that we need to give out 10,000 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi daily, or 20 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Other than this, the island formation consumes about 1 4th grade Jingshi a day. Each expenditure that Bao Yi said made Zuo Mo's heart jump. But we do not have any income. Darren, up until now, we have not made 1 Jingshi of income. The Koan battalion talismans we took from the battle cannot be sold right now in consideration of safety. Darren. Bao Yi's old face was so wrinkled it was like a prune. As the quartermaster, he knew about Zuo Mo's wealth better than anyone, but he hadn't expected that Zuo Mo would use an entire 6th grade Jingshi to buy talismans for everyone. In a blink, 90% of the Jingshi in the stores suddenly disappeared, and this caused him to feel unprecedented danger. It shouldn't be this serious, Zuo Mo smiled weakly. And in this month, Chun Yucheng Darren took 500 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi from me to buy Ling Beast offspring, and in the following plans, we need to invest approximately 5,000 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Darren, you agreed to this plan. Shulong Darren has just taken 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi to buy all kinds of materials, he said you agreed. Bao Yi's expression was excited. 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi? Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly became extremely round as though he wanted to eat someone. Pu Yao, you are too vicious. 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi in one go. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. Darren didn't agree? Bao Yi's eyes lit up, wanting to pull up his sleeves and take the Jingshi back. Zuo Mo reacted and hurriedly waved his hands. No. I agreed. Bao Yi could not disguise his disappointment. Darren! Not soon from now, we will be in a situation where we cannot feed anyone. The harvest of flowing cloud silk is at least 3 months away, and Darren, you know that the income from ling fields is basically nothing. Chun Yucheng Darren's ling beasts can be profitable, but that is at least 6 months away. In other words, we do not have any short-term income. When a good person was desperate, their presence was frightening. Zuo Mo also feel the difficulty of the problem. If they kept spending at this rate, they really could not support it for much longer. As expected, it was not easy to pretend to be a rich person. Zuo Mo found, dejectedly, that he had only been a rich man for 1 day before he was thrown back to his original state. Make Jingshi. Zuo Mo wanted to cry. Su Zhangwei made a deep sound. He hadn't expected Boss Zuo to throw such a difficult problem to him. He had been very happy originally when Zuo Mo came to find him. Boss Zuo was very wealthy and was a good person to ally with. It was matching with his intentions of strengthening their relationship that the other came to him to seek aid. But he hadn't expected Zuo Mo to inquire about where to find ling plant farmers. This was the method that Zuo Mo had managed to come up with after wringing his mind. What the island had the most of were ling fields. If he could truly use this, then the amount of Jingshi that could be made would be substantial. However, ling fields required ling plant farmers. The encounter last time caused Zuo Mo to understand just how deep the waters here were, so he came to find Su Zhangwei and inquire about the situation of ling plants farmers locally. After thinking for a moment, Su Zhangwei decided to explain the twists and turns in this. So he began by talking about the Tian family, how they made their wealth through ling farming, their desire for ling plant farmers, and how many ling plant farmers they had recruited. Brother Zuo, it's not that this old brother doesn't want to help, but my abilities are limited. Su Zhangwei was slightly regretful. After hearing this, Zuo Mo finally realized. He finally reacted and spoke, so it was them behind the incident at the Institute of Ling Plants. Su Zhangwei remained silent. Zuo Mo understood and his face instantly darkened. He had been fretful that he couldn't find the culprit. So it had been like this. He naturally understood the desire of a ling farming family towards ling fields, and also understood how disdainful they were of outside powers, as a local power. He even understood the plan that the Tian family had. It would have been fine if you did not provoke me, but since you are seeking death, then don't blame anyone. Zuo Mo smiled coldly inside, his murderous intentions rising. Su Zhangwei felt Zuo Mo's murderousness and shook. He hurriedly urged, create wealth and harmony, brother Zuo, don't be angry. I feel that the Tian family may not have maliciousness, they just want to lower the price, if brother Zuo is willing. Zuo Mo waved his hands and changed the topic, is it possible to recruit from nearby cities? This old brother isn't clear about that. Su Zhangwei shook his head. Brother Zuo should go ask Mr. Liao Jr. He has a wide network and knows much more than this old brother. Bidding farewell, Zuo Mo went to Cloud Pavilion, and after asking Liao Qi-Chang, he left with disappointment. Liao Qi-Chang told him that it wasn't just the ling plant farmers of Su Ling City that were hard to recruit, it was hard in the nearby cities as well. In this area, ling plant farmers were resources in demand, and good ling plant farmers were in higher demand. Liao Qi-Chang also urged Zuo Mo to sell to the Tian family or to trade to the Tian family for a cloud island of the same value. Was so much ling fields really going to go to waste? Zuo Mo wasn't willing. As to Su Zhangwei and Liao Qi-Chang's ideas of selling to the Tian island or to trade islands with the Tian family, Zuo Mo definitely would not agree. With his vengeful personality, all that was turning in his mind was how to settle the score. This matter definitely was not finished. But right now was not the time to focus his attention on the Tian family. The Tian family was there and could not run away. He also did not have any evidence, and if they charged up to the door, they would land in a disadvantageous situation. You were able to scheme against us, so we also have ways to scheme against you. Zuo Mo decided to throw this problem to Pu Yao. This guy had taken 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi from him without so much as a sound, how could he not work for it? Scheming? Zuo Mo did not believe there was anyone that was more dark and perverse than Pu Yao. All of Zuo Mo's attention was focused on one matter, making Jingshi. The Jingshi flowed as it was spent faster than water. A few days passed, and his purse lessened by half again. Bao Yi would come complain and cry to him every day, and the Jingshi in his purse was reaching the danger line. This caused Zuo Mo to feel deep danger. But he really could not think of a good way to make Jingshi. He decided to gather everyone together. When discussing of fighting and killing, this group of people wouldn't even frown and would charge without regard for their lives. But when he wanted them to discuss making jingsher, they instantly looked at each other and withered. Luckily, Master Sun Bao of Golden Crow Camp reminded Zuo Mo, Darren, we can sell Golden Crow Fire. That definitely should be easy to sell. We can also forge some talismans, or take some orders. Even if we cannot make much, we should still earn something. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. How did he forget something that was that easy to sell? Golden Crow Fire was good. 4th grade Golden Crow Fire was definitely a product in demand. At present, their assets couldn't be considered large, but they won't be afraid if others targeted them. Self-protection would not be problem. There were several Jindan on the island. As long as a Yuanying did not come, the problem would not be large. The problem of selling was even easier, they would sell directly to the Cloud Pavilion. Just as Zuo Mo was overjoyed, Shang Weiming that had been wanting to speak finally opened hesitantly. Darren, this subordinate has an idea. Translator ramblings. After about half of the story, we return to our starting point of making jingsher. Zuo Mo's budgeting is good, but not good when Pu Yao and other people have free reign. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455, Immortal Crossing the Sea, I. Chapter 455, Immortal Crossing the Sea, I. Speak. Zuo Mo said. He was calculating on how to best sell Golden Crow Fire. Even though he had saved Shang Weiming, he did not put great importance on him, he had only given Shang Weiming affairs to manage because he was familiar with the local area. Shang Weiming gathered his courage and spoke, Darren, since we do not have enough ling plant farmers, why don't we forge some ling plant talismans? Or even sell some ling plant talismans. This way, we can use all of our ling fields, but... Zuo Mo slapped his head. Right, how had he forgotten this? It seemed that it had been too long since he had worked on ling fields, and his skills had deteriorated. With good ling farming talismans, these ling plant farmers would be able to cultivate a significantly larger amount. Sun Bao and Jiwei's eyes lit up. Forging talismans was what they were best at. Zuo Mo's mind having been suddenly opened, his thoughts became nimble. Other than talismans, there were also ling beasts skilled in ling plant farming. By combining talismans and ling beasts, they could work together and they could take care of more ling fields. Shang Weiming had not finished speaking. He counted on his fingers as he said, since we cannot recruit any ling plant farmers, we can nurture our own. We can start a ling farming class. Right now, the city had many kinds of cultivation classes and the business is booming. On one hand, we can make jingsher, and on the other, we can educate ling plant farmers for our own use, or the production shoja that we need. This is beneficial for the future. Zuo Mo dazedly looked at Shang Weiming with a heated gaze. Genius. He had almost missed such a powerful genius. To be able to think of such a clever idea, what was he except a genius? Shang Weiming's suggestion instantly received everyone's support. They might not have come up with this idea, but they could see its quality at a glance. Snag Weiming's idea could accomplish multiple aims and was greatly beneficial to the long-term development of Turtle Island. Zuo Mo had been worried about not having a way to make jingsher, but he wasn't worried at all now. He already started to calculate, what did he have the most of? People. It was perfect for creating cultivation classes. Wei Shang's Sword Lecturing Hall, that was a high-end sword show cultivation class. The cost would be one piece of 4th grade jingsher every 2 hours. What? You think it is too pricey, we don't do discounts. Xie Shan would also open a sword essence class. He would work with the sword essence formation and provide the service for comprehending sword essence. Oh, sword essence was such a good thing, the price cannot be cheap. What? No money? No money, what are you cultivating sword essence for? Yi Zhang and Zhong Ru would open a Diana Show cultivation class. Yi Zhang was from Great Buddha Temple and had great knowledge. Zhong Ru's battle experience was high, had an abhina and his cultivation was in Jindan. A perfect, golden, and luxurious team. For forging cultivation class, the Master Sun Bao and Ji Wei could take turns with the other people of Golden Crow Camp as assistants. They could also display their Golden Crow Fire and advertise at the same time. Chang Shidi would give animal husbandry classes. That guy would probably be unwilling, but since he took Ji's jingsher, if he doesn't want to work, the rest of the money was still in Ji's hands. Of course, he would take the ling plant farmer classes. He was an intermediate level ling plant farmer that had received the Summer Flower Jade Medal. The prices could be set to undercut the other classes, and he could get more people. Bao Yi, he could open a shop and slowly sell the talismans they had accumulated. The more Zuo Mo thought, the more excited he was. There seemed to be two burning balls of fire in his eyes. Jingshi is boundless. What? Open a cultivation class? Tian Yongqing's face was shocked. Tian Hongbo's face was also strange. Yes, who knows what they are thinking. Oh, they also opened a Ling plant cultivation class. Ling plant cultivation class? Tian Yongqing laughed. They cannot recruit any Ling plant farmers, so they thought up this method? Ha ha. Tian Hongbo laughed smugly. What can they do? We recruited all the nearby Ling plant farmers. Unless they are willing to go to more distant places, but in that case, even if the person is willing to come, the price will be higher. This group of people is very interesting. Tian Yongqing said with a chuckle, I remember our Tian family also has a Ling plant cultivation class. Guessing what his brother meant, Tian Hongbo smiled cunningly. Yes, our Tian family's Ling plant cultivation class, that is the top-ranked one of Suling City. Get them to give a good display to these outsiders. If they cannot see our Tian family's strength in Ling plants, they would not give up. Tian Yongqing said. Ha ha. I like to bully people the most. Tian Hongbo grinned. Is it good if we do this? Nian Lu was struggling. Beside him, these experts of Sky Peak platoon that did not flinch when facing mountains of blades and fire all showed insecure expressions. What isn't good? Lei Ping did not care. Those who doesn't feel this is good only have to stop getting the allowance of Jingshi for the black processing meditation mat, and don't need to go, Ma Fan said lightly. The insecure expressions instantly disappeared. Each of them had twisted expressions and suicidal determination. Do this. Kill all. What do we do? Yi Zhang looked at Zhong Ru with desperation. There is only the two of us as Diana Xiao. We can't compete. He wanted to complete what Darren had requested of them well so he could trade for Ling Dan as soon as possible. Yet, there were only the two of them who were Diana Xiao in the camp, and with limited labor they could not promote their class as well as the others. Zhong Ru thought, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. We'll go to borrow people. Borrow people? Yi Zhang's face was confused. When the Shouja of Suling City woke up that day, they found that the cultivation classes, that already seemed to be everywhere, had increased in number overnight. Suddenly, many Shouja were running around on the roads of Suling City. More than a dozen Shouja were all wearing blue soul cold light armor, each of them with a bright red flag that had in big characters, Xie's Sword Essence class. The troop was extremely organized, the person at the very front like a tower made from metal. He did not wear any armor, his upper half bare, heat evaporating from the steely muscles that were radiating with power. Almost as though he noticed the number of people, the steely man at the front waved the red flag in his hands. They shouted together, practicing the sword but not the essence, that is akin to just farting. The spectators were shocked. The large man waved his flag again and the shouts rang out in unison. Xie's Sword Essence class, if you can't get Sword Essence, we will refund it all. The rumbling footsteps seemed to rampage across the hearts of the spectators and left behind dazed passers-by. Su Zhangwei rose up very early today. It was a rare that he woke up so early. Even though Shouja were not affected by age like normal people, time would still leave behind marks on their body no matter how great their cultivation was. Today, he decided to go visit his nephew. He was born to a normal family and the only one in his family that had any significant cultivation, a Jin Dan. He had a younger brother that ran a little business, and with Su Zhangwei's protection his brother's life did not lack for anything. His brother's son had pretty good cultivation talent. Just 13 years old and almost in Juji, which could be considered outstanding. He focused a great amount of attention on this nephew and would visit every once in a while to monitor his cultivation's progress. Just outside the door, he saw the street out of the corner of his eye, his step suddenly paused and then his expression froze on his face. 10 Shouja in azure robes were sitting on 10 nimbus clouds. The 10 nimbus clouds were in a line that slowly floated along the street. At the very front was that very wealthy big boss who spent Jingshi like dirt. They had managed to use something to write words onto the snowy white nimbus clouds. Each nimbus cloud had a great big red character that could be seen from a long way off. Su Zhangwei reflexively read along the nimbus cloud and almost spat blood. Ling plant cultivation class includes work placement. A troop of fierce big men, yes, truly fierce and big men, each of them were more than 1 zhang tall. When such a troop walked on the street, the pressure they produced was suffocating. Each of their upper half was bare, the muscles were so terrifying they seemed unreal. All of them had proud expressions, their steps were heavy. When the 10 people walked together, it rumbled as though a herd of elephants were trampling the ground. However, Zhongyi Dian Show Class, Jindan Dhyana Show Teaching, and lectures by a core disciples of the Deep Mountain's Great Buddha Temple. The Abhina of Dhyana Show, all kinds of world-shaking techniques, are in this class, no regrets if you attend. The shouts that rose caused people to be unable to feel any fear at all. Chun Yucheng smugly sat on top of a wood-horn rhinoceros. Around him were 600 ling butterflies of different colors. Everywhere he passed, they caused little children to chase and play. These ling butterflies flew and formed words of different colors. Animal Husbandry Cultivation Class. Wei Sheng looked at the structure in front of him and showed a wry smile. There was nothing to be said about the structure. This was a small-sized yard, classic and elegant. On the door above the main gate was a large sign, Sword Teaching Hall. The words were average, and at least better than chicken scratch. What made him want to cry was the words written in the side of the door. High-end Sword Cultivation Class, the choice for elite. Listen to the life experiences of a great master, comprehend the deep meanings of the sword. Teacher Wei's High-end Sword Hall, you are worth it. The best gift for a child, the contribution of a true master, you are welcome to have a trial lesson. The people behind Wei Sheng had strange expressions as they looked at each other. Has someone registered? Wei Sheng asked the Xiuzhe responsible. The others shook his head. No. Wei Sheng smiled helplessly and murmured to himself, it seems that I have to rely on myself. He was too lazy to ask the others to erase these slogans. Rising his feet, he walked up the stairs and only stopped when he was far from the door. Turning, he faced the outside. Seeing Wei Sheng's serious face, the Vermilion Bird Camp Sword Show that had come to assist seemed to realize something and closed their mouths. Boom! A vast sword essence burst and rose into the sky. The entire city was astounded. The original saying is roughly translated as sea crossing immortal, which means that anyone that can cross the sea is an immortal, and similar to other sayings such as any cat, whether white or black, who can catch a rat is a good cat. Zuo Mo like mangling idioms, and so the saying is changed to immortal crossing the sea. Translator ramblings, let's make Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456, Off with a Bang. Chapter 456, Off with a Bang. Famous. Turtle Island cultivation classes became famous across Suling City. People crowded around every registration place for the cultivation classes, countless people waving their Jingshi in hopes of getting a spot. The Vermilion Bird Camp Xiuzhe that had never seen such a spectacle before were rushed and clumsy as they hurried. The one that was most orderly was Wei Sheng's Sword Teaching Hall. All incomers were respectful as they sincerely presented their Jingshi and then found a corner to sit silently after receiving permission to wait for class to start. Wei Sheng's powerful sword essence shook all of Suling City. Even Jindan Sword Show came to register. The first day passed in a hurry. The people that thought they could take a rest found to their shock that on the second day the number of people coming to register had exploded. Many people had held doubts the first day, but the skill level of Zhong Ru and the others had been shown during their first classes. The Xiuzhe that had been wavering hurried in. The busy scene in front of them seemed unexpected to everyone. Even Zuo Mo felt his scalp prickle. After a long time, Zuo Mo finally understood the cause. All the cultivation classes on the market were actually very low in terms of the skills they imparted. What did they have to do if they wanted to learn some substantial spells? Enter a sect. The cultivation classes that were on the market were really just used to get students to enter sections. Sects would have exams when they chose disciples. So when Zuo Mo and the others opened their cultivation classes, it was like a crane among chickens, and the skills they taught were much higher than other cultivation classes. The spells and tricks that Zuo Mo and the others passed on in their eyes were just the simple basics, but for the elementary Xiuzhe that were stuck outside the doors of the sects, they were profound truths. In one day, the name of the Turtle Island cultivation classes rose greatly. The Xiuzhe that attended the first day of classes were excited and passed the news on to their friends. What were they most afraid of when attending cultivation classes? Afraid that they would pay the Jingshi but would not learn anything. Now they found that the teachers of these cultivation classes were all powerful. How could these people not go crazy? Because these cultivation classes came from Turtle Island, everyone called them by the general name of Turtle Island cultivation classes. The beginner cultivators were the largest group and also the group that was paid the least amount of attention. Most of them were not very talented, and it was very hard to even get admitted into a small sect. Most of the time, they survived as hired employees, learning one or two of the most basic spells and had difficulty eking out a living. No matter what jie, mastering one more spell meant one more hope of finding a job. The more profound the spell, the better the job. For example, first-grade fire spells were the most basic and elementary fire spells. They could only do the most labor-intensive and difficult fire-related work, such as stoking fires. Second-grade fire spells meant they could enter a kitchen and cook some simple ling dishes. Third-grade fire spells meant they could enter specialized medicine houses to treat all kinds of materials. There were enormous differences between the income of different grades of spells. But who held all the spells? Those small and large sections. In order to learn these spells, they could only enter these sects in order to learn them. Like the Wu Kong Sword Sect that Zuo Mo was in before. Now, it seemed a tiny sect, but even the second-grade sword scriptures of the sect were things that outer sect disciples had to pay contribution points to view. Just paying a certain amount of jinsher and being able to learn a pretty good spell, this was fatally attractive to elementary shoujo. Zuo Mo definitely would not have thought that the effect produced by the Turtle Island cultivation classes spread at astounding speed in Suling City and even into more distant areas. Looking at the empty hall, Tianzhongzhou showed a puzzled expression. In a few short days, his cultivation class went from 200 people to 3 people. The last 3 students looked at each other and silently gathered their things to leave the hall. They had only come with their last hopes. Seeing the Tian cultivation class like this, they instantly understood. No one was dumb. The Turtle Island cultivation classes were not cheap, but the spells they taught were much more profound than other cultivation classes. In the past, the Tian cultivation class was the oldest and most reputable ling plant cultivation class in Suling City. Yet the students who had attended the Turtle Island ling plant cultivation class never came back after that. Tianzhongzhou looked on woodenly as the last 3 students left. His mind was dazed. A few days ago, the upper levels had asked to them to blow away this cultivation class. Tianzhongzhou and the others had been full of motivation, each of them using all of their power and were waiting to beat the other down. In other areas, the Tian family didn't dare, but in ling plants, who was a match for them in Suling City? Each teacher of the Tian cultivation class was full of motivation. The stuff that the Turtle Island cultivation class had taught on the first day were just tricks in the eyes of Tianzhongzhou and the others. It showed that the other was not as strong as they were, so they would put their efforts on those unorthodox methods. Cultivation class, they were about strength in the end. Tianzhongzhou and the others were full of confidence. Yet the suddenly change turned everyone dumbstruck. No one had expected the Turtle Island cultivation classes that they thought of as clowns to gain such popularity and become unstoppable. In the span of a few short days, the students of the Tian cultivation classes quickly left. At the start, Tianzhongzhou had thought, these students should never think about coming back to class ever again. Including him, the teachers of the classes had used all their skills. They had never worked so hard before, never been so professional. They hoped to use this method to stem the tide. Yet they quickly found that all efforts were useless. The number of students that came everywhere lessened. Coming out of his thoughts, Tianzhongzhou's eyes filled with blood. His hands unconsciously balled together and his discontent erupted. Why was it like this? Why? He suddenly walked out. His face was determined. He was going to see just how evil the others' cultivation class really was. He wasn't even in the mood to clean up what was on his table and left without a glance back. He was going to expose the others' tricks in front of the public. A light drizzle came down as he walked. Tianzhongzhou walked quickly and did not detect the pitter-patter of rain against his body. It was very easy to find the ling plant cultivation class of the Turtle Island. He only needed to make a few inquiries and found the general location. Tianzhongzhou was very familiar with Suling City and quickly found the place. The deep little alley was completely silent. It seemed these people were not very wealthy. The location of this little alley was not good, and it used to be one of the most remote areas where no one would come. Tianzhongzhou recovered some of his confidence. Compared to this place, the location of their Tian cultivation class was in the golden stretch of the inner city. Yet when Tianzhongzhou turned the corner to the alley, he seemed to be paralyzed. People sat on the ground of the long and narrow alley. Their faces were upraised as they listened intently to the sound coming from the end of the alley. The entire alley was filled to the brim but silent. No one was speaking. Tianzhongzhou was astounded. Suddenly, an unspeakable feeling filled his chest and his lips uncontrollably trembled. His cultivation talent was normal and he did not have much status in the family. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to be the teacher for the ling plant cultivation class. He had been a teacher of the ling plant cultivation class for 10 whole years. But in his 10 years of teaching, he had never seen such a shocking scene. He didn't have good feelings about the students in his class. These shoujo that lived on the lowest level of society always had exhaustion-filled faces, and were never focused. The great majority of them were rough and crude, hard to like. They were the examples of the lowest level of shoujo in society, they were without any hint of refinement or beauty or the otherworldliness that came with cultivation. Yet, it was also this group of people sitting quietly in rapt attention. Tian Zhongzhou's mind was dazed. The students that were sitting wore serious expressions that were slightly pious. There was no exhaustion or tiredness in their expressions, their focused faces shone with another kind of light. Tian Zhongzhou looked dazedly at this group of unfamiliar students. The voice came from the end of the valley. It was not very loud but very clear. The teacher inside had seemed to predict this scene and had used a sound-amplifying talisman. The 5 elements of Ling plants have their own wonders. We are going to talk about the water element today. There are many water element spells, but does that mean that all water element spells are suited to Ling plants? No. The water element spells that are able to be used on Ling plants must have warm and nurturing effects. Today, I am going to talk of a water element spell called Little Art of Cloud and Rain. It is not a profound spell, but for us Ling plant farmers, it is very useful. Here, I must remind everyone to not always pursue high-grade spells. High-grade spells are better than low-grade spells, but the consumption of Ling power is also higher. This is likely to cause you to land in the awkward state of not having enough Ling power when using it. After listening for a little while, Tian Zhongzhou showed shock on his face. They also taught Little Art of Cloud and Rain, but only just the most basic variations. The higher-level variations were only permitted to be taught after the student entered the Tian family. Many of the wondrous parts this person talked about were ones that even Tian Zhongzhou felt were novel. In this little while, he felt as though he had learned greatly. But he did not feel happy, but disbelieving. He did not wonder at this person's deep comprehension of spells, but rather that this person would publicly teach such exquisite content. Was this person crazy? Did he not know what he was talking about were things no sect would easily make public? If he only passed it on to a few people, no one would pay attention to him. But to publicly teach it like this, to so easily pass high-grade spells, there was only one result, offending all the sects. Why were the sects so powerful? Wasn't it because they held the great majority of resources? And spells, that was the most important kind of resource that the sects possessed. The monopoly sects had over spells was one of the foundations that they used to monopolize in reality. Due to this, in these thousands of years, all the sects and factions maintained this unusual and unspoken agreement. This guy's conduct intruded onto the profits of all the sects and factions around Suling City, but he really was crazy. Tian Zhongzhou shook his head. But looking at the scene in front of him, for some unknown reason, all he felt it was pity. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is accidentally breaking unspoken norms. I'm not sure of the exact chapter, but way back in the beginning, there had been a paragraph on how the training classes offered in Dongfu were not actually very good and just gateways to entering a sect. Well, here's more on how sects keeps knowledge under barriers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457, Devious. Chapter 457, Devious. Tian Xiaowei drunkenly walked on the streets as he was returning from drinking Ling wine. Ever since 3 years ago when he tasted Ling wine for the first time, he was enchanted with the taste of Ling wine. Every time after he received his wages, he would run to Heavenly Restaurant to have a few cups. He could not afford very good Ling wine, and could only drink second-grade Ling wine. He didn't have much interest in cultivation and had been stuck on the second stratum of Zhuji for 5 or so years without any movement. The night wind blew on his face, the intoxication rose and he was dazed. Suddenly, 2 people appeared and walked towards him. Seeing him, they warmly gave their greetings, "Little brother Wei." Tian Xiaowei felt they were unfamiliar, but he still pretended to know them and responded, "Where are you two going?" "Planning to go drink wine." "How about it, little brother Wei, go with us." The other was very enthusiastic. The 2 people circled him and pulled his arm. Tian Xiaowei suddenly felt slight weariness. He wanted to break free but found to his shock that his body could not move. He wanted to speak, but no matter how hard he tried, his mouth could not produce any noise. His eyes revealed the terror he felt. He was pinned on both sides by the 2 and great force was applied to his arms, and forced to walk outside the city. They are seeking death. When Tian Yongqing finished hearing Tian Zhongzhou's report, he said with a smirk, "These short-sighted people are not a problem." Tian Hangbo's expression was not so good. "I spoke with Su Zhengwei. He didn't say it explicitly, but these people do not plan on selling Turtle Island, even trading won't work. I just want to see how they think they can oppose our Tian family. Bastards! They are shameless. Oppose our Tian family, they need to have the ability," another elder said with a smile. "You brothers battalion rose 40-something ranks, that is really frightening." Speaking of this, the members of the Tian family all had smiles on their faces. Among the sound tablets of Cloud Xijia, there was a program called Battalion Review. They would regularly review and rank the famous battalions of Cloud Xijia and held great authority. The Tianyi battalion had risen quickly, and successfully entered the top 200, ranked 192. Due to this, public opinion of the Tian family's strength had also risen rapidly, and they had become the second largest power in Suling City next to Suling Sect. A powerful battalion was the representation of a faction's power. However, compared to individual rankings, battalion ranks were much steadier. So when Tianyi battalion had suddenly rose quickly, it attracted the attention of many people. The Tian family instantly felt the change in attitudes of the surrounding factions when they became the second most powerful faction of Suling City. At this time, the Turtle Island people were such an eyesore in the eyes of the Tian family. We must have Turtle Island. A cold light flashed through Tian Yongqing's eyes. This is too important for our Tian family. No matter which method we use, we need to have Turtle Island in our hands. Everyone stopped breathing to wait for his next words. The Turtle Island cultivation classes has almost forced all other cultivation classes out of business. An outsider has stolen everyone's business. This is not allowed on the business market. Investigate which families have been damaged the most. We need to let the outsiders see our power. An outsider, what waves do they think they can make? Tian Yongqing smiled coldly. Ma Fan carefully laid his stomach against the ground. The presence of his body was concealed. He didn't dare to even breathe. He was memorizing the surrounding geography and formations. No one would have expected for him to hide here for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, he became very familiar with this area. This was a storehouse for the Tian family. Just as Zuo Mo's cultivation classes were gaining popularity, he had secretly started an investigation of the Tian family. Ma Fan and the others had been there when Darren had been ambushed last time and felt great responsibility. After that, Ma Fan and the others received a mission to secretly investigate the Tian family. Shu Long had given them a jade scroll with a variety of concealment and scouting techniques. This was like giving wings to the tigers, the seasoned veterans of Sky Peak Platoon. They quickly collected information and determined the general situation of the Tian family. Want to play in the dark? Let's see who was more devious. Ma Fan muttered inside. He didn't know who was directing the mission this time. In the beginning, everyone thought it was Lil Miss, but they quickly found the style was completely different. Lil Miss was good at being a battle general, but scheming like this from the shadows was not something Lil Miss could play with. Was it Darren? But it didn't seem like it. Darren was sometimes wretched, but he liked being straightforward much more. Then who was it? Such an evil plan, even an old-timer like Ma Fan couldn't help but feel his scalp prickle when he carried it out. Devious. It was truly too devious. Ma Fan refocused. His gaze landed on the storehouse opposite him and paused to calculate the time. After a while, the door to the storehouse opened and 2 Xiozha laughed and chatted as they walked out. When these people were far away, Ma Fan suddenly moved. Like an arrow, Ma Fan flew out against the ground. Beside him, his fellows moved at the same time. Having scouted the warehouse for the last several days, Ma Fan and the others knew that no one would guard the storehouse at this time. Charging to a place about 10 zhang from the storehouse, the procession suddenly stopped. Then Ma Fan took out a jade medal and hung it on his waist. The formation lit up, and so did the jade medal on Ma Fan's waist. The doors to the storehouse opened. The interior of the storehouse entered their eyes. Mountains of ling plant farming talismans that were so numerous. Ma Fan and the others inhaled sharply. They knew that the Tian family were renewing a batch of ling plant farming talismans soon, but when they saw the talismans with their own eyes, they couldn't help but feel shocked at the great power of the Tian family. There were tens of thousands of ling plant farming talismans. Even though these were only second-grade low-level talismans, when this many were piled up, it was still shocking to see. However, other than this batch of talismans, there were pitifully few other items in the storehouse. Ma Fan and the others did not hesitate. They all took out little jade bottles and then poured it onto the pile of ling plant farming talismans. Several drops of multicolored medicinal fluid were dripped onto this pile of talismans. Several balls of thin rainbow mist silently expanded, gradually dispersing until they were invisible. Ma Fan and the others put away the jade bottles, and then took away the most valuable items. The storehouse instantly became a mess. After finishing this, the group quickly disappeared. What? Tian Hongbo was furious. Like a ferocious man-eating tiger, he stared at the storekeepers who had their heads bowed. The storekeepers all shook with ashen faces. Nice. All of you. Tian Hongbo said darkly. People walked right in and took everything. 16 storehouses, a whole 16 storehouses were robbed. If people didn't know, they would think our Tian family was a charity. You parcel of pigs. Tian Yongqing's expression was also ugly. He had never thought that people would dare to rob the Tian family's storehouses. And to rob 16 of them in one go. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Tian Yongqing asked in a dark voice, "What happened? Speak in detail." The storekeepers took turns to explain. The more he heard, the colder Tian Yongqing's heart was. The Tian family had 16 storehouses in Suling City and they were all robbed at the same time. This showed that the other wasn't just very familiar with the Tian family, they were also very powerful. In order to rob 16 storehouses at the same time, they needed a significant number of Xiuzhi to act at the same time. He also learned from these storekeepers that none of them had detected it and only discovered the theft after the fact. This caused Tian Yongqing to feel cold. Tian Yongqing asked about some of the details but still could not make any heads or tails of it. The other had not left any traces behind. 16 storehouses robbed, the Tian family had suffered heavy losses. Other than the low-grade ling plant farming talismans that had not been moved, any other talismans that were worth something had been taken away. These storehouses had held vast amounts of the ling plants and grains that the Tian family had produced. Even though they were not valuable or rare specimens, but the amount was so large the loss was great. In a rough estimate, the Tian family's losses this time was valued at minimum 10 pieces of 5th-grade jingshi. Mother *****. If he find out who did it. See if he won't skin them. Tian Hongbo gritted out. Tian Yongqing also felt pain. The losses they suffered this time was definitely the most serious losses of the past years. In the past, these storehouses had not held valuable items so they had not put great attention on them. Additionally, Suling City security had always been good and nothing like this had happened before, but send someone to investigate secretly who was selling large amounts of ling grasses and grains recently. Tian Yongqing resumed his calm. These things are not jingshi and it is such a large amount, the sale of it is not easy to conceal. Don't search in just our Suling City, send people to look at the surrounding cities. Tian Hongbo's eyes lit up. Big brother is right. 16 storehouses worth of ling plants and grains is not so easy to sell off. Do not announce it if you find them. Tian Yongqing's voice was dark. It is not so easy to swallow our Tian family's things. Tian Hongbo ran off with the orders. Tian Yongqing looked at the storekeepers and his expression returned to indifference. Do not lose the remaining ling plant farming talismans. The sowing season will start soon and these talismans will be used. If something else happens, I do not need to state the result. The storekeepers had white faces and nodded frantically. Tian Yongqing knew the strength of the storekeepers would not be enough so he picked up a pen and wrote on the paper. Putting down the pen, his right hand lightly rubbed and the paper became a paper crane that flew up and disappeared quickly. There will soon be people coming to help you guard the storehouses, Tian Yongqing said as he raised his head. Move the talismans in the stores back to the family base. Pass this order down and do not delay this. Yes. The storekeepers hurriedly nodded. The good fortune among the misfortune, the other had disregarded the ling plant farming talismans. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. It had taken them some effort to buy these ling plant farming talismans. The seed sowing was going to start in a few days, and if these ling plant farming talismans had been stolen, it would be very hard to buy such a number of ling plant farming talismans so quickly. Thinking about recent events, Tian Yongqing's head started to hurt. Before one wave ended, another began. Translator ramblings, payback is swift with Master Pu Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458, Action. Chapter 458, Action. You went out robbing? Zuo Mo looked at the little mountain of ling plants and grains and felt dizzy. Rob? Pu Yao snorted. Is just this little bit of stuff is worth robbing? Zuo Mo might have had some wealth before, but when had he ever seen so much ling grasses and grains? His eyes were bright as he walked around the little mountain, his lips trembling. How much jingshi would this be? Pu Yao was speechless. He suddenly found this slightly embarrassing. His student, the student of an honored Sky Yao, was like this. Just this little bit was enough to make the other speechless, so embarrassing. It was very embarrassing. If people knew that his student was so weak. Even Pu Yao, who had skin as thick as city walls, felt his face burn. From the Tian family? Zuo Mo's reaction was not slow. He suddenly looked with enthusiasm at Pu Yao. Let's go on a trip again. Amidst Wei's roaring laughter, Pu Yao turned and left with a black face. Having gotten a great sum of wealth, Zuo Mo felt very good and was not angry. The direction of the cultivation classes was also very good, each cultivation class growing from 50 people per class to 200. Adding on that the classes overflowed with students who listened, they were so popular that even Zuo Mo found it hard to believe. What caused Zuo Mo to feel a headache was that the number was still growing at a rapid rate, but the number of teachers was limited. Chang Shidi had come over to complain to him multiple times that his normal cultivation and livestock raising was affected by the high numbers. There was only Chang Shidi for the animal husbandry classes, and for sword cultivation, no one could help with Xie Shan and eldest Shixian's classes. The same was true for Zhong Ru and Yi Zhang's cultivation class, as they were the only two Diana Xiu on the island. It was also the same for his Ling plant farming class, there was only him. Seeing so many pleading in hunger, oh no, so many Jingshi that was lining up outside the door but could not enter his wallet, that feeling really wasn't good. What to do? Zuo Mo rubbed his chin and started to think. The shocking amount of Ling grasses and grains caused all of Golden Crow Camp to turn out in smiles. Nothing was liked more by the Golden Crow group other than a large supply of raw materials. Most of them were skilled in forging and were not experts in dan making or cooking, but so what? Each of them had Golden Crow fire, and there were jade scrolls among their collection. As long as they had the materials, they could naturally practice their skills. Even more, although their fire manipulation techniques could not be said to be masterful, they were still very practiced. Many people were interested in learning another processing method. Zuo Mo did not care about their failures since they had gotten these things for free. Also, if even half of these Ling grasses could be processed in Lingdan, then the profit would also be astounding. However, not everyone was happy. The two masters Sun Bao and Ji Wei had furrowed their brows at this moment. Compared to the heartless joy of the young people, the two of them had more pressure. They knew the state of the island very well. That day, when Darren gathered everyone together to discuss how to make Jingshi, they understood their precarious state. In order to use the abundant Ling fields on the island, that required Ling plant farming talismans. Plant farming talismans were not difficult to make, and the two masters were familiar with the talismans on the market. But if what was used were the Ling plant farming talismans from the market, the Ling fields on the island would not be completely used. There was only one way if they wanted to use all the Ling fields on the island. That was to forge enough outstanding Ling plant farming talismans, to forge talismans that could replace Ling plant farmers. In simple words, the two masters looked down on the Ling plant farming talismans on the market. After 20 more days, these MO weapons will gradually take form, Shulong's steady voice echoed in the cave. The cave they had dug was not large. Presently, Olive Guard Camp had moved into this deep cave called the Yin Spirit Cave. This cave was extremely heavy with Yin energy, which became denser the deeper they dug, and was very beneficial for the cultivation of Shulong and the others. Owen looked eagerly at the MO weapons floating in the pool and asked, Long Ge, do you think that the power of the MO weapons is really that great? Wouldn't you know when it is time? Shulong said with a smile. He was very soft towards Owen. Darren really bled this time. Owen said in shock, just the materials cost 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. It's amazing. The surface of the inky black pool did not ripple, and if one smelled from a distance, there was the scent of medicine. This was a pool that Shulong had set up according to the directions of the mysterious Darren. As to the effects, he did not have any confidence. When he thought about the Jingshi that passed through his hands, he felt a thread of warmth. He was no longer that Xiu slave that didn't understand the value of Jingshi any longer. 10 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi, if that was used to buy Xiu slaves, it would be a vast number. Darren was really good to everyone. Thinking about this and the present guard camp, he felt a thread of guilt. Of the entire guard camp, other than he and Owen who could be considered experts, all others were just average. Compared to Vermilion Bird Camp, this result was not very good. To say nothing of the two Jindan, Xie Shan and Zhong Ru, even Ma Fan, Nian Lu, and Lei Peng were just a step away from Jindan. He definitely had to train this group well. And not waste Darren's efforts. As he paced, Shulong made the decision. He quickly came to the deepest part of the cave. What entered his eyes was a busy scene. He could occasionally see sparks flying and crisp sounds ringing out. What is the problem? Shulong asked a hardship guard. The hardship guard showed a grimace. It is too hard. The deeper we go, the harder it gets. I've dug for half a day, and just gotten a little piece out, there's not much progress. Hearing this, Shulong went forward and punched the stone. He heard a muffled sound and fine cracks appeared around his fist while a few fragments fell. He wiped away the fragments and saw there was a shallow pit on the rock. So hard. Shulong was shocked. With the power of his punch, he was only able to make such a small indentation. He picked up a piece of fragmented rock and grasped it in his hand. He had an expression of realization. The rock had been immersed in this thick energy for tens of thousands of years, and was as hard as steel. Gripping it, he could clearly feel the pure energy contained inside. And, everyone, work harder. This is a good place. When we dig out a bigger cave, everyone can live here for the long term. This place is suited for our cultivation. Xu Long motivated everyone. Another hardship guard said, if you are speaking about cultivation, digging this stuff is the best cultivation. Xu Long's mind moved. The others talked and laughed. Ha ha. That's right. I've dug for a few days, and felt I've improved greatly. I assumed that only I had that feeling. So everyone feels it. That's nothing strange. The rock is this hard, if we do not use killing essence, we can't dig. This isn't digging a hole, this is fighting. Hearing this, Xu Long suddenly realized this was a clever way. Having been bothered that he did not have any ways of helping everyone cultivate, Xu Long's eyes instantly lit up. Lu Wei was very happy. He had actually made a breakthrough on his fire spell soon after registering for his class. He had studied this fire spell for 3 years and progressed quickly until half a year ago when he could not enter a higher level no matter how hard he practiced. Due to this, he had registered for many classes but there was no effect until he had gone to the present class. Just a few of the teacher's words had made him feel his vision broadened. After listening for 5 days, he smoothly broke through to the 4th level of the fire spell. This teacher was really good. The teacher looked younger than Lu Wei, and he hadn't expected the teacher to be so strong. It wasn't just him, all the students admired the teacher. The fire spell he cultivated was 2nd grade, but now that he cultivated it to the 4th level, the value was instantly different. An even better job was waving its hands at him. Thinking about how his monthly wages would double in the future, Lu Wei was very happy. He excitedly ran to a Ling materials shop. This shop always was hiring year-round. 2nd grade 4th level was enough for him to enter the Ling grass room and become a Ling grass fire worker to work in Ling grass. Compared to his Dan fire labor in the past, it would be much easier and the wages higher. Hearing he was coming to apply as a Ling grass fire worker, the shopkeeper instantly came out. These days, it was hard to find a good Ling grass fire worker. The shopkeeper first got him to show his fire spell and was very satisfied with his 2nd grade 4th level strength. Just as Lu Wei thought the shopkeeper would agree, the shopkeeper suddenly seemed to remember something and asked him, "Where do you attend cultivation class?" "Copper Alley, the Ling plant farming cultivation class of Turtle Island," Lu Wei said with slight pride. "I was part of the first batch." Right now, everyone coveted the spots in the Turtle Island cultivation classes to an astonishing degree. Even though Turtle Island cultivation classes were generous and did not stop them from listening from outside the class, it was not possible to see the displays of the teacher and the effects of the lessons naturally decreased. So what was occurring was that it was hard to buy a Turtle Island cultivation class spot with 1,000 jingxue. "Sorry, we do not hire the students from Turtle Island cultivation class," the storekeeper politely gave the order to leave. Lu Wei instantly was dumbstruck. "Why don't you hire students from Turtle Island cultivation class?" The shopkeeper looked at him and said, "We do not accept you, you can try at other places." Finishing, the shopkeeper disregarded him and went back inside. Feeling very angry, Lu Wei went to another store. What he had not expected was that this store also did not accept students from Turtle Island cultivation class. Lu Wei did not believe his bad luck. He went to 8 shops and none of them accepted students from Turtle Island cultivation class. Lu Wei felt hopeless. In the afternoon, the news that all shops of Su Ling City refused to hire those from Turtle Island cultivation class spread through Su Ling City. Translator ramblings. This chapter can also be called How to Use Your Strong Market Position to Prevent Competitors from Entering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459 Counterattack. Chapter 459 Counterattack. Reality was stronger than the fortitude of most people. When all the businesses in Su Ling City gathered together to restrict students of Turtle Island cultivation classes, the attendance rates were heavily affected. Anyone that was intelligent and could see what was going on. Some students were not afraid and did not care. So what if they could not find a job in Su Ling City? They could travel to other cities. As long as they cultivated good spells, where couldn't they find a job? But not every student had such courage and not every person was willing to run to an unfamiliar city and start a new life. The number of people in Turtle Island cultivation class had instantly lessened. Having been contemplating on how to expand the classes, Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. It had just been a few days, how come it was like this? He hurriedly sent Shang Wei Ming to investigate. The businesses thought they were extremely strong and did not disguise anything. Shang Weiming quickly came back with news. When Zuo Mo learned it was the Tian family again, he instantly became angry. We haven't even settled the ambush last time, and you come to challenge us again. How can this be tolerated? Zuo Mo had planned on letting Pu Yao torment the Tian family, but now he rolled up his sleeves and decided to act himself. Zuo Mo was clueless and couldn't think of good ways to make money, but if he was thinking about doing devious things, Zuo Mo seemed to be shot up with adrenaline and instantly became excited. Gu really isn't a good person. Zuo Mo sighed emotionally and then threw himself into the grand matter of exacting vengeance on the Tian family. But upon reflection, Zuo Mo felt this was not something bad. With their manpower, expansion of the classes was akin to seeking death. The cultivation classes were much quieter than before, but that was only when compared with the explosive increase in attendance. There were many shouja who did not worry about being blocked out, and they were overjoyed at having the free spots in class. Even more importantly, the excited Zuo Mo thought of a wondrous idea. Is there something you need? The person receiving Zuo Mo was a middle-aged man. Oh, I want to discuss a partnership with your sect, Zuo Mo said. Partnership? The middle-aged male's eyes lit up. Business. Earth Sound Sect was a small sect. Their most famous product was the large sound tablet formation that could broadcast across the entire city. The male at the front of the store was their sect leader, Yin Zi. If Yin Zi was not clever and creative, the Earth Sound Sect would have died out long ago. Through his efforts, the sound tablet program, Earth Sound, was produced in an interesting manner, and had a broad audience in Suling City. But their present days were not easy. The popularity of their Earth Sound program was slowly declining. This caused a great headache for him, but he did not have many solutions. Suling City was still a small place, Earth Sound Sect was also a small sect. He could create higher-grade sound tablet formations, but he could not afford it. Also, the expenditure of higher-grade sound tablet formations was also astounding. Yin Zi instantly became warm and had a smile on his face. Please come in, please come in. Zuo Mo's group walked into Earth Sound Sect, and Yin Zi carefully took out his last bits of Ling tea and brewed it. After sitting down and taking a sip of Ling tea, Zuo Mo stated his intentions. I have come this time in the hope we can use the Earth Sound program your sect broadcasts to advertise the products of our island. No problem, no problem. Yin Zi was overjoyed and still asked out of caution, what cloud island is your island? Zuo Mo smiled. We are Turtle Island. Turtle Island. Yin Zi's expression changed dramatically and thoughts of refusal rose. How could he not know the conflict between Turtle Island and the Tian family? The Tian family was the second largest faction in Suling City, ranked under Suling Sect. The depth of its foundation was far bigger than an outsider like Turtle Island. If they offended the Tian family, a little sect like Earth Sound Sect's days would be at an end. What? Your sect will not accept this business? Zuo Mo smiled thinly at Yin Zi. Yin Zi hadn't spoke when he saw Zuo Mo casually put something on the table. When he saw what it was, Yin Zi's eyes could not move away. 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Yin Zi's eyes instantly became heated as he stared at the 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi on the table. For Earth Sound Sect, 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi was about half of their annual income. Yin Zi knew his sect was in dire straits. It was to the point they were almost destitute, and could barely afford to buy food. If they could not create more revenue, they wouldn't even have the Jingshi to maintain the large sound tablet formation. Zuo Mo heard the sound of Yin Zi swallowing. Without a second word, he took out another 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. Yin Zi's breathing became heavy, his eyes instantly filled with blood and his expression slightly vicious. 20 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. This will be the 30% deposit. Zuo Mo's words were like a fatal dagger that easily pierced Yin Zi's wavering defenses. Yin Zi felt his mind suddenly become blank. He leapt at the Jingshi. What Tian family? They can go to hell. Xu Zhang's mood was strange, he had a particular sense of ennui. His workmates watched him, each gleeful at his misfortune. Just a few days ago, all of them looked at him with completely different gazes. As one of the members of the first batch of students in the Turtle Island cultivation classes, he had had shockingly good luck. When the spot for a cultivation class was being auctioned off at a sky-high prices on the black market. While others could only sit in the alleys and listen, he was sitting in the hall and listening to Teacher Cheng's husbandry class. That was really a great happiness. Yet what he had never expected was the shopkeeper had quickly found him and told him if he continued to attend the Turtle Island cultivation class, he would be fired. Helpless, he could only leave the cultivation class to keep his work. The admiring and jealous gazes of the surrounding people instantly became gleeful. Yet what Zhu Zhang had not expected was that the spells and formations that Teacher Cheng spoke about in class would unconsciously creep into his thoughts. Shuzhen had attended many cultivation classes before, and Teacher Chang's skill would be ranked first. He held admiration for Teacher Chang. Just those high-level spells that Teacher Chang spoke about casually filled him with motivation. He seemed to be daydreaming constantly these days and was inattentive with his work. The shopkeeper had scolded him many times over this. Why was it like this? Shuzhen really felt bad inside. He felt that the Turtle Island cultivation class was very good. Life had returned to normal. Shuzhen knew that the dissatisfaction in his heart would dissipate with time and be worn down. Everyone worked in the same place, and due to the work being repetitive and boring, they would have a sound tablet to listen to when they worked. The shopkeeper had seen that it did not distract them, so he had not forbidden it. Suddenly, the content broadcasted by the sound tablet caused Shuzhen to stop what he was doing. Due to too many students being unable to enter our island's cultivation class, we feel great regret and also blame ourselves. Teaching spells is the duty of every one of us Shouja. Due to this, we have now produced the Turtle Series Jade Scrolls, topic ranging from ling plants to animal husbandry, from sword show to Diana show. We have made many kinds of detailed and informative Jade Scrolls. We hope that the students that are unable to attend our cultivation classes due to various reasons can cultivate by themselves through the Jade Scrolls. Everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing and listen closely. Shuzhen's eyes slowly became bright. Everyone thought that Turtle Island could do nothing when facing such a powerful alliance of local powers, and could only retreat. It was unexpected that Turtle Island's counterattack was so quick, so sharp, and so precise. Suling City that had just quieted down, but now exploded like a bomb had been set off. The sound tablet advertised the Turtle Island Jade Scroll series all day. The provocative shouts seemed to throw hot oil onto Suling City. What? You did not hear it wrong. 998, only 998. Not 9,998, or 1,998. 998. 998. Just 998. You can move the Turtle Island Jade Scrolls series to your home. This is a special promotion intended to repay students for supporting our Turtle Island cultivation classes. 998 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi, the entire set of Turtle Island Jade Scrolls series. What we are looking at now is the Fire Spells Jade Scroll of the Turtle Island series. This Jade Scroll introduces 5 kinds of commonly seen 2nd grade fire spells, and has detailed instructions on every level. The price is 1 piece of 3rd grade Jingshi. Without a doubt, this is definitely the spell Jade Scroll with the best value for your money this year. What? You think that 2nd grade fire spells are too low grade? No problem, here is a 3rd grade fire spell Jade Scroll. Heavens, you have not heard it wrong. 3rd grade fire spell. Everyone is clear what the price on the market is for this, but for just 100 pieces of 3rd grade Jingshi and you can possess this. Turtle Island Jade Scroll series, made personally by the masters of the Turtle Island, works that cannot be surpassed. Turtle Island Fundamental Spell Commentary, the best commentary Jade Scroll to learn cultivation on your own. One of the most detailed basic spell commentaries on the market. What should you do when you encounter a problem? Don't be afraid. We have the Turtle Island Fundamental Spell Commentary. It will list all kinds of problems you may encounter. It is an example of, with one scroll in hand, the world in hand. Suling City exploded. Completely exploded. No matter what conflict existed between Turtle Island and the business of Suling City, these students only needed what could help them actually learn. The effects of the Turtle Island cultivation classes had reached a mythical level, and the students that had personally experienced it were extremely confident. Any shoujo with any ambition would always hope they could learn higher level spells. When the businesses used the power of an alliance to stop them from attending the Turtle Island cultivation classes, they were angry inside. The perceptive ones knew this was Turtle Island's counterattack. Yeah, so you won't hire the students of Turtle Island cultivation class, then I will directly sell Jade Scrolls. You can't check for this. How can you detect where one learned these low-grade spells from? Many cultivation classes teach the same spells. The advertising seemed to bombard them without exhaustion. No business would sell them, no problem. The sword show that could be seen everywhere on the street wearing 4th grade Cold Soul blue light armor were selling them. 2,000 sword show in full armor turned to streams that filled almost every corner of Suling City. They stepped on their sword lights as they murderously passed by every business as though they did not exist. Beside them were buckets of Jade Scrolls piled up like lettuce. The businesses shuddered and no one dared to make a sound. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Domineering. Too domineering. Translator ramblings, we have made it past the halfway point of all the chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460, Experts. Chapter 460, Experts. They dare to be so arrogant. Tian Yongqing's gaze was dark. He definitely had not expected this group to be so reckless and heedless. Were they unafraid of offending the other powers in Suling City? They did not fear they would earn the displeasure of Suling sect? Were they showing off their martial power? Yes. They were showing off their martial power. 2,000 sword show entering the city to sell jade scrolls, what was that if not showing off? Tian Hongbo was so angry his face was almost twisted together. Tian Yongqing felt as though he had swallowed a fly. He found to his shock that he didn't have any good solutions. Turtle Island dared to send 2,000 sword show, but he did not dare. He believed with Tianyi Battalion's power, they could take care of these 2,000 sword show blink of an eye. But he did not dare to do so. If this kind of large-scale conflict happened in Suling City, that was a challenge to Suling sect. The Tian family might be the second most powerful faction in Suling City, but if they had to fight against Suling sect, Tian Yongqing did not have any confidence in their chances. If it was not a life or death situation, the Tian family definitely would not dare to provoke Suling sect. But if he allowed the other to keep going, wasn't that another way of admitting that his side was not as good as the other? This caused Tian Yongqing and the others to feel uncomfortable. Even the business that were in alliance with the Tian family felt uncomfortable. The common saying was that the strong dragon could not suppress the local snakehead, but they, the local snakeheads, had no way of dealing with this group. This was an embarrassment. Everyone had to stay and live in Suling City in the future. Where could they show their faces? But Brother Tian, you have to think of a solution. These outsiders are so arrogant, they do not even acknowledge us. How dare they? How dare they? We definitely cannot accept this. The owner of a shop couldn't resist but say furiously. His words instantly caused a chorus of agreement. Yes. How can we let these outside step over our heads? If word spread, we would be ashamed to see other people. Too arrogant. If we don't teach them a lesson, they don't know how high the sky is, how thick the earth is. Ha, if I had to say, this kind of people just need a beating. Listening to everyone talk, a hint of darkness flashed through Tian Yongqing's eyes before his expression quickly became normal. He scanned the room with a smile, looking at the people and slowly said, "Bosses, you are right. Then what good ideas do you have so everyone can plan together?" Plan what? A fiery-tempered owner opened. Didn't they want to have a cultivation class? We go find some experts to sort them out, and I want to see if they still have the face to open a cultivation class. This idea is good. Good my ass. Another boss said unconcernedly, last time, Guxiang Tian, Jingsu Daoran, and other people worked together. What was the result? Guxiang Tian's dead, and Shangsu Doran's 1,000-gem illusory disc was defeated. We don't even know where he fled to. Yes. A boss agreed. That high-end sword essence cultivation class, you know that one? The sword Shio there is very powerful. The sword essence he released that day was frightening. I know a Jindan sword Shio who told to me to never provoke this person under any circumstance. These words caused everyone to start hesitating. Tian Yongqing's face gradually darkened, especially when he heard the matter of Guxiang Tian being killed and Changsu Daoran running away. The fire in his chest shot up. At the side, Tian Hongbo was going to react, but he shook his head, a signal to the other not to act. Just as everyone was clueless about what to do, Tian Yongqing smiled slightly and said slowly, "This matter, it is difficult but easy." Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. What solution does Brother Tian have? A boss asked. Tian Yongqing did not hide it. Actually, in terms of power, Turtle Island is not worth so many of us working together. To say of nothing else, just my Tian family is enough to destroy it. Tian Yongqing's tone was faint, but the domineering presence showed. Every person's hearts shook simultaneously. Their expressions landed in Tian Yongqing's eyes. Tian Yongqing smiled coldly on the inside but did not show it. However, this Suling City is the place everyone does business. Fighting and killing is not good. It is a pity that the other does not accept our goodwill. Turtle Island probably thinks that they are strong and we are afraid of them. When he spoke of this, everyone's expressions eased and they nodded. Yes. Aren't they in need of a beating? A boss inserted. Tian Yongqing ignored the person who interrupted and continued, "This group does have several experts, Jindan. That sword show called way that Boss Su just mentioned isn't low in skill." Speaking to this point, Tian Yongqing suddenly raised his volume, but everyone became alert. They knew that the meat had come. We're just going to watch as they rampage on our territory? Behave without regard? Expert? Tian Yongqing said in a disinterested tone, so what if they are experts? I've never heard of an expert this arrogant. Also, they have experts, do we not have any? Which of the bosses here do not have one or two experts? When did it become that our Su Ling city is ruled by a few Jindan? These words struck the hearts of the bosses. Yes, so what if they had experts? If it was a dragon, you still had to coil up for us. So many experts, but all of them had been docile when they came to Su Ling city. Tian Yongqing suddenly turned his face. Boss Su, I heard you have a good relationship with Ning Yi? That boss Su seemed to wake up. Seeing everyone's gaze land on him, he couldn't help but feel smug. It can't be said to be good, I can just exchange a few words. Hearing the name Ning Yi, the expressions of many people changed as a rumble of discussion started. Ning Yi's name in Cloud Xijia was famous and he was 32nd on the expert rankings of Cloud Xijia. This person was battle-hungry, and had a vicious and murderous personality. Of those that fought against him, if they did not die then they were wounded. Just as everyone was wondering why Tian Yongqing would mention such a vicious and infamous person, Tian Yongqing said with a slight smile, "Good, Boss Su, please pass a few words on for me. The Tian family is willing to give 30 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi to invite Mr. Ning to battle the sword show named Wei." Hire Ning Yi? The bosses first paled. The Tian family was very daring. But then they found this idea was clever. Who was Ning Yi? That was a killing god that did not need a reason to kill. If this kind of person killed someone, no one would suspect them. Ning Yi had a nickname called Killing God Yi. They were not greenhorns and knew that acting in the open or leaving people to speculate would cause different results. What they were worried about the most was attracting the displeasure of Su Ling City. But if they used Tian Yongqing's idea, Su Ling City could not catch them or do anything. Excited, everyone sighed in shock. The Tian family was really rich. 30 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. It was shocking to hear such a great sum. Even that Ning Yi would be unable to resist such a prize. 30 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi was 30,000 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi and would be enough to buy a good 5th grade talisman. This idea was an inspiration to the other bosses. Yes, with Jingshi, how would they lack experts? The two sides would have to fight to get a sense of the other's strength, but in terms of wealth, how could Turtle Island compare to them? Each person seated here had 1,000 Jingshi in their pockets. If it was competing on Jingshi, they would not falter. I know a disciple of Gu Minggong. Why don't we gather a gift and invite Gu Minggong? Is it Gu Minggong who has the name of Seal Immortal Gu? That's great. Add me in. Mr. Gu is 56 on the expert ranking. Add me as well. This group of outsiders, if we don't kill them, you won't feel good. I will give 5 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. Hearing everyone open their wallets, Tian Yongqing's smile grew and even Tian Hongbo's brow relaxed. The two exchanged a look and then smiled. Everyone used their strength and quickly finalized the experts they could find. Killing Dotting Ningyi, 32nd on the expert ranking of Cloud Xijia, Seal Immortal Gu Minggong, 56 on the expert ranking of Cloud Xijia, Eastern Cloud Buddha Yuan Xian, 60 on the expert ranking of Cloud Xijia. When they saw this list, everyone became excited. With such a team, not just a little Turtle Island, even Tian Yongqing couldn't help but feel wary. Unless the old master could successfully break through, otherwise, the Tian family could not gather enough experts to rival this team. The only thing they could do was use the battalion to drag them down. Ha ha! I don't believe we can't kill them this time. This team is too strong. Are we overdoing it? A bit, but they are unlucky to have encountered us. Ha ha! We need to show them some power. Fighting against us, isn't that seeking death? The bosses roared with laughter and felt good about their plan. Their depressed mood of the past few days was swept away. Thinking about the scene in the future, they felt extremely excited. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tian Yongqing's heart suddenly moved. He said, "No one has seen such a grand modus operandi before. Never. Never. Other than us, who can be so grand?" The people said to each other. If this matter succeeds, our Su Ling city is going to be famous. Everyone is going to be famous. Who is more charismatic than us? Who has more skill than us? Who is more powerful than us? Which one in the top 100 of the expert ranking doesn't have their eyes in the sky and is revered by many people? But so what? We need to smash them down with Jingshi. Tian Yongqing's voice was provocative as he waved his arms with an excited expression. The other people also became excited. Yes. Who would make such a grand move? So what if they were experts on the expert ranking? They could be smashed down with Jingshi. In this instantly, a feeling of grandness rose in every person seated here. They did not think highly of the people from Turtle Island. In front of such a team, Turtle Island was like a little insect. Just one little finger was enough to crush it. Turtle Island, what was that? Translator ramblings: if they just gave the Jingshi to Zuo Mo might actually stop doing all this because he just needs Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461, The World Upended. Chapter 461, The World Upended. Scenes of laughter and chatting was seen everywhere on Turtle Island. When the people spoke about what they did this time, all of them were excited, and they were especially satisfied when they thought about the fearful and timid gazes of those business people. Ha, you guys don't know. When those people look at me, it was like they are looking at an ogre. Lei Pang was proud as he motioned with both hands. You look like a ogre. Nian Lu added in a small voice. Everyone burst out in laughter, including Lei Pang himself. In the big hall, Zuo Mo and the others were gathered together with bright eyes. Waiting for Bao Yi to finish calculating, Zuo Mo couldn't resist asking, how much did we sell? The smile on Bao Yi's face was like a chrysanthemum flower blooming, but no one felt it wretched right now. Instead they looked at it with anticipation. Bao Yi's voice trembled slightly. 60 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi? Zuo Mo's grin almost reached his ears. 60 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi, that really was a great sum of Jingshi. That amount surpassed the total amount of Jingshi Zuo Mo had it before. In just a few days, the amount in his pocket had doubled. This was definitely a great harvest. Everyone had joyful smiles. 60 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi, that was enough to buy a 5th grade talisman. Everyone might have a golden crystal sword each, but they didn't have much Jingshi. Especially for a Jindan like Xieshan, whose other talismans were lacking except for his 5th grade golden crystal sword. The blue soul cold light armor and the rest were slightly on the low end for a Jindan, like Xieshan. Bao Yi's face was flushed red. He had to use all his strength to make his voice steady. It is 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. All of the laughter instantly disappeared. Zuo Mo's eyes were round. 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. An entire set of Turtle Island Jade Scrolls was 998 3rd grade Jingshi, or about 2 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi was 600,000 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi. In this short time period, they had sold 300,000 sets of Turtle Island Jade Scrolls. Everyone was shocked speechless by this enormous number. Bao Yi resumed his normal composure at this time. In this rush, there have been stores from nearby cities that have come to use to purchase the Jade Scrolls. Our Jade Scrolls have sold like crazy in this area. Bright Light City, Sea Light City, Cloud Light City, their shops are not influenced by the people from Suling City. They have bought huge numbers. We have spent great effort, all of Vermilion Bird Camp putting down their work to forge Jade Scrolls in order to fulfill their demands. In the silence, Bao Yi's voice was the only one. However, our revenue is slowly decreasing. The little Jinji we put on our Jade Scrolls have been deconstructed and knockoffs have appeared on the market. This has greatly affected our revenue. Bao Yi was full of regret. But everyone was still immersed in the great shock of 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. No one spoke. 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo felt blank. Selling Jade Scrolls was just something he did to oppose the Tian family and just to annoy them. Getting Vermilion Bird Camp to sell Jade Scrolls was because there were no shops that were willing to sell his Jade Scrolls. He had used this group of extremely bored people as free labor. What a world this was! One could make 600 Jingshi like this? When was Jingshi so easy to make? This was a whole 600 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi. Zuo Mo felt his world was upended. Yet what he had not expected was that it wasn't just this matter that upended the world for him. Zuo Mo looked curiously at the completely transformed ling fields. Beside him, the ling plant farmers of the island were also looking around curiously. The masters Ji Wei and Sun Bao were explaining the changes in detail. These ling fields have been completely modified to become formation ling fields. According to the attributes of the ling plants, we have designed new formations. Each section of ling fields has a cloud rain formation, and the core of the formation is a piece of 4th grade water soul crystal. It can release the little art of cloud and rain to the equivalent of the 5th level. If one wants to release little art of cloud and rain to a higher level, it requires a higher grade water soul crystal. Following Master Sun Bao's finger, Zuo Mo saw threads of white mist appear above the ling field. The white mist quickly formed a ball of clouds and silver threaded rain fell onto every corner of the ling field. Even from far away, Zuo Mo could sense the thick vitality in these raindrops. His eyes lit up. This is good. At his side, more than 20 Ling plant farmers gaped with disbelief on their faces. This was the first time they saw a formation that could cast little art of cloud and rain. Their Ling plant farming skill was not high, but even they could feel the threads of rain were truly little art of cloud and rain. There were clear differences between Ling plant farming water spells and normal water spells. Normal Xiaojia might be unable to detect it, but Ling plant farmers definitely could. Su Bao's face held no pride. He continued to introduce, the cloud rain formation is the simplest formation and it was the first one we solved. We then resolved the earth formation. According to the earth granary spell, that summer flower Ling plant farmers frequently use, we designed a earth granary formation. At the center of the formation is a piece of 4th grade brown spotted rock. It later proved to have a great effect and is very good at gathering earth energy. It can reach the skill of the 4th level of earth granary spell. But we do not have a lot of brown spotted rock, so Darren will need to buy a batch. Zuo Mo's joy grew. Water and earth spells were the ones most often used on normal Ling field. Since these two spells were solved, that meant that Ling grasses and grains had the support for basic growth. Wood spells could accelerate the growth of Ling grasses and grains, while gold spells was mostly used to exterminate insects and disease. Fire spells could gather the essence of the sun and also accelerated growth. But the core spells were the water and earth spells. In other words, it was possible to plant Ling grains and grasses on this section of Ling field. Removing the need to cast the water and earth spells, each Ling plant farmer could now take care of 500 mu of Ling fields and increase 100 mu. The amount of usable Ling fields on the island could be multiplied by 5. To Zuo Mo, this was definitely good news. However, the surprises that the two masters gave Zuo Mo didn't end here. Master Jiwei continued, for the wood spell, we used the Ling essence wood attracting spell. This spell is relatively complex, so not many Ling plant farmers use it, but there is no problem if we use a formation. Also, while the Ling essence wood attracting formation is complex, it does not use a lot of Jingshi. As for the fire spells, it was not difficult. Darren's Golden Crow fire formation is appropriate, but it is too strong. We weakened it by merging it with the Glimmer formation to form a new kind of formation that we have called Golden Crow Glimmer formation. It is not as powerful, but it is gentle and much more appropriate to use on Ling plants. At this moment, the cloud and rain dissipated, the mist above the Ling field disappearing. Threads of golden energy came from the sky and scattered among the Ling fields. In a blink, a faint layer of golden light covered the Ling grains in the field and looked very ethereal. Zuo Mo and the others were stunned by the beautiful scenery and unconsciously stopped their breathing. The two masters Jiwei and Sun Bao were unaffected by the beautiful scenery. They had seen the scene repetitively during development, and didn't even bat an eyelid, continuing, if we have to say which spell was the most difficult, it is the gold spell. Gold spell? Zuo Mo reflexively asked. He quickly reacted and couldn't help but frown. Yes, of the Ling plant 5 elements, gold was for killing and it demanded the highest control of Ling power and consciousness. Ling plant farmers mostly had gentle personalities and naturally had less of killing energies. This was also why the number of Ling plant farmers skilled in gold spells was pitifully few. We recalled something Darren once said, Jiwei said. What did I say? Zuo Mo was clueless. Darren once said Ling planting gold spells are like sword show, they are used for killing, Jiwei explained. Zuo Mo recalled and nodded. I did say it. He then asked curious, and then, how did you solve it? Truthfully, he was really frightened today. Sun Bao and Jiwei's designs were full of creativity and showed him a completely new path. Zuo Mo was not a short-sighted person and he was clear of the deep meaning contained in these formations. The two masters had been very clever in managing the previous 4 kinds of spells, and this made Zuo Mo very curious as to how they had taken care of the difficult gold spell. We thought that since they are very similar to Sword Show, why don't we use Sword Show directly? Jiwei asked in response. Zuo Mo stilled. Use Sword Show directly? Yes, use Sword Show directly. We have a lot of Sword Show and many who have comprehended Sword Essence. If we can use all of them, can't we solve a great part of the problem of lacking Ling plant farmers? Jiwei showed excitement. Ling plant farmers can kill those pests, so why can't Sword Show? We especially asked Teacher Wei. He told us that theoretically, there is no problem, and he also demonstrated for us. Through Teacher Wei's guidance, we designed a completely new formation. Its development was delayed by the matter with the Jade Scrolls, so we just finished it recently. A completely new formation? Now even Zuo Mo found it hard to believe. This group of people were becoming increasingly stronger and coming up with strange and novel formations that even he could not think of. What did this have to do with formations? Master Jiwei was extremely excited as he spoke rapidly. We call this geek formation the insect exterminating formation. Its core is made from golden crystal sand. There only needs to be a sword show who comprehended sword essence inside the formation, and it can be used to kill all kinds of pests and diseases. We got some of the brothers from Vermilion Bird Camp to try. The effect is great and there are no blind spots. Zuo Mo's face was dazed. He was dumbstruck. Jiwei did not notice the dazed expression on Zuo Mo's face. He waved his arms and said excitedly, and this insect exterminating formation even has an added benefit. It can help the sword show brothers practice their sword essence and allow them to control their sword essence even better. Zuo Mo was frightened as he looked dumbly at the two masters. The two masters finally noticed the strange expression on Zuo Mo's face. The two exchanged a look. Master Sun Bao broke the silence opened. Darren, is everything alright? Alright. Very alright. Zuo Mo unconsciously murmured. He gazed at the Ling fields in front of him and his dazed eyes were blank. This world was appended. Translator ramblings, as some of you predicted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462, Cave Fright. Chapter 462, Cave Fright. Su Ling Sect. Lu Zhen's expression was serious. Ningyi, Gu Minggong, and Yuan Xin, is this information up to date? Lu Zhen was the present sect leader of Su Ling Sect. His cultivation was in the third stratum Jindan and he was deeply trusted by the elders of the sect. Under his management, Su Ling Sect had become more prosperous than before. Not up to date, but their goal is definitely these three. Supposedly, Yuan Xin has already agreed. The one who spoke was Lu Zhang's shitty Huangjia. He looked questioningly at Lu Zhen. Should we stop them? Lu Zhen asked instead, have we determined the origins of the people from Turtle Island? No, Huang Jia shook his head, they are very wary. We are afraid of drawing their attention and do not dare to question deeper. We thought about asking Shan Wei Ming but there were no results. That guy's mouth is unusually tight. And, they saved his life. It seems Shan Wei Ming is determined to help this group of people. Lu Zhen continued, you also saw the sword show in the city that day, what do you think? Their cultivation is average, all Ningmai, but their killing energies are dense and should be a group of well-trained lawless brutes. Among them, the ratio of those who comprehend sword essence is very high. Huang Jia recalled. He thought of the troop of sword show that had flew by him, the threads of killing essence coiling around them that had caused his heart to shake. He refocused and continued, I heard they have a cultivation class that says it guarantees comprehension of sword essence. Since they dare to give such a boast, they must have some technique that others do not know. They also have a sword show expert that is not weak. It is also rare that he is willing to teach and accept disciples. Who do you favor? Lu Zhen said with a smile. Huang Jia said after a moment, if Tian Yongqing and them can really invite Ningyi and the others, 7-3. Tian Yongqing 7, Turtle Island 3. When experts fight, it is not the killing of battalions, it depends on individual power. Ningyi's personality isn't good, but his strength is hard to deal with. In our sect, other than sect leader who can fight him, the others cannot do it. Unless the top. Lu Zhen raised a hand and stopped Huang Jia from continuing. He said, do not worry, I have invited Huang Longjinren to come visit for a while. With Huang Longjinren and I, they would not dare to mess about that. Huang Jia said with a smile, I had guessed that sect leader would be prepared but didn't think you would have invited Huang Longjinren. I also do not have any other solutions. Lu Zhen smiled and then his expression became stern again. The Tian family has been very lively recently. It seems that the Tianyi battalion's rise in rankings has caused their confidence to inflate. Sect leader means? Wait for this matter to end. We will strike at the Tian family so they don't lose sight of themselves. Sect leader is right. In a dark cave, a trail of black shadows marched for the deep reaches of the cave. The one walking at the very front was Lil Black, followed by 10th grade. Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire were circling around Ague. Ague's eyes exuded faint purple light that seemed eerie. Silly Bird was last as she held her head high as she slowly walked her bird walk, unaffected by the darkness. She was as proud and at ease as always. Ague's situation was growing better by the day, her expressions gradually becoming nimble. Lil Pagoda and the others always accompanied Ague. The caves on the island were overgrown with grasses and plants, and became the playground of Ague and the others who played happily. Suddenly, Lil Black that walked at the very front stopped, its two antennae furiously waving. The battle maniac 10th grade was like a cat that had smelt fish, his little face instantly showing excitement. Holding the little black sword, he flew into the darkness. Many flames erupted on Lil Fire's body, the bright fire chasing away the darkness and revealed the Lil gang. The Lil ones were around Ague as the purple energy in her eyes wavered. 10th grade's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. Clink. A spark suddenly shot out of the air and the sharp sound of collision came into the Lil one's ears. The flames on Lil Fire's body wavered and it timidly leaned towards Ague. Lil Fire's little feet grabbed onto Ague's leg and it climbed up into Ague's head to hide inside her hair. Lil Pagoda was daring and unafraid, moving closer in curiosity. Silly Bird had an idle expression. Clink clink clink. Sparks lit up the air and the sharp sounds beat down on the airs. Using the light of the fire, the Lil ones finally saw clearly. So this was a group of black insects. These black insects were about the same size as 10th grade, their bodies shaped like shuttles and they were extremely fast. Their shells were extremely hard, and created sparks when colliding with the black sword in 10th grade's hand but were not damaged. Having found an opponent, 10th grade quickly descended into excitement, his stern face was murderous. 10th grade with his black clothing and black sword was like a black bolt of lightning. In a turn, he had sealed off the advance of these little black insects. Chirp chirp. Sounds of the insects sounded. Clink clink clink, dot. The sparks from the battle made it seem like a crescent barrier of fire had formed. The killing energy on 10th grade's face grew. He felt the pressure was increasing. The number of little black insects was increasing. Silly Bird showed a wary expression. It detected danger. Pia pia pia. The sparks were bright in the darkness. The Lil ones quickly changed expressions. The spark barrier was slowly being pushed towards them. 10th grade's figure moved quicker and quicker, his little face was vicious but the insects were increasing in number and he could not stop their advance. Lil Pagoda did not dare to just look on from the side. It released a 5-colored light that swept towards the insects. The insects that were swept by Lil Pagoda's 5-colored light suddenly froze. 10th grade, who felt even more frustrated due to being pressured, suddenly exploded and the sword presence grew. The barrier of sparks suddenly expanded outwards, dot. Yet what no one had expected was that the spark barrier that just expanded seemed to have encountered an invisible hand that suddenly pushed it back. Insects, even more insects. In the depths of the cave, insects furiously came out like the tide. The purple light in Ague's eyes rose. Her right hand waved and a wave of insects that were attacking seemed to encounter a fatal attack, falling down silently. When they landed, their bodies were motionless. They were dead. Ague's attack caused the tide of insects to stall. Opportunity. The Lil ones had followed Zuo Mo for a long time, and their skills at fleeing were even better. Without needing to communicate, their figures retreated in unison, they were so in sync it was as though they were tied together by the same rope. The insect tide that had paused momentarily lost all restraint and furiously leapt at the Lil ones. The chirping was endless and caused pain in the eardrums. The Lil ones were in sync. Frightened, they ran with all their power. Silly Bird did not have any of the composure of an expert now as she furiously waved her wings and occasionally sneaked a look back, actions which did not affect her speed at all. The insect wave was following tightly on their behinds. Just as they were going to catch up, the Lil ones suddenly sensed everything lit up. They were out of the cave. What caused their eyes to widen was that the insects all stopped when they got to the cave entrance. In a flash, the shadow of the cave entrance was crowded with insects. These insects packed together in layer and on top of each other. It was frightening to see. Using the sunlight, they finally saw the true appearance of these insects. These insects were not black, but a brown color, their bodies flat and shuttle-shaped. There was a pair of thin gossamer wings on their backs. It may have been because they lived in the dark, that they had extremely tiny eyes that were almost invisible. What was most shocking was their mouth that was filled with sharp fang that caused coldness in those who saw it. The Lil ones were frightened. They quickly found that these insects did not come out of the cave no matter what. Then they rested their hearts. The mischievous Lil Pagoda saw the insects were not willing to come out of the cave and its fear disappeared. It floated to a place only 3 zhang from the mouth of the cave and twisted its 5-layered waist at the insects in the cave, making all kinds of funny faces. The insects at the cave shifted and furiously climbed towards the cave mouth, but no matter how they climbed, they would not come out of the cave. Seeing Lil Pagoda was fine, Lil Fire and Lil Black also came out to taunt the insects before contentedly leaving. 10th grade looked back at the cave entrance crawling with insects before leaving, his always stern face suddenly had a dark smile. Full of murderousness. No problem. We will transport a batch of brown-spotted rock and water soul crystal as soon as possible. Because you require a large number, it will probably be around 10 days. The shopkeeper of Cloud Pavilion said warmly to Bowie. The shopkeepers from the previous incident had been punished or fired by Liao Qichang. This shopkeeper had been moved over from another store. He was very clear on how he had become the storekeeper of Suling City Cloud Pavilion, and the young master had ranked Mr. Zuo as third on the list of people to pay special attention to. Even though this person was not Mr. Zuo himself, he was still cautious. While the King of Hell was easy to see, the little ghosts were difficult to spot, so he did not dare to slight him. Other than using the fastest possible speed to get the merchandise, he had also given the best discount. Bao showed a satisfied expression. He knew the market and understood that the delivery speed and prices of the other provided were very satisfactory. Thanks, shopkeeper. Bao raised his folded hands in thanks. Darren placed great importance on this batch of brown-spotted rock and water soul crystal, telling him to order them as fast as possible. Having completed what Darren had given him to do, a rock landed in Baoyi's heart. Before leaving Cloud Pavilion, Baoyi cast a disguise over his face. He quickly walked into another shop. After the businesses in Suling City teamed up against Turtle Island, Baoyi's business had entered a stagnant state. He would even have trouble buying things. Other than Cloud Pavilion that continued to work with them, the other shops did not sell them anything, much less buy. Baoyi quickly thought of a solution and used disguise arts. No one would suspect him if he did not use his true appearance as he went shops to make purchases. Many shoujo were not willing to use their true appearances, and there were many that used disguise arts. Just like normal, he paid attention to the price of all the merchandise, and the discussion in the corner quickly entered his ears. Ha, this time, Turtle Island cannot escape. Baoyi's heart shook and his ears instantly rose up. Translator ramblings: don't people have other things to do than watching what your neighbors are doing? For some reason, I feel 10% of every organization's membership are actually members of other organizations as spies. Otherwise, I'm not sure how they get the information so quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463, What Strange Thing Is This? Chapter 463, What Strange Thing Is This? In front of Zuo Mo, there was a black gold paper about 3 CUN that was covered in cryptic golden seal scripts, each the size of tadpoles. On the top of the black gold paper was a little figure about 1 chi tall. It was the black gold seal soldier. Zuo Mo's consciousness was like an oil slick that tightly covered onto this piece of paper. He didn't even dare to blink his eyes. A short while later, his forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. A minuscule line of fire followed his finger and flew onto the seal paper, tracing among the scripts of the paper seal. Zuo Mo was trying to repair the black gold seal soldier. Zuo Mo drooled thinking about the black gold seal soldier that seemed unable to die. However, his strike seemed to have damaged the black gold seal soldier. He was now trying out methods to fix the seal soldier. Fortunately, he had managed to find the detailed method and instructions to make the black gold seal soldier in a jade scroll he took from Guxiang Tian's body. Zuo Mo had found the solution after trying a few times. Possessing the Great Day Banded Flame, Zuo Mo innately had an advantage in forging. Guxiang Tian was very skilled in making paper seals, but he was not a rich person. This could be seen from the pitifully small amount of things left on his body. Zuo Mo had thought he could get a lot of spoils, but there were not many items. The black gold seal soldier was Guxiang Tian's ultimate attack, and he had invested the majority of his blood and energy in it. But in Zuo Mo's eyes, the materials were still low quality. The information Guxiang Tian left in the jade scroll also indicated this. Because he could not find several materials at the time, Guxiang Tian could only substitute some materials with others of similar attributes. This caused the black gold seal soldier that he forged to be lacking compared to what he had originally designed, and he had felt great regret. Guxiang Tian lacked materials, but this wasn't a problem for Zuo Mo. He had received a batch of high-grade materials on the sealed extinction battlefield, including an astounding amount of golden crystal sand. The black gold seal soldier needed materials of this kind the most. And among the items Guxiang Tian had regretting not being able to obtain were the materials that had intelligence. Zuo Mo had many of those. The totem fragments were piled up like mountains at Baoyi's place. As the consciousness and Ling power moved, Zuo Mo's body seemed to be pulled by thin invisible threads and uncontrollably trembled violently. A clear yet strange feeling came. He had started to become familiar with the changes that merging the 3 powers had brought and discovered many abilities. When he was controlling fire and forging, what he relied on the most was consciousness and Ling power. He could now increase the strength of his consciousness and Ling power through controlling the muscles in his body. Right now, Zuo Mo's 3 powers could barely be considered united. The benefits that came with this were easy to see. In terms of purity, he could not compare to Xiuzha that only cultivated Ling power, but in terms of endurance battles, other people were lacking compared to him. The tiny Great Day banded flame threads of fire that curved along the seal paper turned to countless little flames. They seemed to be attracted by the black gold seal soldier, slowly leaving the seal paper and entering the black gold seal soldier. The seal scripts on the body of the black gold seal soldier suddenly lit up as though they were red hot. Zuo Mo did not dare to relax. The golden crystal sand he had prepared beforehand was thrown at the black gold seal soldier. The black gold seal soldier was like a magnet, it absorbed all the golden crystal sand. At this moment, the fine flames wrapped the black gold seal soldier. The seal scripts that covered the black gold seal soldier gave off a blinding light. It was like a dazzling sun. Zuo Mo's eyes stunned like they were being pricked by needles, but he didn't dare to close his eyes. A totem fragment appeared on his hands. This totem fragment was about the size of his palm and engraved with a simple and old character. Zuo Mo did not know what this character meant. He had asked Wei and Pu Yao, they didn't know either. But this totem fragment was one of the most outstanding totem fragments he had acquired. Zuo Mo felt that he really bled this time. He hesitated and threw the totem fragment into the ball of light. Boom! The light grew and Zuo Mo felt as though his skin was being pierced by countless steel needles at the same time. He was extremely shocked and hurriedly closed his eyes. The ball of light changed and flickered as though something was moving inside. Zuo Mo suddenly found that his consciousness could not enter this ball of light, and he was even more shocked. What was going on? Eyes closed, Zuo Mo did not notice that the seal scripts on the seal paper seemed to become alive and creep over towards him. This transformation continued for 12 whole hours. Zuo Mo did not dare to relax during this 12 hours. Thankful, this ball of light was not interested in his Ling power, so he did not need to channel Ling power into it. He released a breath at this. Ling power was always his shortcoming. Even though his three powers had merged into one and could, to a certain degree, compensate for his Ling power, but during forging, he still needed to be frugal. The light gradually dimmed, and Zuo Mo's heart rose. But when he saw the appearance of the black gold seal soldier, he was dumbstruck. The black gold seal soldier had changed greatly, turning from being black and gold to dark gold all over. All the seal scripts on its body had been hidden away, yet what shocked Zuo Mo was the appearance of the black gold seal soldier. It looked exactly the same as him. What was going on? How could it be the exact same as him? Strange. Just as Zuo Mo was puzzled, this black gold seal soldier suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Zuo Mo felt his mind ring as though a heavy hammer had struck. A vicious and savage presence with the black gold seal soldier at the center suddenly swept out. Dizzy, Zuo Mo heard Wei's panicked voice in his mind. Quick! Offer sacrifice. Offer sacrifice? Not having recovered from the blow, Zuo Mo was blank. Use the golden armor guards. Wei said without hesitation. Zuo Mo's mind cleared up. Golden armor guards? However, he knew that this was not the time for questions. He hurriedly summoned the golden armor guards. When the large golden armor guards appeared in front of the black gold seal soldier, the black gold seal soldier's eyes lit up. The golden armor guards uncontrollably flew towards the black gold seal soldier, and when they flew close, they shrank dramatically. The next scene caused Zuo Mo to be dumbstruck where he stood. The black gold seal soldier suddenly opened his mouth, and those miniaturized golden armor guards flew into the mouth of the black gold seal soldier. When they had flown over to the mouth of the black gold seal soldier, they were the size of a bean. The black gold seal soldier swallowed these golden armor guards in one gulp. Having consumed the golden armor guards, the black gold seal soldier calmed down. The vicious and vast presence quickly retreated, and the figure silently floated on top of the seal paper. Its eyes closed again and slowly landed. When it landed on the black gold seal paper, it continued to descend. The black gold paper was like a large vortex and slowly absorbed the black gold seal soldier. Like this, the figure slowly sank into the black gold seal paper. The light of the black gold seal paper disappeared and it was motionless. What was this? Zuo Mo gaped. Using just 30 pieces of 5th grade Jingshi to invite me to kill someone? So Ning Yi, is just worth 30 pieces of Jingshi. The disdain on Ning Yi's face was thick and his tone was extremely unfriendly. Ning Yi's eyes were long and narrow. He sat cross-legged, his arms resting on his knees, as he stared coldly at Boss Su. Boss Su's expression changed, and he couldn't help but regret his impulse to take on this fatal task. Ning Yi's personality was fickle and killed people like cutting grass. If the other was discontent, then his little life definitely would not be safe. Listening to Ning Yi's tone, he was clearly angry. Terror spread in Boss Su's heart. He couldn't help but tremble. Darren, have mercy, this insignificant one was thoughtless, this insignificant one was thoughtless. At this time, a person dressed in azure robes next to Ningyi said with a slight smile, "Brother Ning, do not argue with these people. They are just insects, killing them will dirty Brother Ning's hands." Ningyi's expression eased slightly as he said, "Brotherly, sorry for you to have seen this." This young person that Ningyi called brotherly waved his hand at Boss Su and said gently, "Leave." Boss Su seemed to have been pardoned, crawling and stumbling as he exited the room. "Does Brother Li have something to say?" Ningyi asked curiously. He smelt something unusual in the other's actions just now. This little brother has something to request of Brother Ning. The youth with the surname Li had an open expression. Ningyi naturally was not a stupid person to be able to behave recklessly. He instantly reacted and said in shock, "These people were able to get Brother Li to speak for them?" The Li surname youth smiled slightly and did not explain. He said in a warm voice, "I will not hide it, this little brother noticed the Turtle Island people long ago. This group's origins are extremely mysterious and have not revealed anything up until now. However, this group of sword show is extraordinary in power. Even the famed battalions of this Jia may not win against them, much less normal battalions. Yet no matter how I've investigated, there is nothing to find. Since there is a possibility of a conflict, I will trouble Brother Ning to go meet them." "Oh, what virtues and abilities does this Turtle Island have that they have enter Brother Li's eyes?" Ningyi only smiled faintly without any viciousness on his face. The youth surnamed Li smiled and took out a Bagua mirror. This Bagua energy mirror is not a very good talisman but has a wondrous attribute. It can calm the heart and focus the mind, resolving bloodthirst. If Brother Ning helps, this Bagua energy mirror is Brother Ning's. Ningyi's expression changed slightly. The talisman that he had become famous for was a blood-fiendish Azura umbrella. This talisman was powerful but the blood-fiendish energy was extremely strong. Over time, his mind would be affected by using it. If he had this Bagua energy mirror, it would counteract these effects and be extremely beneficial for his cultivation. He was slightly suspicious. Why did the other place such importance on Turtle Island? Was there something else in here? This Bagua energy mirror was good, but if he involved himself in great trouble due to this, then it was not worth it. Almost as though he detected Ningyi's doubt, the youth with surname Li said with a smile, "Brother Ning, do not think too much. That group of sword show is pretty strong but they are definitely not from Kunlun. This little brother just wants to see how they are, there are no other intentions." Having the other expose his thoughts, Ningyi was not angry. As long as it was not Kunlun, he did not fear them. He chuckled, "It is Ningyi's honor to help Brother Li. If that is the case, then we can finalize the deal." "Brother Ning is virtuous," the youth with surname Li said respectfully and perceptibly gave the Bagua energy mirror. Ningyi caressed the Bagua energy mirror, feeling his mind was unspeakably calm and clear. The joy on his face increased. Translator ramblings, and that's the end of the Golden Armor Guards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464, Attack First. Chapter 464, Attack First. "What is this?" Zuo Mo asked Wei as he stared at the black gold seal soldier. Looking at the face that was the exact same as his, he felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Wei said in a deep voice, "This seems a bit like a totem puppet." "Totem puppet?" Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. He moved to look at Wei. "What is that? What is its purpose?" "The totem of each tribe is the symbol of each tribe. They are extremely powerful but many totems did not like to personally attend to each tribal matter. They would bestow puppets to each tribe that contained some of their power. In the ancient era, totem puppets were numerous. They would be bestowed a power of the totems, but these powers were not as great as the totems themselves. Some totem puppets could function as seeds that the totems left behind for themselves. If the totem is destroyed, these totem puppets can use certain secret methods to reawaken the memories of the totem and become the new totem." Pu Yao listened carefully. Even he was not clear about these ancient matters. Zuo Mo's mind shifted. Seal soldiers were a method that united seals and puppets. Totem puppets made him think about the totem fragment he had used. "What is offering sacrifice?" Zuo Mo asked immediately. Offering the sacrifice is the most important step of the sacrificial ceremony. It usually is the signal that the ceremony has started. Wei explained, "When your black gold seal soldier opened its eyes, it made me recall those sacrificial ceremonies. The sacrificial ceremonies of the ancient era usually require offerings. The totem puppets are like wild beasts and are extremely hungry. You did this by accident. As to what your black gold seal soldier can do, you need to explore it yourself." Things related to the totem is too distant even to us. The three were silent. He was right. The ancient era was way too archaic to them. Totem puppet. He always managed to come up with weird stuff. Zuo Mo couldn't help but grimace. He clearly had forged according to Guxiang Tian's jade scroll, so why did the black gold seal soldier he made turn out completely different than in the instructions? Whatever, he'll know after trying it out. Zuo Mo held the paper seal and channeled the spell according to the method recorded in the jade scroll. There was no response. Zuo Mo paused. How could there be no response? He hurriedly took out the jade scroll and closely read it over. It was correct. Zuo Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be? He forced himself to calm and cast the spell again. Still no response. The corner of Zuo Mo's eyes jerked. The bad feeling grew and he tried again. Still no response. Why wasn't there a response? Had he ruined it? Zuo Mo looked at the paper seal in his hand with an ugly expression. Used so much effort, spent so many good materials, and even caused such a frightening offering of sacrifice, it all made GE feel anticipation, but it is really a failure, but... Stupid thing. Zuo Mo was angry due to his embarrassment. Without another word, he whipped the paper seal at the table. Born to battle. A lazy voice that seemed to have just woken up suddenly popped out. The masculine and intimidating words were soft and without any strength. Behind this phrase was a long yawn. Zuo Mo's face was black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes staring viciously at the black gold seal soldier. The black gold seal soldier gave a yawn, drool coming out of the corner of his mouth, as he looked with sleepy eyes at Zuo Mo. Big bro, what you want? Zuo Mo was frozen where he stood. Pu Yao and Wei were also dumbstruck. Other than being completely dark gold, this guy's wretched appearance was just the same as Zuo Mo. Seeing no one reply, the black gold seal soldier gave another long yawn. Nothing? If there's nothing, I'm going to sleep. So sleepy. Finishing, he waved a hand at Zuo Mo and disappeared with a pop. Unfreezing, Zuo Mo felt the impulse to sob and cry. Was this still a seal soldier? That fierce seal soldier that was not afraid of death, where did it go? Wasting so much energy and materials, yet he only got this lazy guy. Zuo Mo felt he was so stupid he could go hit his head against a wall. The more he thought, the more Zuo Mo missed the black gold seal soldier that was stoic, silent, and ignorant of pain or exhaustion. Such a good black gold seal soldier. His luck was terrible. Among Pu Yao and Wei's sympathetic eyes, Zuo Mo wanted to cry, so regretful his intestines were green. Zhongru chanted in a low voice as he gently swung the prayer wheel in his hands. The sutra characters on the prayer wheel up and swirled. Threads of wish power were like a great grey poison that permeated the crossed prayer wheel. His crossed prayer wheel used the 9-turn sky earth disc as the body, the Vajragata as the spokes, as it was inscribed by the attainment golden body, scripture that Zhongru recited every day. The talisman was purified by wish power, so the two talismans showed signs of merging together. Even though it was just a preliminary shape, it already had wonderful powers. What he needed right now was time to continue to merging it, so this crossed prayer wheel could truly be created. But the present crossed prayer wheel was still the second best talisman in the camp. The 9-turn sky earth disc was 6th grade, and after being processed in all kinds of dhyana methods, it became even more gentle and enigmatic. Other than teaching, Zhongru spent all his time on this crossed prayer wheel. An irritated Zuo Mo was found by a hurried Baoyi. Baoyi, expression panicked, reported the news he had found to Zuo Mo. Shang Wei Ming had also hurried over, changed expression when heard the name Ningyi. Zuo Mo was not concerned. They only have this kind of move? In his view, this Tian family was lacking compared to Pu Yao. These kind of little techniques to Zuo Mo, who had killed his way out of mountains of corpses, really could not stir his interest. A classic little scuffle. Shang Wei Ming saw Zuo Mo was not very concerned and instantly became urgent. Darren, that Ningyi doesn't bat an eyelid when killing. No one can stop him with his cultivation. He has an extremely powerful talisman called the Blood Fiend Azura Umbrella that is extremely domineering, and the blood light it releases is hard to defend against. Many people have fallen under this umbrella. This powerful? Zuo Mo stilled. Even more than the 1,000-gem illusory disc. Shang Wei Ming hurriedly said, how can the 1,000-gem illusory disc be compared to the Blood Fiend Azura Umbrella? The 1,000-gem illusory disc could be said to be a powerful talisman in Su Ling City, but it is nothing in all of Cloud Xijia. The Blood Fiend Azura Umbrella is famed in all of Cloud Xijia. Using this umbrella, Ningyi had killed more than 70 Shouja, even more than 10 Jindan experts. The Blood Fiend Azura Umbrella is ranked 10th on the Jia's ranking of 6th grade talismans, and is very powerful. This powerful? Zuo Mo jumped in fright. Zuo Mo did not have any concept of the talisman ranking, but if it was more powerful than that 1,000-gem illusory disc, then he found it worthy of attention. When he had been caught in that 1,000-gem illusory disc, it had been because he was not on guard, but Zuo Mo had been astounded by the power of the talisman. The power displayed by the 1,000-gem illusory disc surpassed all talismans Zuo Mo had ever seen before and caused him to re-evaluate the value of talismans. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to spend all of his wealth to outfit everyone. But he was also clear that the talismans that could be bought on the market and the true top talismans had an insurmountable gap. In his view, the 1,000-gem illusory disc was already a great talisman. If that blood fiend Azura umbrella was even more powerful, then it was trouble. Zuo Mo's first reaction was first send a group of people to kill Ningyi on the road. No matter how strong Ningyi or that blood fiend Azura umbrella was, if there was enough people, he would still be killed. When this idea popped up, it uncontrollably spread in Zuo Mo's mind. Sitting and waiting for others to come to the door was not Xiao Moji's style. He wanted himself to always be the first person to attack. As to whether the news that Bao Yi found was true or not, he didn't even think about it. The pitiful Ningyi was still immersed in the joy of having the Bagua energy mirror, and was ignorant that a certain someone had given him the label of enemy. Quickly setting his target, Zuo Mo started to think if he should fight, what advantages were there in fighting? What disadvantages were there if he did not fight? In a few moments, Zuo Mo decided to fight. Attacking first meant having the advantage. The other was in the open and they were in the shadows and could take the initiative. If they could successfully kill Ningyi, the other two would definitely feel fear. Also, the other would not predict that Zuo Mo would attack first. This kind of sneak attack was very sudden and Zuo Mo's most liked option. Their advantage of numbers could be used. Gang fighting was his best love. If he did not fight and waited for the others to come to his door, Zuo Mo and the others would be restrained in this Suling city. With so many benefits, why shouldn't they attack? The team selection was easy: himself, Wei Shang, Xia Shang, and Zhong Ru. For Jin Dan against Ningyi. No matter how powerful that blood fiend Azura umbrella was, they should have a possibility of victory. If that really didn't work, then adding Shu Long, which would increase the probability of success. Zuo Mo asked in detail. As expected, Ningyi was the most powerful of the trio. He unhesitatingly chose Ningyi as the target. The saying was to capture the bandits, first capture the leader. 10th grade gazed at the deep cave with a grave expression. He had been forced back last time. The charging power of the insects inside was very powerful, and the number of insects far surpassed his imagination. Recalling the scene that day caused him to feel a threat of fear. It was this threat of fear that had caused him to feel shame. He was a ling beast that wanted to become 10th grade, how can he feel fear? The vicious 10th grade felt that this had become a demon haunting him. If he could not destroy this monster, he would forever have a weakness. And Master once said that where one lost face, he had to regain it at that place. He could not swallow this. He had to take back his face. Insects, Yi has come back. Viciousness flashed through 10th grade's eyes as he unhesitatingly threw himself into the cave. Translator ramblings: I feel like all of Zuo Mo's companions/pets represent one aspect of him in some way. Lil Pagoda is his 5 elements, or his desire to consume resources. Lil Black takes after his good eye for treasure. 10th grade has Zuo Mo's stubbornness and Silly Bird has Zuo Mo's protective instincts. The new Black Gold Seal Soldier has Zuo Mo's laziness, but I don't know what Lil Fire is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465 Danger. Chapter 465 Danger. Is the information accurate? Why haven't we even seen a shadow? Xia Shan muttered lowly. They were hiding in the cloud sea with formations around them. If one did not come close, they were hard to detect. What are you in a rush for? Zuo Mo glared. He also did not have much confidence. The information all relied on one person, since there was only Shang Weiming in his command who was familiar with Cloud Sea Jia. Shang Weiming had quickly located one of Ningyi's residences. Everyone had thought for a long time, according to the Jia map, Ningyi had to pass through this route. Shang Weiming, who had been in Baiyu City, discovered that Ningyi was traveling to Suling City from one of Ningyi's servants in these few days. So Zuo Mo and the others went back to waiting. They had already been laying in wait for 3 days but still had not seen Ningyi's shadow. Luckily, they all had high cultivations. Other than Xie Shan that muttered, everyone was able to keep their composure. Zhong Ru would close his eyes to meditate. His samadhi skill was increasing by the day and was as unmoving as a mountain. Wei Shang sat with crossed legs and closed eyes, the black sword lying across his legs, his presence idle. Shu Long did not come, having been assigned to stay on the island to guard it. If all the experts left, and people took over their nest, then this matter would really be unprofitable. Suddenly, a few black dots appeared on the horizon. Zuo Mo's eyes was keen and instantly saw the person at the front was Ning Yi. His mind became alert as he said in a low voice, "He's come." Wei Sheng opened his eyes, his hand on his sword hilt. Zhong Ru, who opened his eyes at the same time, now held the crossed prayer wheel and was slowly waving it. Xie Shan snickered, the paired mirage sword in his hand. Zuo Mo carefully looked at the two people next to Ning Yi. They were dressed in servant clothing and should be Ning Yi's servants. When the procession flew close, Zuo Mo suddenly shouted, "Move!" The first to attack was Wei Sheng. His eyes lighting up, the black sword in his hand silently turned as it gently stabbed into empty space. At the same time, Zhong Ru and Xie Shan also acted. One of Zhong Ru's hands led, and the characters on the crossed prayer wheel on his right hand lit up one by one. The sutra characters automatically fell off the wheel. They did not dissipate in the air but were like golden characters. These sutra characters flew towards Ning Yi. There were 7 golden characters in all, each golden character full of Dianling power and shrouded sounds of Buddhist chanting, but Xie Shan's paired mirage sword drew outlines of 7 colored light energies like the rainbow bridge after rain, beautiful and murderous. Zuo Mo's great Dayamo physique was completely activated as he shot lightning fast towards Ning Yi. The killing moves that the 4 had prepared did not leave anything remaining once they were activated. Just as Ning Yi's head seemed to be going to leave his body, Ning Yi suddenly laughed, as expected. "Ning Gong is the cleverest." Pia. A ball of light suddenly exploded 3 zhang in front of Ning Yi. This move is not very honest. A servant next to Ning Yi suddenly shook and revealed his true appearance. He was wearing a bright yellow Buddhist robe, holding a staff as tall as his person. The rings on his staff clinked, and waves of transparent light were released from those copper rings and shielding the 3 people within 3 zhang. Just now, it had been him that had stopped Wei Sheng's silent blow. Haha, just little tricks. The other servant next to Ning Yi also showed his true appearance. Long hair and a wild face, dressed as a scholar with a learned presence. He threw out a ball of 5-color fog. The 5-color fog grew with the wind and over the sky. Before Zuo Mo and the others managed to react, they were caught in the fog. The golden characters that lost their target were also taken into the 5-color fog. Xie Shan's rainbow sword energies were also swallowed by the 5-element fog. Zuo Mo and the others felt the surroundings change, and their expressions changed at the same time. "Brother Ning, Master Yuan Xin, you can start at your leisure, do not need to hurry. This old man's 5-element fog is not specialized for killing and can only drag out the battle." Gu Minggong smiled. His words seemed humble but were proud. The 7 golden characters that lost their target automatically came back to Zhong Ru and slowly spun around him. Minggong's move is powerful. Ning Yi laughed wildly. "Ha ha. None of you will escape today. It has been so long since I've tasted blood. Now you came to my door, then none of you can escape." A blood fiend Azura umbrella suddenly appeared in his hand. The body of the umbrella seemed to be soaked in blood and the thick tang of blood was nauseating. There was the sound of wails coming from inside the umbrella, sobbing and wailing that caused people's minds to waver and feel fear. Smelling the blood, an indiscernible thread of dislike flashed through Yuan Xin's eyes. He did not speak, and only chanted lowly. The wild laugh of Ning Yi that came from above their heads was like thunder and extremely vicious. Those that did not have enough bravery would have faltered. Zuo Mo's expression was grave. The other had prepared beforehand. The plan they had thought was concealed had been predicted by the other's calculations. In a blink, the initiative had switched sides and they were in a dangerous position. Ning Yi had not attacked, but that Gu Minggong and Yuan Xin all showed great power. Yuan Xin wasn't simple, since he was to be able to easily stop eldest Shixian's strike. The 5-colored fog in front of them was ever-changing. Zuo Mo could feel a great formation power flowing within the fog. This fog was strange. Zuo Mo had just heard Gu Minggong call this the 5-element fog shield. Was this 5-colored fog the one that belonged to the 5 elements? If it really was like that, then it really was not good. Zuo Mo's heart continuously sank. Those that used fog to forge talismans were mostly roaming show, because fog was not just divided into many kinds, each fog type had clear 5-element attributes. It was not easy to gather 5 kinds of fog of different elements, and it was even harder to forge this 5-element fog into one. The fog of different elements was clearly divided and would not easily merge into each other. 2 fogs of different elements were not easy to merge together, and with the addition of each extra fog, the level of difficulty multiplied. The difficulty of merging fog of 5 different elements into one talisman was as hard as reaching the heavens. When Zuo Mo heard what the other called this talisman, he recognized the danger. He did not have the time to determine where they had slipped up. If they were the least bit careless, they would die here. Being battle experienced, Zuo Mo quickly judged the situation. For against 3, they originally had the advantage of numbers, but the existence of the 5-element fog shield completely took away their advantage of numbers. Once their advantage disappeared, then they were facing danger. In terms of talismans, they definitely could not compare to Ning Yi's group. In terms of cultivation, it was the same. Ning Yi's trio had become famous long ago, and were at least of the second stratum cultivation, while Ning Yi was the peak of third stratum. Their side had all been separated, and what would follow would be each person's attack on them. Damn it! Zuo Mo's mind spun quickly and his hands were not idle. He silently made a seal, and an invisible wind rippled. It was the bone-crushing obscuring flash. Gu Minggong's sound of surprise came from above. This spell is slightly interesting. But this old man will urge you to not waste your efforts. This old man's 5-element fog shield has 5 elements cycling endlessly and is not some illusion. Be obedient and let me capture you. This old man will let you keep your life. The flash wind spread, but the 5-element fog in the surroundings were not affected. As expected, it was not an illusion. Zuo Mo's expression became even uglier. But he was not demotivated. The light void wings on his back lightly shook and he suddenly charged. Yet no matter how he flew, he could not see the end of the 5-element fog. Ha ha! This old man has already said to not waste effort. The 5-element fog will create and subdue each other, cycling endlessly and creating its own world. Even if you have heaven-tearing moves, you cannot leave this old man's 5-element fog shield. Gu Minggong's smug laughter entered Zuo Mo's ears. Minggong, why waste words on them? Ning Yi's cold voice inserted, so boring, these little insects caused the 3 of us to have to make a trip. Minggong, end them. We can finish early, find a place to drink tea, isn't that pleasurable? Master Yuan Xin said, excellent, excellent. Gu Minggong laughed brightly, both of you have elegant leanings. This old man will show his paltry moves. Zuo Mo and the others felt the space tighten around them and the 5-element fog squeezed them from all directions. At the same time, tendrils of 5-element fog coiled around them like multicolored poisonous snakes. The light fog was like iron chains that were extremely strong and they were unable to move a hair no matter how they struggled. Even with the great Mo physique, Zuo Mo's struggle was ineffective. The more he struggled, the greater the power the 5-element smoke on his body passed over. Was today the end? Tian Hangbo licked his lips, his eyes narrowed as he showed a cruel smile. He had a fire repressed in his heart at this time. The prey was in front of him, and his heart was filled with the desire to kill. Behind him were 5 Xiuzha. They either had cold or idle expressions, but without an exception, all of them had murderous presences. These 5 looked to be experienced people that spent long times on the battlefield. Only old-timers could behave so relaxed before a battle. All the Jindan battle show of the Tian family were here, Just these 6 Jindan battle show were enough to deal with a battalion. Behind the 6 were the battle show packed in tightly. Tian Yi Battalion. It was the first battalion of the Tian family that had just returned from the battlefield, Tian Yi Battalion. The Tian family really invested greatly this time. Other than the Tian Yi Battalion, the other 2 elite battalions of the Tian family had also been called here. Tian Yongqing decided to use the chance to capture the Turtle Island. Tian Yongqing had not thought so much to start with, yet Gu Minggong was outstandingly clever, deducing that Zuo Mo and the others would attempt an ambush on Ning Yi. Tian Yongqing was also a smart person. His mind spun and instantly understood. Right now, all the experts of Turtle Island had left, and the island was at its weakest, and had the least number of experts. How could they miss this one in 1,000 chance? Once they captured the Turtle Island with its abundant ling fields, the Tian family could instantly multiply its output and have revenue rolling in. If they took the chance of their increased reputation to recruit talents, no one could stop the rise of the Tian family. Even Su Ling's sect could not stop them. The Turtle Island in front of them was like a beautiful cut of meat that every member of the Tian family drooled after. From today, this piece of meat belonged to the Tian family. The murderousness in Tian Hongbo's eyes grew as he shouted, "Kill!" The Black Battalion was like a black cloud that pressed towards Turtle Island. Translator ramblings: it is the first time Zuo Mo and the others have really tried to plan an ambush. They are not very good at this because of how limited their information is. So the consensus is that Lil Fire is Zuo Mo's playfulness/innocence/. I can see how that works. On a different note, I see the typos you guys point out and thank you for doing so. I just haven't gotten around to doing minor edits. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466, 5-Element Fog Shield. Chapter 466, 5-Element Fog Shield. Such a powerful talisman. Zuo Mo felt the fog chains on his body tighten, his breathing became difficult and he could hear the bone-aching creaks coming from his bones. If the Great Day Mo physique was not so strong, this grinding pressure would have ground his flesh and blood into powder. But the twisting still caused Zuo Mo enormous pain. He unhesitatingly activated the Flame Seal Armor. The fire-red Flame Seal Armor suddenly appeared. It was like igniting oil when the Great Day Banded Flame touched the fog chains. The Great Day Banded Flame grew and covered Zuo Mo's body. He was like a burning ball of fire. At the same time, a vast sword essence shot out into the sky among the roiling fog. A burst of Buddhist chants could be heard. Threads of golden light streamed out of the 5-colored fog that covered the sky, the warm and calm Danya essence filled the space. Xia Shan was inside a 7-colored round shield. This round shield was extremely beautiful and glittered. When the 5-colored fog neared, it was possible to hear the pops as the shield was being corroded. Gu Mingdong's expression changed slightly. The 5-element fog shield was connected to his mind and everything that happened within it was known to him. These 4 people were not easy to deal with. His 5-element fog chains had trapped many heroes before, yet these 4 had so easily broken free. He couldn't help but feel wary. Even though the fog chains were the talisman's simplest killing move, but he still felt insecure that the 4 did it so easily. Ningyi was also shocked, but he was not afraid. He laughed madly and said, "Ha! Not bad, not bad. They have some power. My blood fiend Azura umbrella lacks powerful souls. The Azura is hard to form, and you have come knocking on the door. None of you will escape today." The blood fiend Azura umbrella in Ningyi's hands was made by collecting extremely and corrupt blood fiends. The numerous blood fiends in the umbrella were as vast as the sea, countless innocent souls floating within it as though it was hell. If he could capture powerful souls in the umbrella, he could cultivate the soul into an Azura and the power of the umbrella would grow exponentially. If this umbrella was forged to its limits, it could become its own world. But powerful souls were hard to find. That was until today, when Ningyi found that these 4 all had powerful souls that fit the requirements. That was especially true for that sword show with the black sword. A soul that strong was extremely rare. The stronger the souls, the more powerful the Azura that was forged. If he used this person's soul to forge the blood fiend Azura, he didn't know how strong it would be. Ningyi was overjoyed. If he knew there was such a powerful soul, he would think of ways to kill and capture it, even if he hadn't been asked to. This was a temptation he could not resist. He was really lucky today. Without another word, he leapt at Wei Shang. Yuan Xian's eyes were lightly locked onto that bright golden light. The vast Diana essence exuded through that light caused shock in him, and also his eyes to become red. He came from a small sect, and the Skanda staff scripture was something he had accidentally stumbled on in a cave. He was endowed with great talent, and the Skanda staff scripture was like adding wings to a tiger. His cultivation increased by the day and he gradually entered the ranks of experts. He had used great effort after becoming Jindan to gather all types of materials to forge the Skanda staff in his hand. Yet when he saw the other's pure Diana essence, he still could not stop his eyes from turning red. What the other cultivated was definitely an extremely profound Diana scripture, one even more profound than his Skanda staff scripture. He had completely studied the Skanda staff scripture, and it was unable to help him improve any longer. It could help him become Jindan but could not help him cultivate into Yuanying. His fingers tightly gripped the Skanda staff. Because he was gripping with too much force, his fingers were white. No matter what, he had to take this Diana scripture. Only better Diana scriptures could help him become Yuanying. The Skanda staff in his hand suddenly paused and the copper rings hummed in unison. Among the Buddhist chanting was murderous intent. A divine light was discernible on Yuan Xian's face as he strode directly at Zhongru. As the flame seal armor appeared, Zuo Mo felt the pressure instantly decrease. The Great Day Banded Flame was as powerful as expected and he released a breath. But he still had no idea how to defeat this 5-element fog shield. This 5-element fog shield had all 5 elements, was full of variations, and the other's forging abilities were clearly high, so there were likely many hidden abilities that he had not anticipated. Bone-crushing obscuring flash was proven to be ineffective, which meant that the fog in front of him was not an illusion. Then what was it? Suddenly recalling the formation power he had just detected, Zuo Mo shook. Did this 5-element fog shield contain formation-like changes? The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. The 5 elements enhanced and subdued each other. In formation, there were countless methods that used the 5 elements. The fog was also intangible and could change shape as one willed. In terms of formations, it could add many variations. If that was the case, then this was really a big headache. With a slight investigation using his consciousness, Zuo Mo's expression instantly became even uglier. The 5 types of fog seemed to be mixed together casually, but it hid an undecipherable pattern. And the other had used a secret method that caused these 5 types of fog to remain separate at times, or to merge together in unpredictable changes. Thinking about how the Great Day Bandit flame had just burned the fog, Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Maybe he could use the Great Day Bandit flame. The flame on his body burst out again. He charged towards the thickest part of the fog and heard hissing, "But the flame isn't bad. Pity that you are lacking. It is delusion to think you can defeat my 5-element fog shield with just this kind of move." Gu Minggong's cold voice came. He clearly was angry now. He had relaxed his guard momentarily and his 5-element fog shield had been slightly damaged. He treasured this talisman's and would feel great pain at any bit of damage. Zuo Mo felt the scenery change and the 5-color fog around him became red fog. This kind of fog was red like fire and moved like sharks that smelled blood, furiously rushing at Zuo Mo. Before he could react, a suction force came and the Great Day Bandit flame began to leave his body. Zuo Mo was astounded. The red fog around the Great Day Bandit flame was so thick it was almost tangible. The attractive force had come from the red fog. Fire element fog. A formation. Zuo Mo suddenly reacted and took back the Great Day Bandit flame. It had just been a moment, and half of his Great Day Bandit flame was gone. The fire element fog that absorbed the Great Day Bandit flame. Zuo Mo was both shocked and felt pain in his heart. Such a powerful fog. Such a powerful formation. The other was so skilled it surpassed Zuo Mo's imagination. The other was able to set up a fire-absorbing formation with the fog. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the fire element fog was, it could not absorb so much Great Day Bandit flame in such a short amount of time. He finally tasted the power of the other. As expected of the Seal Immortal. Before, Zuo Mo had put all his thoughts on Ningyi and did not pay any attention on the other two. Now he understood that those with great fame were never insubstantial. Having rampaged in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia, Zuo Mo had never expected that he would be continuously set back when he entered Cloud Sea Jia. This time, he found that he was once again put in a state of life and death, and he found he actually had no solutions. Last time, when he had been caught in the 1,000-gem illusory disc, the Black Gold Seal Soldier of Guxian Tian had been great trouble for him and he almost died. Wait. Black Gold Seal Soldier. A light flashed through Zuo Mo's eyes. But thinking about that guy's wretched and lazy appearance, he felt this idea was unreliable. But he really had no other solutions that he could think of at this time. The Great Day Mo physique was powerful and few were a match, but the opponent's moves were countered and subdued the Great Day Mo physique. Other than this, he still had a killing move, Archaic Wasteland Sacrificial Art. While this move was extremely powerful, it expended a great amount of Ling power. If it was not at death's door, he definitely did not dare to use it. Without another words, he took out the black gold seal paper and channeled Ling power. No response. Thinking about the scene last time, the corners of Zuo Mo's eyes jerked. Did this guy have to be hit to come out? Pia. He suddenly hit the paper seal on his hand. Born to battle. The lazy and drowsy voice sounded again. The Black Gold Seal Soldier appeared in front of Zuo Mo looking at the dark golden features that were the same as his. Even in such a dangerous situation, Zuo Mo felt his mind turn to a mess. Heavens, why did he put his hopes on such an unreliable person? Alright, since called one out, then he would let them all come out. Without another word, he took out all the beast service cards in his ring, and released them one after one. Chung Shitty had given them to him but he had never used them before. Fire-tailed fox, white light butterfly, black and white fork-tailed sparrow. You have a lot of knickknacks. Gu Minggong's snort of laughter came from above his head. Just this trash and you want them to save your life? Ha ha. Listen to this old man, let me capture you. Do not waste your effort on ineffective struggles, and this old man will keep you alive. Gu Minggong's voice was friendly and sincere. Zuo Mo pretended not to hear it, and continuously let out the Ling beasts. After fighting for so long, Zuo Mo had generally gotten the scope of the situation. The other's 5-element fog shield was powerful, but only in the area of formation variations. There was no problem in trapping him, but it would not be so simple if the other wanted to kill him. Understanding the situation, he calmed down. It was pity. If Lil Pagoda was here, that would be good. These 5-element fog would be great nutrients for it. He could only think of other ways now. He hoped that these Ling beasts would be enough to have an effect, at least they had numbers. A Ling beast army, this idea was pretty good. Zuo Mo was slightly proud. His surroundings quickly filled with all kinds of Ling beasts that numbered more than 200. He had used all the beast service cards that Chun Yucheng had given him regardless of the grade. No one would be like him and release so many Ling beasts in one go. The more Ling beasts one released, the harder they were to control. Even a beast breeder like Chun Yucheng could not control several hundred Ling beasts in one go. But Zuo Mo did not care that much right now. It was possible to see what a level he had been pressured into. What Zuo Mo did not detect was a gleaming pair of eyes not far from him that was staring at the Ling beast army he put such high hopes on. And there was the sound of gurgling as this one swallowed. Translator ramblings, Chun Yucheng shows his productivity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467, Strong Offense. Chapter 467, Strong Offense. The sky was a fiery red as though storm of spells raining down had lit the air on fire. Tian Hangbo's expression was comparably ugly to the burning sky. Up until now, they hadn't broken through the island's protective formation. Thunder roiled within the yin-yang thundercloud formation. Lightning occasionally flashed and the silver snakes curved with a frightening presence. But what caused people to feel hopeless was the azure energy that would occasionally appear. They didn't know what those azure energies were, but any spell that encountered the azure energy, no matter how powerful, would disappear. The Tian family started out as Ling plant farmers, but they had recruited a Sealshio that was skilled in formations. But that Sealshio's head was covered in sweat and his expression was distraught at this time. How much longer? Tian Hangbo felt impatient and his voice was murderous. He had never thought that Turtle Island was really a turtle, one that had retreated into its shell. A shell so hard it could break off people's teeth. They had been stopped right outside the formation. If they could not break through the defense of the formation, it would be a serious blow to their present high morale. What caused him even more fury was that Tian Yi had sent a message from the rear with the undisguised disdain. Tian Yi's personality was eccentric and had terrible relations with Tian Hangbo. Tian Hangbo found it hard to tolerate being laughed at by Tian Yi. I don't know. This female show knew Tian Hangbo's fiery temper. She swallowed hard and tried to explain, this island has an expert in formations. The yin-yang thunder formation has been strengthened, and a lightning wood element has been added. There is also a very strange formation on the island that this subordinate has never seen before. This formation. In other words, there's no solution? Tian Hangbo stared at the Sealshio with a dark face. The heart of the Sealshio tightened. He stammered out, this subordinate needs 2 hours, no, 4 hours. Whoosh! Energy flashed through the head of the Sealshio and blood streamed out. What is the use in keeping you? Tian Hangbo's voice was cold. He did not look at the corpse on the ground, turning and ordering, all of you, launch an all-out assault. Anyone that retreats will be killed without question. The people around him shook inside and responded in the affirmative. Battleshio flooded in behind them and encircled Turtle Island, preparing their spells together. Only one troop was stood out, staying motionless. That was Tian Yi Battalion. Tian Hangbo felt great hatred towards them but did not show it on his face. He ordered the other 2 elite battalions to attack at the same time. He resolved that he would take down Turtle Island no matter what. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise his head in front of Tian Yi in the future. To break a formation, other than deconstructing it, there was another method, a strong attack. In theory, when the attack was strong enough, any formation can be defeated. In a flash, numerous spells fell down. Ji Wei looked at the burning sky and praised, this meridional azure ether formation is truly strong. Darren is uncanny in ability to be able to comprehend such a formation. It is a sect protecting formation. With this formation, Darren is able to create his own sect. Sun Bao said simply, he's a sect unto himself now. Ji Wei thought. That was true, there wasn't any difference between Darren and a sect right now. Zuo Mo did not conceal the meridional azure ether formation, and everyone in Golden Crow Camp learned it and understood its wonders. But the more they understood, the more they felt how immeasurable Darren was. Because it was not easy for Zuo Mo to explain the origins of the Jade Scroll, he told them that he had comprehended it himself. Zuo Mo had just wanted to find an excuse, and hadn't expected to cause everyone's admiration. They did not know that the meridional azure ether formation had great origins. A formation that Pu Yao had held onto until now, could it be average? The spells rained down outside but the sky was clear and calm on the island. The formation that was already powerful grew and stronger under Lil Pagoda's control. Regardless of the bombardment, it was like the rock in the middle of the sea that remained unmovable. The two of them were not nervous at all. It wasn't just these two, all the Shouja of Golden Crow Camp had come to watch the spectacle and did not show any fear. Because near them, the Sword Show of Vermilion Bird Camp were waiting to attack. In the dark and cold mountain cave, Shu Long and the others stood around a black pond. Should we go out and help? Owen couldn't help asking. No need, they can deal with it. Shu Long's stern gaze was locked on the MO weapons floating in the pond. Beside him, everyone was anxious, afraid to breathe too harshly. After a while, the black pond started to bubble as though it was going to boil. Shu Long's expression became even more grave as he said in a deep voice, "Do you remember the method I just taught you?" Everyone nodded in unison. The MO weapons recognizes their owners, and all have their own good fortune. It is alright if you do not get one this time, but no one shall feel hate or envy. Shu Long's gaze swept across everyone. Ha, Brother Long is becoming more of a nag. What's there to hate? We're all brothers. The brothers that obtain Mo weapons, you should go out and have a good run. Don't let Vermilion Bird Camp take the attention. That's right. I've been wanting that group of bird people to know the might of US Guard Camp. The competitive relationship between the two camps could be seen from the appellations. The Shouja of Guard Camp called Vermilion Bird Camp the Birdie Camp, and Vermilion Bird Camp Shouja referred to the Guard Camp as Manual Labor Camp. Once the words came out, they caused a chorus of agreement and excitement. They were always discontent that Vermilion Bird Camp frequently ranked first. Shu Long had an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. He usually used this competitive relationship to motivate everyone to cultivate. It seems that the effects were good. The black pond suddenly quieted. All noise disappeared, and everyone looked at the black pond. The quieted black pond was like a glossy and smooth mirror without any ripples. At this time, a MO weapon silently floated onto the surface. A faint but intimidating and pure fiendish energy engulfed the cave without any warning. Every camp guard unconsciously stopped breathing, their eyes pulled towards the MO weapon. This was a curved blade. The completely black blade did not have the least bit of sheen. It had an abnormal curvature and seemed to have an unusual power that captivated and held people's gazes. MO weapons continuously floated onto the surface. The vicious fiendish energy in the cave increased in strength until it was almost tangible. Shu Long and the others felt this was unspeakably pleasurable. For Shouja, this was undoubtedly pure toxic poison, but for them this vicious fiendish energy was like being immersed in a hot spring and extremely comfortable. No one moved even though their faces were full of excitement. They were waiting for Shu Long's command. Shu Long shouted, "Start!" They then eagerly channeled the hardship guard. Killing essence filled the cave. Everyone had serious expressions, releasing as much killing essence as they could and were shrouded in tangible killing essence. The black mist of killing essence seemed to give off an inviting scent. The MO weapons that were inside the black pool were attracted and started to shake. The peaceful black pool was instantly disrupted. MO weapons chose their masters. For all the hardship guards including Shu Long, this was a very novel matter. They didn't even have a general concept of MO weapons, but they knew this could make them strong. Make them more powerful. That was enough. For these hardship guards that were once self-show, following Darren was their own goal in life. Yet they found their combat capabilities was inferior to Vermilion Bird Camp and the effect they could cause with their strength was limited. For this group of people, that lived to follow Zuo Mo, being unable to show their usefulness was even more depressing and uncomfortable than death. Each of them channeled their Mo skill to the max. Their eyes held determination that had gone through hardship. Ningyi looked greedily at Wei Shang. Such an extreme soul. He could smell the purity of this soul, it was so intoxicating. A masterpiece of heaven. Ningyi licked his lips, his long and narrow eyes showing undisguised excitement. Wei Shang did not speak. He could feel the other's great power, the terrifying presence and especially the vicious energy coming from the bloody umbrella in the other's hand that made him feel as though he was in hell. But he did not waver. He never felt fear because of the strength of an enemy. Not in the past, not now, and would not in the future. He was Wei Shang, the one that always went forward. Wei Shang. He looked without fear at the other. Battle intent in his eyes was like sword essence exploding. Only people that were familiar with him would notice a change, he had entered a battle state. The black sword in his hand raised and pointed straight at the other. Why do you uselessly struggle? Ningyi shook his head and smiled slightly as though he was watching a pet play around. Boom! Vast sword essence was like the volcano breaking through the last layer of restraints, exploding into the sky. The space 3 Zhang around Wei Shang seemed to collapse inwards and showed unnatural curvature. The more Ning Yi watched, the more he liked it. Not bad, not bad. A very good seed, good seed. So young and having cultivated sword essence to such a level, you did not waste your soul. An Azura wielding the sword, I like this one. Suddenly, Ning Yi laughed. Why should I waste so many words on you? The mirth at the corner of his lips rose, and his gaze suddenly became vicious. Die. Before the sound landed, the blood fiend Azura umbrella in his hand suddenly snapped open and floated over Ning Yi's head. The blood fiend Azura umbrella slowly spun, releasing a red light and shielding Ning Yi in the middle. A beam of bloody red light that carried a nauseating tang of blood shot at Wei Shang. Wei Shang felt a feeling of extreme danger. Without hesitating, the black sword in his hand struck forth. The space in front of Wei Shang was torn apart by this strike. There was a black void inside that was unknown. The blood light was stopped by this strike. Not bad. Ning Yi snorted coldly. But this is not enough. The blood fiend Azura umbrella spun faster, the bloody light increasing in strength and the nauseating tang of iron growing. What was even more terrifying was that tear in the space was being slowly pressed closed by the bloody light. Translator ramblings, the MO weapon is being rushed over here but it will come back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468, damn it. Chapter 468, damn it. 200 Ling beasts crouched around Zuo Mo. They were extremely quiet and did not make any sounds. The sound of the black gold seal soldier swallowing was clear to hear. Zuo Mo's temples throbbed as he turned around with an unfriendly expression. He saw the black gold seal soldier look yearningly at the Ling beast with a desirous and greedy gaze. He did not notice that Zuo Mo was staring at him, his dark gold atoms apple bobbing. He was clearly swallowing rapidly. Seeing its wretched state, Zuo Mo felt a burning anger. You wasted so many of GE's good materials. Wasted so much of GE's emotions. Wasted so much of GE's time. Made GE be happy for nothing. You. Terrible history. Innumerable crimes, ... Just as Zuo Mo's anger was about to erupt, the black gold seal soldier suddenly turned his face around, pointing at the Ling beasts and asking weakly, they look so delicious, can I eat one? Eat? Zuo Mo's expression instantly darkened. The corners of his eyes continuously jerked and it was like pouring oil onto the hot anger in his chest. But he suppressed the anger and gritted out, if you can defeat this 5-element fog shield, you can eat all of them. If you can't. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the cheer of the black gold seal soldier. Really? The black gold seal soldier's eyes lit up and the gulping sounds increased in volume. He completely disregarded Zuo Mo's furious gaze, turning his face and suddenly opening his mouth to face the 5-colored fog. He suddenly sucked in. Hiss! A shocking scene occurred. The 5-element fog that covered the sky flew straight at the black gold seal soldier's mouth, his mouth was like a bottomless hole. The 5-colored fog flooded in furiously like a whale sucking in water. You dare! Petrified from shock, Zuo Mo heard the shocked and furious shout of Gu Minggong come from above his head. The fog twisted violently, but no matter how it changed, it seemed to be caught tightly by a powerful and invisible hand, unable to escape. Gu Minggong's expression changed greatly. He found that no matter how he channeled the 5-element fog shield, he was unable to escape from this strong suction. In a blink, he actually felt that he was losing control of the 5-element fog shield. This was not possible. Gu Minggong's face was ashen and he felt ice cold. His eyes were full of terror and disbelief. He had spent great effort on forging his 5-element fog shield, and used a whole decade to forge this talisman. From the day it was forged, it was connected to his mind and was almost a part of his body. There never had been a situation where he could not control it. When his connection with the 5-element fog shield started to disappear, he was unable to suppress the terror and hopelessness. Blood climbed into his eyes. He furiously channeled Ling power to drag back the 5-element fog shield. Yet everything was futile. No matter how he channeled Ling power, no matter what spells he released, the 5-element fog shield was still being sucked at a speed that made him hopeless into the mouth of that ghastly thing. What was that thing? He looked with bloodshot eyes at the dark golden black gold seal soldier like a gambler that had just lost everything. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck as he looked at the space around him that was emptied as though he was dreaming. This. The last thread of 5-element fog was sucked into the mouth of the black gold seal soldier. His face was twisted as though he had eaten citrus peel. But when he turned around and looked at the Ling beasts, he instantly turned into smiles. Without a second word, he opened his mouth and sucked again. Like dumplings going into the pot, the ling beasts flew one after the last into his mouth. In a blink, the 200 ling beasts were cleared out. The black gold seal soldier showed a contented expression, gave a burp and then a yawn. With drowsy eyes, he waved at Zuo Mo. Big bro, I'm so drowsy, going to sleep. He disappeared with a snap right after. Zuo Mo had not recovered from his shock. Everything that just happened gave him a great blow to his confidence. The 5-element fog shield was the most powerful talisman he had ever seen, and was even more powerful than the 9-turn Sky Earth disc. Adding on that Gu Ming Gong was also very powerful. It was an extremely strong trap, and was not something that the present Zuo Mo could face. He had realized this before. The 5-element fog shield contained all 5 elements and was full of transformations. Gu Ming Gong was also skilled in formations and had added many formation transformations, so it was even more wondrous. Zuo Mo was certain that Gu Ming Gong still had many killing moves he had not used yet. How could the 5-element fog shield only have just these few changes? But the shock that the black gold seal soldier gave Zuo Mo had not faded. Thinking about the wretched black gold seal soldier, Zuo Mo felt as though he had seen a ghost. The 5-element fog shield was a top 6th grade talismans. It had been defeated by this guy in an instant? Was this a joke? The entire situation reversed so abruptly it was hard to accept. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao and Wei were also greatly shocked by the black gold seal soldier and were robbed of speech momentarily. Give me my 5-element fog shield. Zuo Mo shook at Gu Ming Gong, but he instantly reacted and looked maliciously at Gu Ming Gong. That heart-wrenching cry of fury only drew attention to Gu Ming Gong. Without the 5-element fog shield, Gu Ming Gong in Zuo Mo's eyes was a chicken plucked of all feathers. He also felt a similar feeling that the black gold seal soldier had felt when looking at the ling beasts. Beautifully fat. Clang. The Skanda staff in Yuan Xian's hand accurately struck a golden character. The golden character instantly turned to dots of golden light. But there was no satisfaction on Yuan Xian's face, only wariness. He had originally assumed that since the other was so young, even with a profound dhyana scripture, the other would not be a match for him. But in these rounds of fighting, the other was not at a disadvantage in the least. Yuan Xian's eyes stared at the crossed prayer wheel in Zhong Ru's hands, and his pupils couldn't help but contract. His heart was instantly taken over by jealousy. The Skanda staff in his hand was not ordinary but was lacking compared to the other's prayer wheel. A profound dhyana scripture, a powerful talisman, they are all mine. With a large shout, Yuan Xian's Skanda staff suddenly exploded with light, the copper rings chimed rapidly. Circles of golden light flew at Zhong Ru. Zhong Ru did not dare to underestimate them. This dhyana Xiao had deeper cultivation than him, and should be Jindan 3rd stratum. His cultivation was so deep it surpassed Zhong Ru's imagination. The crossed prayer wheel shook slightly, sutra characters lighting up, falling and flying towards the golden circles of light. Pop pop pop. When they neared the golden circles of light, the sutra characters could not tolerate the enormous pressure and exploded into light. The terrifying pressure flooded towards Zhong Ru. The other had caught on to his shortcomings, his cultivation, and had decided to use the difference in cultivation to beat him down, but Zhong Ru's expression was serious. If the other used this almost savage and primitive method, he did not have many good solutions. When the difference in power reached a certain degree, the advantages in other areas could not provide much help. Zhong Ru's days as a Jindan were short and he had not even touched the peak of 1st stratum. Compared to the other's peak of 3rd stratum cultivation, his was greatly lacking. The two were only 2 stratums apart, but the cultivation difference between the two was more than 10 times. It was one on the earth, and one in heaven. So when Yuan Xian decided to use Ling power to defeat him, Zhong Ru instantly sank into a dangerous situation. Even though he had a 6th grade talisman like the crossed prayer wheel, he could not stop Yuan Xian's attack. It was a pity. If he had forged the crossed prayer wheel more to his wishes, he might have been able to stop these rings of light, but Zhong Ru sighed inside, put away the crossed prayer wheel and put his palms together. Boom! A shadow about 3 zhang appeared behind him with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was the attainment golden body. The attainment Buddha opened one palm and grabbed one of the rings of light. Pia! The ring of light was crushed and the hand of the attainment Buddha was also turned to powder. Yuan Xian's eyes instantly became heated. He looked greedily at the enormous shadow that almost covered Zhong Ru. He felt enormous power from this shadow. If he could also cultivate this dhyana scripture. Unhesitatingly, he poured the Ling power in his body into the Skanda staff. Wei Shang was very disheveled. It had been a long time since he was pushed so far. After becoming Jindan, his sword essence increased greatly by the day as though every barrier was fragile in front of him. It was today when he encountered Ningyi that he felt the difference between him and truly powerful experts. Compared to the three Ren family elders, Ningyi was a Shouja of a different level. In cultivation, Ningyi's peak of 3rd stratum cultivation was 9 times that of Wei Shang. It was only this small because Wei Shang's progress was far beyond normal people and he had reached the peak of 1st stratum in this short period. In terms of talismans, the blood light that Ningyi's blood fiend Azura umbrella produced was enough to push Wei Shang back continuously. Even in terms of battle experience, Ningyi was far beyond Wei Shang. From the beginning, Wei Shang was suppressed on all fields. The sword essence that he was always proud of was completely suppressed by the blood light released by the blood fiend Azura umbrella. He didn't know what the blood fiend Azura umbrella was made out of. It was even able to corrode the void. Wei Shang had not had the advantage once. He didn't even have the chance to attack back. He knew that the other did not use all his might. Otherwise, he would have died already. Was this a game of cat and mouse? He didn't know. He only had one though in his mind: sword strike. Sword strike. Sword strike. Every one of his sword energies was a line of defense. Even though it could only stop the bloodlight for a minuscule amount of time, but he can only continuously release sword essence. One sword after the next to snatch a bit of time for himself. The nauseating tang of blood burrowed into his nose as though it was constantly reminding him death was so close. His Ling power was being consumed at shocking speed. Wei Shang quickly felt the burden. Ningyi's eyes floated with insuppressible excitement. The conditions were about right. Ningyi did not want to leave any flaw on such a perfect soul. He purposefully held his power back in order to press Wei Shang to his limits. A soul at its limits would become more powerful and the Azura forged would be stronger. The time he had dreamt about appeared. Even a vicious person like Ningyi couldn't help but feel excited. The blood fiend Azura umbrella suddenly brightened with its bloody light. Already at the end of his strength, the last bit of sword essence in front of Wei Shang collapsed like fragile glass. The blood light broke through the last line of defense and struck the black sword in Wei Shang's hand. At this time, a change suddenly occurred. This black sword that came with Wei Shang from the sealed extinction battlefield seemed to be awoken from its deep slumber. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo got the easy fight, but Wei Shang is the author's pet favorite. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469, Abrupt Turnaround. Chapter 469, Abrupt Turnaround. The bloody light released by the blood fiend Azura umbrella was pulled by the black sword. In an instant, the black sword, which looked like a horse-chopping saber, had turned completely red as though it was fresh from the forge. Countless fine sword essences simultaneously exploded from the hilt of the sword. Unprepared for the change, Wei Shang's hands were cut up by the large numbers of sword essences. The numerous small wounds had turned his hands into a mess of blood and flesh. Wei Shang made a muffled grunt. He knew that he definitely could not let go of the sword hilt right now. He didn't let go, and gathered his remaining power to tightly grip the sword hilt. Large amounts of blood flowed from Wei Shang's cut-up palms. The entire sword hilt was quickly seeped in blood. The scene that followed looked extremely eerie. The sword hilt covered in fresh blood suddenly soaked up the blood like a sponge. Pangs of heart-boring pain burrowed starting at his hands into Wei Shang's body. Wei Shang felt his mind go blank. With Ningyi's battle experience, he detected something was wrong the moment the black sword changed colors. However, he was only shocked for a moment before recovering his calm. Who didn't have one or two life-saving moves? The difference in power between the Wei Shang and himself was so great that one or two ultimate moves could change the outcome. He did not hesitate in channeling Ling power into the blood fiend Azura umbrella. The bloody light grew and the tang of blood in the air became even more nauseating. The bloody light that the blood fiend Azura umbrella released was keen and corrupt. It was a great toxin for talismans and flying swords. An unknown number of talismans had been ruined by the umbrella. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time quickly slipped away, 10 whole breaths passed but nothing changed at all. Ningyi's expression became slightly ugly. Under his Ling power, the bloody light had become so thick it was appeared to be a bloody waterfall. Yet no matter how intense the bloody light became, that black sword did not react at all. Even Wei Shang, who had been wavering on the brink of collapse, was still standing. A bad feeling rose in Ningyi's mind. He decided to attack at full power to prevent something unexpected from happening. If the cooked duck managed to flew away, then he would really regret it. Just at this time, he suddenly looked and saw Wei Shang's eyes. He couldn't help but freeze. Wei Shang's eyes were empty and had no focus or vitality. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even a person as vicious as Ningyi couldn't help but feel his hairs rise. Suddenly, Wei Sheng took on an extremely strange posture, his body arched, an arm raised like a scorpion that had raised its tail. Ning Yi's heart suddenly jumped, his expression changing. Not good. Before he could react, he saw Wei Sheng stab lightly at the empty space between them. There was no wind, no light, it seemed like a very gentle and weak stab. Pew! The blood light that was as thick as a waterfall was effortlessly cut in two by this gentle and weak stab. The sword presence penetrated the bloody light, striking one of the umbrella ribs. Pia, the rib that was struck, snapped in two. Ning Yi was both shocked and furious. Each umbrella rib of the blood fiend Azura umbrella was forged from the whalebone, from the Yinling whale that he had delved deep into the cloud sea to hunt. Each bone was as hard as metal and was difficult to damage with flying swords. After being immersed in the 100 grievance blood fiend for hundreds of days, each of them was strengthened and was unable to be damaged with flying swords. If his blood fiend Azura umbrella was cultivated into its complete form and formed its own world, then these 13 umbrella ribs would become the pillars that held up this world. How could such hard umbrella ribs be broken so easily? And by a little youth that was in Jindan first stratum with a single sword strike? What Ning Yi found even hard to accept was that youth had just been his prey. The black sword. It was the fault of the black sword. Ning Yi stared hard at the black sword in Wei Sheng's hands, green and white mixing on his face. His eyes carried deep hatred and viciousness, but also a deep terror. The blood fiend Azura umbrella was his life. When this umbrella rib was broken, its power was greatly reduced. Repair was an extremely difficult matter. In the past, he had used all 13 whale bones of the Yinling whale that had obtained on this umbrella and had not kept even one in reserve. It had been good fortune that he was able to kill the Yinling whale. Where was he going to find the Yinling whale now? What made his heart bleed even more blood was Wei Sheng's soul. Such a perfect soul was even more valuable than the umbrella rib. What was the origin of that black sword? That strike just now had been silent, but the black sword strike still gave Ning Yi, a ruthless and vicious individual, a sense of foreboding from the viciousness and fiendishness essence released in that silence. Wei Sheng's empty pupils stared at Ning Yi. For some unknown reason, Ning Yi felt unnameable terror. Suddenly, the black sword in Wei Sheng's hand shook lightly. Ning Yi's pupil suddenly shrank and the fear in him rose. He turned to a ball of bloody light and, without hesitating, disappeared into the horizon. Turtle Island. Just you wait. If I do not avenge myself, I, Ning Yi, will not be able to look at myself. A moment later, Wei Sheng fell face first like a block of wood and fell unconscious. The black sword flipped through the air and silently floated next to Wei Sheng. Even while unconsciousness, Wei Sheng seemed to be supposed by an invisible power and did not fall into the cloud sea. Pia! The last arm of the attainment Buddha and a ring of golden light collided together and exploded. The shadow behind Zhongru was finally unable to withstand the barrage, and after a burst of violent trembling, it disappeared. Zhongru's body shook and his face was slightly white. Yuan Xian laughed viciously. He suddenly breathed, the Skunda staff in his hand shining as he threw it out. The Skunda staff suddenly grew exponentially and like a black shadow, it held intimidatingly as it smashed towards Zhongru. Just as Zhongru was going to be struck to death, a rainbow sword energy suddenly flew out. The rainbow sword energy was like a soft rainbow-colored ribbon and wrapped around the Skunda staff in the air. Xia Shan! Pew pew pew. The light released by the Skunda staff seemed to be slowly corroded and weakened. The size of the Skunda staff also decreased slowly. Yuan Xian's expression did not change and still smiled viciously. His Skunda staff was forged from the yellow copper essence extracted from deep underground. Even though it was lacking compared to that prayer wheel, it was unusually heavy. His throw seemed casual, but it was actually extremely famed skill and called the Skunda throw. The presence was heavy, like a mountain pressing down, and the other would be unable to escape. The other wanted to dissipate the power of this staff with that little bit of sword essence? That was a delusion. Yuan Xian did not look at the Skunda staff, just stared at Zhongru and waited for him to be killed. He could then take the Jade Scroll and the prayer wheel before he would escape the battlefield. With the Jade Scroll and prayer wheel, that little bit of Jingshur he was offered was insignificant. Once he had these two items, he would immediately find a remote and secret place, go into seclusion to cultivate and break through into Yuanying. Xie Shan saw his sword essence was unable to stop the Skunda staff. His expression changed. The situation was dangerous, he could not attend to anything else. All the Ling power in his body was channeled towards the paired mirage swords in his hands. Xie Shan's cultivation was the highest of the four on their side. This explosion of Ling energy, that did not keep anything back, was extraordinarily powerful. A handful of multicolored sword energies appeared in Xie Shan's hands, each as thin as silk threads. these sword energies that were in the thousands as they flew at the Skanda staff. The moment they came into contact with the staff, they suddenly turned soft and wrapped around the staff. Xia Shan glared angrily and breathed out, "Go away." His hand made a grab motion and pulled back, the sword energies that were in the thousands grew in intensity. In this instant, the seven-colored light enshrouded the golden light released by the Skanda staff. The Skanda staff was pulled askew by a thread to the side, brushing by Zhong Ru's body and falling into the deep cloud sea underneath. A thread of shock flashed through Yuan Xian's eyes. He hadn't expected the other was able to save Xia Shan. However, a cold smile came onto his mouth. That sword show's figure was wavering and unable to stand steady. He clearly had used up all his Ling power to avert that attack. Zhong Ru's expression was also pale white, and was also at the end of his strength. Without a word, with a great step he appeared in front of Zhong Ru and reached out a hand to grab Zhong Ru. Pia! The blue soul cold light armor instantly shattered. Zhong Ru struggled to raise an arm and met Yuan Xian's blow. Crack! Zhong Ru's arm broke. Yuan Xian showed a disdainful expression. In his eyes, Zhong Ru was just making his last struggle before death. He prepared the killing move when his expression suddenly changed. Wish power. Like he was bitten by a poisonous snake, his eyes instantly filled with terror, his voice was hoarse and trembling. Gray-white color was like an enchanting vine that spread to his neck. Zhong Ru managed to smile, the blood lotus on his head beautiful and glistening. Compared to Zhong Ru, Wei Shang and Xie Shan, Zuo Mo's battle was the extreme opposite and had gone smoothly. The Black Gold Seal soldier's strange suction had defeated the 5-element fog shield that Zuo Mo was helpless against. The balance of victory had started to tilt towards Zuo Mo. A seal show that lost their most powerful talisman was left to a tragic fate when facing the great Mo physique, which had shocking speed and power. Especially with Zuo Mo's physical way of fighting. The rapid speed caused Gu Minggong to be in a disheveled state. If it wasn't that he had several good talismans on him, he would have been beaten swollen by Zuo Mo. However, he wasn't much better off right now. When his last talisman was split in half by Zuo Mo's midday blade, his face is ashen. He didn't even have a way to escape. His speed was far slower than Zuo Mo, and what made him even more hopeless was that Zuo Mo was in a frenzy. The barrage of attacks didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. He didn't have the time to grieve over his 5-element fog shield. No matter how good the talisman was, if it was gone, he could forge another one, but if he lost his little life, then he wouldn't have anything. He only needed a span of 5 breaths and he could escape. He had a transportation seal which connected to the transportation formation in his residence. If he used it, he could return to his residence. As a seal show, transportation seals were something that they used as lifesavers. How could he forget one? Yet the other didn't even give him a time of 5 breaths. He used all his moves, feints, swindling, conning to try to drag out the time. But the other didn't reply to his words, only charging and killing as though the other held a great grievance against him. Gu Minggong wanted to cry. The one that lost his talisman was clearly himself, the one disheveled was clearly him, but why did the other still look so furious? But how could he know that as Zuo Mo fought, he recalled the 200 Ling beasts he lost? The pain Zuo Mo felt was naturally blamed on Gu Minggong. If Gu Minggong's cultivation wasn't so much stronger than his opponent, he would not have managed to survive until now. This person was young, but he was experienced, as sly as a fox. His life would end here today. His Ling power fading, Gu Minggong's thoughts ended. At this time, a hand gripped his throat. Translator ramblings, Gu wants his money back. Also, Ningyi, did you want unlucky number 13 so badly that you didn't keep a bonus backup? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470, Lil Misorder. Chapter 470, Lil Misorder. Feng Shixiang is well informed. Do you recognize this formation? Li Shu looked from a distance at Turtle Island and said quietly. Beside him was a middle-aged person named Feng Bao. Astonishment showed on his face. It seems a bit like the meridional Azure Ether formation of Azure Sky Sect. Is Turtle Island owned by a disciple of Azure Sky Sect? Azure Sky Sect? Azure Sky is a powerful seal cultivator sect that is very powerful in Black Knight Jia. They do not have many disciples, but they are most skilled in forging and seal creating, so the sect is extremely rich. What is most wondrous about Azure Sky Sect is the sect protecting formation, called the Meridional Azure Ether Formation. It is extremely powerful, Feng Bai explained. Black Knight Jie? Li Shu was slightly shocked. So far away? Very very far. Feng Bai nodded. Why did they run to Cloud Sea Jie? Li Shu's brow creased. I do not know that. Feng Bai smiled and said, what is Shitty worried about? According to what I know, the disciples of Azure Sky Sect are skilled in forging and seals, but they are peaceful and rarely enter conflicts against others. Then it's strange, Li Shu said as he shook his head. Shi Xiang may not know this, while these people from Turtle Island do not cause conflicts, they are not peaceful people. Their moves are vicious and decisive, and the battalion they have are clearly veterans that have been on the battlefield. They would be hard to deal with. There's something like that? Feng Bao said in wonder, then I wouldn't know. Azure Sky Sect is too distant from us. It would require several years to go and investigate. I had only seen accounts of this formation by coincidence. Li Shu seemed to be pondering something and did not speak. Sounds of violent explosions came from Turtle Island occasionally, the lights of all kinds of spells illuminating the sky. The Tian family's explosive barrage of attacks was still continuing. Suddenly, Feng Bao made a light sound. And, the formation has been penetrated? Li Shu woke up with shock and looked over. The Tian family battalions that had been packed in the sky above Turtle Island were flowing furiously towards Turtle Island. Had the formation of Turtle Island fallen? What? Ma Fan thought that he had heard it wrong. Beside him, Lei Peng, Nian Lu and the others were frozen on their spots. Didn't hear clearly? I said you can solve this problem yourselves. Gongsun Sha showed a harmless smile, you have the ability to solve a battle of this level by yourselves. Finishing, he shrugged, spread his hands, and looked away at ease. Ma Fan instantly became frantic. His first response was, damn it, which dumbass had offended Lil Miss? Dragging everyone down to feel the pain. It wasn't the first time something like this occurred. Once someone caused Lil Miss to show this demonic smile, what would follow would cause the Vermilion Bird Camp to be tormented together. When it was serious, even Guard Camp was unable to avoid the calamity. Darren! This is not possible. Ma Fan lowered his voice and said fawningly, without you, we are blind. You are the bright light in the middle of the great sea, our helmsman, only on your hands can we express our greatest power. You are our spine, we can lack anyone but how can we lack you? Even Boss has said you are a gold battle general, . Lil Miss smiled slightly bashfully as though he was embarrassed at hearing Ma Fan's undisguised flattery, yet Ma Fan and the others instantly had a foreboding feeling. Your flattery is slightly sickening but mostly truth. Lil Miss smiled bashfully. Yes. The foreboding feeling increased, but Ma Fan and the others hurriedly nodded in agreement. But I am a gold battle general, that Tian family, at most it is a silver battle general, it is worth of my attention. Lil Miss smiled brightly, his face like a flower, and showed 2 rows of white teeth. You have stayed with me for this long, if you can't even kill a silver battle general, then you might as well cut your own necks. Lil Miss smiled prettily again and everyone felt their backs dampen with cold sweat. I'm not joking. So Lil Miss really wasn't joking. Stumbling and crawling out of Lil Miss' place, everyone huddled together and started to discuss. No way, Lil Miss wants to play us to death? Someone wailed. Don't cry, think of a solution. If we really can't kill the Tian family, wait for it, if we don't cut our own necks, Lil Miss will hand us the blade. Or he might just snap it, that is also possible. Hey Z motioned. Everyone shuddered in unison. Even a fearless person like Lei Peng was slightly white. Especially when the scene of Lil Miss holding a blade as he smiled shyly appeared in their minds. Uncontrollably, they all shook again. Brothers! If the Tian family doesn't die, then we will die. A brother's face was full of grief and excitement. Kill the Tian family. Kill M. Kill M. Everyone's eyes were red as their voices almost blew off the roof of the building. When the noise quieted, Lei Peng's voice rumbled, Old Fan, Aran, you two have the most ideas, quick, think of something. The other people looked at Ma Fan and Wei Ran. In the eyes of everyone, these two were the best at strategizing in Vermilion Bird Camp. Ma Fan had been the core before and with his personality preferred to use his cunning rather than his blade. Wei Ran was not as smart as Ma Fan, but he was a reliable person that was widely trusted. The first to speak was Wei Ran. He said in a low voice, it is not enough to complete this with just our Vermilion Bird Camp. Defeating them is easy, but Lil Miss wants us to kill them. This is slightly difficult. Most importantly, we cannot let any of them escape. Ma Fan's eyes lit up, why don't we use a bolt the door to beat the dog tactic? Bolt the door to beat the dog? We'll let them in and then close the formation of the island. This way, they cannot escape. Ma Fan's eyes were bright. This idea is good. Wei Ran clapped his hands in excitement. The other people also showed excitement. All of them had lots of battle experience, but none of them had experienced being in charge before. Someone quickly added, then we have to be careful if the defeated battle show of the Tian family damages the Ling fields of the island. Yes, yes. Lil Miss is not good to offend, and we can't touch boss. If boss comes back and sees serious damage, then we won't have a good outcome either. NN, we need to have enough manpower. It seems that we really have to ask guard camp for help. Let's do this. Shu Long caressed the great black halberd in his hand. This great black halberd was even larger than the one he had formed from killing essence, and its shape was simpler. There was only a single spike that was shaped like a bird's head, and a dark red blade seemed to have been dyed in fresh blood. What was most eerie was the design, a blue-gray eye on the head of the halberd. From a distance, it looked like a black crow standing on top of a black stick. An intoxicated smile floated onto Shu Long's face as he gripped it in his hands. A feeling of intimacy came from the body of the halberd and made him feel as though it was his flesh and blood. All of the MO weapons in the Black Pond had used totem fragments. Each MO weapon seemed to be alive and caused each of them to have a unique presence. But the presence of the MO weapons were not like the intelligent presences of the talismans and flying swords, but were vicious and dark. It was possible to see their viciousness at a glance. The presence of the black halberd in Shu Long's hands was the most unique. There was no viciousness, just a barely discernible desolate presence. It may be due to fate that Owen received a MO weapon that was identical to the one he had formed from killing essence. It was a dark green spear. The body of the spear was streamlined and etched with complex patterns which made it feel comfortable in the hand. The shape of the green spear was unique. The spear was shaped like a ruler-straight green snake, and the head of the spear reached out of the snake's jaw. The eyes of the snake were eerily open. All 300 MO weapons had chosen their masters. The remaining people could only wait for a future round of forging. At the beginning, people were uncaring because no one had seen MO weapons before, but after the MO weapons came out, everyone had jealous eyes. Each MO weapon was like a piece of art, simple or exquisite, they all caused people's hearts to move. Shu Long raised his head. He saw every person that received a MO weapon were caressing their MO weapons in intoxication. He smiled imperceptibly and then he hid away his smile under a serious expression. Just now, Ma Fan had sent a message explaining the situation outside and also describing their plan. Shu Long did not know why Lil Miss Darren did not act, but he knew that since Lil Miss Darren sent down the order, it could not be changed. Lil Miss Darren rarely directed guard camp directly, but that did not lessen his authority or legitimacy of his orders. He did not learn battle tactics from Lil Miss Darren, and was instead taught by that mysterious person. He did not have any objections to Ma Fan's plan. This plan was actually very good. Okay, clean up and prepare to go. Let them see the power of our guard camp. Shu Long's voice spread into the entire mountain cave. His voice was full of bravado. Receiving the MO weapons, guard camp were like tigers that had wings. The large formation in front of them had suddenly opened. The fertile turtle island was like an inviting female, with legs spread in front of them. Tian Hongbo was full of joy. His already bloodshot eyes murderous as he shouted, "Kill!" The 6 Jindan changed out at the front. The 2 battalions behind them seemed full of adrenaline as they furiously howled and charged with vicious expressions. They feared being slower than the others. The Tian family was like a flood bursting the dam, unable to be stopped. Ling fields appeared in everyone's vision as though they were able to reach out and touch them. Everyone couldn't help but become excited. These Ling fields were going to belong to the Tian family. Possessing Turtle Island, the Tian family would become even stronger. And the service they provided in this battle would allow them to receive enough benefits. No one could stop them. In reality, their breakthrough was unusually smooth. They did not encounter any resistance along the way. No, they did not encounter one person. Wait. The corner of Tian Hangbo's eyes jumped and his expression changed slightly. They didn't encounter one person? Where were the people? At this moment, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He stilled slightly and hurriedly turned around his face. In this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted and the blood drained from his face. Translator ramblings. I'm pretty sure that one-on-one, Gongsun Cha isn't a match for anyone in Vermilion Bird Camp and Guard Camp, maybe Golden Crow Camp as well, but everyone is still so scared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471, Perfect Execution. Chapter 471, Perfect Execution. The sharp howls were like the wails of ghosts that tore through the air. The hum unique to the 3-section wave killing charge caused people's scalps to tingle. The dense pack of swords show were like a barrage of arrows that charged out. They struck as quick as lightning. Tian Hongbo paled greatly. He opened his mouth and wanted to remind everyone, but before he could make a sound, the sword show of Turtle Island had reached them. Bam! Dot. Nearby, a Tian family disciple's Ling armor shattered into countless pieces. The sword energy flashed across this disciple's neck with its remaining power, like a knife slicing tofu. A head flew into the sky. Tian Hangbo even saw the shock on the face of the Tian family disciple. Pia pia pia. Caught off guard, the combat show of the Tian family were struck by the sword lights. The third-grade Ling armor they wore was as fragile as paper mache in front of the others' sharp sword energies, and shattered, blood to spray everywhere. In what seemed like a blink of the eye, hundreds of Tian family disciples were slaughtered by the sword lights. The troops instantly became chaotic. The other was like a burning blade slicing through butter and created a vast corridor of blood among the ranks of the Tian family. In this bloody passage of 20 zhang wide, the blood and flesh of the Tian family disciples sprayed, and they all died standing where they were. But seeing the Tian family disciples die in front of him, Tian Hongbo's eyes filled with blood. The murderousness and viciousness in his chest was like a burning flame. Kill them! He seemed like furious lion that charged first at the sword show. The other 5 Jindan beside him also let out angry shouts at the same time and charged with Tian Hongbo. In this chaotic battlefield, the 6 Jindan were like 6 dazzling suns. The presence they gave off was intimidating, and the presence of the 6 together overtook the Turtle Island sword show. The disciples of the Tian family roared. Their morale that had been dampened by the sudden assault by Ma Fan's group now rose. The 6 Jindan were like 6 sharp arrows that were unstoppable. The other combat show followed behind them, forming 6 streams that leapt at Ma Fan's group. The expressions of Ma Fan and the others changed slightly. They hadn't expected the other to have deployed 6 Jindan. For the present Turtle Island, 6 Jindan was enough to be fatal. If it was only the 6 Jindan, then he wasn't afraid. Their strength was enough to grind the Jindan to death. But the Jindan had so many normal combat show as well, and these 6 Jindan were fearlessly charging at the very front. The situation had become troublesome. Ma Fan and the others knew if they allowed the other Jindan to charge like this, the other side would be in a frenzy. Even if they won, their side would be wounded heavily. But Darren and the others were not here. Wei Ran was the one best at maintaining his composure. Even though the situation was extremely urgent, his voice did not change at all. Withdraw inwards. Stretch the distance between their forces. Everyone was quick-witted, instantly reacting. They did not fight, instead they turned and ran into the island. Seeing the Turtle Island sword show running away, the morale of the Tian family combat increased, and they howled as they chased. The fierce blow that they had just suffered was forgotten, and all of them showed extreme excitement. One side was furiously feeling, and the other was furious pursuing. No one noticed that below them, a pair of eyes that flashed with purple energy and a vicious large bird was watching them. Ma Fan and the others were exceptionally fast. As the troop that had followed Zuo Mo the longest, retreat and escape was a class they had to take. In the past, when Zuo Mo and the other Jindan were present, they would help get rid of the Jindan, so Ma Fan and the others did not have many opportunities to face the Jindan head-on. Having 6 Jindan on their tail for the first time, they put all of their energy into running. Their sword lights were even faster than when they had just charged. But the other was still tightly following behind them, especially the 6 Jindan, who were quickly closing the distance between them. The 6 Jindan gradually separated from the combat show, but this distance was not enough. If they turned around and charged now, then they would be entangled in battle with the Jindan, and the combat show would charge and tear them apart. Kill Jindan first. All divisions, spread out. Lead them out and circle around, ensure they pull away from all the damned cannon fodder. Ma Fan gritted out. The teamwork between these people showed at this time. The entire troop suddenly scattered like a flower blooming. This time, the Tian family combat show were stunned. Who do they chase? Tian Hangbo's eyes were filled with blood as he chased the people at the very front. They looked like the leaders. Those sword show had the highest cultivation of those he saw and should be the leaders of this group. The Jindan beside him hesitated and charged with Tian Hangbo. Tian Hangbo was Tian Yongqing's full-blooded brother, and ensuring Tian Hangbo's safety was one of their duties. The Tian family disciples behind them lacked orders, and their ranks instantly became a mess. Many people scattered into small groups to chase the Turtle Island sword show that were fleeing. The sky about Turtle Island instantly became a mess. Idiot! Tian Yi, who had not charged into Turtle Island, couldn't help but curse. He wasn't on good terms with Tian Hangbo. In his eyes, Tian Hangbo was a brute with courage but had no cunning. What made him the most discontent was that Tian Yongqing had assigned 6 Jindan to Tian Hangbo. His battalion only had 2 Jindan. This was something that the prideful Tian Yi could not accept. After swearing, Tianyi smiled coldly and did not move. In reality, from the beginning to now, the enemy troops were undamaged. The seemingly chaotic scene was an illusion that they purposefully orchestrated. Watching the battle up until now, Tianyi had a preliminary judgment. This was a troop that was very strong. Their charging strength was extremely strong, they had practiced tactics, and they were high cooperative. They could rival his own battalion. If there had to be a shortcoming, it was experts. He had not seen any of the experts in this troop, this caused him puzzlement. Tian Yongqing did not tell Tianyi the battle plan. He had sent Tian Hangbo in hopes he could take the chance to get some service merit. Yet the development of events was not as smooth as Tian Yongqing and Tian Hangbo had expected. Tianyi was not in a hurry. In his view, Tian Hangbo was a Jindan and had 5 Jindan protecting him, so safety was not a problem. As to losses, Tianyi wanted Tian Hangbo to suffer as many casualties as possible. This could show just how strong he, Tianyi, was not. With the skill level of this battalion, they most likely had planned follow-up moves. The Xiuzha following behind Ma Fan and the others decreased. Even 3 Jindan had felt that chasing like this was not as satisfactory as going to kill enemies, so they went in search of other targets. These guys were not very powerful, but were very slippery when fleeing. After chasing for only a few moments, there were only 2 people left by Tian Hangbo. No one noticed the sword show that were flying in all directions in the sky drew out long and strange curved paths. And the other end of these paths intersected at a place hidden from view. It was like the bloomed flower that was closing. Watching from a distance, Tianyi seemed to detect something. His brow creased slightly. His eyes suddenly widened and his eyes showed shock. Heavens, how did they do it? Those complex curved lines only had one destination. How had they done this in such a complex environment? It was hard to imagine. But Tianyi's face quickly changed. Not good. Tian Hangbo was in danger. In his field of vision, Tian Hangbo was lured by the other continuously closer to the intersection point. Tianyi was instantly panicked and shouted, "Advance!" The Xiuzha of Tianyi battalion all paused. Didn't boss say they were going to wait here? Why were they advancing so suddenly? Tian Hangbo's side clearly had the advantage. Do you not have ears? Tianyi shouted angrily. Everyone seemed to wake up and flew towards Turtle Island. Seeing Tian Hangbo rushing nearer to the intersection point, Tianyi felt great panic. He had conflict with Tian Hangbo, but if Tian Hangbo died here, and he only looked on, then there would be great trouble when he returned to the clan. The present leader of the Tian family was Tian Yongqing. It was alright to get Tian Hangbo to lose face, but to have Tian Hangbo to lose his life. Yet from when Tian Hangbo had passed through the formation, Tianyi battalion had stayed at the back. When Tian Hangbo had charged into Turtle Island, Tianyi battalion had not moved a step forward. For the first time of his life, Tianyi hoped his prediction would not become reality. Ma Fan and the others raised their speed to the limits, the howling in the ears drowning out all other noise. They were fleeing for their lives. Jindan, what was chasing them were Jindan. Even if they were half a step into Jindan, when they were facing true Jindan Xiuzha, they still felt a great pressure. Fortunately, they were not fighting by themselves. They were familiar with every inch of Turtle Island. The scenes rushing past underneath their feet indicated to them their position, and their eyes became bright. The howling was still in their ears. Yet at this time, their attention was unprecedentedly focused. A nondescript little hill passed by their feet. The eyes of Ma Fan's group lit up, all the ling power in their bodies vibrating, their extreme speed increasing slightly. This was the moment. Light suddenly rose in the sky above them. The blinding light caused everything they saw to be a white daze. They forced themselves to tolerate the blinding light, their speed maintained as they continued to fly. A sword energy the width of a door brushed dangerously past Ma Fan's body and caused his hairs to stand. This was a signal. Ma Fan seemed to be suddenly situated inside a storm of enormous sword energies. The hum of sword energies filled his ears. The intimidating sword essences flashed past and he would shake every time. This was the large sword energies that the 3-section wave killing charge used to face large-scale targets and experts. Each sword energy was made from the combined power of 3 sword shio, but 100 large sword energies came from all directions and were as packed together as rain as they smashed into an area of 3 zhang around Tian Hangbo and the 2 Jindan. Clang! 100 large sword essences with unstoppable presence collided together. Collision, crumbling, fragmentation, explosion. A light even brighter than the one before exploded forth. The enormous wave of sound carried countless fragmented sword essences. Everywhere it passed, it caused people's minds to blank just like their vision. The entire battlefield became deathly silent. Translator ramblings, perfect teamwork. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, The Balance Tilts. Chapter 472, The Balance Tilts. No matter which side they were on, people were shocked at such a fearsome scene, but this was a perfect operation. No matter if it was Ma Fan's team that had lured the enemy, or the 300 sword show that had come from all directions and silently executed the ambush, including the coordination where the sword energies passed by with a distance of only a hair's thickness, it could all be called perfect. When 100 large sword energies exploded in such a small area, the presence produced was so terrifying that even the two Jindan did not manage to respond before being reduced to ash. Recovering from the enormous explosion, the reaction on the two sides was completely different. The Tian family disciples had dazed expressions. The abrupt change was like a punch that struck their head and stunned them. Many people did not know what had happened, and those with keen eyes felt their heads ring and turn blank. What followed were ashen faces. For Ma Fan and the others, even though this attack was filled with luck and was unable to be repeated, it inspired their morale. Ma Fan and Wei Ran felt their confidence increase. The hint of timidity that was caused by the absence of Lil Miss also dissipated. Some of the sword show of Vermilion Bird Camp still had disbelief on their faces. The actions they had planned and carried out had successfully ambushed and killed two Jindan. In a battlefield that was small and enclosed, the death of two Jindan could change many things. In this perfect operation, the ambush was the signal for the full-scale counterattack from Vermilion Bird Camp. When the Tian family disciples still had cluelessness on their faces, the sky full of sword hums were like fatal noises that sounded in unison, but the large Turtle Island gave the Vermilion Bird Camp sword show a large battlefield so they could continuously accelerate and charge. One side was confused and puzzled, the other had increased morale. The chaotic battlefield instantly became one-sided. Sprays of blood erupted, howls, and people continuously fell down. There were Tian family disciples that resisted, but as the conflict between the two sides increased, their hearts became chilled. Hands holding 5th grade golden crystal sword, wearing 4th grade blue soul cold light armor, the Vermilion Bird Camp sword show looked like rich tycoons facing the Tian family disciples that mostly wore 3rd grade Ling armor. When facing a sword show that was outfitted like this, it would cause one to feel helpless from the bottom of their hearts. If the other's sword strike did not kill them, it would wound them, and they would need to attack 3 times in a row to possibly cause damage to the enemy. If the difference in talismans between the two sides was not enough to deflate their courage, then the enormous difference in tactics caused their hopelessness to spread. The Turtle Island sword show were like packs of cunning and vicious wolves. They never moved alone, always in groups of 3 to 5. Even if the enemy was one person, they would still surround them in groups of 3 to 5. If they encountered a strong opponent, these fragmented little teams would nimbly gather from all directions and furiously charge. Their charges were furious and inexhaustible, their sword lights sharp and unstoppable. They were cold and merciless, they were regulated and well organized, they were trained tactically. They were like demons that were born from the eerie fires of hell and carried the presence of death. The sky seemed to be dyed red by the sprays of blood that erupted. The crisscrossing cold sword lights were the magnificent flowers when death captured life. The weak defense of the Tian family disciples were drowned completely in the endless sword lights. Tian Hao's lips were trembling as his body uncontrollably shook. The sky full of sword howling was like countless owls croaking. He felt that he would be torn up in the next instant. He wasn't a novice, and was the elite of the battalion. He had seen situations of many sizes. But he still uncontrollably shook. He understood that the intimidating howling of the enemy attacks was the result of purposefully loosening their control of Ling power, but he still uncontrollably felt fear. He had never thought there would be a day that he would face such fearsome enemies. The talismans and flying swords that were worthy of envy and jealousy were not enough to defeat a battle-hardened veterans. He had killed many enemies with more powerful talismans than he had. This group of enemies gathered and scattered suddenly and were hard to predict. Each charge would be decisive. No matter how bad the situation was, or what advantage the enemy had, they would always maintain their little tactical formations. They were like machines that only knew to slaughter, they did not deviate, and did not make one mistake. There was nothing more frightening than this, or could make Tian Hao feel more hopeless. He suddenly felt the Tian family was so stupid. Why had they challenged an enemy that was so much powerful than they were? The sword lights in the sky grew and brushed through the sky like a comb. No matter how the enemies within the sword light struggled and resisted, they were like fragile bubbles that popped upon contact. As the advantage on one side increased, the rhythm of battle would quickly increase. Another Jindan fell. From beginning to now, the 6 Jindan were important targets that Vermilion Bird Camp focused on. This Jin Dan had been dragged down by 150 Vermilion Bird Camp Swordshow and died due to using up all of his Ling power. Even the 3 remaining Jin Dan felt their courage flee, much less those Tian family disciples. In this short period of time, 3 Jin Dan had died. They had never been through such a desperate battle. It was too frightening. They were Jin Dan and had more experienced eyes than other combat Shio. The golden flying swords in the hands of the enemy sword Shio was a frightening high degree, and even more powerful than the most outstanding 4th grade flying swords. Being even stronger than the most outstanding 4th grade flying swords, so what grade was it? Looking at the matching golden flying swords, they didn't dare to think. Flee. Losing their courage, the Tian family disciples ran away in a disorganized manner. They just wanted to leave this fearsome place as fast as possible. They did not put up any resistance because any resistance would affect their speed of escape. There was only one thought in their minds. Flee. Flee as fast as possible. What family laws, what disciplehood, that was all thrown away at this time. It was unknown who it started with, but at this time, the ranks collapsed like an avalanche. All of the people shouted and then turned and fled for their lives. The fleeing crowd and the Tianyi battalion that had rushed over at full power now collided together. Tianyi's face suddenly changed. The combat Shio at the front of the battalion shifted. Those clansmen that were completely in a frenzy charged into their battalion. In the eyes of these Tian family disciples that had lost their last threads of bravery, if they neared the Tian family battalion, they would be able to survive. The defeated soldiers flooded at Tianyi battalion like a tide. Do not collide, Tianyi shouted urgently. His pupils suddenly expanded and his voice stopped abruptly. Sword light. All over the horizon. An angry wave composed from numerous sword lights were tightly following behind this group of fleeing soldiers and were aimed at him. Tianyi glared angrily, but his brain was still clear as ever. He knew if he hesitated in this moment, the entire troop would be lost. He shouted furiously, kill. Tianyi battalion had gone to Blood Sky Metropolis. Jia had had more battle experience than normal battalions. These combat Shio might not bear to do it, but they understood if their battle formation became disorganized, then they would all die. Their eyes were red as they shouted at the top of their lungs, kill. Those Tian family disciples never had expected that Tianyi battalion would move against them. Unguarded, blood sprayed out and 70 or so Tian family disciples died instantly. Tianyi's move was cruel, but it was effective and showed his decisiveness as an exceptional silver battle general. But he did not know that underneath their position, there was another troop waiting for them. The bright and beautiful sword lights attracted everyone's gaze. The appearance of Shu Long's group was silent and did not attract any attention. The 300 hardship guards that had just received Mo weapons were so silent they were like statues. Shu Long coldly looked at the sky, his handsome face calm. Shu Long could not be said to be a battle general, but he had received Pu Yao's teachings and his eyes were not lacking. Pu Yao had once thought of nurturing Shu Long into a battle general, but the path of Yao battle generals and Mo battle generals were completely different paths. Only a freak like Zuo Mo could naturally feel the power of others. However, Shu Long did not lack the knowledge and judgment that a battle general should have. He could see that Ma Fan's group had the advantage. Guard Camp and Vermilion Bird Camp were in a competitive relationship, but that was a deliberate manipulation by Shu Long and Ma Fan. Shu Long had a deep understanding of the combat capabilities of Vermilion Bird Camp. He knew very well when Vermilion Bird Camp held the advantage in battle, then it wasn't far from the end of battle. So he did not move, and stealthily hid, waiting to give those defeated soldiers a fatal blow. But when he saw Tianyi battalion coming to aid, he changed his mind. In boss words, that was a fatter sheep. Born a sword Shio, Shu Long had endurance other people could not rival. He silently waited for a chance. Until this moment. Kill. Shu Long bellowed as the black halberd in his hand stabbed into the sky. The black mist that surrounded the black halberd formed a 3 long halberd shadow that howled into the sky. Kill. 300 hardship guards shouted together and attacked with the MO weapons in their hands. 300 black misty shadows of various shapes were 300 shrieking crows that shot at Tianyi battalion in the sky. The black mist released by the hardship guards merged into one patch that moved relentlessly. It was the Crow Fiend MO kill formation. Shu Long's black halberd shadow was like an enormous nail that pierced into the ranks of Tianyi battalion. Pia, a moderate explosion, the halberd exploded and turned to a thick ball of black mist that covered dozens of combat Shio. The 300 black shadows that came after exploded at the same time and became thick black mist that covered half of the Tianyi battalion combat Shio. Tianyi battalion was preparing for the incoming sword energy attacks. This sudden change caused confusion to spread through the ranks, resulting in chaos. Tianyi was both shocked and angry. He was shrouded in the black mist and couldn't even see his fingers. So vicious. At this point in battle, to use this kind of spell to obscure their vision, they were really vicious. Shocked and angry, he yelled, all on defense. Prepare to face sword energies. Just at this time, the black mist that seemed harmless and only served obscured people's vision suddenly bared its fangs. Translator ramblings: even way back when Zuo Mo finished his fight against the Clear Sky Old Forefather, he noted that he could have technically taken him down with the Vermilion Bird Camp at that time. This is really a numbers game with tactics at this specific point and level of power between Ningmai and Jindan. But don't expect this to always be true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, Fatal Blow. Chapter 473, Fatal Blow. Tianyi felt the situation was terrible. He didn't know what talisman the black mist had been forged from, but it was extremely thick, obscuring their vision. In front of him was a black expanse so thick he could not even see his fingers, but he could clearly sense the nervousness of the guards that were next to him. The attack that followed definitely would be ferocious. The attack wave constructed from countless sword energies caused him to feel deep worry, even though he had only managed to take a glance. His battalion was strong offensively and weak defensively. The defensive formation they usually practiced, the Sky Sunflower Guard formation, was not an outstanding defense formation. He was doubtful about how long the Sky Sunflower Guard formation could hold up under such a strong charge. He already prepared himself for losing his soldiers if it wasn't for this black mist. Even though there would still be losses, this situation would lead to many more than he previously expected. He had absolute confidence in his command, yet what shocked him and surprised him was that the Sky Ray Treasure Lens was completely ineffective against this black mist. The Sky Ray Treasure Lens was the most important talisman on his body and was his only 6th grade talisman. It could see through illusory spells and techniques, could view things outside 1,000 li, and could be called a wondrous treasure. The Sky Ray Treasure Lens was the top reason that they had managed to survive in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia. Yet this talisman that never failed him before was ineffective today. Because of the island formation, he had been unable to view the island from the outside. The Sky Ray Treasure Lens was also non-responsive against this black mist, and had made Tianyi suspect that it was broken. This black mist was probably a special talisman, but Tianyi thought about this, but more of his attention was placed on the sword energy wave that was soon to arrive. After roaming in Blood Sky Metropolis Jia for a long time, he had seen many strange talismans, one stranger than even this, and naturally did not feel great wonder. Suddenly, a light grunt came from beside him. However, this did not attract Tianyi's attention. The howling of the sword energy wave was like thunder in comparison, and the entire sky seemed to be trembling from its approach. Under this terrifying wave of sound, no one paid attention to the occasional grunts that sounded from inside the black mist. Everyone's nerves were stretched tight, and Sky Sunflower Guard formation was channeled to its maximum. The first to detect something was not right was Tianyi. His face suddenly changed. Not good. There was a plot. The tang of blood was faintly discernible and the black mist seemed to prove his speculation. Unafraid of anything, Tianyi's face was ashen. His expanded pupils were full of disbelief and also had deep terror. Sky Sunflower Guard formation. It was Sky Sunflower Guard formation that was telling him. As the main commander of the battalion, every change in the battle formation would be reported to him. He has just noticed that the power of the Sky Sunflower Guard formation was slightly less than half its usual strength. This discovery almost stopped his breathing. This wasn't possible. He was not an useless person and he had relied on his actual skills to obtain this position. In just an instant, he understood everything and was dumbstruck. In this short period, only 2/3 of the combat show were left in the Sky Sunflower Guard formation. How was this possible? He almost didn't dare to believe this result. This battalion's members had been hand-picked by him. He had taken them to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia and gone through many hardships to bring them back to Cloud Sea Jia. These subordinates that were unwaveringly loyal to him, he understood them better than anyone. They definitely would not make such a fatal mistake at such a crucial time. The only possibility was that 1/3 of the combat show had been assassinated unknowingly. He suddenly realized that the black mist wasn't used to just obscure their vision. It hid a murderousness plot. At this time, one of his personal guards slumped over without any strength. "A Yong!" Tianyi shouted in shock. For the first time, he felt terror. The black mist that was almost tangible in front of his eyes seemed to hit a vicious beast that could not be seen and would consume lives at any moment. Tianyi's shout did not attract the attention of other combat shio because of the sword energies, but The howling of the sword energy great wave drowned out everything, like the howling and barks of countless Xiao beasts. They charged like a tide, furious and bloodthirsty. Bam bam bam. Facing this terrifying wave of sword energy, the light of the defensive formation was as fragile as glass, and upon contact, it turned to powder in the black mist. The collapse of the battle formation undoubtedly signaled the fate of this group of combat Xiao. In battles between battalions, when their formation was shattered, especially their defense formation, that meant failure. The talismans on the soldiers' bodies were not any different than papier-mâché in front of the vast expanse of sword energies. The combat Xiao that lost the protection of the battle formation didn't even have time to wail before they were torn to pieces by the flood of sword energies. The moment the battle formation shattered, Tianyi knew that they had lost this battle. Lost completely. His terror disappeared, and he showed the rebellious smile he usually had. Dying under the sword of such an opponent, it was a worthy death. Flee! 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 The three Jindan were like homeless dogs, hating that their parents hadn't given birth to them with a pair of wings. In their frantic retreat, none of them displayed the usual composure of a Jindan. They had originally prepared to flee towards the Tianyi battalion, as it was the top battalion of the Tian family and was very strong. If they could run there, they should be safe. The three of them were Jindan Cultivation, and Tianyi would definitely recruit them. If they could help Tianyi get some combat service, then they would find it easy to return home. They were different than those others that were recruited from the outside. They were born Tian family members, and their own family members were in the clan. If they were not forced to, then they would not leave the Tian family. Who knew the Tianyi battalion that they put their high hopes on couldn't even stand up under one encounter and had turned to ash? The three completely lost of their courage. That was Tianyi battalion. The true top battalion of the Tian family. A battalion that could rank in all of Cloud Siege. Ow. How could it be destroyed just like that? Terror was like a powerful poison that spread to every corner of their body and ate at every one of their nerves. There was only one thought in their minds: stay far from this ghastly place. Farther. They flew furiously. Yet what they had not expected was that because their speed was much faster than other combat Xiao, they were extremely eye-catching and had attracted Lil Pagoda's attention. Before, Ma Fan's plan had been to bolt the door and beat the dog. They were to lure the Tian family into the island, and then close the large formation to destroy all of them on the island. Yet no one had expected Tianyi battalion to not advance with the others, and not enter Turtle Island as they had expected. Due to this, Lil Pagoda still had not received the order to close the island formation. But when Lil Pagoda saw the three Jindan about the escape from the island formation, it became panicked and instantly closed the formation without a word. In a blink, black clouds appeared in the sky. Thunder roared in the cloud layers, and silver snakes arced. The black clouds came extremely quickly, as though it appeared out of everywhere. The expressions of the three Jindan changed dramatically. They were not dumb and understood what the other intended. To kill them all. Among the thick black clouds, the curving electric snakes caused their hearts to tremble. The terrifying power was like a storm that blew against the weak mental barriers of the three. Yet the last straw that broke the camel's back was the azure light that was faintly discernible. The three felt themselves frozen, and all of them had hopeless expressions. When had they ever been pushed to such a hopeless state? After becoming Jindan, failure and setbacks seemed to distance themselves, and they were forever the objects of admiration. But right now, the hopelessness on the person leading gradually turned to viciousness. His face was twisted, his eyes full of uncaring frenzy as he shouted, "Brothers! Kill one to break even." His harsh and hopeless voice suddenly stopped, his expression freezing on his face as though he became statue in a flash. He dropped down from the sky, bam, and hit the ground heavily. There wasn't a thread of life on his body. Following the fall of their fellow, the Jindan seemed to see a ghost. There was a wooden-faced young female and a large bird silently standing near his body. The young female did not have any expression on her face, her eyes empty and without emotion. The large bird beside her was staring with a vicious expression at them. Was it this seemingly lifeless young female that had just attacked? They found it hard to believe. This young female did not seem to be exceptional in any regard, and they were even unable to feel any Ling power vibration from her body. No one told them the answer. Endless terror consumed their minds. Other than terror, their eyes could not hold anything else. The bravery to drag others into death with them was erased by this eerie attack. This was an eerie place. Everything was so eerie. Otherwise, why would they have been defeated? Why did Tianyi battalion get defeated so quickly? Why did they have to die here? Why was not one person able to escape? Everything was like a nightmare in front of them. Their gazes were scattered and their presences became chaotic. They heard a clear chirp among their blurriness, and it seemed to have a threat of disdain. What followed was a pain in their chest, and then they did not know anything. Looking at the black clouds that shrouded the entire Turtle Island, Li Shu showed a serious expression. At his side, Feng Bai's expression was shocked. Is all of Tian family going to die here? I hadn't expected that this Turtle Island's strength was so. It isn't bad. Li Shu did not speak. Feng Shixiang said that Turtle Island wasn't bad, but it could be heard from his tone that he was indifferent. This was very normal. Feng Shixiang was just passing through Cloud Jie and did not understand the Tian family's strength, so he would be like this. But Li Shu understood the Tian family's strength, and deep worry entered his eyes. Translator ramblings: Li Shu is the person that persuaded Ning Yi to take the job of killing Zuo Mo and the others. On another note, Tian Yi really got dragged down by his family. He only came because he was ordered to do so and failed because the family patriarch's brother was not a good commander. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474, A Visit from Liao Qichang. Chapter 474, A Visit from Liao Qichang. After victory of the battle at Turtle Island, Lil Miss did not hesitate and instantly retaliated against the Tian family. Their battalions killed, the remaining Tian family forces were not a match for Vermilion Bird Camp and quickly collapsed. Even the old Master Tian that was in seclusion in hopes of breaking through to Yuanying had to come out to save them. Yet Zuo Mo and the others had returned by this time. With all of the experts in attendance, even though old Master Tian had Jindan third stratum cultivation, he could not stop Zuo Mo and the others from ganging up on him and was killed. The battle that occurred between Turtle Island and the Tian family astounded all of Suling City. The Tian family's instantaneous destruction was a great blow to many people, especially those businesses that had allied with the Tian family to work against Turtle Island. They were terrified, and many of them even fled Suling City during the night. What was worthy of speculation was Suling Sect's attitude. Suling Sect had not reacted to such a significant event, as though they did not notice it had occurred. Having taken over the Tian family's territory in Ling Fields, Turtle Island jumped to become the second power of Suling City, and its reputation shot up. The news that followed after pushed Turtle Island's reputation to even greater heights. Someone found had Yuan Xian's bones. Yuan Xian was found on a desolate island. His fleshly body had been destroyed, only leaving behind pale white bones. If it was not his personal effects and artifacts that proved he was Yuan Xian, no one would connect this pile of white bones to the top-ranked expert of Cloud Jie. Yuan Xian was dead, Ning Yi and Gu Minggong had disappeared. The businesspeople of Suling City entered a period of unprecedented terror. The businesses that could escape Suling City all ran, while many of the remaining businesses could not leave Suling City, due to various reasons, could only await their fates. The news of the Tian family were nightmares that did not allow them to rest at night. Suling City was full of terror. At this time Turtle Island was full of joy and cheer. This battle had been a dangerous one, but they had achieved victory in the end. Starting from yesterday, everyone was inventorying the spoils, and all of them couldn't help but smile. The richness of the harvest this time surpassed everyone's predictions. The Tian family was very rich, as would be expected of a family with a long history. It dazzled Zuo Mo's eyes and caused him to drool. He finally knew that he had underestimated these local families. In just Jingshi, there were 36 6th-grade Jingshi, and the talismans of various types were innumerable. There were 2 6th-grade talismans. Other than the Sky Ray Treasure Lens, the other was a rare 6th-grade Ling Plant Talisman, Earth Spirit Matter Conveying Stone. He had taken the Earth Spirit Matter Conveying Stone from the body of the old Master Tian. He didn't know what this stone was forged from. It could continuously release Ling power, and nurture all substances. It was a wondrous treasure. Even Zuo Mo had never seen such a wondrous talisman before. There were also many 4th and 5th grade talismans, but they no longer interested Zuo Mo. He gave them as rewards to the members with outstanding accomplishments in battle. What were the most numerous was the Tian family's Ling fields and Ling mines. The Tian family had started out as Ling plant farmers, and even Suling Sect could not compare to them in terms of Ling fields. The Tian family also had the largest number of Ling plant farmers. Under the soft and hard tactics from the Tian family, these Ling plant farmers had signed death contracts. Now that the Tian family was defeated, they also became Zuo Mo's spoils of battle. However, Zuo Mo had decided not to reveal the formations on the Ling fields of Turtle Island to these Ling plant farmers. He wasn't ignorant and understood this method that completely upended the traditional Ling farming methods, and would create endless trouble for him if it was revealed. Before he was strong enough, there could only be one outcome. With so many Ling plant farmers, he didn't need to worry at all and only needed to send a few people to supervise the production. This was a hen that would continuously lay golden eggs. Island Master really is powerful. Outside the island, Liao Qichang's voice passed over the distance. Zuo Mo leapt into the air and welcomed him. He saw Liao Qichang and Su Zhangwei come together and raised his folded hands in a greeting. Mr. Liao, Elder Su, long time no see. Su Zhangwei hurriedly returned the greeting and his tone held a threat of awe. Island Master, long time no see. If it was said he had just been shocked at the power of Zuo Mo and the others, now he really felt awe. The enormous Tian family had been turned to dust in the blink of an eye. The power of this turtle island wasn't just awe-inspiring, it was terrifying. Liao Qichang laughed brightly. Island Master's fight tactics are uncanny and will be a classic, but this is just good luck. Luck. Zuo Mo pretended to be humble as he spoke, but he still felt proud inside. Liao Qichang shook his head and said, luck? Island Master is incorrect. Who can destroy the Tian family based on luck? Only people with great charisma and skill can do it. Even that battalion ranking can't stay still. 32, a rank that even the Su Ling battalion has never held. It seems the name of Turtle Island is going to spread through the entire Cloud CGF. Zuo Mo tried to act humble, but he still couldn't help but smile. These were clearly the mannerisms of a lowly person that had accomplished their dream. However, it had not gone to his head. He hurriedly said, that doesn't count, doesn't count. What have you come for this time? He saw Liao Qichang say with a smile, this one has come this time for 3 matters. Zuo Mo replied, what 3 matters? The first matter is to congratulate Island Master for your great victory. Zuo Mo's expression did not change. He asked, many thanks, Mr. Liao. Then the second matter? The second is about the Azure Ether. This one has remembered the Azure Ether matter that Island Master mentioned and has searched around. This one finally found it recently and is delivering it personally, as to not distract Island Master from your affairs. When Liao Qichang finished speaking, he took out a transparent glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a ball of azure substance that was like cloud or mist but not that slowly flowed. As expected, this was Azure Ether. Zuo Mo couldn't help but show joy. The meridional Azure Ether formation on the island only lacked the Azure Ether and it would then be perfect. In the battle this time, the power of the meridional Azure Ether formation had showed itself. If it wasn't for the meridional Azure Ether formation, and there was only the Yin-Yang Thunder Cloud formation, the enemy would have managed to break through long before Vermilion Bird Camp had fully prepared. What is the selling price of this Azure Ether? Zuo Mo's eyes were burning. Liao Qichang smiled slightly and said, this is hard to find but its price is not high. This bottle of Azure Ether is a present for Island Master. It is this one's gift of congratulations for Island Master's victory. Finishing, he gently handed the glass bottle to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo received it and it disappeared in a flash. There was no shame on his face. Then many thanks, Brother Liao. Liao Qichang smiled slightly. The bottle is crystal clean light bottle. It is a bottle that is good for capturing substances such as clouds, mist, and flowing it. So this is for Island Master as well. Many thanks, Brother Liao. Zuo Mo was slightly moved this time. To say of nothing else, just this mannerism of gifting was not something normal people could afford to do. Then the third matter? Zuo Mo asked proactively. He also knew the other wouldn't give him talismans for no reason. He must have a request for the third matter. As long it was not a difficult matter, he would consent. This third matter is this one wants to ask Island Master for mercy, Liao Qichang said slowly. Mercy? Mercy for what? Zuo Mo did not understand. Liao Qichang sighed lightly. When this one heard that some businesses had allied with the Tian family to scheme against your island, this one knew it was not good. Yet my warnings did not carry weight, and they did not listen to this one's urgings. With Island Master's great victory, they are fearful and cannot rest at night. Originally, this one did not plan on interfering in this matter. One needs to pay their debts, but they have some connections to this one, and have pleaded to me for days. This one really cannot bear it, and has come with a thick face to ask for a favor from Island Master. Please, spare them. Zuo Mo's face turned dark. He hadn't expected Liao Qichang to ask for mercy on behalf of those people. Those businesses had allied with the Tian family to suppress him from the beginning. He opened cultivation classes, they tried to stop it by using their power. Then they had a share in hiring Ning Yi, Yuan Xian, and Gu Minggong. Zuo Mo was never a generous person. It was the opposite. He was vengeful and would settle his debts, he would repay favors and take revenge. From the beginning, he had noted it down and waited to settle the debts later. Liao Qichang actually was asking for mercy for these people. Liao Qichang knew that this request was one that difficult. Even though the battle between Ning Yi's group and Turtle Island was a mystery, but it was possible to see the life-threatening danger involved from the death of Yuan Xian. No one would easily spare those that had almost killed them. They are extremely regretful and know it is not possible to escape their crime. Every family is willing to give their leader to Island Master to determine their fate. Also, Island Master, please accept these 10 pieces of 6th grade Jingshi. They only hope to preserve some part of their family. Island Master, please spare them. Liao Qi took out a yellow little bag and handed it to Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's expression eased slightly, but he did not immediately take the Jingshi. He looked at Liao Qi and said, "Those that were responsible for starting this matter need to take responsibility." Liao Qi understood that Zuo Mo's words were a death sentence for these people. Those clans would definitely deliver the heads of these people for the sake of their families and to calm Turtle Island's anger. He nodded crisply and said, "All right." Zuo Mo now took the Jingshi and said, "This time, I will spare them because of Brother Liao. If they have other thoughts in the future, then do not blame this one for being impolite. That is natural." Liao Qi smiled as he was relieved of a great burden. He hadn't wanted to take this hot potato, but they had slowly ground down his resolve, so he had forced himself to come. However, the success of this negotiation was also beneficial for him. His reputation among the businesses would grow and no one would openly contend with this businesses. Zuo Mo was also very content. The 10 pieces of 6th grade Jingshi was a great surprise, and by executing those responsible, it would intimate the businesses of Suling City. This was the best result. Turtle Island had just swallowed the Tian family and did not have a stable foundation. Even though he did not know why Suling sect had not made a sound this time, the other definitely was paying attention in secret. It was not hard to make trouble for those little businesses. But for Zuo Mo and the others that had recently come to Suling City, it was not a wise decision to make enemies everywhere. Rampaging and charging everywhere was something only a rash person would do. How could the cunning Zuo Mo do such unprofitable business? Since the other side had given Zuo Mo enough to show their respect, Zuo Mo was naturally willing to take a steps off the stage. Getting rich without a lifting of finger was the best plan. After all, the fat piece of meat, the Tian family, could not be digested in a short period of time. Translator Ramblings, the Establish in New Territory arc has now ended. I'm sure it is a great letdown for most of you that there was no epic fight between the Tian Yuanying and Zuo Mo's group, but let the wealth of the Tian family comfort you. On another note, Zuo Mo doesn't care so much for lower grade talismans. Maybe this is a sign that he is progressing on his path to recovery from his obsession with Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, Meridional Azure Ether Formation. Chapter 475, Meridional Azure Ether Formation. Zuo Mo stopped in the air above Turtle Island. Looking down at the enormous island, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Suddenly, he spread his arms and gathered all the Ling power in his body. Pia pia pia. 108 meridional azure ether spikes shot out of the earth and silently floated around him. Zuo Mo's expression became serious. He took out the crystal clear light bottle from his ring and lightly plucked out the stopper. A ball of azure ether continuously flooded out of the mouth. This azure ether was extraordinarily beautiful. It was cloud-like and mist-like, but not either of them with an indigo azure color. When it wafted out, it did not dissipate but floated in the sky and slowly swirled. Zuo Mo's 10 figures flew furiously. Streaks of Ling power lights rose and extinguished on his fingertips, the light blooming and profound. Zuo Mo's eyes suddenly became bright as he shouted, "Ha!" A streak of light left his hand and entered the azure ether. The azure ether suddenly froze and then exploded. It turned to 108 threads of azure smoke and shot into the meridional azure ether spikes. Zuo Mo's expression became even more stern. His right hand moved and a meridional azure ether spike flew in front of him. Zuo Mo didn't seem to make a move, but a thread of Great Day Banded Flame appeared soundlessly in front of him that swallowed that meridional azure ether spike. The azure ether within the spike was stimulated and shifted restlessly, causing even the Great Day Banded Flame to be tinged with azure. About an hour later, the azure tinge in the Great Day Banded Flame retreated and it became a golden flame once more with differently colored bands. The meridional azure ether spike once again returned to Zuo Mo's hand. There was a long and narrow azure ether seal was on the body of the spike, which now glowed and exuded a faint power. Zuo Mo showed a satisfied expression on his face. His right hand moved and another spike flew. The refinement process started again. He forged the spikes one after the other. He would rest when he was tired, and then continue when his Ling power was replenished. As he continuously forged, his skill became more practiced and he had a deeper understanding of the azure ether seal that caused his speed to increase. After 3 days, the reforging of the 108 meridional azure ether spikes was completed. The reforged meridional azure ether spikes floated around him like stars circling the moon. Zuo Mo could faintly feel the unique communication between them. There were 6 different azure ether seals, each of them with their own power and abilities that floated through Zuo Mo's mind. He seemed to understand something. Almost unconsciously, he raised both of his hands. There seemed to be an invisible string that caused 108 meridional azure ether spikes to float upward as though they were being pulled. The azure ether seals on the spokes lit up one by one. When the azure ether seal on the last meridional azure ether spike lit up, an invisible force suddenly surrounded Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's body shook slightly. Like the water in the pond was full and about to overflow. Zuo Mo did not even think as his hand suddenly pressed down on the empty air and shouted, "In!" Like arrows leaving the bowstring, the 108 meridional azure ether spikes turned to 108 dashes of azure light that entered all corners of Turtle Island. An enormous azure light shell then covered the island like a bowl being placed upside down. Many Shouja were disturbed by the change and flew into the sky. Their attention were all attracted to this thin light shell. Zuo Mo released a breath as though he was relieved of a great burden. He raised his head to look at the azure light shield above his head. This layer of light was extremely thin and seemed as though it would shatter upon contact like eggshell. Zuo Mo knew that Jindan Shouja definitely could not break through it and it would hold unless a Yuanying Shouja attacked. Even then a Yuanying Shouja would not have an easy time breaking through this thin shell of light. The defensive power of the meridional azure ether formation was extremely strong. If he could find better materials, better azure ether, the power of the formation would grow to the point that even Yuanying could not break it. Zuo Mo quickly threw this unrealistic notion to the back of his mind. All the wealth he had, even added together, wouldn't be enough to forge such a set of meridional azure ether spikes. The shield of light gradually dimmed until it could not be seen. The sky seemed to return to what it was before, but Zuo Mo knew that the defensive power of the formation had more than doubled. Zuo Mo wanted to make his own nest a fort. Zuo Mo considered whether he should construct a few formation battle watchtowers, but then he ended the thought. The power of the formation battle watchtowers were slightly useless to the present Turtle Island. In the past, everyone's skill was not very high, and their enemies were not strong. But Zuo Mo didn't even remember how many Jindan they had encountered. If conflict occurred, the power of the formation battle watchtower would not be sufficient. Also, their present power was not something that their past could compare to. After experiencing the sealed extinction battlefield, with the help of the black processing meditation mat, the formations that originated in Mo matrices, the Ling Dan and Ling foods, as long as Zuo Mo had it, he would not be miserly. Many of the Shouja of Vermilion Bird Camp had reached the 3rd stratum of Ningmai. Even Golden Crow Camp had many that reached the 3rd stratum. Becoming Jindan was the right path. One normal Jindan Shouja was equivalent to hundreds of Ningmai Shouja. But Zuo Mo didn't have good solutions to aid core formation. Right now with his 3 powers as one, his Ling power's strange stagnant period of no growth had finally been broken. Of course, with benefit, there came loss. Now the strange cycle of his Ling power growth was broken, his Mo physique had instead stopped growing. Even if Zuo Mo cultivated his Mo physique, what grew was his Ling and spiritual power. Zuo Mo suspected that the growth of the Mo physique was being limited by his Ling and spiritual power, and would only grow once all 3 had reached the same level. Due to the pause in his Ling power growth in the past, Zuo Mo's present Ling power was the lowest in the entire camp, other than when compared to the Flower Yao. This was a great source of dejection for him. Zuo Mo had asked Pu Yao and Wei Shang if there was any ideas about core formation. However, the two did not know, they were not Shouja in the end. Zuo Mo planned on asking Su Zhengwei or Liao Qichang in the future. If he could hire a few Jindan, the power of the camp would go up another level. Right now, Zuo Mo had other affairs to attend to. The Earth Spirit Matter conveying stone was put at the center of the entire island. This treasure was really wondrous, causing the Ling energy of the entire island to increase instantly. The Ling fields were affected the most, and the grades of all the Ling fields were increased by a fraction. Ling fields of higher grades could raise Ling plants of higher grades, and could produce Ling plants of better quality. Zuo Mo also moved the high-grade Ling plants he had found from the Tian family estate, planted near the Earth Spirit Matter conveying stone. One of them was a 5th-grade Fury Maple. Its leaves were as red as fire and the trunk was a dark red. When one walked near, they could clearly feel a wave of heat being exuded from the plant. It was a rare fire Ling plant and each leaf it produced was worth 1,000 jingzhi. The fruit it produced was called Fire Eye Fruit, and was used to forge fire element talismans. The other plant was Thousand-Finger Guanyin Orchid. This flower was 5th grade and shaped like the fingers of the guanyin. If it bloomed, it would have thousands of flowers and was named so. This flower was deeply coveted by Diana Xiao and was greatly beneficial for their samadhi. It was also the raw material for many Ling medicines. The thousand-fingered Guanyin orchid would bloom every decade and was extremely rare due to this. Zuo Mo had been shocked and joyous that the Tian family had two such rare Ling plants. Compared to these two Ling plants, the sonic lightning walnut wasn't much. Old Master Tian had started off dealing in Ling plants, and naturally had collected more than these two plants in his collection. There were also many rare fourth-grade plants, but they were now all in Zuo Mo's purse now. He had moved the entire Ling plant garden to Turtle Island. He dug up all of the Tian family treasures, even the treasure safes that were hidden deep in the ground had been dug out under the guidance of Lil Black. As for the Sky Ray treasure lens, Zuo Mo gifted it to Gongsun Shitty. This talisman was suited for battle generals and was akin to giving wings to Lil Mississippi. The richness of the gains this time surpassed his predictions, but there were also losses. Wei Sheng, Xixiang and Zhongru were recuperating from their wounds. Zhongru's wounds were not too serious, but eldest Xixiang was still unconscious. Zuo Mo was very worried. Thinking about it now, Ning Yi's power still shook his mind. Compared to Ning Yi, Old Master Tian wasn't on the same level. Zuo Mo hadn't put great value on talismans in the past, but this battle really called his attention to them. If it wasn't for the surprise performance of the black gold seal soldier and the black sword in eldest Xixiang's hands, they would have died back then. The power that could be expressed by powerful talismans were terrifying. He finally understood now why so many shoujo would furiously pursue talismans. One didn't feel it in daily life, but when one encountered a true expert, they finally knew what it was to struggle with each step and not have a solution. What caused all this, other than the others' high cultivation, was the talisman on their hands. One talismans could decide life and death. They had forged many talismans, but there was never a talisman that possessed the terrifying power of the blood fiend Assure Umbrella. Zuo Mo felt that they had not invested enough energy in this area. Truly top talismans were almost always forged by the shoujo who used it. People wouldn't sell these kind of talismans, and what could be bought on the market were outstanding, like the Blue Soul Cold Light Armor, but these were not considered top-tier talismans. Zuo Mo decided to forge a powerful talisman. Otherwise the dangers of the last incident would occur again. He thought of a person. Tied up with the immortal tying chains, Gu Minggong's spirits were low. Not eating or drinking for a few days wasn't a big problem for him, but how long was it since he has had to endure such a thing? His mind was blank. Ever since 30 years ago, when his forging and seal-making skills had matured, he had lived a luxurious life. No matter where he went, which person did not greet him with a smiling face? But right now, he was a prisoner. He was very clear that the other had not killed him because he probably had an interest in his forging and seal creation skills. If he was of no use, there would only be one outcome for him. He felt unparalleled terror. At this moment, with a creak, the door was pushed open. A young entered his vision, the one that had captured him. He knew the time to decide his fate had arrived. Translator ramblings, so Gongsun Cha is definitely in Ningmai and at a higher level than Zuo Mo is. The whole package matters, but at this point, poor Zuo Mo. First his Ling power problems, and now his Emo physique is stuck in a rut. The Yao will be revisited in this story, but not at this exact moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, Soul Setting Divine Light. Chapter 476, Soul Setting Divine Light. Zuo Mo stared at Gu Minggong silently. The pressure brought by the silence almost caused Gu Minggong to suffocate. Endless terror spread through his heart. He felt the other's gaze seemed to be looking at something dead, or a lamb waiting for slaughter. I don't want to die. What he did not know was that Zuo Mo's silence was on purpose to pressure him, but because he was in heated discussion with Pu Yao and Wei. I want him to work for me. In the sea of consciousness, Zuo Mo shrugged with a matter-of-fact expression. But he is a Jin Dan and has a higher cultivation than I do. He's also skilled in formations, so it is very dangerous. What suggestions do you have? Pu Yao said unconcernedly, if you only want the forging knowledge in his mind, you can just draw out his soul. Draw his soul? This phrase caused Zuo Mo to shudder uncontrollably. Even though it is slightly cruel, it is very effective. If you can draw out his soul, you can quickly possess the knowledge that belongs to him. How about it? Are you moved? Pu Yao's eerie red pupil narrowed and the slight smile on the corner of his mouth carried a coldness that was unique to him. He continued, of course, there is nothing that is perfect in the world. You will receive his memories and comprehensions, but it will also affect your mind. Zuo Mo's hairs rose up when hearing this, but he couldn't stop himself from asking, what are the effects? Usually a personality split, a change in personality, etc., who knows? Everyone's played about with the soul for so many years, but no one truly understands, Pu Yao said irresponsibly. Zuo Mo almost immediately blocked Pu Yao's method. He turned his face. Wei, do you have any methods? Wei thought for a moment and slowly opened. We can only look in the direction of Jinji. Jinji? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up, but then his brow creased. His cultivation is higher than mine, so I cannot put Jinji in him. He's also skilled in formations, so it might not be able to restrain him. I know a type of ancient Jinji that might work. Wei was very conservative in his words. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. What Jinji? Tell me. Pu Yao also had curiosity on his face. Wei's existence was more ancient than his, and he was also curious what kind of strange and wondrous Jinji Wei could produce. I feel we must first discuss payment, Wei said smilingly. In this moment, Zuo Mo felt Wei's expression was almost the exact same as Pu Yao. His expression instantly crumbled. Pu Yao was a calamity. Whomever stayed with him would be affected. Even this guy's heart was black. Seriously. Zuo Mo wailed. Wei was not affected and smiled at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo quickly surrendered. Alright, what payment do you want? Guard camp cultivates Mo skills, it is not suited for Pu, give it to me, Wei said with the same smile. Pu Yao's eyes instantly narrowed and became as long and cold as a blade, his entire body exuding an extremely dangerous presence. Wei was not affected by this, as though he did not detect the change. My previous master was at Mo, and I understand more about how to cultivate Mo skills than Pu. I can get them to grow more quickly. Also, to date guard camp hasn't produced even one battle general. This is enough to show that Pu Yao is not suited to teaching guard camp. Pu Yao's expression was unfriendly. His entire person was like a cold blade that was unsheathed, the black robes he was wearing flapping despite the lack of wind, as though he would leap and consume his enemy. For Pu Yao, guard camp was something he was used to while away his time. He didn't find it so important, but that did not mean he would allow someone to take it away from him. How could the proud Pu Yao tolerate such a matter happening to him? The black fire in the sea of consciousness seemed to solidify. Zuo Mo felt his scalp turn numb. Both of these were people he could not afford to offend. How had he been pulled into the battle between them? This was dangerous. Too dangerous for his life. He didn't dare to make a sound. He suspected that if he showed even the slightest bit of agreement, Pu Yao would tear him to pieces on the spot. Pu Yao's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Jinji? Who doesn't know Jinji? Just one type of Jinji and you want guard camp? You are delusional. A certain fake gentleman won't teach, I'll teach you. This Jinji is called Purple Netherworld Curse. Wei's faint voice interrupted. Purple Netherworld Curse can only be cast by Rahila Yao. If there isn't not enough spiritual power, it would backlash on the user. Pu Yao stilled and his expression became uglier. Other than Purple Netherworld Curse, there is the Needle Ghost Curse. The Needle Ghost Curse needs 13 bone needles, those aren't easy to find. Pu Yao's face became increasingly dark. He suddenly smiled coldly. Oh, then I want to see what your Jinji is. So you have agreed? Wei looked fearlessly at Pu Yao. Pu Yao said proudly, with this guy's power, a skill that can be realized at the spot, without any side effect. If you can do it, so what if I give you guard camp, Zuo Mo wanted to say weakly, big brothers, guard camp is actually mine. But intelligence caused him to keep his mouth closed. He couldn't offend any of these two big bosses. Suddenly, his mind became alert. Fight. Keep fighting. The more you fight, the more benefits GE gets. How did the phrase go? The crane and the clam fights, while the fisherman gets the rice. He closed his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. If that's the case, then I will be disrespectful. Wei smiled warmly, but his words hid needles among the cotton that caused Pu Yao's face to become a fraction uglier. There is nothing in verbal battle. I'm still waiting for you wondrous Jinji to broaden my visions, Pu Yao said ambiguously. Wei finally said lightly, this Jinji is called Soul-Setting Divine Light. Hearing this name, Pu Yao's expression suddenly changed. His abruptly opening pupil was full of disbelief. Soul-Setting Divine Light. You actually comprehend Soul-Setting Divine Light, It was the first time Zuo Mo had seen such an expression on Pu Yao's face. There was a shock of terror within the amazement and deep disbelief. Soul-Setting Divine Light? What was that? Zuo Mo's mind was full of puzzlement. If it could cause Pu Yao to lose his composure, then it must be very powerful. Wei still had that same gentle smile, but at the time, it was full of immeasurability. I tried to learn it incidentally, but I didn't learn it. Who are you really? Pu Yao looked hard at Wei. If it wasn't that they would live and die together and coexist together, he would have not been able to stop himself from attacking. He suddenly found that he knew pitifully little about Wei's origins. Other than knowing Wei was once the gravestone armor of the former corps commander, he knew nothing else. I am Wei, too. Wei smiled as usual, the smile warm as the sunlight of the dawn. Zuo Mo saw the two's tense face-off and instantly became nervous. Big brothers, this is an sea of consciousness. He instantly threw the idea of the fisherman getting the rice to the back of his head and tried to make peace. Let's talk peacefully, let's talk peacefully. What is this soul-setting divine light? Is it very powerful? Wei smiled at him. Pu Yao said coldly, if even you didn't learn it, how can you teach him? Wei smiled, my talent is not good, it is normal that I could not learn it. Pu Yao seemed to hear a joke. You feel this boy is talented? Even though he is my student, but his talents, very normal. Zuo Mo didn't accept that, and his face suddenly became black. What? GE's talents were not good? GE's talents are not good? Zuo Mo shot back. How was it that was crying and shouting to take GE as a student? TSK, burning the bridge after crossing it, eating and wiping clean then saying GE's talent isn't good? Pu Yao's old face turned red as he coughed violently. Wei had a wry smile on his face. Yes, you can't be that kind of Yao. How about you give this student to me? Don't push it. Pu Yao recovered his cold smirk. I'm not a little child who doesn't know anything. Soul-setting divine light is one of the ancient great 9 divine lights. Is it easy to cultivate? If he really can learn it, you also have the qualifications to be his teacher. Otherwise, go find a cold place and stay there. All right. Wei nodded without hesitation. He then reached out with his right hand after speaking. Black mist came out of his right hand and quickly gathered into a black ball. It was possible to see dots of light within the black ball that made it even more mysterious. Wei smiled at Zuo Mo and the black ball flew towards Zuo Mo and entered his body. Zuo Mo's mind blank as he froze where he stood. In this instant, he felt an enormous and heterogeneous flood of mental thoughts swallowing him like an avalanche. Zuo Mo seemed to be situated in a world of strange light. Everywhere was color. Zuo Mo had never seen such a variety and richness of color before. He thought that the colors in the entire world must be in here. Light. These rich colors were all kinds of light. Some were dim, some were bright, some were vivid in color, others as black as ink. They twisted, changed, were destroyed, and created again. They lived and died in a cycle, changed constantly and were so vast that Zuo Mo could not see the borders. This was an ocean of light. There seemed to be a voice above Zuo Mo's head, but no matter how hard he tried to hear, he could not hear it clearly. But if he decided to ignore it, the voice would burrow into his ears again. There was only him alone in this rainbow world. In Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness, Pu Yao's face showed shock again. Imprint. The imprint of the soul-setting divine light. Wei smiled slightly. It is fortunate it has not dissipated. Otherwise it would be a pity. Pu Yao remained silent. He was thinking hard in his mind. If it was said that he had been very shocked that Wei understood how to cultivate the soul-setting divine light, then Wei possessing the imprint of the soul-setting divine light made him even more confident of the guess he had. The soul-setting divine light was one of the ancient great 9 divine lights. The number of people who had ever succeeded in cultivating it could be counted on the fingers. In the present day, most cultivators wouldn't have even heard of it. This great skill was famous in the ancient era and definitely had its outstanding aspects. Since Wei possessed the imprint of the soul-setting divine light, then he should have a direct connection to the great ones that had created this great skill. Soul-setting divine light. Soul-setting divine light. A bolt of lightning flashed in Pu Yao's mind, and his pupil suddenly widened. The original idiom roughly translates to the crane and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It describes a case when 2 sides fight and is both wounded so that the third side benefits. 2. Wei means to guard, or guardian. Wei's words have a double meaning. Translator ramblings, Fong Xiang probably hinted this from the start, but it probably got lost in the translation somewhat that Wei's name is actually the character for guard camp. I could have probably named it Wei Camp, but that would have given away the plot too early. Zuo Mo mangles all idioms, you have to excuse him. Who wrote the new summary on novel updates? It is hilarious. May I copy it for the WOC summary page? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Danger. Chapter 477, Danger. Soul-setting divine light. The name would occasionally be referenced in some ancient records. It was said that it was made by the heroes of the Skypool tribe, fantastical in its effects, enormously famed, and was ranked as one of the 9 great divine lights. Pu Yao had never seen the soul-setting divine light and did not know what it looked like or what abilities it had. It wasn't just the soul-setting divine light, he had never seen any of the other divine lights before. The divine lights mostly appeared in the early stages of the ancient era, and then later disappeared from the records. No one knew why the divine lights had gradually disappeared, but this was not a strange occurrence. Throughout history, it was the 9 divine lights the only thing to be lost to time? Many secret methods and wondrous techniques had disappeared over the millennia, each were forever lost in the vast rivers of history. Skypool tribe? What are you to Skypool tribe? Pu Yao stared at Wei. For the first time today, Wei had a shocked expression. As expected from the Encyclopedia of Yao Arts, you even know of my Skypool tribe. He then nodded. You are right, I am from the Skypool tribe. The amount of information Pu Yao had about the Skypool tribe was pitifully little, but within that pitiful amount, it was clear that Skypool tribe had been a tribe with powerful people and had dominated for a time. The two sank into silence. Pu Yao did not know what to say. His understanding of the Skypool tribe was limited to this, and there was no meaning to knowing that Wei came from the Skypool tribe. Wei seemed to be thinking of something and had an reminiscent expression on his face. No matter how famed or powerful the tribe was, it could not stand against the ruthless advance of time. Just like those secret methods and techniques, it also had disappeared in the long river of history. All kinds of colored dazzling light continuously changed and shifted in front of Zuo Mo, coming near and then jumping far away like swimming fish. A bright green light swam in front of Zuo Mo reflexively. Zuo Mo reached out with a hand. When the green light came into contact with Zuo Mo's hand, a slender flow burrowed into his mind. This slender flow contained great amounts of information that was hard to comprehend, profound and unpredictable. What was most wondrous was that thread of vitality within it. This thread of vitality was weak, but the presence was powerful and ancient. That wasn't right. There seemed to be a voice in his mind. As though he was possessed, Zuo Mo relaxed his hand and that bright green light disappeared within the ocean of light like a fish. Zuo Mo shook his head and wanted to clear his mind. This world of light was like a fantasy realm that he did not know what to do with. Fortunately, he remembered everything that Wei had told him previously. Soul-setting divine light. He needed to find soul-setting divine light. Was the soul-setting divine light hidden among these lights? Zuo Mo thought as he searched the lights. He saw a deep red light, and when his mind moved, that deep red light flew towards him. Zuo Mo reached out and touched the red light. A burning and ferocious energy quickly spread up his arm. Zuo Mo felt as though his body was burning. For some unknown reason, the feeling of wrongness increased. He released his hand and the red light instantly swam away. Zuo Mo gradually started to understand. If he thought of any light in his mind, that light would fly into his hand. What he needed to do was to find the soul-setting divine light among these numerous lights. Zuo Mo's brow creased. There were more than billions of lights in here. If he was to try them one by one, then it would be like finding a grain of sand in the ocean. There had to be a way. Zuo Mo sank into thought. He did not notice the lights had changed. You feel he can comprehend soul-setting divine light? Pu Yao looked at Wei and asked, even if there is the imprint, the difficulty would not be low. You have such confidence in him? Wei shook his head and said, I do not have confidence that he will succeed. He then said, the soul-setting divine light is extremely hard to cultivate, and even within the tribe in the past, the number of those who had successfully learned it could be counted on the fingers. The decline of the Skypool tribe was due to the loss of the soul-setting divine light. None of the 9 great divine lights are easy to learn. The divine lights have stringent requirements even though we do not know what requirements there are. Then why do give him the imprint? Pu Yao asked. Wei said calmly, in the past, its purpose was to leave behind a seed for the tribe. The Skypool tribe has long been gone, and I am just the gravestone armor now. There is no meaning in keeping it. So why can't I give it to him? Pu Yao didn't know what to say. This isn't our world now, Wei smiled, his voice deep and calm, the world belongs to him now. I smell danger from this, Pu Yao suddenly said. Wei smiled slightly, of course, how can there not be any risk in learning such an ultimate skill? Just as Zuo Mo's brow was creased as he thought about what to do, the light in the surroundings suddenly moved. Unguarded, Zuo Mo wailed. A red light swept his body. He felt as though he was being boiled in a Dan cauldron, the fire burning every inch of muscle. The heart-boring pain came like a tide, swallowing him. How long has it been since he felt pain like this? Ever since he possessed Golden Crow fire, normal flames could not harm him at all. The Great Day Banded flame was even more domineering and ferocious, providing further protection, a rare flame even among 6th grade flames. It had been too long since he felt the pain of being burned. The pain of every part of his soul being burned had almost caused Zuo Mo to lose his consciousness. At this time, a cold and serene white light fell on his body. The burning pain suddenly became bone-aching cold like ice blades scraping against his bones. Zuo Mo's body uncontrollably trembled. What the mother ****** ing was going on? There was only this one question in his blank mind. The 9 great divine lights all have their wonders. The so-called divine lights are the lights that were born the instant the chaos formed. The soul-setting divine light is one of them, Wei said conversationally. Pu Yao was also deeply enticed by the secrets Wei was speaking of. He showed shock and disbelief, born accompanying the beginning of chaos. There are treasures like this? It really is a treasure. Wei nodded. The most precious part of the divine lights are related to this. Each thread of divine light contains various amounts of the information about the beginning of everything and the birth of chaos. Pu Yao's pupils suddenly widened as he murmured, impossible. He couldn't help but show an yearning expression. There were patterns contained in the manifestations of everything in the world. It was the path that the strong always pursued. No matter if it was Xiuzhe, Yao, or Mo, once they had cultivated to a certain stage, their end goals were unusual in its agreement and similarity. And that is the most precious part of the divine light. Wei did not explain and continued, but this is also the hardest part of passing on the divine lights. The divine lights were born with the birth of sky and earth, and is hard to understand, but it is also powerful. If the cultivator is not careful, they can turn to ash within the divine light. Pu Yao's expression suddenly changed. His blood eye narrowed to a blade as he said harshly, "You want to harm him, dot." He had thought there would be a possibility of danger, but hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. Harm him? Wei smiled faintly, just some danger. Remember, you and I are also on the boat. If the boat flips, I also cannot escape. Pu Yao's expression eased slightly. That was right, if Zuo Mo had an accident, Wei couldn't escape either. Right now, they were 3 ants on the same branch, no one could escape. How much of a grasp of it do you have? Pu Yao asked in an unfriendly tone. No grasp at all. Wei seemed to not see Pu Yao's pot-black expression and said, right now, his 3 powers have merged to one, a state which is like those ancient forebearers. If I have to say who is most likely to succeed, then it probably is him, even if the chance is small. Your actions are very dangerous. It has taken me into the danger as well. Pu Yao stared coldly at Wei, looking as though he was going to fight the moment they had a disagreement. If the imprint was not used soon, it would have dissipated. Wei's voice carried sorrow. He raised his head and gazed at Pu Yao. If it was you, would you take the gamble? Pu Yao was speechless. Wei was right. If this was him, he would definitely gamble as well. He knew just how valuable this imprint was. If this imprint could be traded, a big sect like Kunlun would be willing to pay any price. It was a priceless pressure. As the ancient tribes have disappeared, the paths of cultivation have diverged. I do not know if the soul-setting divine light is still usable, but I cannot sit idle and watch as it disappears. Wei sighed lightly. This is probably the last of the divine lights in this world. Pu Yao was still silent. Isn't it the same with your archaic wasteland sacrificial art? Could you bear for it to disappear? Didn't you think the same when you took him as your student? Wei looked in the distance as he murmured, this is not our world anymore, but it was once our world. Would you or I be willing to leave nothing behind? Pu Yao remained silent, as before. Countless lights continuously swept across Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo felt as though he was floating and sinking in hell, experiencing all kinds of feelings. Each destructive light ray almost destroyed him, and each vital life rays restored him. It was a cycle of life and death. At one moment, he felt at the top of the world, and then in the next felt worse than death. All kinds and types of light energies, each ray was different in effect and the taste was naturally different. Zuo Mo felt as though he was a chicken about to be roasted as he was rolled around in all kinds of spices. Zuo Mo forgot about the soul-setting divine light along the way. These damned lights. Zuo Mo gritted and wanted to cry. He was unable to move at all. These rays of light were not under his control and did not show any of the friendliness there was at the beginning. What was worse was that no matter what ray was being shined on his body, his mind was always clear. This meant that he had a good taste of every ray of light. No more. Zuo Mo wanted to shout for aid. There were billions of light rays in here, if he went through all of them. Hell. This was definitely hell. Save me. Translator ramblings, more background on Wei. He has a specific mindset that is important to keep in mind when you compare him to everyone else who is alive. He's moved past getting powerful for his own benefits into how to make sure that he doesn't disappear in history. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Divine Light. Chapter 478, Divine Light. The deep of the cave was a patch of blackness as sparks shot into the air. It was as though the sparks traced the outlines of trees. The sharp hissing of the insects were piercing to the eardrums, and came in waves like the tide. But this shocking insect wave seemed to be stopped by an invisible barrier when it had reached a certain part of the rock and could not go any further. Shoujo with good eyes would be able to see this invisible barrier was actually a streak of black shadow. The black shadow was extremely fast and almost hard to catch with the naked eye. 10th grade's little face was covered with sweat. His figure did not slow down as he forcibly pushed back the insect wave. As his Ling power was used up, the suppressed insect wave gradually pushed near the entrance to the cave. Every time this happened, 10th grade would gather his energy and push the insect wave back. The two sides seemed to be playing tug-of-war. After this continued for 4 hours, 10th grade showed weariness on face. The corpses of insects had accumulated and packed on the ground. Threads of black energy rose from the bodies of the insects and burrowed into 10th grade's body. Every time this happened, 10th grade would become refreshed and his attacks would become stronger. At an area extremely close to the mouth of the cave, Lil Black was timidly laying on a piece of rock. Its pair of antennae waved occasionally. If there was the slightest movement, it would rapidly crawl outside the cave entrance. The little ones had gotten the pattern. These insects definitely would not take one step outside the cave. In the beginning few days, the little ones would accompany 10th grade into the cave, but Lil Pagoda and Lee Fire quickly got bored and left to play outside. Only Lil Black was left to stand guard as though he was very loyal. Of course, loyalty aside, if the situation seemed to be going in a bad direction, Lil Black would turn and run, not caring for 10th grade at all. Just like this, 10th grade made trouble day and night for the insects in the cave. Suling City seemed to resume its peace. The restless business people could finally rest their hearts. Everything seemed just like before, but everyone understood the sky above Suling City had changed. The battle between the Tian family and Turtle Island hadn't just shook Suling City, all of Cloud Jia had been rattled. When the other factions discovered an unfamiliar battalion had suddenly charged into the ranks of the top 50, and take the 32nd position, the first thought that occurred in their minds was, who were these people? The Suling Battalion, the number 1 battalion of Suling Sect, was ranked in the 80s, and the two positions were not on the same level at all. Even though Suling Sect and Turtle Island had not had any conflict, but the silence of Suling City in this incident became the synonym of retreat in many people's eyes. In the eyes of the local powers of Suling City, the comparison of strength between the two was clear to see at a glance. At the very least, they did not believe that Suling Sect could destroy the Tian family so easily. The larger powers of Cloud Jia maintained great caution towards this Turtle Island that had risen up. Looking from the intelligence reports they had gathered, Turtle Island's battalion was outfitted extremely well, with things like the Blue Soul Cold Light armor. Their equipment was completely of 4th grade talismans and caused many battalions to drool. Cloud Jia was not a rich place. But a 4th grade outfit like this would not be extraordinary, and there were many that could buy it if it was thousands of sets, then only the most powerful factions could afford it. What really caused jealousy were the unknown golden swords in their hands. Those were talismans above 4th grade. Talismans above 4th grade? Wasn't that 5th grade? When did 5th grade talismans become a part of regular equipment? When they saw this, many people's first response was one of disbelief, but the following reports all provided the truthfulness of this information. This instantly caused a great furor. 5th grade talisman. 5th grade talisman was almost another term for Jindan. Those that had the purchasing power and could forge 5th grade talismans were basically all Jindan. There were no Ningmai that would go and buy 5th grade talismans. Even if they could, they would definitely not bring it out unless they were at death's door. Wealth was a crime. Any person with experience understood this. 5th grade talismans were enough to motivate people to kill and steal. They had never heard of a battalion where every person possessed a 5th grade talisman. When the news of the 5th grade talisman spread, there were many battalions that had devious thoughts, but the ranking of 32 for Turtle Island Battalion made them wary. Any battalion that entered the top 50 were not to be easily provoked. But undoubtedly, many more people started to notice this strange faction with an unknown name. However, none of them would ever expect that an enormous alligator had made its way into this remote little pond that was Cloud Jia without a sound. The divine light was like hell. All kinds of rays of light swept to and fro on his body. He switched between euphoria and misery. He switched between befuddlement and clarity, and tasted all the experiences of life. Pu Yao and Wei did not dare to breathe as they stared at Zuo Mo, who was shrouded in the light, with nervous expressions. Wei might have spoken with openness and bravado, but when it came to his own survival, it would be false to say he was not nervous. 10 whole hours passed, and nothing about Zuo Mo changed. Wei felt slight regret. The divine light was hard to comprehend. No one from the Sky Pool tribe had been able to comprehend it, which was why the imprint had been passed on to him. Zuo Mo wasn't one from the Sky Pool tribe. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only pray that Zuo Mo could comprehend the divine light. Otherwise, none of them could escape the divine light. Suddenly, the lights around Zuo Mo became dim. In about 10 breaths, all light disappeared, and his surroundings quickly became black and a void at a rate visible to the naked eye. Joy came onto Wei's face, but he feared disturbing Zuo Mo and did not dare to breath, the nervousness on his face increasing. The space one zhang around Zuo Mo completely turned to a void, a bottomless black void. Within the black void, Zuo Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A vast and authoritative presence swept furiously like a gale. Pu Yao and Wei made muffled grunts in unison. Their faces were white as they stared in shock at Zuo Mo's eyes. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed with an abnormal light and were like stars in the black void. This pair of eyes did not hold one thread of emotion, like a high-up deity looking down at the mortals. Pu Yao snorted coldly, the light in his bloody eye rising as he moved to retaliate. At the side, the shock that was on Wei's face was flushed away by excitement and ecstasy. At this moment, the light in Zuo Mo's eyes disappeared completely and showed their original appearance. Zuo Mo felt he had had a very long dream. The rays of light in the dream had been so real, but when he thought about it, he could not remember them. There was no soreness or pain in his body, which was as good as when he started. What happened? He asked with puzzlement. Congratulations, Wei said excitedly. Zuo Mo turned around and couldn't help but pause when he saw Wei. It was the first time he had seen Wei so excited. For some reason, his mood also became better. Congratulate me on what? Zuo Mo couldn't help asking. He furrowed his brow and said puzzled, I just had a very scary dream. Even though he couldn't recall it, but the thought of scary was deeply rooted in his mind. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but shudder. Right, wasn't I comprehending that soul-setting divine light? Zuo Mo recalled what happened before and his eyes suddenly widened. He exclaimed, was I just? Yes, Wei couldn't disguise the joy on his face, so congratulations, but... Zuo Mo stilled and asked in response, I succeeded? You completed the most difficult step. Wei's tone was excited. In the past, I had speculated only someone like the Ancient Ones, with the 3 powers merged, could comprehend the divine light. I had not expected it to be so. Under Wei's guidance, Zuo Mo found the ray of divine light in his body as expected. But when he found the divine light, he was greatly disappointed. This divine light was as thin as a hair, gray, and had none of the dazzling light of a divine light. Zuo Mo couldn't help but frown. This is the divine light? Wei saw Zuo Mo's expression and knew what this guy was thinking. He wasn't angry and said with a smile, this is the soul-setting divine light. Don't judge it by its appearance, if you can comprehend its true meaning, its appearance will change. Feel it well, all the wonders of the soul-setting divine light is within it. I cannot teach you the remainder, you need to comprehend on your own, but... Zuo Mo was very discontent at Wei's irresponsible attitude. What about Jinji? Didn't you say that the soul-setting divine light can make Jinji? I was aiming for the Jinji. Wei, it is wrong for you to trick me so, you're making it a habit. Wei didn't know to laugh or cry. Try to recall it, the wonder will naturally occur. There it really is. Zuo Mo's mind moved and several unfamiliar spells appeared in his mind. He was slightly shocked and carefully inspected these spells. He said, good, you didn't con me. Wei, I'm telling you, don't copy Pu and make a habit of tricking me, becoming a villain. At the side Pu Yao's face became green. Wei roared with laughter and his heart felt light. This divine light imprint had been a sickness in Wei's heart. In the past, there had been high hopes for him, the tribe had thought that he would be the person most likely to comprehend the soul-setting divine light in the tribe, so this imprint had been passed on to him. Yet no matter what, he could not comprehend the divine light. When the danger had come, he had sacrificed himself, turning himself into the spirit of the artifact. He was forged into the gravestone armor, though a secret method to help the people protect the tribe. Yet the tribe still was destroyed later on. Personally seeing the last clansman die, Wei's heart ached. The gravestone armor had passed through the hands of many strong people. His owners had all been very powerful people, but he had never revealed the greatest secret, soul-setting divine light. Because he knew they could not cultivate it. But this imprint was like a chain of fate binding his heart. He only felt relieved of the burden today and was unspeakably happy. The soul-setting divine light that intimidated all of the primitive era once again saw the light of day. Suddenly, he was full of anticipation towards the future. Translator ramblings: the soul-setting divine light is not something that will be completely understood immediately, it takes time. Zuo Mo only needs it to put in Jinji, which is not something that is extremely high level relative to the light itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479, Triumphant Progress. Chapter 479, Triumphant Progress. Frightened out of his wits, Gu Minggong did not struggle as Zuo Mo put on the Jinji. His worries gone, Zuo Mo went with Gu Minggong to his home, scalped the inside and out to get a small sum of wealth. There wasn't any blood in the pitiful Gu Minggong's face. In reality, he had not recovered from his shock. The other's cultivation was clearly not in Jindan but was able to put Jinji on his body. This upended all the conventions he knew. He also did not resist the series of what could be called complex missions that Zuo Mo sent down. Teaching forging, preparing materials. Gu Minggong was an old-timer and had seen everything. He was clear to his situation. Captives never had the right to bargain. If the other was not desiring his skill in forging, his bones would probably be cold right now. He was not unfamiliar with teaching. Due to his title of Seal Immortal, many people would frequently come to his home and ask for guidance. As to forging, that was his profession. However, when he entered Golden Crow Camp for the first time and looked at the densely packed crowd of forging shoujo below, he couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did he readjust his judgment of Turtle Island's power. There were only rare factions that could possess such a large number of forging shoujo, even the big sects did not have them. Feeling shock, Gu Minggong was shocked again. When he had taught to a point and told them they could try it out, the crowd below simultaneously showed their golden crow fire. In a flash, his eyes were dazzled by 2,000 golden crow fire flames, and the blood in his body froze. The spectacular scene in front of him surpassed the limits of his imagination. When was 4th grade golden crow fire an essential part of people's equipment? What joke was this? He muddled through the first class. He felt that he was an experienced and worldly person, but when he finally managed to recover from the shock from the first class and sorted his emotions out to start his second class, he received another blow. Many students came with the talismans they had just forged in search of guidance. Gu Minggong instantly felt better. Eager and hard-working students would always be preferred by teachers. But when he saw several of the talismans that came from the forge, the expression on his face froze. What formation was this? Hadn't seen it before. Didn't see this one either. This one, still hadn't seen it before. Embarrassment. Great embarrassment. The pitiful Gu Minggong's face was completely red and he wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. If the teacher was unable to solve a question from a student, he could generously praise the student for being very creative. But if he was unable to solve a number of student problems so early on, then that definitely was very awkward and shameful. Heavens, earth, spare me. He didn't know if they heard the wail in his heart, but the two masters came over to rescue him. Another muddled class. However, Gu Minggong found the two masters after class and asked them about those unfamiliar and strange formations he had encountered today. He was a smart person. Even though he felt very embarrassed by what happened today, he did not have an avenue of retreat. If he just retreated the slightest bit, what was waiting for him was a chop. No one would keep a captive that was useless, especially his exceptionally frugal master. No matter what, he needed to show his value to the best of his abilities. The more value he showed, the better his situation would be and the further away from death he was. He was quickly immersed and enchanted by these strange and wondrous formations. These formations were completely different than any formation he had learned before, but they held an unusual attraction that caused him to be greatly obsessed. And when he saw the true form of these formations, those beautiful yet eerie emo matrices, he was uncontrollably addicted and unable to pull himself away. With the addition of Gu Minggong, the deconstruction rate of the MO matrix progressed just as fast as the forging skill level of Golden Crow Camp. The situation of Turtle Island grew increasingly better. As Ma Fan, Lai Pang, and Nian Lu had completed their core formations successfully, it meant that Turtle Island started to enter the era of Jindan. With them, Turtle Island had more than 6 Jindan. The two masters of Golden Crow Camp, because of the benefits they had received from communicating and discussing with Gu Minggong, felt the signs and entered seclusion to aim for Jindan. What was most unexpected was Chun Yu Chang. When he had been raising ling beasts used for ling plant farming, he coincidentally comprehended a completely new husbandry spell called the 10,000 Beast Body Rearing Spell. His ling power exploded in a short time and he started his seclusion without a sound. Guard Camp was in a complete transformation. Ever since Pu had lost the bet with Wei, guard camp that had been once directed by Pu Yao had landed in Wei's hand. In terms of Mo cultivation, Pu Yao really wasn't Wei's opponent. The Great Day Hardship Guard that Pu Yao put so much effort to change was taken by Wei. He changed a few places and that caused the power of the scripture to grow. In addition, Wei's greatest accomplishment was to successfully change Xulong and A1 into battle generals. The methods of Mo battle generals were completely different than the other two races. Wei's previous owner was a very powerful Mo battle general, yet what was unexpected to everyone was Zuo Mo was the best Mo battle general. Zuo Mo seemed to innately understand how to merge everyone's power together. Xulong and A1 were far lacking compared to him in this area. Everyone collectively opposed the idea of Zuo Mo's leading the charge at the front lines. Xulong and A1 were furiously cultivating so they could prevent Zuo Mo from being at the front. Benefiting from the explosion of income on the island, Zuo Mo waved his hand and got all the materials and Jingshi that guard camp needed to make Mo weapons. The present guard camp had exchanged their muskets for cannons. Wei was feeling very good, so naturally Pu Yao was extremely discontent. The proud Pu could not accept losing guard camp. But he stood by his bet and he definitely could not do something as demanding to take it back. In his mind, guard camp wasn't anything, but he could not let go of losing to Wei. When Wei changed Great Day Hardship Guard and made Mo Battle General Cultivation as his first accomplishments, Pu Yao was furious. In the past, Wei had said with a straight face that he did not understand. So this guy had nefarious aims long ago. Knowing he had been tricked, Pu Yao did not show it, but held the hatred inside. Pu Yao quickly found a solution. Go to 10-finger prison? Zuo Mo was slightly puzzled, but when he thought it had been a long time since he saw Nanyu, Zhangzhe, Ming Juzi, and the others, he happily agreed. Okay, let's go see. The human and the Yao came to 10-finger prison. The wasteland beast chessboard was just like before, but there seemed to be less people and it seemed quiet. Zuo Mo quickly found the trio of Nanyu, Zhangzhe, and Ming Juzi. When the three saw Zuo Mo, they were overjoyed and came over to greet him. However, their eyes were more curious about Pu Yao. The strong presence of Pu Yao was really too obvious and made the trio's hearts shake. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. Pu Yao had shown his true self. This was unlike his usual behavior. What did this guy want to do? But pushing aside his puzzlement, he introduced, "This is Pu. Pu Darren, good day." The three said as they bowed together. Pu Yao smiled slightly, "Greetings to you three." Pu Yao was peerlessly handsome with a thread of evilness. With this slight smile, he was like the rose that bloomed in the dark night, scary but enchanting. The three had never seen such a smile before and couldn't help but be stunned. Nanyu also showed a rare blush. Zuo Mo felt even more puzzled. Pu Yao wasn't normal today. But Zuo Mo quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind and asked how the trio was doing lately. The three had been doing very well lately, especially in the area of Yao arts where they improved rapidly. In order to increase their ability to help each other, Nanyu and Ming Juzi all moved their clans to the lands of the Grey Clan so they could help and support each other. The three thought of themselves as the students of Shao and Mogu, advancing and moving together. As the trio increased in strength, the strength of their clans also increased. The lands of the Grey Clan was remote and there were no other factions. Their lives were becoming better. However, the three could not disguise their worries. Upon closer inquiry, Zuo Mo finally learned that the state of the Yao was not very good recently. After two major core, Fierce Fire and Ice Frost, were destroyed, Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia truly became a meat grinder that was soaked in blood everywhere. The three factions continuously fought, continuously changing the territorial boundaries, seesawing back and forth. The battles were fierce and the losses on the three sides were huge. Just a few days ago, a troop of Xiozha had appeared without any warning in the innermost area of the Yao territory and caused great damage. Even though this troop was killed in the end, but they had done great damage. They had found after the fact that these Xiozha had made their way through an unknown chaos rift. But this incident caused great terror in the Yao world. Even though the battle at the front lines had never stopped, for most Yao this did not affect their lives. The cruel truth had smashed their naive thinking into smithereens. They found, in shock, that war was so close to them and could appear next to them at any moment. What was even more scary was that another small Xiozha battalion had appeared in another Yao Jia not long after. It was fortunate that this was a large Jia, so the troops stationed there were very strong and not a great deal of damage was done. But this caused the normal Yao that were already feeling unsafe to become even more scared. They could not even guarantee the smallest Yao Jia had been searched all over. No one knew if there were chaos rifts in the unexplored areas around them, leaving them insecure. Many families sent out people to search their surroundings and started a web-like search to destroy weaknesses that could exist. Very quickly, there was a clan that found an extremely hidden chaos rift 50 li from the family base. All the people of the clan were frightened out of their bodies, and moved their clan away that night. Incidents like this occurred continuously in the recent days and a mood of terror spread. The three also had the same worries. The area they resided in was remote and no real powers in the area, so their living was very easy. Due to this, if Xiuzha really invaded, they also lacked the ability to protect themselves. After the three finished speaking, Zuo Mo couldn't help but worry for them. Even though Nanyu and the others were Yao Ma, but they were much closer to Zuo Mo than normal Xiuzha. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to them. At this time, Puyao's enchanting voice sounded, "I have a solution." Translator Ramblings, Yao World Developments. On another note, I will be off for a long day of flight plus waiting time plus bus ride. I just had to go for the cheap option and now I can't even change my mind since I paid already. 15 hours, yay away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, Wind and Clouds Move. Chapter 480, Wind and Clouds Move. Xinghua Shui had been secretly monitoring Xiao Moge's movements after their battle. But after the war chess match, Xiao Moge seemed to have evaporated from the Yao world and his location was unknown. Many factions that were interested in Xiao Moge and put in great effort into their search but could not find even a trace. Who was Xiao Moge? No one knew. This genius youth that appeared out of nowhere was as dazzling as a meteor and just as mysterious. No one knew where he came from, no one knew who he really was, no one knew where he had learned those high-level Yao arts that seemed extremely ancient. He was like an unfathomable riddle. Among the younger generation of Yao, his power was definitely not ranked in the top. Every Yao youth could come up with a pile of names that were more powerful than he was. Up to now, he only had a prison-breaking battle, a battle arena, and a war chess matches. Compared to those great geniuses that had gone through hundreds of fights at such a young age, his accomplishments were much dimmer. But with these three battles, the name of Xiao Moge seemed to have a strange attraction that enchanted many people. Xinghua Shui, who had actually fought against him, felt this more than the great majority of people. She had been secretly paying attention to Xiao Moge. The branch she was part of was a cadet branch of the Blue Flower family, but the power that she could use was not something a normal family could rival. Everyone also knew about the conflict between Xiao Moge and the Blue Flower family. The attention she paid Xiao Moge did not attract any curiosity in the clan. When Xinghua Zongshui had any news of Xiao Moge, he would take it to his sister. But as Xiao Moge's disappearance increased in length, many people gradually lost their patience, for example Ji Liu. Xinghua Shui was very patient and she did not need to attend to countless matters like Ji Liu. She was just the most average young person in the family. No one knew she possessed astounding strength. Only her brother, Xinghua Zongshui, had guessed a part of it. She patiently waited for her target to appear. Her wait was finally repaid. Nanyu, who had a connection to Xiao Moge, led her clan to leave. This instantly attracted her attention. She immediately found an excuse to leave the family and secretly followed Nanyu. Several accidents in the journey attracted her attention. Nanyu seemed to have almost detected her a few times. This caused great shock in her. The power that Nanyu displayed along the journey, especially that powerful Yao art, caused Xinghua Shui even greater shock. It was long an open secret that Xiao Moge possessed great amounts of high-level Yao arts. This was also why many speculated that he had a great birth. She was amazed at the power of the South Sky Arrow art, but she did not have the thought to steal it. Her own, Blue Flower, was not lacking compared to the others' Yao art. She secretly arrived with Nanyu to the base of the Grey Clan. Not long after, Ming Juzi's clan also arrived. All the signs caused Xinghua Shui to feel excitement. Xiao Moge must be planning something. Otherwise, why would the three clans gather together? Time slipped away. The three resided as neighbors and there was not any action. Xinghua Shui idly waited without any impatience. She found a residence located near the place the three clans were residing. The residents nearby were filled with goodwill towards this warm and quiet little girl. Some generous aunts would come visit occasionally to help and she felt even happier than she did at home. This day, she woke up early just like normal. The residence was by the border of a forest with the building's doorway facing a river. The land of the three clans was on the other side of the river. She could see the other side without even leaving her door. On the other side of the river, a large group of people were gathered on the empty space beside the river. Xinghua Shui clearly saw that the leaders were Nanyu's trio. They seemed to be practicing some kind of battle formation. Xinghua Shui's eyes lit up. Were they creating a battalion? Thinking about Xiao Moge's golden battle general status, she didn't find it strange. However, she had watched the three clans for a long time and knew their situation. Of the three clans, the Grey clan was the strongest, but they were just a little clan. Nanyu's clan only had 11 people, while Ming Juzi's clan was also a little clan. It was impossible to make a battalion with these few people, but Nanyu's group were clearly practicing battle formations. Xinghua Shui didn't know much about battle formations, but she could still see the power in it. A daring thought suddenly charged into her mind. Xiao Mo had returned. For some reason, excitement suddenly appeared in her usually calm heart. Zuo Mo did not think much of Pu Yao's great plan. He felt that this was Pu Yao acting out of embarrassment in hopes that he could wash away the shame of Wei taking guard camp away from him. A battalion? How many people did Nanyu and the others have? What battalion could they make? Just nonsense. He could only feel sympathy for Nanyu and the others. Pu Yao's great anger would probably vent on this little pitiful group of friends, but he didn't plan on stopping this. If Pu Yao's anger moved to him, he couldn't deal with it either. If Pu Yao started to fight Wei again, the person harmed would be him. If the tenants fought, the property damaged would still be the landlord's. So Zuo Mo wisely closed his mouth, did not speak and did not oppose. Nanyu, wait for GE to get rich, GE will make it up to you guys. So Zuo Mo threw himself back to his cultivation with a mind at peace. The matters of the island were going smoothly and there was nothing he needed to worry about. He could finally cultivate with a peaceful heart. This was extremely difficult for him. After the three powers became one, his three powers could change among themselves, but there were weak and strong powers. Without a doubt, his Mo physique was the most powerful, followed by his consciousness, and his Ling power was ranked last. By now, he finally tasted the trouble that his shortcoming of Ling power brought him. The three powers were like a bucket of water made from 3 planks of wood. How much water this bucket could hold was not decided by the longest plank, but by the shortest. His pitiful Ling power was undoubtedly the shortest wood plank. If he could not repair the shortest plank, then no matter how much he added to the other 2 planks, there was no use. In reality, his Mo physique and consciousness had almost stopped growing. Zuo Mo knew that the culprit that had created this situation was his Ling power. The pitiful Zuo Mo held the black processing meditation mat in his right hand, a handful of Jingshi in his left, as he cultivated Ling power day and night in the hopes that he could increase his Ling power as soon as possible. Su Ling sect. What? Lu Xun's expression changed dramatically. His voice became hoarse. How did the news leak? Huang Jie's face was ashen, his eyes terrified as he said in a trembling tone, I don't know. We've been very good at keeping it a secret. The people below never had the chance to interact with the outside. Then how did it leak? Lu Xun furiously interrupted him. His forehead was filled with beads of sweat, his tendons showing. Don't know, Huang Jie's face was as white as paper as he mumbled soullessly. At this time, a disciple stumbled in. Bad news. Bad news. Sect leader. Li San has been killed. Bam. Huang Jie's legs weakened and he sat down on the ground with a hopeless face. At this moment, Lu Xun recovered a thread of calm. He knew what was most important at this time was not to make any measures to resolve this but to report to the top immediately. Zhongru walked with bare feet and closed eyes on the streets of Suling City like a normal Dianashio. The people that recognized him along the way all showed respectful expressions and silently bowed towards him. In a short time, Turtle Island had become the faction most respected by low-level Xiozha in Suling City. Compared to Suling sect that ignored everything else, the other factions that tried to oppress them, the friendliness that Turtle Island showed low-level Xiozha was something they had never seen before. Of the many Turtle Island cultivation classes, Zhongru was the most diligent. Diana Shou were a very special group among Xiozha. Their obsession with spreading their Diana path far surpassed other Xiozha. Sword Xiu only sought the sword and many did not have a successor during their entire lives. They would only leave behind their knowledge to those who were fortunate. Seal Xiu were always immersed in the formations and seals, and did not have any interest in taking disciples either. Roaming Xiu mostly passed their skills from father to son, keeping their skills a family secret. What Diana Xiu wanted was to spread their skills to everyone. They were more willing to pass what they know. The Skywave Fist scripture that Zhongru first cultivated had been passed on to him for free from an old Diana Xiu. Even though the cultivation classes required paying fees, but the number of people that came to each class to learn far surpassed the number that were registered. He never sent them away and only serenely taught. That serene and calm aura was something even Yi Zhang, who came from a famed sect, couldn't help but admire. Even now, Yi Zhang could not understand why this Diana Xiu that did not have orthodox origins was even more powerful than the Shixiang from the temple. It wasn't that he was stronger in strength but in the presence of a Diana Xiao. Zhongru's lectures were extremely long, and usually spanned multiple days. The number of Diana Xiao that came to listen increased over time, and many came from other cities to listen. After class, Zhongru liked to stroll along the streets. For some reason, whenever he walked among this bustling tide of people, he could feel a strange movement in his heart. This strange feeling attacked his mind as though it wanted to tell him something, so he would do it often. Strolling quickly became one of his practices. But today, Zhongru stopped in his steps. At the opposite street corner, a group of people with treasure lights laughed and talked heedlessly. "Ho, this Suling city is pretty prosperous." The one that spoke was a male dressed in red robes. He looked around furtively and then his eyes suddenly lit up. "That girl isn't bad." Where? The other people instantly became excited and crowded over. "There, that one, do you see, the one in blue armor?" "Those bones," the red-robed male drooled. The other people also looked with bright eyes. "All right. Don't make trouble." The people that had been drooling instantly withered. The one that spoke was a middle-aged person. His tone was cold as his gaze slowly swept the surroundings. What was strange was that his gaze seemed like the black ice at the bottom of the earth. It carried astounding coldness. Everywhere it passed, the temperature dropped and the ice was bone-achingly cold. A puddle rapidly turned to ice. All the passerby in the surroundings were shocked and scattered in panic. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Zhongru's body. Without any sound, a layer of white frost appeared on Zhongru's body, especially his eyebrows that were covered in frost. His brows suddenly trembled, and the frost fell. Zhongru slowly opened his eyes. Translator ramblings, I made it. I'm tired but I made it. Sorry for any typos in the chapter. Please point them out, I really appreciate all the comments about them and I will get to them, eventually. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, Ruins. Chapter 481, Ruins. The two stared at each other. One was as cold as ice, the other calm and normal. The middle-aged person showed a serious expression and said coldly, I hadn't thought to find an expert like Sir here. This one is Ling Wei. Sir, please tell me your name. Zhongru. Zhongru calmly bowed in greeting. The two's gazes were still locked together. Ling Wei suddenly spoke, we have other matters, farewell. Finishing, he took his group and turned to leave. Zhongru stared at the backs of the group thoughtfully. Boss, that guy is very powerful? The red-clothed male asked probingly. Ling Wei snorted. Don't provoke that person. Hearing this, all the others were shocked. Even though Boss had not directly said the other was powerful, it was the first time since they arrived that he had cautioned them so. The red-clothed male curiously looked back and saw that normal-looking Diana Xiao was still standing silently. He couldn't see how he was powerful. He shook his head and pushed his puzzlement to the bottom of his mind. He was arrogant sometimes but he did not lack caution. A person that caused such wariness in Boss definitely was not a normal person. Thinking about the goal of the trip this time, he suddenly asked, Boss, is he also? Ling Wei's expression did not change and his tone was as cold as usual. If he is, then he is, if he is not, then he is not. Then we? First, we find a place to reside. Zuo Mo's cultivation was disrupted because many non-local Xiozha came to Suling City. More accurately, many experts had come. Experts? These days, those that could be considered experts were at least Jindan Xiozha. The abnormal situation of many Jindan coming into Suling City suddenly instantly aroused everyone's caution. Supposedly, several fights had broken out already in Suling City. The participants were Jindan and there were many casualties and injuries. Even the Turtle Island cultivation classes were affected. Many low-level students did not dare to come to class. For any local power, the peace in the surroundings was something they needed to maintain. Any kind of business required a peaceful environment. The flood of experts became the problem they had the greatest headache about. These people either were alone or arrived in small groups. Most of them did not have good tempers, and killing people in anger became as common an occurrence as eating. They were a very unpredictable variable in public safety. However, Zuo Mo had never thought about maintaining the public safety of Suling City. That was something for Suling's sect to look after. But from this unusual situation, he felt an incoming storm. What had happened? What could cause so many Jindan Xiozha to run to Suling City? Suling City wasn't a large city and did not have any outstanding products. Zuo Mo decided to get to the bottom of this matter. The mood on Turtle Island suddenly became tense. The island protecting formation was activated again and the cultivation classes were halted. News continuously came from Suling City. In a short 2 days, the number of Jindan in Suling City passed 100 people. This was a number that made everyone feel a chill. 100 Jindan were enough to flatten Suling City. The Jindan were still coming in. After 7 days, the number of Jindan in Suling City reached an astonishing 500. The fighting inside Suling City increased. People frequently fought on the streets of the city. The damage caused by fighting between Jindan was astonishing. Suling City was damaged all over the place. No one dared to stop them. Low-level Shouja were as insignificant as dust in front of this kind of battle and no one cared about them. Large amounts of low-level Shouja started to flee Suling City. Many low-level Shouja, especially the students of Turtle Island Cultivation class, ran to Turtle Island in hopes of protection. Zuo Mo naturally would not reject free labor that came to his door and took all of them in. He hadn't expected his action to cause a ruckus among low-level Shouja. In the eyes of others, low-level Shouja could be found everywhere and did not hold any value. Who would protect Shouja that were worthless? The reputation of Turtle Island had been very good among low-level Shouja before this. Hearing that Turtle Island was willing to accept low-level Shouja, those that were unwilling to leave took their families and ran to Turtle Island. Zuo Mo accepted these masses well. In any case, Turtle Island was very big and could hold them. But when Zuo Mo saw Su Zhangwei, he couldn't help but pause and hurriedly gave a greeting. Isn't this Elder Su? What wind has blown Elder Su over? Su Zhangwei's old face blushed. This old man has come to enter Island Master's faction. Zuo Mo paused again and then said with a smile, Elder Su, please don't joke, but... It was normal for low-level Shouja to join him, but Su Zhangwei was a Jindan and shouldn't have any problems with survival. This is no joke. Su Zhangwei gave a long sigh. Ah, Island Master must not know how they have ruined Suling City. Those people have been fighting and killing all day and they don't know how to stop. This old man almost died a few times. Seeing the fragility of Su Zhangwei, Zuo Mo finally learned that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. He hurriedly said, come in, let's talk inside the island. After he finished speaking, he ushered Su Zhangwei into the island. The fighting inside the city had been very serious. Previously, Shang Weiming had been lightly wounded, so Zuo Mo got him to return to the island. Therefore up until now, he did not know what these people had come for. Su Zhangwei was a Jindan and definitely should know a bit regarding this. As expected, as Zuo Mo inquired closely, the matter slowly floated out of the water. Someone had heard there was the ruins of an ancient Sun tradition hall near Suling City, and was sleeping in the sea near Suling City. At the start, those that heard the news all snorted at it. In these days, it would be unusual if stuff like ruins, treasure hoards, and immortal residences did not show up several times in a year. The rumors would be heavily inflated as though they were really real. But after losing many lives, everyone would discover it was a con. But as the news spread, more details were revealed and gradually attracted the attention of those watching. When a damaged Sun Tribe mask suddenly appeared in a large auction house, it caused everyone to believe the rumors. Many Shouja skilled in forging were invited to certify this damaged ancient mask. When each person returned, they all marveled at the mask without exception. The ancient presence on it caused every Shouja that came into contact with it to feel shock. Another rumor was also floating on the market. The biggest sect in Suling City, Suling Sect, had been secretly searching for these ruins during these past years. This mask was also one of their spoils but had been leaked onto the market for some reason. Supposedly, there was a greater power behind Suling Sect, and Suling Sect had been founded just to find and explore these ruins. All kinds of news quickly spread through the entire Cloud Sea Jia. For some unknown reason, after Zuo Mo heard Su Zheng talk, he instantly felt that the rumors were true. Because Suling Sect's actions were too strange. He had been fighting so fiercely with the Tian family, but Suling Sect had not acted at all. Any local power that was ruling the surroundings definitely would not ignore this unless their attention was not on maintaining their power at all, but... Learning the cause of the matter, he finally understood why so many Jindan were gathering at Suling City. Is there no response from Suling Sect? Zuo Mo suddenly thought of a question. None. Su Zhangwei shook his head. How can they react? With this many Jindan. Right now, many people are talking about going to Suling Sect and pressuring Lu Jin to reveal the location of the ruins. Zuo Mo thought that it was correct. Suling Sect was not a match for this many Jindan. They were most likely seeking aid from the power backing them. How many Jindan have come? Zuo Mo asked. Probably about half of the Jindan of the entire Cloud Sea Jia, Su Zhangwei said. Any that have any ambition would not give up this chance. Any tribe with the sun as its totem would be a powerful tribe. If they can really get 1 or 2 talismans, then they've struck it rich. Zuo Mo did not speak. People died for wealth, birds for food. This principle did not change over time. Danger was everywhere under the Cloud Sea with all kinds of powerful Yao beasts. So what if they were Jindan? They would also be unable to retreat unharmed. After experiencing the sealed extinction battlefield, no one was clearer to the dangers of ancient ruins than Zuo Mo and his group. If the strange corpse, wasn't there, then it was unknown if they could have walked out of there. Thinking to this point, he couldn't help but think of the strange corpse. Did the strange corpse find his birthplace? As his thoughts turned in his mind, Zuo Mo decided to not participate in this matter. The enormous turtle island was rich in its products and he did not have to worry about making a living. He would wait a few months and see if he could buy water cloud embryo to heal a Gue. If he couldn't buy it, then they would have to make a trip into the Cloud Sea themselves. Treasure was good, but he would not unnecessarily gamble with his life over it. Seeing that Zuo Mo was disinterested, Su Zhangwei couldn't help but be puzzled. Is Island Master uninterested? Too many people, and too little food. Look at the amount of people, there is no place for us, Zuo Mo said unconcernedly. He then comforted Su Zhangwei, Elder Su, don't worry, rest your heart and stay on the island. Zuo Mo had interacted with Su Zhangwei and knew this was an honest person. Learning the cause, Zuo Mo closed the formation and buried his head in cultivation. The low-level Xiozha on the island also settled down and the cultivation classes started again. After arranging everything and releasing a breath, Zuo Mo suddenly saw a Lil Pagoda fly in front of him. The chubby Lil Pagoda's eaves were like round fleshy paws, and increasingly adorable. When it saw Zuo Mo, it seemed to see a savior, its little fleshy paws grabbing on Zuo Mo's clothing. Good son, daddy doesn't have time to play with you. Go play. Zuo Mo patted Lil Pagoda with affection. Lil Pagoda was extremely panicked, furiously pulling Zuo Mo's clothing and flying in one direction. Don't mess around. Zuo Mo scolded with laughter. He didn't expect Lil Pagoda to pull even harder and detected that something was wrong. His heart suddenly jumped. Had something happened? Lil Pagoda saw that Zuo Mo seemed to understand and hurriedly flew forward with Zuo Mo tightly following behind. Zuo Mo quickly came to the entrance of a cave. Translator ramblings, in the great span of things, the last little arc with the Tian family was just to introduce people to Cloud Sea Jia and the people of Suling City. We're heading into more substantial stuff now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, Brutish Bird. Chapter 482, Brutish Bird. When Zuo Mo reached the cave entrance, he heard a sharp shriek, and his expression changed. Silly bird! He charged in without hesitation. Entering the cave, the lighting became dim, but for Zuo Mo it was as though it was lit up by daylight. There was a thick layer of insect corpses on the ground, but he did not care to look at them and dashed lightning fast towards the deep reaches of the cave. A short while later, Zuo Mo saw Silly Bird and his heart relaxed slightly. Silly Bird was facing off against an enormous insect. In a corner nearby, 10th grade was holding its sword as it furiously panted. It was at the end of its strength. When Zuo Mo's attention turned from Silly Bird in 10th grade to the enormous insect, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. This large insect was shaped like a small hill and wrapped in black armor that looked extremely hard. It had large limbs that were like that of a spider, each was extremely thick and had rows of slightly curved spikes extended outward, making its legs look as though they were covered in teeth. Zuo Mo believed that if even one leg swept its target, it would tear off skin and flesh. At the end of its legs, hooked bone spikes tightly gripped the ground. In front of these feet, the hard rock was like mud that was easily penetrated. The two eerie red eyes of the enormous insect stared at Silly Bird. It had a destructive presence that held a thread of decay came from its body. Zuo Mo had never expected that such a dangerous Yao beast was living on his island. At this time, Silly Bird moved. In the air, an afterimage flashed across Zuo Mo's vision like lightning, so fast he could not capture it. Clink! The sound of metal colliding. In the darkness, a ball of sparks shot out. The enormous insect wasn't an average Yao beast and was extremely alert. Its two front legs shielded its face and did not show any openings. The armor on its body was abnormally strong. Silly Bird's claws that could easily penetrate talismans could not do anything to its armor. Silly Bird was clearly angered by the opponent's hardiness. With a long call, her wings suddenly spread, her eyes burning as a red flush came onto the beak like it was dripping with blood. With a flap of her wings, she was like lightning. Clink. An even stronger burst of sparks blossomed in the air. The enormous insect clearly could not stand against it and was forced half a zhang back, the rock under its feet shattering. In a killing mood, Silly Bird furiously attacked. Clink clink clink. The enormous insect repeatedly fell back, the rock under its feet continuously shattering and being powdered under the repeated blows. Ripples spread outwards with the enormous insect as the center. The body of the enormous worm continuously sank. Like it was a pillar of wood, it was being hammered into the ground. It finally showed hints of terror, but it was not so easy to escape a berserk Silly Bird. Silly Bird's attacks were like a storm and the enormous insect didn't even have a chance to breathe, much less escape. If it wasn't for its freakishly strong armor, it would have died long ago. At the side, Zuo Mo gaped with wide eyes. He had come with the panicked thought of rescue, but at this time, there was only one thought in his mind: this insect was pitiful. Of course, he pitied it but definitely would not rescue it. He was also drooling as he looked at the freakishly strong armor of the insect. An armor that could stand up against such ferocious attacks was definitely a treasure. If he took this armor and made Ling armor, he wouldn't even need to dodge normal flying swords. Treasure, treasure. At this time, a sudden change happened. The insect that had been on the defense all this time suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of black energy. Silly Bird was caught unprepared and was hit by the black energy. Silly Bird's body suddenly froze, she lost control and dropped to the ground. Dreaming about the Ling armor, Zuo Mo hadn't expected the insect to do this. He acted to attack when he saw the situation. Yet he hadn't expected to see Silly Bird sway like she was drunk as she leapt up from the ground. Zuo Mo was slightly reassured. It seemed that Silly Bird didn't have a major problem. He looked attentively at the enormous worm. If it showed any signs of ill intent towards Silly Bird, he would attack viciously. But the enormous insect also showed tiredness. That ball of black smoke probably was not something it could release easily. The enormous insect stared at Zuo Mo and hissed from its mouth as its body retreated. It wanted to escape. Zuo Mo instantly judged the insect's intentions. He decided to attack. How could he let such a treasure slip from his hands? Suddenly, a high and sharp shriek came from beside him and penetrated his ear. Zuo Mo's expression changed and reflexively covered his ears. The rock on the cave ceiling started to fall and the fear the enormous insect held grew. Silly Bird attack again. Just like before, the enormous insect curled into a ball with its front limbs covering its face. Just as Silly Bird was going to touch the insect's body, her diving attack suddenly turned into a snatching motion. Zuo Mo looked with shock as Silly Bird grabbed the enormous worm that was much larger than her, lifting it into the air like a condor grabbing a sheep. The enormous insect instantly panicked, its 6 limbs dancing as it hissed. Zuo Mo seemed to see Silly Bird smile viciously as she carried the enormous insect and then used her body as a pivot to swing the insect. The enormous insect was like a hammer that left the hand. With a howl, it hit the wall of the cavern. Dong! An enormous sound, the cave shuddered and rock rained down. Zuo Mo had a feeling that the cave was going to collapse. No matter how hard of armor it had, the enormous insect was left stunned by this smash. It laid down in a pit of shattered rock. This was a pit that had been caused by its collision. Before it could struggle up, its body suddenly felt light. It was grabbed into the air again. Another throw. Dong! Rocks hit Zuo Mo's body but he didn't notice them at all. He gaped at this crazy scene in front of him. In a berserk rage, Silly Bird threw the enormous insect over and over and the insect was like a hammer that was swung again and again and then struck the ground, the ceiling, the walls, and the stalagmites. If one wasn't seeing it with their own eyes, no one could have thought that there was such terrifying strength in Silly Bird's not-so-powerful-looking body. Zuo Mo shook. At the same time, 10th grade that was gaping in the corner also shook. So scary. 551, 552. One should offend a villain before offending Silly Bird. Silly Bird. What kind of silly bird was this? This was clearly a brute bird. Pia. The freakishly strong insect body was not freakish enough compared to Silly Bird and was split into 5 pieces. Silly Bird finally threw away the insect legs in her claws with satisfaction, raised her bird head and stalked her female bird walk as she left. In the entire process, she didn't even glance at Zuo Mo. We are generous and won't argue with a brutish bird. It was impossible for non-freakish people to argue. Zuo Mo went to clean up the insect corpse with great self-awareness. Pitiful insect, didn't it just spit out a mouthful of black smoke? It was smashed to death. So pitiful. Darren. Darren. This is great. This is a wonderful thing. Gu Minggong rubbed his hands as he looked with bright eyes at the 5 pieces of the insect corpse in front of him excitedly. This is the first time this subordinate has seen such a large deep granite leaf insect. Is this the insect queen? Right, this is the insect queen. Zuo Mo knew that the insect was something good, but he did not recognize it, so he brought it to Gu Minggong's for appraised. He believed that with Gu Minggong's knowledge, he would definitely recognize it. Deep granite leaf insect? Deep granite leaf insects mostly live in dark and deep caverns. They are extremely reliant on earth energy. Normal deep granite leaf insects are a CUN long, and each group will have an insect queen. What is most useful about the deep granite leaf insect is its armor. This is the famous black gold leaf armor. The excited Gu Minggong spoke quickly. Each black gold leaf shell is just a bit larger than a willow leaf. It naturally has exceptional defensives. With 300 pieces, it is possible to forge a black wave leaf armor, that is 5th grade Ling armor. Zuo Mo thought of the dense layer of insect corpses in the cave and was instantly excited. So many corpses, there was hundreds of thousands. 5th grade Ling armor. Zuo Mo's mind was blown by this good fortune that had dropped out of the sky. Gu Minggong did not notice Zuo Mo's expression. He looked with a burning gaze at the 5 pieces of insect corpse in front of him, his voice filled with disbelieving excitement. This insect corpse is even better. Using this subordinate has the confidence to forge a 6th grade Ling armor which can rank on the talisman rankings. Such a perfect insect queen is almost unbelievable. 6th grade Ling armor that could go rank in the talisman rankings. Zuo Mo almost fainted. He had never worn 6th grade Ling armor, but a 6th grade Ling armor that could go onto the talisman ranking. Would he become Jindan just by putting it on? This expert really has uncanny skill. Even able to dismember the insect queen, really powerful. Look at this cut, clean, and without any hesitation. Gu Minggong's expression was intoxicated. Zuo Mo shook and returned to normality. He thought of a certain brute bird. On the yin yang twin butterfly, 10th grade was completely naked, black energy shrouding his entire body. His eyes were tightly closed and clearly was at an important time. Threads of black energy continuously came out of his body and entered the black butterfly wing under his feet. What was strange was that the border between black and white was not pushing towards the white wing, but into the black. Each thread of black energy seemed to be nutrients for the white wing, nurturing it. Gradually, a light layer of white light appeared on the white wing. Dots of white light shed off the white wing and floated upwards. When it reached the same height as 10th grade, these dots of white light gathered into a ball to become a rice-sized ball of white light. When the ball formed, the speed it absorbed white light suddenly increased. The white light on the white wing was quickly absorbed and its body became the same size as 10th grade. 10th grade opened its eyes. Looking at the white ball of light, it showed rare joy. He sat with legs crossed and waited silently. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo, I'm here, watch the scalping zombie save you. Oh, didn't have to fight and there is so much treasure on the ground. Jing sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, Eldershin. Chapter 483, Eldershin. When 10th grade pulled a little person clad in white, who was about the same size as himself, in front of Zuo Mo, Zuo Mo's chin almost dropped to the ground. Please, master, bestow a name. 10th grade said gravely. Zuo Mo curiously looked at the little person in white. The little person in white seemed slightly embarrassed and hid behind 10th grade with a timid gaze. The little person in white was the same size as 10th grade, the face is handsome and exquisite, but the person in white had softer features than 10th grade. 10th grade's features were much harsher. This caused the two to have completely different presences. The little person in white gave off the feeling of being sunny while 10th grade presence was cold. After staring for a while, Zuo Mo still could not figure out if the little person in white was male or female. Zuo Mo pointed at the little person in white and turned to look at 10th grade. He is your, brother. 10th grade's expression was stern and serious. Oh, so it was a male, such a pity. Oh, why do I find it a pity? Then he is named Sunshine. Zuo Mo's poor imagination meant he really could not think of a better name. Sunshine, 10th grade tilted his head, his little face serious. He felt this name was pretty good. Many thanks for the name, master. Sunshine gave a sunny smile. The two quickly flew off and disappeared to play somewhere else. Zuo Mo shook his head and continued his plan of getting rich. In the cave, Gu Minggong looked at the insect corpses on the ground and his entire person seemed to be struck by lightning. Darren, the trembling in his voice was clear, his tongue seemed to be tied as he stammered out a question. Killed all of these? Oh, my Ling beasts, Zuo Mo said. He then asked enthusiastically, "Can these insect corpses be used to forge black wave leaf armor?" Gu Minggong was stunned. Killed by ling beasts? Heavens, those were powerful ling beasts. Deep granite leaf insects were 5th grade ling beasts. Their hard armor was unable to be damaged by flying swords below 5th grade. Deep granite leaf insects basically had no weakness. They were not afraid of poison, fire, or cold, and they lived in groups, which made them extremely difficult to deal with. He picked up an insect corpse from the ground. This deep granite leaf insect had died long ago, and there wasn't a single mark on the outer shell. But when he opened the outer shell, there seemed to be a sword wound that went through the entire body of flesh. Such a powerful sword essence. Such a powerful ling beast. Gu Minggong recovered from his shock. Yes, it can be forged. It can be forged. This subordinate has never seen so many deep granite leaf insects before. Darren, you may laugh, but this subordinate has really had a fright. Hearing that the black wave leaf armor could be made, the rock in Zuo Mo's heart landed and his face was joyful. This could be used for many black wave leaf armors. Maybe each person could get one. Darren, have you explored the cave? Gu Minggong suddenly asked. Hearing this, Zuo Mo thought, was there something else in the cave? He hurriedly asked, no, what is it? Gu Minggong explained, Darren may not know that the deep granite leaf insect has a special characteristic. They like to consume earth metals to help them strengthen their armor. So deep granite leaf insects usually reside on top of mines. Darren may want to inspect the area. If this mine could be found, it would be of great benefit. Hearing this, Zuo Mo's heart was moved. For any power, mines were extremely important as it meant they had a steady income. No matter how rich a power was, if it did not have a steady income, this power would not be able to survive for long. Turtle Island had very good conditions, no matter if it was the ling fields, the cold silkworm cave, those were all very constant incomes. If they could have a mine, that would be the icing on the cake. Zuo Mo decided to explore the cave, and this incident also reminded him that there were many unexplored caves on the island. There were probably many secrets that he had not found. After he finished exploring this cave, he would definitely explore the entire island. The cold silkworm cave had not been completely explored, the inside was bone-achingly cold, which made it hard to travel in. Out of consideration for safety, Zuo Mo did not enter the deeper parts of the deep granite leaf insect cave alone and pulled everyone along to explore it. As expected, they found a vein of rock grain steel. Rock grain steel was 4th grade material and widely used in making all kinds of talismans, so it was highly expensive. Rock grain steel vein, tens of thousands of Mu of Ling fields, cold silkworm cave, Turtle Island was far wealthier than any other sect in Su Ling City. But only the few that explored with Zuo Mo knew about the vein. There were many people on the island now and the situation outside was unstable. If the news of this vein was leaked, people would likely immediately attack. It was better to be low-key in this time. Su Ling sect was disturbed every day by Xiuzha that furiously inquired to the location of the Sunshin Hall. Lu Jin and the others could not escape. Ah, when will the top send people? Huang Jie groaned, his face in a grimace. If it wasn't that the others were wary of the power behind the two of them, the Xiuzha would have torn the two of them to pieces. Soon. Lu Jin pretended to be calm. At this time, the oil lamp on the table suddenly exploded with light, and an authoritative voice sounded inside the room. Come forth to welcome. Lu Jin and Huang Jie paused and then both showed overjoyed expressions. They flew out together. Lu Jin took out a little jade chime and lightly tapped it twice. The long chime sounded in the entire Su Ling sect. A beat later, countless Su Ling sect disciples flew off the mountain with dignified expressions and in organized lines. The Jindan Xiuzha that were all impatiently waiting opened their eyes wide to see what Su Ling sect was doing. Those that were smarter shifted their expression and thought of the sect supporting Su Ling sect. Was the power behind Su Ling sect about to show itself? Countless disciples lined up from Su Ling sect all the way to the outside of Su Ling city. They respectfully stood in 2 rows soundlessly. The ceremony was so heavy that all the Jindan in Su Ling city became grave. Lu Jin and Huang Jie appeared at the very front of the line. Just as everyone was raising their heads in wait, a line of fire suddenly appeared on the horizon. This line of fire was not evident at the beginning, but in a blink of an eye, it magnified and covered the sun to burn the sky. The sky that had been blue lost all of its color. The burning fire swallowed the sky. The green grass on the ground withered at a visible rate and turned black. The rivers floating on the ground seemed to boil. Streams that were slightly smaller completely dried up. It seemed like the end of the world. All the Jindan that saw this scene showed shocked expressions, those less brave felt their knees knocking together. There was only one word in their mind. Yuanying. Only a Yuanying could possess such a presence. The sky-covering flames seemed to find a vent and rapidly flooded towards Lu Jin and Huang Jia. When it neared them, it manifested into two people. The one leading was an old person dressed in red robes and a youth was standing beside him. The sky that had been fiery red became blue again without any smoke. Disciple Lu Jin greets Elder Shen. Disciple Huang Jia greets Elder Shen. Lu Jin and Huang Jia respectfully knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Behind them, all the disciples of Su Ling sect knelt on the ground. The spectacle was extremely grand. Elder Shen's complexion was rosy and had a mole on his forehead. His gaze was sharp and fiery, and seeing such a scene, he showed a complimentary expression. Not bad, you have done well. Even though accidents happened this time, but your service is greater than your offense. After this matter, you can return to the sect. Lu Jin and Huang Jia was overjoyed. This had been what they were worried about the most, but hearing Elder Sheng's words, it seemed that the top would not pursue their mistakes this time and allowed them to return to the sect. What they had wished for so long was being fulfilled. The two couldn't help but cry tears, and bowed again. Thank Elder for your beneficence, but... Alright, stand up, Elder Shen said faintly. Yes. The two finally stood up. At this time, the young person next to Elder Shen stepped forward and raised his hands in congratulations, shitty. The two didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly returned the greeting. Greetings to Li Shixiong. If Ming Yi was here, he would definitely recognize this was the Li Shu who had plotted against Turtle Island with him. In name, Li Shu was the Shixiong of Huang Jia and Lu Jin, but his authority was much greater. Once the two returned to the sect, there were many places that they needed to rely on Li Shu, so it was naturally they did not dare to offend him. From beginning to end, none of them even looked at the other Xiozha in the surroundings, not even out of the corner of their eyes. Those arrogant and wild Jin Dan were completely silent. Yuanying Xiozha definitely could walk wherever they wanted in Cloud Sea Jia. Those Xiozha that had ran to Su Ling sect to pressure Lu Jin all had ashen faces. If the other wanted to settle the score, no one would be able to escape. In front of Yuanying Xiozha, they had no power to resist. Jin Dan Xiozha could be defeated by being overwhelmed by a large number of people. On the battlefield, the death rate of Jin Dan Xiozha was not low, which was enough to show their vulnerability. But against Yuanying, this tactic was not effective. If there was a little bit of error, just the slightest opening, it was enough for a Yuanying Xiozha to escape. Due to this, the fatality rate of Yuanying Xiozha was extremely low on the battlefield. Only Yuanying Xiozha could kill Yuanying. Thinking about the other's overwhelmingly destructive presence, no one could gather any courage. There had been great speculation about Su Ling sect before, but no one had expected the person to come was a Yuanying. Those people also noticed what Lu Jin had called this person. Had the power that sent this person have other Yuanying Xiozha? Sects that possessed Yuanying Xiozha were ones people needed to look up to. What kind of sect could have more than one Yuanying? The chaotic situation stabilized rapidly on the arrival of a Yuanying Xiozha. There were no people fighting on the streets and everyone seemed to become harmonious and polite in an instant. Xiozha started to leave. They felt the hope was small and left. But many Jin Dan still stayed. They had been chasing shadows before, but as the Yuanying came, it only seemed to confirm the truth of the rumor. If it was not real, why would a Yuanying come in person? Translator ramblings, both Sunshine and 10th grade are male. If one of them has to be female, it would be 10th grade and not Sunshine. 10th grade is actually the passive and feminine force if we go by coloring alone. We finally get to see someone of the Yuanying stage. Also, more Jingshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, Stage of Yuanying. Chapter 484, Stage of Yuanying. Zuo Mo shoved a Ling replenishing Dan into his mouth and chewed on it, with a relaxed expression, as though it was popcorn. His hands did not stop. One after the other, the Ling replenishing Dan that were worth 10 pieces of 4th grade Jingshi apiece were repeatedly thrown into his mouth. There had been a huge amount of materials that they had taken from the Tian family, and from that there had been a large amount that had been forged into Ling Dan, like the Ling replenishing Dan. Zuo Mo had adequate wealth now and decided to allow everyone to use them to help them increase their cultivation speed. As the boss, Zuo Mo naturally had an unlimited supply. He also found that no matter how much he ate, his body would not feel any discomfort, so he ate them as though they were snacks. Fueled by this feeding frenzy, the Ling power in his body continuously increased. Each Ling replenishing Dan turned into a stream of gentle Ling power once it reached his throat and quickly spread through his organs. Compared to absorbing Ling power from the outside, the Ling power in Ling replenishing Dan was much gentler and purer, so it could greatly decrease the amount of time Zuo Mo needed to process and refine it. Normal Xiuzha would have the problem of Ling power blockages caused by the impurities, while Zuo Mo did not need to consider this at all. The Great Day Mo physique was very powerful and he could tolerate a much greater amount than normal Xiuzha. There was also a significant portion of the Ling power that would automatically turn into spiritual power or be absorbed into the Mo physique. Even so, the rate Zuo Mo's Ling power increased was astounding. Zuo Mo finally understood how the terrifying cultivation of the large sect disciples had formed. It formed from being fed large amounts of worldly treasures in Lingdan. He was just a little power in a remote Jia and he could use so many resources to cultivate. The power that those large sect disciples could command was multiple times larger than his. How could a Xiuzha that cultivated like this not become strong? Oh, these days were already pretty good. Zuo Mo reflected on the world idly as he chewed the Ling replenishing Dan. Ling replenishing Dan were not rare on the island. Due to the bounty of materials, everyone's Dan-making skills had shot up. Even the most difficult Ling Dan could not stand against supply the abundant materials. The few that were the best at Dan-making could make more than 300 in one frightening go. He thought about when he had been forging the Golden Crow Dan at Wu Kong Mountain, that really sucked. Ague was silent, as usual, next to Zuo Mo didn't dare let her to eat anything like the Ling replenishing Dan. Ague's body was not well, and extremely powerful substances like the Ling replenishing Dan was akin to poison to her and could likely cause her body to collapse. The purple energy in Ague's body had grown again. Even Pu Yao and Wei could not understand this strange power, much less Zuo Mo who was much less experienced. But since he knew that the purple energy was beneficial to Ague, Zuo Mo did not concern himself with it. I heard that there are 3 Yuanying in Suling City now. TSK, 3 Yuanying. 3 Yuanying? Really? Is there even 3 Yuanying in Cloud Sea Jia? You're joking? There probably is 3, it is a pretty big Jia. If there isn't even 3, then it is sad. So the rumors about the Sunshin Hall ruins are real. Probably, even Yuanying Xiuzha have come, can it be false? We're so close, if we can't even get one benefit, then isn't that a great loss? As he listened, Zuo Mo really could not suppress it. He took off the shoe on his foot and threw it at the people who were discussing the most. He cursed, idiots. You want Jingshire over your life? Be good and follow me, how many good days have we just had? At this time, a serene voice inserted into the conversation. It seems you are all very idle. Let's multiply your cultivation duties for today. Whoosh, everyone's faces became green. Lil Miss. As expected, Gongsun Lil Miss was staring at them from nearby, his eyes flashing with a cold light. This group instantly scattered. These guys are really annoying, Zuo Mo cursed. Each of them has their nose pointed at the sky, they really think they are the best in the world. These people are like this after having a few victories. Gongsun Sha sat down. I will go and have a heart-to-heart with them. Standing at the side, Ma Fan and the others heard the words heart-to-heart and their faces paled further even though they were already Jindan. We need to be careful, Zuo Mo said in a low voice, so many experts are gathered here, something is definitely going to happen. Gongsun Cha's heart shook. Even though Shixian seemed laid back, he knew that Zuo Mo was more perceptive than any of them. This quality had been proved by past events. Gongsun Sha knew his best qualities and his shortcomings. He was a pretty good battle general, but he was not as far-sighted as Shixian. He nodded. And, I will arrange for a patrol. At this time, a fierce ripple of Ling power came from a distance. Zuo Mo's expression couldn't help but change. He blurted out, Yuanying. Before he finished speaking, he flew into the air. At the same time, Wei Shang and the others appeared next to him. Each person looked in shock in the direction of Suling City. The Ling power ripple had came from Suling City. There was 4-hour trip between Turtle Island and Suling City, the distance was not close. But this powerful and domineering Ling power ripple was so clear as though it was happening right next to them. Even Wei Shang couldn't help but show shock. How terrifying would the Ling power collision be to produce such a strong Ling power ripple? How terrifying was the Ling power ripple that it could spread to such a distant place? Yuanying. It had to be Yuanying. Even though none of them had ever seen Yuanying before, they were sure. Such a terrifying Ling power collision was not something a Jindan could produce. This was the first time everyone directly felt the enormous strength of a Yuanying Xiuzha. Gongsun Sha suddenly took out the Sky Ray treasure lens and swiped his hand on the lens. The treasure lens instantly showed the scene at Suling City. When everyone saw what was on the lens, they all inhaled sharply. The members which had been restless just before had ashen faces and the restlessness disappeared without a trace. Suling City, which had been full of holes from the fighting between Jindan in previous days, was like a cake that had been bisected. The half that was near the Cloud Sea had flown away. Everyone was familiar with the streets of Suling City and were even able to mentally construct the streets on the other half. What was eerier was that the entire surface that had been cut was smooth as though it had been cut with a knife and had a glass-like sheen. Shouja skilled in fire spells were able to recognize this was the glassy layer that would form after something was burned by extremely domineering flames. The Cloud Sea had quickly swallowed the half that flew away and disappeared as though nothing had been there before. There were two indistinct figures facing off in the sky. Was this Yuanying? This question was in everyone's minds. After the two faced each other for a moment, they left. One of them glanced in the direction of Zuo Mo and the others. Their hearts suddenly jumped. The other was warning them. Fortunately, the other did not show signs of attacking and his figure disappeared from the edge of the lens. When everyone returned to the island, many people had soulless expressions. The blow that had been dealt to them had been too strong just now. The power that the Yuanying had shown was truly terrifying. Suling City was 5 times the area of Turtle Island. In other words, if a Yuanying Shouja was willing, they had the power to erase Turtle Island from the Cloud Sea. Gongsun Sha bit down on his lips, his face slightly pale. We are not a match. This sentence caused him to feel great humiliation. His face flushed red, his eyes showing great shock and unwillingness. Zuo Mo knew that with Gongsun Sha's pride, saying this meant they didn't even have 1/10 a chance of victory. He started to understand now. Experts like Yuanying were not something that could be faced using tactics but could only be dealt with on a strategic level. They had the power to destroy and travel through the void. They were not people that could be killed by relying numbers. Zuo Mo forced a smile. No problem, we won't enter conflict against Yuanying. Everyone sank into silence. They had been so confident before. Vermilion Bird Camp had won constantly. Even many Jindan had died under their charges. They had once presumed that they had become stronger. There had been people undergoing core formation successively, and their confidence had been unprecedentedly high. At this time, no one had the interest to speak. They finally knew how stupid their confidence was. They were sitting at the bottom of the well, but any one of the 2 Yuanying Shouja in the sky was enough to destroy all of them. Everyone lost the interest to speak. Zuo Mo's Sea of Consciousness. Wei said, it seems that this experience has been a great blow to him. Pu Yao was unconcerned. A setback isn't a bad thing, just a Yuanying. You're right, just a Yuanying. Wei nodded. He went back to his job of teaching guard camp. He had found great amusement from this job. Just a Yuanying. The news about the battle quickly spread to them. One of the participants was an elder from Suling sect named Shang. The other was the elder of one of the biggest sects in Cloud Sea Jia, Elder Yunhai Shang. The halving of Suling City had been drawn by the zither string of Yunhai Shang's Cloud Sea Jade Pillar zither. In this battle, other than half of Suling City that had been erased, there were more than 20 Jindan that did not manage to flee in time, and were either turned to powder under the zither sound attack or to ash in the fierce flames. This caused many Jindan to leave Suling City of their own will after the battle ended. No one dared to go near Suling City again. The large formation of Suling City was completely destroyed. If they stayed on the island, it would be dangerous if they were attacked by Yao beasts. Yet Suling City's surroundings were only so big, and only had so many cloud islands were suited for habitation. There were many Jindan Shouja that could not find appropriate places and started to fight. Some Jindan started to form groups and tried to use their numbers to get enough benefits. Quickly, people started to target Turtle Island. While Turtle Island Battalion was famed in Cloud Sea Jia, but Turtle Island was still an upstart in many people's eyes. They only had one victory and it wasn't anything significant. Turtle Island's wealth had long been spoken of. This caused many hearts to sway. Several batches of Shouja quickly sneaked near Turtle Island. All Jindan Shouja. The mood suddenly turned tense. Translator ramblings, Pu Yao and Wei, still looking down at the common masses. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, Fire Crow attacking the formation. Chapter 485, Fire Crow attacking the formation. So this is Turtle Island? The large man at the front looked at the roiling clouds, his eyes flashing. A good place as rumors say. Yes, yes. A small-framed Shouja with a pinched mouth and round cheeks hurried to agree. Darren is wise. This island does not expose itself. This location is the best next to Suling sect, but... He suddenly lowered his voice. This subordinate used the hemp garment divination method to divine multiple times and, increasingly, I feel that this Turtle Island is in a good position. It is not far from the ruins, so if the ruins appear, we will definitely be able to detect the disturbance here. Oh, are you sure? The large male who was the leader changed expression for the first time. It is accurate from the divination. The man with the pinched mouth knew he could not put a guarantee on this kind of matter and said cautiously, however, the ruins were built in the ancient era and there are many uncertain variables, so this subordinate does not guarantee it. There have been several groups that have been circling around Turtle Island recently and must also be targeting Turtle Island. The large man showed a satisfied expression. And, you have done well. Humph. They want to compete with me? They don't want to live. When he spoke the last words, his expression became vicious and full of murderousness. The pinched mouth male was touched by the murderousness and his expression changed slightly. Darren's murderous intent was unrivaled, no wonder he was called the Butcher. The leading male was a famous expert with the name of the Butcher, Wei Li Tian. Wei Li Tian had become famed 20 years ago, the most merciless and cruel person, and his hands were painted in blood. His ranking was even higher than Ning Yi, in the top 10 of Cloud Jia. He also gathered a group of fellows that were also cruel experts, and there were 5 of them that were in the top 100. The other people, though not as famous, all had Jindan cultivation. They traveled the wilds, killing people and taking their treasures, the most famous outlaws of Cloud Jia. Their numbers were always maintained at 49 people. Being the 50th person meant being eliminated from the group with only one outcome, death. 49 people, all of them Jindan, all of them with their unique techniques. Many powers wanted to destroy them, but Wei Li Tian's group wasn't just merciless in their conduct, but also cunning and malicious. There were many battalions that had fallen at their hands, many of them with great fame. Wei Li Tian knew the advantages and shortcomings of his own troop. He never faced his opponents in open combat, always running around the enemy like a cunning wolf pack, charging when he saw the chance and then biting a piece off. They had also come this time for the Sun Shin Hall ruins. Wei Li Tian knew much more about it than other people because he had a Xiuzhe in his group that was skilled in divination. Xiu Ling was the weakest of all the people in his group but was one of the most crucial members. This unknown Jindan was skilled in all sorts of divination and Wei Li Tian's most trusted assistant. It had also been Xiu Ling who had persuaded Wei Li Tian. He hadn't just calculated the position of the ruins but also divined many details that people did not know. For example, only Xiuzhe with Jindan cultivation could enter the ruins. This caused Wei Li Tian's heart to move. They had 49 people that were all Jindan. In other words, all of them could enter the ruins. Other factions could also send in Jindan, but they would not be as in sync and cooperate as well as Wei Li Tian's group. It could be said that Wei Li Tian had a natural advantage. In terms of collective strength, other than the 3 Yuanying, their group was undoubtedly 4th. Xiu Ling also divined the origins of this Shin Hall. It was the Shin temple of a large tribe in the ancient era and contained almost the entire treasure trove of this tribe. This was a treasure trove almost unimaginable. Even if he did not compete with the 3 Yuanying, just the little bit of leftovers was enough to satisfy them and they would not need to steal for a few years. If they were lucky, they wouldn't need to worry about their entire lifespan. As to the danger, people in their profession were always in danger. They sneaked near Su Ling City, but after seeing that fight between Yuanying, even this group of vicious people couldn't help but feel fear and hurriedly left Su Ling City. But they did not plan on departing and moved their eyes towards the well-positioned Turtle Island. We can't force ourselves in, the island formation isn't ordinary and we might not have enough people to charge though. Wei Li Tian's eyes were keen and instantly saw the exceptional quality of the formation. He turned around and asked a subordinate, Xin, do you recognize what formation this is? The Xiuzhe called Xin had grayish-white eyes that gave people the feeling of darkness and death. There is a yin-yang thundercloud formation. This isn't a big problem and not difficult to resolve. But it is hiding another formation, and I have not seen this formation before. It isn't simple, we need to be careful. When the words were spoken, many people had shocked expressions. Xin was naturally born with a pair of gray pupils that were able to see through many things. He was from a seal cultivating sect and skilled in all kinds of formations. It was the first time they heard Xin saw he did not recognize a formation. Wei Li Tian's expression became serious. He had expected before that this would be a hard bone to chew, but he had been confident in having Xin as the ultimate weapon. He hadn't expected that even Xin did not recognize it. This caused him to smell the scent of danger. He suddenly smiled, don't rush. Since so many people are interested in Turtle Island, then we'll let them explore first. The other people's eyes lit up. As the Xiuzhe increased around Turtle Island, the mood on the island gradually became nervous. A group of Jindan Xiuzhe roaming around Turtle Island produced pressure that caused everyone's nervous to tense. This wasn't 1 or 2 Jindan, but dozens of Jindan. In reality, Zuo Mo and the others did not fear Jindan. The island was strong in numbers and weapons, but after the number of Jindan surpassed 10 people, they started to feel enormous pressure. A group of Jindan was enough to decide the direction of the entire battle in small-scale battles. Battalions could easily defeat 1 or 2 Jindan, but when the number reached 10, this was a power that was unable to be destroyed unless they were faced by a similar number of Jindan. Everyone rejoiced that Zuo Mo had spent great effort in setting up the formation. It now became the defense that they trusted the most. The meridional Azure Ether formation that had been processed by Azure Ether was more than 10 times as strong as the Yin-Yang Thundercloud formation. What movements have these people made? Zuo Mo asked Gongsun Cha. Gongsun Cha's Sky Ray treasure lens was extremely effective and they were able to clearly see the situation outside the formation. Restless. Gongsun Cha's brow creased and a thread of murderousness flashed. Lil Miss that had just been dealt a blow by the Yuanying Xiuzhe instantly felt irritated when a group of flies flew over. Feeling the coldness in Gongsun Shidi's words, Zuo Mo laughed soundlessly. Gongsun Shidi was proud and unwilling to admit defeat. Even if the other was Yuanying, he was not willing to admit defeat. However, when he thought about it, Zuo Mo felt that he wasn't much better. Including eldest Xixiang, even though he didn't say anything, but he had been even more diligent in his cultivation the past days. He probably also wasn't giving up. At this time, an enormous explosion came from the sky. Boom! Fire crows charged at the island and activated the Yin-Yang Thundercloud formation. Countless silver eels danced and smashed onto the fire crows to crush them into pieces. Gongsun Cha swiped on the Sky Ray treasure lens and saw a Taoist holding a gourd. There were blackish-red fire crows continuously coming out of the gourd. There were several people around the Taoist that were clearly protecting him. Gongsun Cha's face became pot-black as he left without a word. Those that were familiar with Lil Miss knew Lil Miss was angry. The sky above Turtle Island. Taoist masters' black fireling crows are as extraordinary as expected. A Xiuzhe's gaze was fixed on the crows as he praised. He didn't know what those black fireling crows were forged from, but they were not afraid of lightning. Every time they were struck by lightning, they would reform and continue to charge within the formation. The lightning would strike it to smithereens, and then it would reform again. The black fireling crows seemed to be unable to die. The shocking lightning that had been so intimidatingly thick in the formation became thinner and the sound decreased. The number of black fireling crows increased and it seemed to become a black patch that was spectacular to see. The fire crow Taoist was extremely proud. He had harvested the black fire from the deep in the earth to forge these black fireling crows using a secret method over 10 years. Today was the first time they were displayed in front of everyone. He had the intentions of amazing everyone. He suddenly shouted, "Burn!" The spell on his hands changed, and the fire on the fire crows grew. The black clouds were completely burned away by the fire. The Yin-Yang Thundercloud formation was so easy defeated. There were cheers from the surroundings. Many people had shocked gazes and looked on with completely different attitudes towards the Fire Crow Taoist. The Fire Crow Taoist was even more proud and greed floated into his gaze. The news of Turtle Island's wealth had spread rapidly in the past days. With his defeat of the formation in front, he would probably get some benefits. Thinking how his purse, which had been dusty for many years, was finally going to be filled, the Fire Crow Taoist's face became excited. Taoist is a masterful. After the formation is defeated, I will remember your service. The leading Xiuzhe gave the Fire Crow Taoist another push. The Fire Crow Taoist became alert and said, "Many thanks, Darren. Look at my Fire Chief Crow." His expression became stern as he started to recite. An invisible ripple spread with him as the center. The black fireling crows spiraling in the air seemed to smell something and became restless and violent. Pia pia pia. Fire crows exploded into balls of black flame. The exploding black flames merged into the bodies of the remaining black crows. The black fireling crows expanded rapidly, their bodies becoming bigger, their claws even sharper with wisps of black smoke. The black feathers became even harder than before, the red patterns on them even brighter and clearer. On the forehead of the fire crows, a thread of black fire slowly pulsed. The number of fire crows rapidly shrank until only 30 fire crows remained. But the pressure given off by these 30 fire crows was even greater than the sky full of crows previously. Ba dump. Ba dump. Ba dump. As though it was the sound of the heart beating, the flames on the foreheads of the 30 fire crows pulsed simultaneously. The feeling of pressure spread and floated past everyone's minds. Each person's heart uncontrollably tightened. Translator ramblings, even Jindan are poor people. I've been slacking off and listening to audiobooks. I think the person who did World of Cultivation stopped recording any new series, but there are a lot of really good new series on Ximalaya this year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, Lil Fires. Chapter 486, Lil Fires. This Fire Crow Taoist skill isn't bad. Wei Li Tian's expression changed slightly as he stared at the black fireling crows without blinking. He was considering if he should recruit Fire Crow Taoist into his group. With the skill that the Fire Crow Taoist was displaying now, it was enough for him to earn a spot in this group. Xian did not speak, his eyes tightly locked on the intimidating fire crows. The group pupils were at full force, the fire crows in his eyes turning in balls of pulsing black flames. Each ball of black flame was pulsing at a unique rate, and the ling power in the surroundings was flooding towards them. It was truly frightening. Yet what was completely opposite of the presence of the fire crows was the abnormal calm of Turtle Island below them. This was an unusual calm. There was no movement in the view of his gray pupils. Even the azure light that had been barely discernible before had disappeared now. It was too calm. The others seemed to be ignorant that someone was attacking their formation, not reacting at all. Xian widened his eyes and didn't dare to blink in fear he would miss a detail. For some reason, this unusual calm quickly spread through the crowd. The Xiuzha unconsciously stopped their breathing as though they were waiting for something. At this time, Fire Crow Taoist cast his spell and shouted, "Go, Ut." The flames on the foreheads of the fire crows suddenly paused, their eyes glaring as they shot up. Their spread-out wings seemed to burn, the feathers turning rapidly to flames as the bright red patterns on the feathers turned to lines of red that mixed within the flame and added a touch of eeriness. They suddenly dove down. The air instantly was filled with fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 30 fire crows were like arrows shot out a bow, giving off a long black tail of fire as though they were meteors coming from the sky. Just as the fire crows seemed to pass through the formation, the azure light of the formation flashed. A thin azure shell of light that seemed like an eggshell suddenly appeared. Xian's gray pupils were suddenly covered in a layer of gray mist. He almost burst out, this was it. When he saw the yin-yang thunder cloud formation, he had found that an almost indiscernible azure light existed. He had perceptibly noticed this azure light, that was so easy to be missed, and quickly judged that it was in reality a very powerful formation. But this layer of weak azure light had quickly disappeared as though it was a delusion he had experienced. But Xian believed in his judgment and also his gray eyes. He patiently waited. He knew that if it was a formation, it would definitely appear again. Only now when this thin azure eggshell reappeared, he finally saw its true appearance. This transformation had occurred extremely fast that most people were unable to react in time. Among many people's exclamations, the first fire crow hit the azure light shell. Boom! Like a meteorite from heaven, each fire crow smashed heavily on the azure light shell. The fire crows were like drumsticks, and the eggshell the drum. The enormous sounds of collision beat on everyone's hearts. The sound spread explosively and many people's bodies froze, their expressions changing. The azure eggshell shook, the fire crows suddenly exploded into countless wisps of flame that spread out. Dong dong dong. The rapid sound of collision was like a drumbeat that intimidated with every beat. Transparent air ripples spread and was like blades cutting the flesh where it passed. No one had expected these small fire crows to be so strong. This wave of Fire Chief Crow caused the spectators' hearts to almost stop beating. Many people finally recovered at this moment and exhaled heavily. The last ripple spread and it became peaceful again. The flames that had exploded now spread and covered the entire shell as it burned silently. The Fire Crow Taoist had not expected the other's formation to be secure. The Fire Chief Crow he had such high hopes for had not succeeded. This caused his face to look slightly ugly. However, he was not panicked and a smirk floated at the corner of his mouth. The dominance and maliciousness of the Fire Chief Crow was not just this. Coming out of their shock, the spectators were puzzled. Why was the Fire Crow Taoist motionless? If he did not have more powerful moves, then come down. There would naturally be people that would go up. Why wasn't he willing to come down? Yet when their gazes landed on the formation on Turtle Island, their pupils suddenly contracted. Those black-red flames that had scattered on the eggshell had not weakened. They were still tightly glued onto the shell of light and were burning silently. Was it? Many people's eyes lit up. Zuo Mo raised his head. That wave of Fire Chief Crow had also made him jump. Zuo Mo had a move called Meteor Void Fire in the past that had been similar to this move, but his move was weak in comparison to Fire Chief Crow. As the 30 fire crows dove down, there was a feeling the sky had changed color. There was countless Xiuzha in the world and all of them had their own secret techniques. This fire crow method appeared normal, but on further inspection, it was filled with unpredictable changes. That black fire wasn't normal, and if he wasn't careful, the other would succeed in breaking through the formation. Large amounts of black fire burned right next to the eggshell. Each bloom of fire was not large, but they did not extinguish. Zuo Mo furrowed his brow. He could detect that there were many corrosive powers continuously charging the meridional azure ether formation. The amount of Ling power the meridional azure ether formation was consuming had increased greatly. Based on this speed, the meridional azure ether formation would not be defeated, but the Jingshi would not be able to support it. Zuo Mo raised his head and gazed at the black fire burning on the eggshell above his head. At this time, a red shadow suddenly charged at the shell of light. Zuo Mo focused and was stunned. Lil Fire. Almost at the same time, Lil Pagoda took control of the meridional azure ether formation from Zuo Mo's hands. What were these two doing? Zuo Mo's heart jumped and his expression changed slightly. These two mischievous guys could not be playful at this time. There was a huge crowd of Jindan outside. If the formation was open now, and the others took the chance to enter the island, then it would all be over. This was different than the attack from the Tian family last time. There were truly too many Jindan, so many that not even the battalions could defeat them. There was also a large number of low-level Xiuzha on the island. They did not have any strength to protect themselves. If the enemy charged it, the outcome would not bear thinking. Zuo Mo shook. Yet before he could stop them, what happened stunned him. Lil Fire's round and bouncy body was like a sticky rice bun that pasted itself onto the shell of light. Its entire face seemed to be pressed to the inner wall of the shell as it looked yearningly at the flames outside the shell, as though it saw something delicious and was drooling. Zuo Mo almost thought his eyes were not working. He rubbed his eyes hard and made sure what he saw was not an illusion. This guy was really drooling. The following scene once again surpassed Zuo Mo's limits of understanding. Blocked by the shell of light, Lil Fire's body rolled and it aimed its butt at the flames on the outside. Pooh, a light sound, the flames outside the shell turned to a line of fire that burrowed into the orifice of Lil Fire's behind. Zuo Mo grabbed his head with his hands and turned to stone. Oh, heavens! What was this? He suddenly recalled how Lil Fire would sprout a thin line of fire whenever he would squeeze its round body. When he was bored, Zuo Mo would frequently do this. As he squeezed Lil Fire's tender and bouncy body, bursts of flame would erupt and, being interesting, he used it to relieve his boredom. But now he saw that Lil Fire's orifice that sprouted fire was furiously, no, crazily sucking in flames. Zuo Mo felt his world was crumbling. The people beside him that had been brimming with murderousness were stunned. Such a strange scene clearly surpassed the limits of understanding for normal people. Having absorbed one thread of fire, Lil Fire gave a happy sigh and then it rolled along on the inner wall of the shell to the next fire. Everywhere Lil Fire passed, the flames on the outside turned into lines of fire and entered its orifice. Every time this happened, the formation would ripple lightly. This was because Lil Pagoda was working together with Lil Fire, the two were in great sync. Turtle Island was completely silent. Zuo Mo and the others below watched with raised faces as though they were rows of statues. The Fire Crow Taoist's eyes were half-lidded and seemed very confident. He knew that the other people were also seeing the effects of his talisman. He was patiently waiting. The black fireling crows had been forged by harvesting the black fire from the depths of the earth. This kind of black fire was called the ingranite fiend fire. He had searched through mountains, continents, and swamps to find this in a deep and poisonous cave. He had really used great effort and spent much thought on forging the talisman. When this ingranite fiend fire burned, it would attach itself and would not extinguish until what it was burning was ash. It was extremely malicious and specialized in attacking all kinds of space and Ling shields. He had forged 108 fire crows this time. Since the ruins event happened, he had planned to make his debut and thought of using this situation to become famous. Up until now, the development of events had not diverged from what he had predicted. The other did not know the power of the ingranite fiend fire and allowed it to keep burning. They were really stupid. That was good. It was time for he, the Fire Crow Taoist, to become famous. The Fire Crow Taoist was full of ambition, waiting for the Ling power of the formation to be used up and for them to charge in. At this time, the small chatter in the surroundings entered his ears. Fire Crow Taoist couldn't help but frown. This group of people had cultivated to Jindan, how could their composure be so lacking? When he opened his eyes and his gaze landed on the shell, it was like someone hit him over the head and sparks spun in his eyes. The shell of light that had been covered in flame just now was completely bald and empty. Why was it like this? Ingranite fiend fire? Where was the ingranite fiend fire that would not extinguish until it burned all to ash? He looked dazedly at the mirror-smooth shell of azure light, green and red crossing on his face. His gourd was completely empty. He thought about how much hardship he had endured to find that granite fiend fire. He thought about the many years he had spent to forge the 108 black fireling crows. He thought about his ambitions in becoming famous. But there was only that eggshell of azure light left in his eyes with nothing on it. Fire Crow Taoist looked dazedly on like this for a moment, and then he suddenly sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood, dropping out of the sky like a rock. Translator ramblings. Kudos to the person who guessed last chapter Lil Fire was going to be involved. Like Starfish, Lil Fire only has one opening. Like Master, like Pet, Zuo Mo now has a taste of what his elders felt like back at the sword test conference. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487, Come. Chapter 487, Come. Having swallowed the granite fiend fire, Lil Fire was like an inflated balloon. Its body was now black and red. It slowly flew down from the shell of light at an extremely slow rate, as though it was a fatty that had eaten too much and was moving slowly with a large body. Lil Pagoda came out of somewhere and circled Lil Fire, nudging Lil Fire and then sitting on Lil Fire. Darren? Isn't Lil Fire a fire Yao beast? Xiashan's expression was uncertain. Yes. Zuo Mo reflexively nodded. Are all fire Yao beasts this powerful? Xiashan showed admiration. Fire Yao beasts were not commonly seen but were not rare. More importantly, it was not expensive. Maybe he could buy a fire Yao beast. He did not know that the black fire was granite fiend fire, but he had seen the power of the fire crows, and he knew the fire was not ordinary. Even the slowest person knew that Lil Fire wasn't ordinary based on how Lil Fire was able to consume all the fire. Zuo Mo felt slightly stunned and his expression was strange. I don't know. Xiashan rubbed his hands and said yearningly, Darren, how about getting Cheng Darren to breed a few more, and give each person one? He turned his face and looked at the slowly flying Lil Fire, saying heatedly, looking at Lil Fire's figure, it's one that is good at breeding. Why don't we breed a few more? Lil Fire's ears were very keen. Hearing this, its round body suddenly froze. A vision suddenly floated up of it being held captive in the beast pool, a group of little Lil Fires jumping around it. It uncontrollably shook. The body, which had just been tinged black, instantly became pitch black. With a bang, it dropped onto the ground, creating a great bloom of dirt. It furiously wriggled its ball-like body and fled in panic. Looking at Lil Fire's sorry state, Zuo Mo roared in laughter. His mind returned to the sky and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The Shouja in the sky showed no intentions of leaving, and there were several more groups that were further away. Do you think that Turtle Island is a fat piece of meat? Zuo Mo smirked coldly inside. The death of the Fire Crow Taoist only caused a small furor. Everyone quickly calmed down. Other than those geniuses that came from those large sects, normal Jindan had to experience many battles and they were experienced with death. They were attacking a large island with an island formation. How could there not be any fatalities? But the problem was that layer of azure shell had not changed at all. Is there any signs of it weakening? Wei Li Tian asked AXIN. No, AXIN's answer was very decisive. There had been a few moments where the formation had shown slight rippling, but he could not grasp what kind of effect this change indicated. He had never heard of the wonders of this formation. AXIN started to be suspicious of the origins of this group of people. This large formation was not something a normal sect could possess. Only those ancient sects with long histories could possess something like this. Turtle Island's origins are probably not simple. This formation is very powerful. AXIN decided to state his opinion because the following actions would determine his own life and death. AXIN never told lies. Wei Li Tian showed a cautious expression. He asked Xiao Ling, can you divine their origins? Xiao Ling gave a grimace. This subordinate does not have the power. Many people only knew that divination could predict the future and detect all kinds of things, but did not understand there were many restrictions. If one wasn't careful, their souls would be destroyed. Also, it wasn't possible to divine everything. The more specific the matter, the harder it was to divine and the greater the price that had to be paid. Wei Li Tian did not speak. He decided to wait and see. There was a group of people not far from Wei Li Tian, Langwei's group that Zhongru had encountered in Suling City. Langwei glanced at Wei Li Tian and said in a low voice, everyone, be careful. That is Wei Li Tian. Butcher Wei Li Tian. Some people exclaimed. This name represented death to them. The red-clothed male showed a rebellious expression and snorted. So what if it is Wei Li Tian? If he dares come, we can kill him. Boss, can we take down this Turtle Island? Dragging on like this, these groups are like girls. Long Wei shook his head. Not so simple, this formation is very powerful. Then what? We stand and watch? The red-robed male said urgently. That Turtle Island is brimming with wealth. If we can get it, we'll be rich. Long Wei's brow creased. His nephew, Lang Sheng's talents were exceptional and had become a Jindan at a young age, but he was worried about the other's fiery temper. As they spoke, another few Jindan went forward and started to attack the formation. At this time, several figures suddenly flew out of the island and caused everyone to stop talking. Ha ha! Turtle Island, a bunch of turtles hiding in their shells. What? Finally can't stand it. Have you come to surrender? A Shouja said smugly, as long as you surrender and leave immediately, we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, with so many good heroes and men here, when we defeat your formation, won't leave a chicken alive. Zuo Mo looked coldly at the surroundings and ignored that person. At his side, Ma Fan's expression suddenly changed. He snorted coldly, sneaking around. Before his voice stopped, the flying sword in his hand twisted in the air. Pew, blood sprayed and a limb shot out of the air. A figure wailed and tripped. Ma Fan had been the best at concealment in the past. He was the first to detect someone was sneaking near Darren to try to assassinate him, so he had been merciless in his attack. At a distance, Lang Wei and the others' expressions changed. It's him! Their gazes all landed on Zhongru, who was standing beside Zuo Mo. Their encounter at Suling City that day had left a deep impression on them of Zhongru, so when they saw him standing next to Zuo Mo, they were very shocked. Wei Shang was on Zuo Mo's right, Xu Long on Zuo Mo's left. Zhongru was next to Wei Shang and was the second to Zuo Mo's right. No matter who it was, none of them had imagined the true master of Turtle Island was this outrageously young youth. Looking at that face that still held a thread of tenderness, everyone found it hard to believe. Zuo Mo did not speak and displayed great calmness. In that glance, he had judged the situation. There were 5 groups of people, and what he felt was the greatest threat was that group with 40 to 50 people. Zuo Mo was very sensitive to the presence of battle, and he saw with a glance that this large group were not friendly. The other groups were not as high of a threat to him. Especially this group that was closest to him, there were only 5 people. So it is a little baby whose hair hasn't all grown out. Lang Shang gave a cold snort and had an unconcerned expression. I had thought it would be a powerful person. Long Wei did not speak. When that sword had cut off the arm, this youth that was outrageously young didn't even bat an eyelash. He was too calm. This was a calm that did not fit his age. At this time, a bellow came from the group of people nearest Zuo Mo. Such daring. At death's door, and you dare to harm one of ours. You want to die. Brothers, kill this group of children, don't leave any alive. Zuo Mo's gaze landed on him. His eyes were cold as he spat one word out, kill. Before his words finished, Xie Shan, Ma Fan, Lei Peng, Nian Lu and Owen attacked. From the beginning, the other side had carefully maintained a distance from Zuo Mo's group, but they had never expected the distance which they thought was extremely safe was enough for Xie Shan and the others. Xie Shan and the others had long practiced the 3-section wave killing charge. Short-distance charges were seeped down into their bones and were like an instinct. Between 2 points, a straight line was the shortest. Sword up, power, accelerate, and a charge without any finesse. 4 ruler straight golden sword lights flashed in everyone's field of view. The exception to guard camp, Owen walked a path completely different than the others. He was an Mo shadow guard skilled in speed. With a light saw, the feathers around him shook lightly and his body disappeared in the air like a ghost. The 5 people paled, hurriedly activating their Ling armor to block this attack. Pia! 4 heads left necks and flew into the air. The power of the 5th grade gold crystal sword was displayed in this kind of charge. The others' Ling armor was like papier-mâché and did not stop them at all. There was a bull-sized bloody hole at the throat of the last person. No one detected how it had formed. It was like the most practiced butcher treating the lamb on its board, hand up, blade down. A battle finished in the blink of an eye with one side completely losing. Many people showed a hint of terror. Such a sharp and decisive attack was out of everyone's expectations. Shouldn't they be afraid? Wei Li Tian and Lang Wei's expressions started to become grave. They saw and understood more than average Shouja, and the shock they received was much greater than normal Shouja. The 4-sword Shouja had made the same move, clean and crisp, an attack without any finesse. It had the scent they were familiar with, the scent of a battalion. The sky above Turtle Island was completely silent. At this time, a cold smile floated at the corner of Zuo Mo's mouth. He slowly said, I hadn't expected Turtle Island to receive so many heroes today. Zuo Mo's voice was not loud, his tone did not change. He seemed to be narrating a very normal matter but with slight disdain. Yet in this silence, his voice was so clear and echoed in the sky. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this outrageously young island master any longer. You can fight however you want over the ruins. But... Zuo Mo's voice paused, his eyes fierce as he looked at the surroundings. The murderousness on his face was exposed as he slowly breathed out. If someone wants to target our turtle island, then you are welcome to see if my sword is sharp or not. Zuo Mo seemed to be uncaring that there were multiple numbers of Jindan around him. Such a great tone. A shout came from a short distance away. At Zuo Mo's side, Wei Shang's brow creased. He stepped forward and his wrist turned. The black sword that was like a horse-chopping saber seemed to be pulled out of a non-existent sword sheath, one that was a void. The speed he was pulling out the sword was not fast, but as the sword rubbed the air, it created a tail of blinding sparks. A sword hum shook the surroundings. Wei Shang dealt a blow. Translator ramblings, let's have a discussion about pets and working animals and my viewpoint on Zuo Mo as a pet owner. There is a slight distinction which might put Zuo Mo's actions into perspective. Working animals are the ones that are domesticated and then perform tasks or have specific duties, i.e. transportation, herding sheep, plowing fields, producing milk. Then we have pets, which are mostly for companionship and amusement to the owner. In most Chinese fantasy stories, what we usually have are working animals, because they are expected to fight for the owner in exchange for food, shelter, or an increase in strength, regardless of whether they are called pets or not. In a way, Silly Bird and Lil Black started out like this for their transportation and ling-seeking abilities, but Zuo Mo hasn't needed those talents recently. For example, he hasn't upgraded Lil Black's abilities after the 200 or so chapters. The other pets Zuo Mo have come about due to accidents or good fortune, like Lil Pagoda and Lil Fire. Initially, Zuo Mo never expected them to work for him and doesn't demand things of them. That's why, right now, he doesn't seem to be concerned about their cultivation and playing around. He isn't expecting them at present to make him money or fight. There are pet shows in real life, but most people do not expect their cats to work for them or make money. He's the one providing them with food, resources, and shelter because that is what most people do for their pets. As long as they are happy and fed, Zuo Mo doesn't really need to do much else. He's not neglecting the pets because he does play with them occasionally and they have each other for companionship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, Wei Shang's One Strike. Chapter 488, Wei Shang's One Strike. The movement of Wei Shang swinging the sword was filled with the feeling of ease. The large black sword that was as long as he was tall seemed weightless in his hands. Compared to the killing charge of Ma Fan and his fellows, Wei Shang's movements held no presence. Yet everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Even Wei Li Tian and Lang Wei showed fearful expressions. Their gazes were locked on the black sword in Wei Shang's hand. The black sword was like an ink brush and dyed the space it touched with a layer of blackness. The sky that had been sunny before slowly darkened within everyone's terrified gazes as the sword moved. Just like that, the sky darkened until night came. The empty and desolate presence was endless and vast as the ocean, and among this void ocean, the sky full of stars were as bright and glistening as diamonds. My heavens! Someone's exclamation was abnormally loud in the silent sky. The person that had been shouting suddenly stopped. He looked dazedly at the starlight in the sky and was filled with disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? Flipping day and night, how great did the cultivation and power have to be? The other was clearly a Jindan. How could he execute such a powerful move? Was this an illusion? But the scene was so real, the sky full of stars which were so close they could be touched. He could not detect any presence of an illusion. But to turn day and night using just sword essence, how terrifying! Only those great powers in the legends could have such unnatural skill. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Turtle Island's power was much stronger than he had imagined. This kind of expert should only exist in the stories. He did not notice the space around him was soundlessly twisting. And, what? A feeling of danger suddenly came. Before he could make any movements, his pupils suddenly expanded and his body froze where he stood. A bright red and slender line of blood silently appeared on his neck. Pew! Blood sprayed from the bloody line and scattered into the night to disappear. The youth in his field of view that was moving the sword became blurred. Who was he? With his last suspicion remaining, he lost alertness. Wei Shang's expression did not change. He took a step back, his wrist moving with the motion as the black sword slowly pushed back behind his body as though he was pushing it back into that invisible sheath. The sword created a string of sparks. When his wrist stopped moving, the black sword suddenly gave a loud hum full of unwillingness. The blackness of night visibly faded, decreasing until it disappeared. Sunlight fell down on everyone's bodies but none felt any warmth. That faint and empty sword essence caused them to unable to absorb one thread of warmth even now. There was no sharp killing intent, no bone-aching coldness, even that void was so faint it was hard to detect. The most attracting was that suddenly incoming night and the sky full of stars. Wei Shang's sword strike caused many to feel the desire to retreat. The unwilling hum of the black sword caused people's hearts to tremble. No one knew how that Xiozha had died. When had the bloody line on his neck appeared? This was a sword strike that was eerie and uncanny. Who was he? Everyone had the same thought. This kind of expert definitely could enter the expert rankings. Why had they never heard anyone mention him? Some with more active minds and more information suddenly recalled the disappearance of Ningyi, Gu Minggong, and the skeletal remains of Yuan Xian. The details they had missed in the past floated into their mind and they seemed to understand. Turtle Island had this kind of expert, no wonder. Zuo Mo was also filled with shock. When Wei Shang had made his strike, all the hairs on his body had uncontrollably stood on end. Ma Fan and the others gaped. Only Zuo Mo, Xu Long, and Zhong Ru could maintain their composure. Eldest Xixiang was as inhuman as expected. Every time eldest Xixiang was wounded, his strength would definitely explode after he healed, but Zuo Mo had originally felt proud at his progression in this past while, but in front of eldest Xixiang's sword strike that caused the sky and ground to change, his pride instantly disappeared. Eldest Xixiang had intimidated the entire battlefield. Taking advantage of the silence, Zuo Mo smiled darkly and said with bloodthirst, "Any that stays within 50 li of Turtle Island after 1 hour will be considered an enemy of Turtle Island." As he spoke, an hourglass appeared in front of him. The sand in the hourglass started to fall down. Once the words came out, many people's expressions changed and some were indignant. Zuo Mo's tone was as before, but the meaning in his words were extremely domineering and held an unquestionable tone. These people were all ones that had their own fame and reputations. No one had ever dared to give them the order to leave with such a domineering tone. However, many people chose to leave. The power that Turtle Island displayed far surpassed their expectations. Everyone had only known that Turtle Island Battalion had been skilled, and no one had known that Turtle Island also had many experts. The crispness of attack from Ma Fan's group of 5 caused them to feel astonishment. Wei Shang's uncanny sword strike had completely extinguished the greed in their hearts. They recovered their calmness. Their goal this time was the ruins. If they were killed at Turtle Island before going into the ruins, that would be very unprofitable. Wei Li Tian ordered without hesitation, "Retreat." The other Xiozha under his command all showed surprised expressions. They knew just how vicious Boss was. The other had spoken so unreasonably and with such dominance that Boss rationally should not have agreed. No matter how powerful that person with the black sword was, he was only one person. There was nothing to be afraid of. Only A. Xian's expression was unchanged. He didn't seem to be surprised at this outcome at all. Just as Wei Li Tian ordered a retreat, Lang Wei also ordered unhesitatingly, "Let's go." Lang Jin asked with disbelief, "Go? We're going like this? If you don't want to die, leave." Lang Wei said faintly. Lang Shang jumped up and said, thrusting his neck up, "Boss, this makes us seem cowardly. The other just is scaring us and have scared us Wei. How will we live in the future? Can you beat the guy with the black sword?" Lang Wei asked in response. Lang Sheng stopped, but he tried to bluster, "Even if I can't, I can hold up for a while." Lang Wei looked at him and said faintly, "I also cannot win over him. Not just him, the Diana Xiao we encountered that day is as powerful as I am. So what? We have so many people. Notice that Island Master, you also cannot win against him. Pay attention to that guy in armor next to the Turtle Island Master, you also cannot win." Lang Wei's tone was not polite. "Their battalion has not even come out. There are so many people here. Do you want to enter the ruins?" Lang Wei interrupted Long Shang's quibbling, "If you want to enter the ruins, don't provoke them." He turned around and threw back, "Those that do not leave will not enter the ruins." After almost an hour, there were only a few more than 20 Jindan left in the sky. They thought they were powerful enough and did not want to scurry away. However, when they found that only 20-something people remained, their expressions became ugly, especially when they saw the two groups of Wei Li Tian and Lang Wei who were most powerful also left. "Time's up." Zuo Mo grinned viciously at the people left. "I want to see who dares to attack." A Xiozha said with an excited expression, "When did this sky become owned by Turtle Island?" "Idiot." Zuo Mo spat out and his body disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zuo Mo's group all disappeared. These Xiozha had never thought Zuo Mo and the others really dared to attack and were unprepared. It wasn't just Wei Sheng that had improved. Zhongru took out the crossed prayer wheel and slowly turned it. Bright sutra characters floated off the prayer wheel into the sky. As Zhongru chanted in a low voice, the golden characters slowly floated to a few xiuzha. When the sutra characters flew near their target, they seemed to be pinned to the air. The enemy felt their bodies suddenly feel impossibly heavy and it was hard to even move a finger. The sutra characters floating in the sky suddenly dropped dots of yellow sand. These tiny gold sand grains contained extremely great power. The smell of sky soil suddenly increased in the air. The 9-turn sky-earth disk had been completely merged into the prayer wheel. Zhongru had also merged the power of the 9-turn sky-earth disk into the Diana Shio's reincarnation illusory realm, calling it the Sky-Earth Diana realm. The power increased, and so did its wonders. Zhongru used wish power to watch each speck of sky-earth sand day and night. The prayer wheel, a talisman that had never appeared before in any records, gradually transformed as Zhongru forged it day and night. Even he was unable to control some of the transformations. In the last fight, he had comprehended many of the abilities of the Attainment Golden Body. It was a 6th grade Diana spell and contained many abilities. As the opponent was pulled into the Sky-Earth Diana realm, the other's Ling armor experienced 3 types of power: the Sky-Earth, the Diana presence, and wish power. It instantly shattered and before the xiuzha could wail, he lost his life. The sutra characters in the air suddenly lit up like monsters that had just filled their stomachs and returned to the prayer wheel. Zhongru chanted lowly and spun the prayer wheel to rid the prayer wheel of the threat of evil energy. Among the crowd, the most attention-catching was Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo, who had been consuming many Dan lately, had a great increase in his Ling power. This caused his level in the other 2 powers to grow greatly. His speed was like lightning, his power peerless in its dominance. He charged left and right like a human-shaped beast. Everywhere he passed, blood and flesh flew. The others had come up to his door shouting to fight and to kill. He had been irritated for a long time and did not have any mercy as he fought. He used all 6 transformations of the great Damo physique in turn. As he killed, he felt unspeakably comfortable and couldn't help but howl. He seemed to have plucked an invisible cord in many areas of the skills that had been blurry in the past suddenly became clear as though he could reach out and touch them. As though it was following the flow, the domineering midday blade in his hand suddenly disappeared, his consciousness bloomed and twisted like flowers and scrolls. Countless Yao arts flooded his chest and was almost going to burst out. At this moment, someone abrupt happened. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo was very lucky at times. There are decisions which could be called bad or irrational that he has made, but he is very lucky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489, Ambush. Chapter 489, Ambush. A blinding light appeared beside his feet without any warning. His vision turned completely white and he was unable to see a thing. A dangerous and trembling presence was aimed straight at his brow and his heart jumped. Shocked, his body had almost unconsciously retreated. Ambush. Someone was ambushing him. Damn it! He had not even detected the other's existence. The shock he felt was indescribable. Zuo Mo had been through hundreds of the fights, but this was the first time someone managed to ambush him from right in front. The light void wings were activated to their maximum power, time seemed to stretch out at this moment, and everything seemed so slow. That threat of intimidating killing energy was like glue. No matter how Zuo Mo dodged or tried to escape, it was tightly following him. The sharp and bone-chilling killing presence, the strong pressure that seemed to aim straight between his brow caused Zuo Mo's nerves to be tensed to their limits. The light void wings were furiously flapping at a remarkable rate, the air was howling in his ears and carried the exclamations of shock from Wei Sheng and the others, but Zuo Mo did not hear any of this. All of his attention was focused on that point of killing essence that was seemingly tangible, but his 10 fingers seemed to be strumming the pipa as a string of blinding lights continuously expanded in front of him. Little Yao arts. At this crucial moment, what Zuo Mo could choose was only little Yao arts. Simple and instantaneous, this most basic Yao arts became Zuo Mo's only choice at the moment. Bam bam bam. The sound of breaking was like a drumbeat. That threat of intimidating murderousness was not affected at all. In front of it, the little Yao arts were like layers of paper mache, and the dot of black within the sky full of fragmented energies did not change at all. The dark and cold killing essence made him feel as though he was in a glacier and the blood inside his body seemed frozen. Terror was like a great poison that spread to every corner of Zuo Mo's body. The god of death was so close to him, the rotten breath of the death gold almost breathing onto his face. Was he going to die? This thought uncontrollably appeared in his mind. Time seemed to stop at this moment, everything in the surroundings became silent. His chaotic consciousness became normal again. The killing essence was still bone-penetrating, but the terror inside had disappeared. Zuo Mo entered a very strange state. In this moment, his mind was as clear as the water in a lake. The impulse that had accumulated due to the Yao art suddenly erupted like a volcano. His fingers swiped through the motions as though they were out of his control. Strange paths, strange Ling power vibrations, strange feeling, but everything was so natural as though it was water flowing. 10 dots of light were like 10 spinning stars drawing out 10 serene blue lights. Complex Yao arts flowed past his mind. The serene blue light that his fingers were producing grew brighter. Zuo Mo's mind was abnormally calm. The slender yet bright serene blue light seemed to grow like bean sprouts and climbed onto Zuo Mo's hands. His hands seemed to be covered in serene blue gloves of light. When these two hands met in the air, a light that was as blinding as sword energy suddenly exploded from in front of Zuo Mo's chest. Arg! A howl of beast suddenly swept past with an ancient presence. As though there was a wasteland beast looking down authoritatively under a full moon. Archaic wasteland sacrificial art. The ambusher made a light sound. His body was like an earthworm that twisted strangely. The sky full of light suddenly retreated and it turned into a sword light that suddenly increased in speed and shot at Zuo Mo. Wei Shang's heart sank down. His sword strike that had flipped day and night looked easy, but in reality, it was his masterpiece. It didn't just contain his recent comprehensions, it had also consumed the greater half of his Ling power. The strength of the ambusher far surpassed his imagination. Even if his Ling power was not used up, he may not be a match for the other if they faced each other in true combat, much less an ambush. This ambusher's sword light was grand, but the sword essence was cunning and poisonous. It was not similar to any sword essence he had seen before. The other had comprehension of sword essence that was even higher than Wei Shang's. Where had such a powerful enemy come from? But at this time, he could not attend to anything else. Wei Shang's black sword pointed at the other, the Ling power in his body boiling as it furiously flooded into the black sword. The ambusher suddenly twisted and bounced away strangely. A dark sword energy had suddenly appeared where he just had been standing, as though a cut had been made on the sky. The ambusher seemed to have detected it a long time ago, and turned his head back with ease to stare at Wei Shang. Wei Shang saw a pale white mask, ugly and unmoving, tightly worn on the enemy's face. The pair of eyes within the eye slits were full of dark murderousness. The other suddenly grinned and the pale white mask was pulled into a strange smile that caused anyone who looked to feel a chill. Wei Shang's eyes blurred and he lost track of the other. But his pupils suddenly contracted. At this time the sword light viciously stabbed into the light in front of Zuo Mo's chest. A beast's howl that carried an ancient presence suddenly spread outwards with Zuo Mo as the center. The dust and smoke dissipated, leaving behind a shadow that was like a little mountain, an ancient colossal beast that appeared in everyone's vision. The two lantern-sized eyes were full of dignity. There was a bright sword energy held in its mouth. Zuo Mo panted heavily, his hands covered in light, one position forward and one back as though he was trying hard to grab onto something. Sweat snaked down his forehead. His eyes were glaring, his hands trembling slightly as though he was using great strength. That bright sword energy was like a little snake that constantly struggled. The sword energy gradually dimmed until it disappeared. The wasteland beast that was like a little mountain crumbled soundlessly and also disappeared. Seeing Zuo Mo was fine, everyone released a breath. Then they all looked warily at the surroundings to stop that strange sword show from making an ambush again. After a while, there was no movement and Zuo Mo sat down on his behind, only able to pant. From the moment he was ambushed until now, it was just the span of a blink of an eye, but the danger he experienced was something only Zuo Mo, who had been targeted on by the sword light, experienced. The line between life and death. He was just a hair's width away from death. Thinking about it now, he still felt fear. A group of Xiozha suddenly flew up from below and encircled Zuo Mo in the middle. Gongsun Sha had given the order after seeing Zuo Mo ambushed. Recovered, Zuo Mo forced a smile and said, "Such a powerful sword show. We have really met an expert now." His smile was even uglier than crying. Without an exception, everyone else had terrible expressions. If something had happened to Darren just now, they would be unpardonable. But thinking about the sword show that wore the pale white mask, everyone's hearts shook. How he had sneaked in front of Zuo Mo, how he had released that sword energy, how he had left, no one knew. Even Wei Shang only managed a brief glimpse before the figure blurred and he had lost the other's trace. From beginning to end, the other had been at great ease. Let's return to the island. Zuo Mo's group instantly returned to Turtle Island and opened the formation as soon as they were back. Fortunately, the formation had the ability to function as an alarm. If a person did not have a jade disc, they would be unable to enter the island. Otherwise, Zuo Mo would have to worry the assassin would be mixed among the crowd and wormed his way onto the island. Then it would be great trouble. In the cloud sea about 10 li from the island, a figure slowly rose from the cloud sea soundlessly. A pale white mask looked back at Turtle Island and then slowly sank into the cloud sea. Have you found him? Zuo Mo asked. Thoughts of the terrifying sword show that ambushed him circled Zuo Mo's mind like a nightmare. He did not know why the other had not continued his ambush. The greater majority of being able to escape alive this time was due to his luck. If he encountered this guy again, Zuo Mo didn't dare to guarantee that his luck would be this good. The other was far more powerful than they were. Even Wei Xing honestly said his strength could not rival the other. Someone this powerful definitely could not be unknown. Having such a powerful assassin target him, Zuo Mo felt that he wouldn't be even to get a steady sleep, so he decided to get to the bottom of this matter. Therefore, when Zuo Mo returned to the island, he immediately sent out all his forces to investigate this person. He had paper crane messages with Liao Qi Chang, but he had not expected Liao Qi Chang to run to the island in person. Liao Qi Chang's expression was very strange. This guy isn't not from Cloud Sea Jie. Not from Cloud Sea Jie? Zuo Mo was slightly astonished. When Liao Qi Chang received the news that Zuo Mo had been ambushed, he had been greatly shocked. His connection with Turtle Island was relatively intimate and knew much more than regular people. Even Ning Yi and the others had not fared well on their hands, yet there was a person that was able to kill Zuo Mo. How could he not be shocked? His first thought was, this guy should not be from Cloud Sea Jie. His thought was quickly proven. The other was not from Cloud Sea Jie as he expected. But when he discovered the other's origins, he was even more shocked. He felt this was not an ordinary matter and made a trip specifically to Turtle Island. According to your narration, this person should be the famous masked assassin. This person is unusually strange and skilled in assassination. He is a very famous assassin. He's not famous in Cloud Sea Jie, but famous in the entire Four Realms. Liao Qi Chang's tone was slightly nervous. This powerful? Zuo Mo jumped in fright. Even more powerful than this. Liao Qi Chang licked his lips. He may be a Jindan, but what made him famous was that he had successfully assassinated a Yuanying, Long Hong, 5 years ago. This caused him to rank in the top 10 of Jindan assassins, top 10 among all Four Realms Jindan assassins. He is 7th now, and he has never failed against a Jindan target, including large sect disciples such as from your Koanluan. You are the first. Speaking of this, Liao Qi Chang was slightly excited. He did not pay attention to the gaping mouth of Zuo Mo and continued, you are going to be famous now. Even the masked assassin was unable to kill you. It would be difficult for you to not become famous. Ning Yi isn't anything, isn't even worthy of holding the other's shoes. There was no pride on Zuo Mo's face, and his face was extremely ugly. Had successfully assassinated a Yuanying. My heavens! How had he provoked such a great personage? An assassin ranked 7th in all of Four Realms Jindan assassins. Zuo Mo's face was ashen. Translator ramblings, a bucket of cold water right after a victory. The end of last chapter, it should have been something, blame it on my tired brain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Apparition. Chapter 490, Apparition. For the remote Cloud Sea Jie, an assassin ranked 7th on the Four Realm Heaven Jindan ranking was a great personage among personages. The Four Realm Heaven was truly too enormous, so enormous that no one would pay any attention to the rankings at a usual time. When a truly famous expert suddenly appeared in Cloud Sea Jie, the shock that was produced could be imagined. It was not outrageous to use truly famous to describe this person. Even though the great majority had never heard the name of the masked assassin before, that did not hinder them from understanding the significance of the 7th ranking Jindan assassin in all of Four Realm Heaven. Even those Yuanying Shouja showed shocked expressions that had not appeared for decades when they heard this name. Since the Yuanying were like this, then nothing had to be said more for Jindan Shouja. Due to this, the news that the Turtle Island Master managed to stop the ambush of the masked assassin quickly spread through all of Cloud Sea Jie. Adding on that it was the first time the masked assassin had failed, this added a mysterious halo onto Zuo Mo's body. It was worth pondering why the masked assassin appeared at this time. Had he also come for the Sunshin Temple ruins? This caused everyone to increase their attention on the Sunshin Temple. A ruin that could attract the 7th ranking Jindan assassin, how could it be simple? Normal people just watched the spectacle and wanted the situation to become as large as possible. Those people that were preparing to enter and explore the ruins were extremely dispirited. The bigger the ruckus about the ruins, the more competitors they had. Thinking about the possibility of encountering the masked assassin, many people had thoughts of retreat. The appearance of the masked assassin caused the situation to have a slight change. Even the Yuanying Shouja that had thought they would have almost certain success couldn't help but feel slightly unconfident. The masked assassin was a dangerous person that could kill a Yuanying. The other effect of this matter was related to Zuo Mo. On the expert ranking of Cloud Sea Jia, the ranking of Turtle Island Master rocketed up and charged into the top 10 to rank at number 5. Wei Shang also entered the top 10. His astounding sword strike that had reversed day and night caused him to enter the top 10 to rank at number 9. There were no people or animals within 100 li of Turtle Island. No one dared to target Turtle Island anymore. Even the 3 Yuanying ordered their subordinates to not provoke Turtle Island. If the battle with the Tian family could be said to have caused Turtle Island to enter everyone's eyes, then the fight this time caused Turtle Island to jump to becoming one of the most powerful factions in Cloud Sea Jia. Turtle Island also became the only factions that had 2 people in the top 10 expert ranking. Right now, Turtle Island's only worry was if the masked assassin would return. If the masked assassin did not return, there would not be problem, but if the masked assassin did not plan to let the matter go, could the Turtle Island Master escape the calamity? Many people were curious, how did the Turtle Island Master provoke the masked assassin? One was an unknown local faction, the other was a top expert that was famous in 4-realm heaven. The two did not seem to have a connection at all. Zuo Mo also could not understand. He almost wrung out his mind but still did not learn anything. He wasn't happy at all at the increase in his ranking. If it was possible, he would give up his rank if he could not be enemies with the masked assassin. The other's strength far surpassed theirs. This was the first time Zuo Mo had such a deep understanding of the difference in power with the other. Even when he faced Clear Sky Old Forefather, he had never felt so helpless. The assassin Shouja that walked in the shadows were the enemies that were the hardest to deal with and the most bothersome. They would always strike a fatal blow when you were at your most careless and numb. You had to pay attention at every second to guard against their ambush that could occur at any moment. There is no good solution, so you cannot leave the island during this time. Gong Sun Sha looked at Zuo Mo. Facing such an enemy, Lil Miss also did not have a solution. His methods were not effective. Zuo Mo grimaced. We can only do this. The only thing he rejoiced about was that the Meridianal Azure Ether formation that he had spent so much effort to set up seemed worth the effort now. It became the barrier that Zuo Mo trusted the most. Even if it was the masked assassin, unless he had some special talisman, he could not sneak into Turtle Island. The Meridianal Azure Ether formation was much more secure than Zuo Mo had imagined. Hidden on Turtle Island, he was safe, but for Zuo Mo, this feeling was terrible and suffocating. Even if the other was the 7th-ranked Jindan assassin. Strongly motivated, Zuo Mo started to fanatically cultivate. Zuo Mo was not the only one. Wei Sheng and the others started to madly cultivate as well. In these past few years, they had dominated in all their fights. Even though they had not been unstoppable, when had they been suppressed to the point it was so suffocating? The heated cultivation atmosphere spread on Turtle Island. At a place about 500 li from Suling City, the Cloud Sea started to violently stir. A golden light passed through the Cloud Sea and pointed at the sky. The parts of the Cloud Sea near the pillar of light seemed to boil and stir restlessly. The golden-colored light grew thicker, and the light even more blinding. On Turtle Island, everyone was attracted by such a strange scene. An enormous golden pillar of light stood between the sky and the Cloud Sea as though it was holding up the sky. Was it going to start? Zuo Mo gazed at the light pillar and balled his hands. Cloud Sea Jia exploded. All of Cloud Sea Jia, in all the corners, people saw this scene. The pillar of light did not dim but grew brighter and thicker. In the span of a few short days, the area that the pillar of light covered reached a radius of 150 li. Everyone was deeply shocked by this colossal golden pillar of light. Once they flew within 1,000 li, they would increasing feel the enormity of this pillar of light. No matter how powerful the Shouja was, they would have a feeling that they were as insignificant as a flea when they flew close. Countless people departed from all directions towards Suling City like a flood. The great majority of them had not intended to go into the ruins but to observe this spectacular marvel from the distance. Yet this enormous golden pillar of light caused the hearts of many Shouja that had not planned to enter the ruins to move. All factions gathered their people to come to Suling City. The little Suling City was filled with people. The 3 Yuanying became unusually low-key, and those arrogant and bold Jindan put their tails between their legs. There were too many people. If they were careless and attracted the anger of the public, even the greatest power could not help them. Many people tried to go closer to the light pillar, but people quickly found that no matter how they tried, they could not get within 20 li of the light pillar. There was an invisible barrier that stopped them from going near. Some daring people tried to attack it. But all the attacks seemed to dissipate like mud entering the ocean and did not create any disturbance. This is really a great party. Li Shu gazed at the packed crowds, and the excitement on their faces as he sighed. Lu Xun was slightly worried and said with self-blame, this subordinate did not accomplish the task, if the news had not been leaked. It would be the same if it had not leaked. Li Shu comforted in a warm tone. Look at this light pillar, it cannot be concealed. It is better like this, those that will go naturally will go, and those that won't will not be moved. Lu Xun hurriedly said, Darren is right. He paused slightly and then said carefully, Darren, should we ask for more people? Li Shu shook his head. No need. The situation inside is complex, more people does not mean it is better. Do not worry, we have the elder. Even more, we have not prepared so many years for nothing. Seeing Li Shu's confidence, Lu Xun's heart rested slightly. Upon further thought, he found it was true. With the great power of the sect, they had started tea plans so many years ago, and definitely would have found many of the secrets. There were many elders skilled in divination within the sect, yet they only send one elder and Li Shu Shixiang, so they should be absolutely confident. For ruins like this, what was most important was not how powerful one was, but how much information one had. Let's wait 5 more days. Li Shu smiled slightly and with deep meaning. Shulong's handsome face seemed slightly dark as he stared at the wall in front of him. He had actually been unable to do anything last time when Darren had been ambushed. This caused him to feel unprecedented humiliation. In the past, he had focused more on urging others to cultivate and did not obsess over individual strength. In his view, Darren did not lack for experts at his side. No matter if it was Wei Shang or Zhongru, they were rare experts. But last time, Darren had almost died, and he felt great self-recrimination. In the end, it was just that he wasn't strong enough. Returning to the island, he burrowed into the cave and started to furiously cultivate. Even Awen and the other shoujo were furiously cultivating, so much that they did not even go to look at the light pillar outside. They were only cultivating, continuously cultivating. Yet what Shulong had not expected was that his cultivation was interrupted. What is it? He asked. We cannot dig any further, a hardship guard stood out and said, we do not know the reason. A few days ago, the granite suddenly became harder than usual and more difficult to dig. The deeper we dug, the harder it was to dig. Digging to here, we can't advance at all. Shulong walked in front of the stone wall. They all lived inside the cave. The Yin Fiend presence inside the cave was extremely heavy and greatly beneficial for their cultivation. For Olive Guard Camp, the previous cave had not been large enough, so Shulong had decided to dig deeper. He later found that the rock had been permeated by the Yin friends, and the process of digging was also a great help to their cultivation. So digging holes became one of the daily cultivation tasks of Hardship Camp. He hadn't expected a problem to occur to their daily cultivation method. Shulong tapped the stone wall. He didn't even leave behind a finger mark. He took out his Zuo Mo weapon and struck hard. Cling. Sparks flew. There wasn't even a trace left on the stone wall. Shulong made a sound of surprise and reached out to touch the wall. It was unusually smooth. He noticed at this moment the stone wall in front of him was unusually smooth and did not look as though it was naturally formed at all. There was something strange. Translator ramblings, I mentioned Zuo Mo's faults and mistakes a few days ago, and there are some that really stand out and others that are acceptable. The main one near the beginning would probably be Zuo Mo's rejection of the invitation to another sect. His emotions overruled his greed, which is something to admire, but at the same time, it seriously hampered his growth. Of course, we don't know what might have happened, and he might never have left Sky Moon Jia to become what he is now, but the other sect might have offered more resources and definitely more support. On the other hand, Zuo Mo did get Wei Shang out of Wu Kong Sword Sect, so I guess it evens out? The second flaw, or what might be considered a weakness, is that Zuo Mo doesn't know how to play the political game. If he did, he might have been able to resolve the mess in Sky Water Jia, which ended up with their entire group ending up in great danger. There are benefits out of this, since the author used it as plot development, but Zuo Mo definitely is a fan of strength above all. Zuo Mo's alright when he is making business transactions, but he's not very good about looking at the whole picture and having a strategy because he isn't thinking long term. On the other hand, he has Pu Yao and Wei in the background who are very good at that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, Rock Wall. Chapter 491, Rock Wall. Zuo Mo examined the rock wall from top to bottom and occasionally rubbed his palm back and forth on it. In reality, he was muttering in low voices with the two old geezers, Pu Yao and Wei. Do you recognize this? This thing definitely is not natural. Zuo Mo was like a curious baby. Whoa, it really is hard. This rock wall was dark gray-green and did not look any different than normal soil, but no matter if it was a flying sword or a MO weapon, they could not leave a mark behind. It seems as though someone has reinforced it with Shin power, Wei hesitated and then said. Pu Yao's enchanting voice sounded. He was slightly shocked. Yes, it is Shin power. Shen power? Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed as he muttered, I had assumed this was a treasure. Such a big treasure, it would be very valuable. So it is just reinforced with some Shin power. He then asked curiously, what is Shin power? That it's this powerful. The so-called Shin power is the power that ancient warriors used. Do you remember the strange corpse from the sealed extinction battlefield? What he used was Shin power? Shin power is different when compared to any present power, and is enormously powerful, Wei explained patiently. If your power can go up another level, you may produce Shin power, Pu Yao suddenly said. I produce Shin power? Zuo Mo first still and then reacted. So this Shin power is the three powers merged together? Three powers merged together is not Shin power. But Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and the Mo physique are all powers that were derived from Shin power. No one actually knows what the ancient Shin power is really like. I had thought to be able to see it from the strange corpse, but his power was traceless and I could not see it. Seeing that Pu Yao showed no intentions of speaking, Wei knew that the duty of explaining fell on his shoulders, so he could only continue speaking. So it is like this. Zuo Mo seemed to only partially understand. He suddenly paled. Is there also someone as powerful as the strange corpse behind the rock wall? What? Pu Yao really could not stop himself and said scornfully, do you think old monsters like the strange corpse are like common as lettuce on sale at the market? That another one will just easily jump out? The ancient tribes have fallen for an unknown number of years, they are extinct. Just one of them being able to survive until now is great luck. Then why is there Shin power here? Zuo Mo pointed at the wall and asked with innocence. Pu Yao snorted coldly and said, there are many things that can contain Shin power. Ancient Shin treasures, ruins that are relatively well conserved, they can all preserve Shin power. Ruins? Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Would it be the Sun Shin temple behind this rock wall? The news of the Sun Shin temple had spread out long ago. Also, that enormous golden pillar of light was very close to Turtle Island and they could see it without even raising their heads. A pillar of light with a radius of 150 li was like a colossus that emanated extreme pressure. The light pillar did not extinguish during the day or night. Turtle Island was greatly affected and even their nights were as bright as day. Even though Zuo Mo had resolved long ago not to enter the fight over benefits, but this strange rock wall made him uncontrollably think of the Sun Shin temple ruins. Wei said deeply, this might be a possibility. Zuo Mo's mind became alert. Even though he did not plan on joining the fight, he would not refuse treasure if it was delivered to his door. Also, if the ruins were truly behind the rock wall, that meant that Turtle Island was connected to the ruins. They could secretly enter. The more Zuo Mo thought, the hotter his blood burned. Pu Yao said with a cold smirk, even if the ruins are behind this wall, you cannot enter. This rock wall is filled with Shin power, and is much harder than normal talismans. If you cannot break through the rock wall, how can you enter the ruins? Zuo Mo's heart was instantly cooled. After being silent for a moment, he said reluctantly, is there no solution at all? There are methods, Wei said gravely. Like grabbing the last stalk of life-saving grass, Zuo Mo suddenly became alert and said, what method? Quick, speak. Wei looked at him. You have three powers merged as one. If you progress one more step, you may actually comprehend Shin power. If you can comprehend Shin power, this rock wall will be an easy matter for you. Comprehend Shin power? How to comprehend? Quick, tell me. Zuo Mo stared with begging eyes at Wei. Pu Yao barked a laugh and said disdainfully, ha? Comprehend Shin power? Wei said with slight helplessness, this is only a theoretical possibility. Shin power is extremely repels us. I do not know what Shin power really is like. If it wasn't that all three powers were derived from Shin power, there wouldn't even be a theoretical possibility. As for comprehending Shin power, you need to rely on yourself to explore. Don't waste your efforts. Use the energy to cultivate, Pu Yao said ambiguously from the side. His body suddenly disappeared as he threw down, so boring, you guys play on your own. Seeing the situation, Wei could only shrug and spread his hands in helplessness. I only know this much. Zuo Mo came out of the empty sea of consciousness. Rubbing the mirror-smooth rock wall, his thoughts drifted. Shin power, it sounded so unreliable. But if he succeeded? Countless rare talismans, countless tincture and other treasures floated past Zuo Mo's eyes. Ruins. This was the ruins of a Shin temple. An ancient Shin temple, how could it not have some talismans? Thinking about how he didn't have many acceptable talismans, Zuo Mo instantly felt restless. Damn it! He'll do it. The worst case was just wasting a few days' worth of time. Gritting his teeth, Zuo Mo decided to try. In any case, this was a business without any cost, and he couldn't lose anything. If the ruins opened and he had not succeeded, he would seal this place and set down a formation to prevent people from entering the island through this way. Shu Long and the others stared at each other. They found that Darren's hands were rubbing here and there on the rock wall with a flushed face. He looked very strange and slightly perverted. Everyone shook in unison and the words flashed across their minds. So scary. Two figures suddenly appeared in the empty sea of consciousness. It is not good that we are fooling him like this. Wei was slightly hesitant. Fool him? Where did we fool him? Isn't that Shin power? Didn't the three powers descend from Shun power? Pu Yao had a righteous expression. But, what if he doesn't succeed? Wei halted his words. Doesn't succeed? Pu Yao rolled his eyes and said irresponsibility. There is no loss to us. Pausing, he then said even more irresponsibly, there's no loss to him either. That's true. Wei was reassured. The two disappeared at the same time. Shun power. Damn it! What was Shin power? Zuo Mo gritted his teeth as he repeatedly muttered as though he was possessed. He had gone over the rock wall thousands of times with his hands and hadn't found anything. It may have been that he had touched it too much, but he felt that the rock wall was much smoother than before and felt like a mirror. He asked for help from Wei, but Wei always had a burdened face. He asked for help from Pu Yao, but this guy didn't help him, and even scorned him to the point that Zuo Mo wanted to bomb him into smithereens. Go has principles. Zuo Mo recited 100 times and recovered his fighting spirit. He pulled up his sleeves and used the posture of the poison ivy, gluing himself to the wall, for a new round of fighting. Unless life ends, the battle does not stop. The winds howls, the river is cold, the hero climbs the wall and never to return. Shin power, where are you? Zuo Mo did not discover anything in the entire day. No matter if he was touching, hitting, or hammering, no matter what he did, the rock wall did not react at all. This rock wall was also very strange. No matter if Zuo Mo used Ling power, spiritual power, or the Mo physique, the rock wall would produce a strong repellent power that forcibly pushed him aside. Zuo Mo tried to adjust the three powers, and even tried to use all three at the same time. The rock wall was not as resistant when he did this, but the three powers were like mud thrown into the ocean, and did not even cause a ripple. The rock wall was still that rock wall, unchanged. Bro, give a response? Zuo Mo wanted to cry. He felt he was like the mouse pulling the turtle and did not know where to start. Shu Long felt it would be better for less people to see Darren like this, so he hurried everyone else out. Out of consideration for safety, he still arranged for people to stand guard outside to prevent any accidents from happening to Darren. After arranging all this, Shu Long threw himself back into his crazy cultivation. All of Guard Camp was immersed in this furious cultivation atmosphere. It wasn't just them, Vermilion Bird Camp was also the same. For this, Golden Crow Camp had specially forged all kinds of lingdan that were open to everyone so that each person had a daily ration. The incident of Zuo Mo's attempted assassination had deeply stimulated every single person on Turtle Island. If something happened to Darren, the consequences. No one dared to imagine. Zuo Mo was deathly exhausted after working for a whole day. He and the rock wall seemed to be at odds. The power of the rock wall was not ferocious or offensive, but it greatly expended his three powers. Unknowingly in this struggle, the power inside Zuo Mo had been completely wrung out without a drop left. When Zuo Mo realized this, he was so tired he didn't even want to move a finger. Leaning against the rock wall, he fell into a deep sleep. How long has it been since he slept like a normal person? Zuo Mo couldn't remember. As his power grew, his need for sleep decreased by the day. After cultivating the Great Day Mo physique, he didn't even need sleep. He was in a heavy sleep like a child. The dark cave was silent and an undetectable light suddenly floated on the rock wall. The light was extremely weak and carried a slight green as it slowly permeated Zuo Mo's body. Deep in slumber, Zuo Mo did not detect it. The speed of the green energy's permeation was not fast and it was soundless. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's dantian in the space between his brows suddenly lit up. At the same time, his body lit up with a faint golden energy. At this most crucial time, Zuo Mo's three powers started to cooperate to stop the green energy. The speed of the green energy's permeation instantly slowed. The lights on Zuo Mo's body continuously changed. 4 kinds of power, 4 kinds of light, all lit up and dimmed, changing constantly. There was no pain on his face. He had an infant-like smile on the corner of his mouth and he was in a sweet sleep. He was having a strange dream. The actual version of what Zuo Mo says is a quote by Jing Ku and roughly translates to, from Wikipedia, the wind blows, the river freezes. The hero fords, never to return. As Jing Ku attempts to assassinate the king of Qin who later becomes Emperor Qin, the first emperor. Translator ramblings. Okay, Zuo Mo is being spoon-fed plot at this point in time. I'm not ashamed to admit that I really thought before this that it would be a reversion back to farming and making money when I first read the story. Also, Pu Yao and Wei are just, here's a spell, you might die, here's a Mo physique, you might die, here's a divine light, your soul might be destroyed. In the grand scheme of things, what they are doing now is harmless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, Greenwood Secret Realm. Chapter 492, Greenwood Secret Realm. Zuo Mo was having a very strange dream. There were endless clouds and water over the remote swamp, the howls of unknown wild beasts sounding among the waist-high grasses, long multicolored bird with their long tails flying around the high and green forests. The sky suddenly darkened, Zuo Mo raised his head and inhaled sharply. And large and strange-looking unidentified bird slowly passed over his head, like a black cloud. Zuo Mo had never seen such a gigantic bird before. In front of it, the wasteland beast was like a little child. Its spread wings covered the sun and sky, creating darkness, and everywhere it passed, it was as though night had come. He dumbly gaped with an upraised face. Before he could recover from his shock, a low voice suddenly came from behind him. Who are you? Why have you invaded my Greenwood secret realm? Leave now, and your life will be spared. Zuo Mo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. He found that a blurry figure had appeared near him at an unknown time. This person was clearly near him, but no matter how he tried, Zuo Mo could not make out his figure. The other's figure was a blur. Greenwood secret realm? Where is this place? Who are you? Why am I here? Zuo Mo asked dazedly. He still hadn't managed to react and understand how he had appeared here. He tried to recall, but his memories seemed to be blank. The other did not seem to expect Zuo Mo to ask such a question and was instantly stunned. He said to himself, who am I? You don't even know who you are? Zuo Mo asked curiously. He suddenly found the other was especially slow. Who am I? Who am I? The dark figure recited over and over, his tone slightly panicked. He could not remember. Zuo Mo suddenly felt the other was pitiful and felt some empathy due to being afflicted with the same predicament himself. His features had been changed and his memories erased, so all of his memories before Wukong Mountain had disappeared. Don't rush, don't rush. Zuo Mo hurriedly comforted the other, it's alright if you cannot remember. A man's name is meaningless in this world. The other stopped and seemed to ponder Zuo Mo's words. Zuo Mo said in a familiar tone, brother, what is this Greenwood secret realm? Are you familiar with this place? Of course I am familiar, the other unconsciously replied, the Greenwood secret realm is the Greenwood secret realm, the place that I guard. So this is brother's territory. Zuo Mo's eyes instantly lit up and he flattered, no wonder I feel that big brother is of such extraordinary bearing. From the presence, you do not seem like the average person. These days, anyone with territory is a great person. Big brother, you are too strong. Since this is big brother's territory, big brother has to cover little brother. It may have been that he was shaken by Zuo Mo's words or that he still hadn't recovered from the conundrum of who he was, but he paused when facing Zuo Mo's flattery and then asked dumbly, what is cover? That is, if there is wine, everyone drinks together, and if there is food, everyone eats together, Zuo Mo said with a thick face. He was not speaking nonsense, he just felt that the other held no enmity towards him. It may have been that the other also had amnesia that Zuo Mo found a thread of intimacy with the other. This kind of feeling was very rare for Zuo Mo. The shadow made a sound of acknowledgement without real understanding. The blurry figure started to clear and Zuo Mo finally saw the other's true features. A head full of bright green hair that extended to the shoulders, a handsome but thin face, the features were exquisite as though they were carved. The black and shining eyes were as deep as the dark night that stared at Zuo Mo with interest. The clothing he wore was made from countless black-green vines with the leaves as armor that were layered beautifully. As expected of Big Brother. So handsome that women will have to use illusory formations. Zuo Mo gave another piece of flattery. After saying this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of tragedy. Every person around him was extraordinarily handsome and as their boss, there was too much pressure on him. No wonder it had been such a long time since he had encountered those beautiful women in illusory formations, the ones that increased a person's heartbeat and the flow of blood. It was probably related to this. Women use illusory formations? The other had a confused expression. He clearly did not know what Zuo Mo was speaking about. Zuo Mo did not explain and looked in all directions as he asked curiously, "Big brother, how did I get here?" "This is the Greenwood secret realm of the Sunshin Temple. Are you here to explore the Sunshin Temple?" The other suddenly lost his woodenness, his eyes as sharp as knives that seemed to pierce Zuo Mo's heart. Zuo Mo shook and his memories came back like a flood. He instantly remembered everything. "This is the Sunshin Temple?" Zuo Mo said with bewilderment. "I was clearly studying Shin power by touching the rock wall. Have I comprehended Shin power?" "Comprehend Shin power?" The green-haired male's brow creased. "Shin power is innate, how can there be comprehension?" "Shin power is innate?" Zuo Mo's head shook like a rattle drum. "I never heard of anyone born with Shin power. It might be that the ancient era is different than the cultivators now. Shin power was lost a long time ago. What we cultivate now is Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and emophysique. Shin power is lost?" The green-haired male stilled. "Tens of thousands of years, it would be strange if it was not lost." Zuo Mo muttered. In reality, he didn't have good feelings regarding ancient things. Even the archaic wasteland sacrificial art that was from just a few thousand years ago had tortured him to the point he wanted death, much less an ancient power like the soul-setting divine light. "Tens of thousands of years, so it has been tens of thousands of years," the green-haired male murmured to himself, his expression lost. "Big brother, are you alright?" Zuo Mo asked carefully. The green-haired male did not pay attention to him. A long while later, he gave a long sigh and said, "So the Sun tribe is also gone?" Zuo Mo nodded. "Gone a long time ago. There are no tribes now, no totems. I've gone to the sealed extinction battlefield. There is a patch of gold crystal sand sea there. It should be the place that a warrior of the Sun tribe fell. Oh, I also saw the Sun crystal seed." Zuo Mo recalled the Sun crystal seed that he had gotten from the sealed extinction battlefield. After the strange corpse sealed the Sun crystal seed, it was like a normal crystal ball. He only knew this was something good, but up until now, he did not know how to use it. The strange corpse only told him this was a good item, but Zuo Mo couldn't even determine its grade, and didn't know when he could use it. Wealth should not be shown. Zuo Mo did not know if the other would be greedy, so he didn't plan on taking it out. Sun crystal seed, as strong as the Sun tribe is, it cannot escape the ravages of time. The green-haired male sighed and then he suddenly raised his head to look at Zuo Mo with a wry smile. "Even if I take it, your Sun crystal seed is useless to me." "Do not worry that I will take it." Zuo Mo almost choked on air. He was shocked inside, and the next words the green-haired man almost caused his soul to depart. A person that has the power to seal the Sun crystal seed is very strong. The green-haired male said lightly. Even with Zuo Mo's thick face, he felt unable to bear up with being exposed, but what he was shocked even more at was the power of the green-haired male. The other was even able to examine what was inside his ring. How great was his power! "No wonder you were able to enter here," the green-haired male said to himself. "Fate naturally occurs." Zuo Mo was confused and couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, what are you talking about?" The green-haired male suddenly raised his head and smiled slightly. "Your luck is pretty good, come inside with me." Zuo Mo felt his vision blur and then he was at a different place. When he looked around, his mouth instantly opened and could not close. Looking around, he saw endless dense forests. Tree crowns formed a vast ocean of trees. He was able to see ancient Yao beasts suddenly appear and disappear among the ocean of trees. Zuo Mo was on the crown of an enormous tree. What was strangest was that there were 7 suns on the sky above his head that were like 7 enormous fireballs hanging on the firmament. "This is the Greenwood secret realm," the green-haired male said faintly. There was a transparent bubble in his hand and inside it was a miniature tree ocean. "Greenwood secret realm?" Zuo Mo asked. The Sun tribe was one of the strongest tribes, and their temples were spread across the land. "See the 7 suns above your head? They symbolize the status of this Shin temple. A highest-ranked Shin temple will have 10 suns." The green-haired male slowly said, "The Shin temple is primarily fire-oriented and so it has gold, wood, water, and earth realms positioned to guard the 4 cardinal directions of the temple. Each secret realm has a defender, and I am the defender for Greenwood's secret realm." Zuo Mo gaped. "I'm not some big brother," the green-haired male said with a bitter smile. "Those that guard the secret realms are experts that the Sun tribe have captured from other tribes. I remember who I am now. I am the son of the Green Vine tribe, Qingling. The realm masters of the 3 other secret realms are also experts of other tribes." Zuo Mo was even more stunned. He finally seemed to understand a bit of how powerful the Sun Tribe had been in the past. The Sun Tribe has fallen, we will also die. Xingling had an expression of release. Zuo Mo jumped. Why is it like this? All of us had Jinji set into us. The Sun Tribe has fallen, so theoretically, we should have died long ago. But the Shin Temple was suddenly closed down in the past and was blocked off from the outside world. It also blocked off the power of the Jinji. Now that the Shin Temple is going to open and see the light of day again, the power of the Jinji will not be blocked any longer. The green-haired male's tone was nonchalant. Seeing Zuo Mo's panicked expression, he comforted, "This is a kind of release for us. The Shin Temple has been closed off for so many years. Without the power of the totem, it is a fate worse than death when the Jinji causes a backlash every decade." He did not want to speak more of the topic and said, "You have the Sun Crystal Seed, so you should not have any problem inside the Shin Temple if you do not go to places too dangerous. The Sun Tribe had been dominant for a time and there are countless treasures inside the Shin Temple. Even though much has been destroyed, but there should be some things remaining, this is an opportunity for you. However, before that, you need Shin power." These words were like a basin of cold water that poured from head to toe. Zuo Mo's heart was cold. Why did it still need Shin power? Seeing the expression on Zuo Mo's face was as though he was going to cry without tears, the green-haired male said with a smile, "You have the Sun Crystal Seed. Helping you will not betray the Jinji of the Shin Temple. I can help you think of a way with Shin power." Zuo Mo's eyes instantly lit up and he hurriedly said, "What way?" Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo, making friends with random people. Exhibit A, Pu Yao, Exhibit B, sure. You ever get the feeling he's a magnet for antiques? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Qing Lin. Chapter 493, Qing Lin. Elder. Lu Shu's respectful voice came from outside the door. "Come in." The wooden door creaked open without any wind. Li Shu respectfully walked in and first bowed towards Elder Shen. "What?" Looking at Shu's face, "It seems that you are worried about something." Elder Shen asked Li Shu with a warm expression. Li Shu was an inner sect disciple and deeply liked by the sect leader, so even he had to give him some face. "I'm not afraid that Elder will laugh. But for some reason, this disciple feels slightly unconfident." Li Shu grimaced. He had only taken over this mission in the recent few years, but he knew more than Elder Shen. From the moment the location of the ruins had been divined, the sect had sent Lu Jin and the others to set up Su Ling sect. All the signs indicated that the sect wanted the Sun Shin Temple ruins. He finally learned later that there was a wondrous treasure inside the Sun Shin Temple ruins that was extremely important to the sect. However, he did not know what treasure it was. For this, the sect even sent out a Yuanying elder. In his experience during the many years he had been in the sect, the Yuanying elders were all in deep seclusion and only focused on cultivation. It was hard to even see their face. This was the first time he saw a Yuanying elder out on a mission. It was possible to see from this just how much importance the sect placed on this mission as success. If there was any misstep in the mission this time, he naturally would not escape the judgment of unable to carry out matters. This would be extremely disadvantageous for his future in the sect. The sect leader paid great attention to him, but in reality, there were many disciples like him. Elder Shen said with a smile, "Shu does not need to worry." Before leaving, the sect leader made a special divination and did not see any sudden changes. As for the masked assassin, even though he has some small fame, but this old man has a slight grasp on the situation. The other two Yuanying have pretty good cultivation, but in other matters, they amount to just that. In his tone, he was extremely disdainful of the two Yuanying from Cloud Sea Jia. The worry on Lu Shu's face decreased greatly. The sect leader's godly divination had never been disproven before. Just yesterday, he had received the sect leader's paper crane. There was only gentle motivation on the paper crane, and nothing else. If there really was change, how could the sect leader not know? It seemed that he was really worrying too much. Elder is right, losing composure like this disciple needs more training, Li Shu said. Elder Shen was not concerned and said with a smile, Shu's personality is cautious. Not bad, not bad. When this old man was the same age as Shu, this one was even less skilled at keeping one's composure. There are 4 more days until the Shin Temple opens. Shu should have a good rest in these days to be in the best condition. Yes. Li Shu responded. The elder's tone was warm, but the meaning in the words was still for him to stop thinking nonsense. There should not be anything that would go wrong in the span of 4 days. I heard you failed. A middle-aged person with a white face and no beard said with a smile, "That is rare. If this spreads, this person might become famous." In front of him, the masked assassin was wordless like a wooden puppet and the pale white mask was frightening to look at. "Why did you think of attacking this person? Did you discover something?" the middle-aged male asked with curiously. He had jumped in fright when he received the news. He and the masked assassin had worked together for a long time and he understood the other well. The masked assassin walked in the darkness but was not a murderous person. Other than the targets of assassination, he almost never acted against other people. He had actually attacked a complete stranger. How could he not be shocked? What was even more shocking was that he had failed. The middle-aged male's first response when he heard this was, "Impossible." Even when the topic had heated up later on, he still did not believe it until now. The response of the masked assassin proved the truth. Intuition, the masked assassin treated words as though they were worth gold and gave the one-word answer. Intuition? The middle-aged male was shocked. He had thought of countless possibilities but this was not among them. "He will affect my target." The masked assassin's voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear like the sound of sandpaper rubbing. "Affect your target?" The middle-aged male was astonished. But as one who was familiar with the other, he instantly understood what the other meant. "You mean that you intuitively feel that he would affect our matter?" "Yes," the masked assassin responded. The middle-aged male became silent. He knew that the masked assassin had many curious qualities. This was also one of the reasons he never failed. The masked assassin's intuition felt that the other would affect their target. This caused the middle-aged person to feel it was fantastical. But for some reason, the middle-aged male believed slightly in it. "Should we think of a way to kill him?" the middle-aged male inquired. "Formation is strong," the masked assassin said. "Then what?" the middle-aged male asked. "Don't know." The middle-aged male was speechless. "This method is very simple. It is applying the sun crystal seed to your body," Qinglin explained. "This thing is useful?" Zuo Mo took out the sun crystal seed. Since the other had found it, there was no reason to keep hiding it. "Your power is not enough, and cannot take in the sun crystal seed." The person who sealed the sun crystal seed must also have thought this, Qinglin continued, "but he probably would not have thought that you would come across a sun Shin temple." Zuo Mo's eyes were perked up in fear of missing a word. The sun crystal seed is the seed of the Sun tribe's totem and used to nurture the totem warriors of their tribe. The totem warriors were strong but they also had great constraints. Since the Sun tribe is gone now, and so is the belief of the tribe members, there is no totem power, and you cannot become a totem warrior. Zuo Mo was instantly greatly disappointed. After all this stuff had lost its effect. Seeing the disappointment on Zuo Mo's face, Qinglin couldn't help smiling. "You may not be able to become a totem warrior, but the sun crystal seed itself is a rare and precious treasure in our world. It naturally has its own extraordinary properties. Do you know how the sun crystal seed forms?" Zuo Mo finally became spirited again. "How does it form?" Each generation of totem warriors from the Sun tribe would try all they can to go to those primitive worlds, or places of chaos to search for unformed suns. They would first seal them into crystals, and then forge them day and night using the power of belief. 50 years later, it would become a sun crystal seed. Zuo Mo gaped on hearing this. An unformed sun. Mother *****, so GE is holding a little sun. Each sun crystal seed is a priceless treasure. If the Sun tribe did not fall and die out, how could this sun crystal seed end up in the hands of someone else? Speaking of this, Qinglin became slightly emotional. He shook his head and then said, "Your luck is pretty good to be able to encounter such an object, and also a person that could seal this object. Now you have also encountered a Sun Shin temple that has not disappeared. Maybe there really is fate." Seeing Zuo Mo's shocked face, Qinglin grinned. He had a pretty good feeling about Zuo Mo. This person seemed slippery of the tongue and slightly cunning but still had a pure heart. The belief power in this sun crystal seed probably has dissipated. If another 10,000 years passes, it may form another sun. In the future, you have to remember not to reveal the fact you possess the sun crystal seed to prevent a calamity from falling on you. Hearing this, Zuo Mo nodded furiously. In the past, he only knew that this object was probably extraordinary, but he did not know how this was useful. After learning this, he finally understood how valuable of a gift the strange corpse had given him. Originally, the sun crystal seed needs to be worshipped at the sacrificial altar before it can be absorbed. But the sacrificial altar in the Shin temple has been abandoned for a long time. So we have to use a stupid method. As Qinglin spoke, a jade-like water droplet suddenly condensed at his fingertip as he gently poked Zuo Mo's forehead. Boom! Zuo Mo felt a coolness spread from his brow and roll downwards. His entire body was unspeakably comfortable, and his mouth and nose was filled with the scent of fresh flora. This green vine mystical water is your big brother's meeting gift to you, Qinglin said with a smile. His face was slightly pale. It is very lacking compared to the sun crystal seed, don't look down at it. Zuo Mo was very moved. His nose became sore as he made a deep bow and said sincerely, big brother. Qinglin held him up and had a happy expression. After muddling tens of thousands of years, I have no regrets in this life to encounter a brother again. He then said, this drop of green vine mystical water was a harvest from an old vine that was 10,000 years old. If brother can absorb it well, it will be of great benefit. Zuo Mo could only nod dumbly. He suddenly took out a pile of treasures he usually treasured as though they were his life and said, big brother, take a look. If there is something useful, please take it. Oh, brother has many good things, Qinglin said with a smile as he flipped through. This broken arrow is probably the weapon of the totem warrior from the Archer tribe. This broken bell should be the greatest treasure of the Eastern Water tribe and is called the Celestial Bell. This black rock is the Nether Ghost core, the greatest treasure of the Nether Ghost tribe. It is a pity that this brother can just barely recognize them and I do not know how to use them. This is all things I picked up from the sealed extinction battlefield. My friend said that is the place many warriors died, Zuo Mo said. These treasures had all been obtained when Zuo Mo had followed the strange corpse out of the sealed extinction battlefield. They had gone through many places of death similar to the gold crystal sand sea. The strange corpse didn't have much interest in these objects and gave them all to Zuo Mo. So that is the case. Qinglin nodded. The sealed extinction battlefield, as expected of the Battle of Sealed Extinction. The grave of so many warriors. With a long sigh, Qinglin pushed the objects in front of Zuo Mo. This brother accepts brother's good intentions, but I will not be able to use these things. Brother, keep them on you and remember to not easily show them to others. Zuo Mo instantly said, big brother, pick a few, There really is no use. Qinglin pushed the objects back in front of Zuo Mo and said, this brother does have something to request. What? Big brother, say it. Zuo Mo said unhesitatingly. If brother has free time in the future, can you go to this place to look? There may be descendants of mine here. If they are lucky and are still alive, brother, please help look after them for me. Qinglin pointed again and Zuo Mo felt a gem app appear in his mind. Seas turned to mulberry fields, everything probably has changed. Shitty, do not deliberately go looking. If you encounter them, just giving them a helping hand and it is enough, Qinglin said. No problem. Zuo Mo nodded heavily. He decided inside that he would definitely go to this place to search. Qinglin smiled slightly and reached out a hand. Brother, lend the sun crystal seed to me for use. Zuo Mo hurriedly gave the sun crystal seed to Qinglin's hand. At this time, a bright green light suddenly came from Qinglin's hand and wrapped around the sun crystal seed, the other end of the light entangling around Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, more history, more plot development, and isn't a feeling a great reason to want to kill someone? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, Awaken. Chapter 494, Awaken. The bright green light was tender and glistening as its threads burrowed into the sun crystal seed. The dim sun crystal seed started to violently shake as though there was an ancient beast howling within it. Qinglin's expression was grave, his black eyes extremely bright like the stars in the night sky. His green hair moved despite the lack of wind and floated freely. The sun crystal seed suddenly released a blinding light. Countless sharp golden energies suddenly shot out like swords. The blinding red light flowed out of the sun crystal seed following the green light and into Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo suddenly felt his mind explode. Countless burning flows that were like lava charged into his mind. A heart-tearing pain came from the bottom of his soul. He didn't even have time to wail before he lost consciousness. At the other end of the green light, Zuo Mo's eyes were tightly closed, and clearly had fainted. His body floated uncontrollably in the air. The blinding red light shrouded Zuo Mo. It quickly found an opening and burrowed in through Zuo Mo's mouth and nose. This burst of red light came extremely quickly. In a blink, it burrowed completely into Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's hair suddenly started burning. Flames shot out of Zuo Mo's skin and in a blink, he became a person of fire. At this time, a thread of water suddenly rose from Zuo Mo's dantian to combat the flames. It was the green vine mystical water that Qinglin had gifted Zuo Mo. The unordinary red light rampaged in Zuo Mo's body and had suddenly encountered an enemy. But this drop of mystical water was not ordinary either. Lin had harvested it from a 10,000-year-old vine. After being nurtured for tens of thousands of years, it was extremely pure. The sun crystal seed was domineering, but since its owner had died tens of thousands of years ago, it was not maintained and was lacking compared to in its past. With the improvement on one side and the degeneration on the other, the two were evenly matched at the moment. The sun crystal seed was forged from the embryo of a sun, and was naturally domineering. Even if it had been tens of thousands of years, and it was greatly damaged, this dominance had not disappeared. Encountering a strong enemy, its dominance was stimulated and its fiery presence was released. The fire on Zuo Mo's body rose and shot up. A high-temperature shockwave of air swept outwards with Zuo Mo as the center. The enormous tree under their feet turned to dust. Everywhere the wave of air passed, the flora turned to dust and the ground started to melt. As expected of the sun crystal seed. Lin laughed lightly. Looking at Zuo Mo's face, his thoughts suddenly floated away and those distant and blurry memories seemed to gradually become clear in front of him as though they were swept of dust. Brother! A young and unfamiliar face became clear in his mind. The distant emotions instantly filled his heart. He turned his face and gazed at Zuo Mo's unconscious face. That young and unfamiliar face in his heart seemed to gradually merge with Zuo Mo's face. His heart that had not moved for thousands of years seemed to be plucked. He smiled. He stretched out his right arm and pointed at the sky. A shining dot of light suddenly appeared in the sky like a star lighting up, but a slender and straight golden pillar shot down, from the distant horizon, through the endless void of the firmament above their heads, with the glory of tens of thousands of years. It shot rapidly towards the ground and the ray of light accurately struck the finger Lin had raised up. Boom! A light sound that shook the surroundings. Lin's body shook as though he was struck by lightning. A vast and writhing power suddenly expanded with him as the center. Pia pia pia. The enormous trees that were dozens of zhang thick were easily cut down as though they were slender rods. The wave of air was destructive and everywhere it passed, the ground rippled and trees flew. All of Greenwood's secret realm was violently shuddering. Under the pure golden ray of light, Lin's eyes flashed with an unspeakable light like a burning star. That free smile carried contentment and warmth. He did not tell Zuo Mo that he was the only defender of the four realms that had preserved his intelligence. The other three people's minds had been lost through the thousands of years, and became monsters that only had instinct and murderous intent. In the entire Shin Temple, he was the only one that had clarity of mind. The loneliness of tens of thousands of years, how long it was. He did not tell Zuo Mo when the Sun Shin Temple finished opening, the guardians of the realm like him would burn like the suns at the end of their lives, burning as never before, burning away their life. He also did not tell Zuo Mo that in these tens of thousands of years, he had gone into every corner of the Shin Temple. The Shin Temple that only had him left meant that he could use a portion of the power of the Shin Temple. Maybe this was fate. He could not stop the Shin Temple from activating. But this was also fate that he encountered a brother. Tens of thousands of years, it was long enough. Under the gold light, he smiled slightly. The Shin Temple violently trembled, rocks rolling on the abandoned sacrificial altar. The Shin scripts that were covered in dust and cobwebs lit up. The serene light started to pulse as well, quickly spreading to every corner of the Shin Temple. The entire Shin Temple started to tremble. After sleeping for tens of thousands of years, the power that once represented the greatest glory of an era was woken from its deep slumber. Just preparing to rest, Li Shu suddenly felt the ground under his feet tremble and couldn't help but pause. Earthquake? Abruptly, he detected a peerlessly dominant presence suddenly explode nearby. This presence was absolutely dominant, the light like the sun in the middle of the day such that people were unable to face it directly. Li Shu was astounded and hurried out of the room. When he charged out of the room, the shocking scene in front of him stunned him completely. Don't know? The middle-aged man said urgently, this time, I have spent a great price to get this piece of information. If I cannot find that treasure, it would be a great loss. The masked assassin sat woodenly without a word. The middle-aged male was impatient but he didn't dare to direct his anger at the masked assassin. He had a pained expression. He had originally thought that with the masked assassin present, it would be an easy task but this group of people with unknown origins popped up out of nowhere. He could not let it go. At this time, the ground suddenly shuddered. What sort of place is this? They have earthquakes. In a bad mood, the middle-aged male swore. Suddenly, a peerlessly domineering presence exploded without warning. The pressure brought with the terrifying power was like an enormous stone on everyone's chests, pushing them down uncomfortably. The middle-aged male was greatly shocked. He was just going to ask the masked assassin when he found that the masked assassin had already disappeared. He hurriedly charged out of the room. When he saw the figure of the masked assassin, he was slightly reassured. When he directed his gaze towards the direction the power had erupted from, he seemed to be struck by lightning and stunned where he stood. The enormous light pillar that was 150 li in radius was continuously shrinking. Everyone present had keen eyes, and instantly found it was continuously contracting. No, it was compressing. The golden light was becoming more condensed with every moment and even denser. The golden light which had been pure became dark gold after being compressed. The ground was trembling, violently trembling, and the pebbles continuously trembled and were thrown about as if they were jumping. A deep and muffled sound came from the deep inside earth as though there was a monster howling underneath. Crack, half of a mountain range suddenly crumbled. Some Xiozha with low cultivation were unable to escape in time and buried alive. The Xiozha all flew into the sky with terror on their faces. In the air, they could see more clearly. The hard ground was like mud at this time, as though there was an invisible hand that was easily molding it. Everyone's already ugly expressions became even whiter. In front of such worldly power, their power was so minuscule and insignificant. Li Shu was disheveled as he flew next to Elder Shen. Elder, this is. Something definitely is happening in the Shen Hall. Elder Shen said in a deep voice. He was also astounded inside, but he showed calmness on the outside. Do not worry, the Sun Tribe had flourished for a time. It would be unusual if there wasn't any disturbance when their Shen temple opened. Hearing this, Li Shu was slightly reassured. He couldn't help but praise, Elder is right. This presence is intimidating. Elder Shen snorted coldly, intimidating? The Sun Tribe has died out long ago, and even our sect's great formation might also have such presence. Do not be frightened by these outdated and rotten powers. This disciple understands. Li Shu said hurriedly. It seemed that his words had caused Elder to be displeased. He hurriedly changed the topic. Elder, do you think that someone has entered ahead of everyone? Impossible. Elder Shen shook his head. The Sun Tribe is extremely closed off to outsiders, and thought of the world to be conquered by them. How can their Shen temple allow others to enter? Unless the other is also of the Sun Tribe. But this is basically impossible. After the battle of sealed extinction, all the warriors of the Sun Tribe fell, and they were attacked by the other tribes, and all died out. All of their Shen temples were destroyed. This Shen temple was able to avoid that fate because it is very remote and few people knew of it. The other was the head priest at the time saw the situation and closed the Shen temple from the inside world and sank it into the ground. Who can live for thousands of years? Li Shu was intoxicated on the words. With Elder's few words, he depicted a vast ancient battle. Suddenly, Elder Shen stopped, his gaze focusing tightly on the pillar of light. The light pillar was compressed into 10 li, 15 times smaller than before. It wasn't like a pillar of light now, but a dark crimson and gold pillar that seemed tangible. Suddenly, the lower end of the pillar started to disappear. No, it wasn't disappearing, it was shrinking upwards. Those who had keen eyes instantly exclaimed, it is shrinking inwards. Those that were alerted looked closely. As said, the upper end of the pillar was also shrinking towards the middle at an astounding rate. The scene was extremely strange. It was like a golden rod that had two ends that were shrinking back towards the middle and quickly became short. Fantastical. Everyone knew that this gold pillar wasn't something substantial but a pillar of light. How could a pillar of light shrink from both ends? What was going on? The following scene caused everyone to lose the ability of speech. Translator ramblings, more history. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, Intuition. Chapter 495, Intuition. The golden pillar that connected the earth and sky was shrinking inwards at a visible rate. The pillar of light grew increasingly shorter, and the color of the gold pillar became increasingly dark, the blinding golden light became a dark crimson gold. The entire process continued for almost 15 minutes and the pillar finally shrank into a golden ball. A dark red gold sun hung in the dark sky. All of Cloud CGS suddenly became silent. Sunshin Temple, Li Shu looked at the sky and murmured. They were close and the heat made it seem as though they were in a cauldron. He could feel the intimidating presence of the ball of light. Waves of hot air were continuously released from the ball of light. The temperature of the air quickly rose and became burning hot. Everything within his field of view started to warp. The grass on the ground quickly withered at a visible rate, even the endless cloud sea under their feet was swept clean by the burning air and they were able to see an exposed corner of the Sunshin Temple. A Shin temple from tens of thousands of years ago, after being whittled away by time, it still had such terrifying presence. How great would it have been at its peak? At this moment, Li Shu's thoughts wandered. Elder Shin did not speak and a shocked expression was also on his face. His cultivation was yuanying and he could squeeze into the ranks of the higher classes in the entire four-realm heaven. His knowledge was much greater than Li Shu, and with that, he was able to understand what the scene in front of them represented better than Li Shu. Yearning and heat flashed across his eyes. Beside the two people, Lu Jin and the others gaped as they looked in disbelief at the enormous dark red sun in the sky. They were dumbstruck. Suddenly, Elder Shin said gravely, "You will need to prepare. The movement from the Sun Shin Temple has been so great this time, people should have guessed that it is not long before it opens. At that time, a battle will be unavoidable." Elder Shin's words pulled Li Shu and the others back to reality. They hurriedly said together, "Yes." Elder Shin looked deeply at the corner of the Sun Shin Temple that was exposed and then disappeared. Li Shu's gaze unconsciously moved back to the dark gold and red sun. Recovered, he couldn't help but frown. They only learned the time of the activation through divination but hadn't expected that the Sun Shin Tribble would make such noise before it activated. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty. No matter if it was him or Elder Shin, they would never think that the scene in front of them had nothing to do at all with the activation of the Shin Temple. It was due to certain person getting in first. Beautiful. So beautiful. The middle-aged male looked intoxicatedly at the ball of light that seemed like a sun in the sky. The masked assassin did not speak. That pale white and unusual mask seemed to be dyed a dark crimson gold. "Ah, it is troublesome now," the middle-aged male suddenly exclaimed. "Such a great spectacle, everyone will know that the Shin Temple is going to open. It's over. I had originally planned for us to sneak in before everyone else reacts, and get the thing. There's nothing to do now." The masked assassin did not speak. The middle-aged male's attitude seemed grievous as he nattered on. The masked assassin suddenly interrupted him, "There's people." "There's people?" The middle-aged male stilled and suddenly reacted. A light flashed across his eyes. "You are saying there's people inside the temple? Someone got in? Damn it!" The middle-aged male held his head with both hands and couldn't help but curse, "Bastard." But he quickly thought of something and the anger on his face dissipated. He said smugly, "Ha! Impossible. The defenses of the Shin Temple are so strong that it is not something a person can damage. Unless it is a descendant of the Sun Tribe, no one can break through this layer of protection. Ha, I got someone to divine before. The Sun Tribe has died out, not even a hair is left." The masked assassin did not argue and was silent. Seeing this, the middle-aged person showed a hesitant expression. He knew the masked assassin was not one to speak nonsense and couldn't help but inquire, "How do you know that there are people inside?" Like a puppet, the masked assassin indifferently spat out a word, "Intuition." The middle-aged male felt a cloud move over his head. The damned intuition. This person's intuition had always been very accurate. Zuo Mo slowly woke up. He found he was leaning on the stone wall and everything was as before he fell asleep. Had he just had a dream? Zuo Mo shook his head. Everything that happened in the dream was so clear. He hesitated and then started to inspect his body. The green vine mystical water was silently curled up in his body like a tamed pet. At some unknown time, a little sun appeared in his dantian. The sun was very small, the light released threads of warmth. The warmth followed into his channels and to every part of his body. His entire body was warm and felt unspeakably comfortable. The three powers that had been tangled up and hard to pick apart in his body had completely merged together and had become a power that he was unfamiliar with. A thought imprint that contained countless information caused Zuo Mo to understand everything. Uncontrollably, 2 lines of hot tears spilled from Zuo Mo's eyes. Big brother Qinglin. That wasn't a dream. Zuo Mo wiped away his tears, knelt on the ground and kowtowed gravely 3 times towards the rock wall. Zuo Mo was not too sorrowful, not because he was used to death in this chaotic state of the world but because in the thought imprint that big brother Qinglin had left behind, it was filled with the emotional sentiments of being released. This kind of ending was one that big brother Qinglin wanted, and what he chose. What Zuo Mo could do was finish big brother's last wish. He decided inside that no matter what, he would go and visit big brother's homeland. In the sea of consciousness, Pu Yao and Wei were silent. A moment later, Wei said, "The Greenvine tribe is also a very powerful tribe in the history records. This Qinglin Shen power is immeasurable. He probably was also a great warrior in the past. I hadn't expected that he would be imprisoned in the Shen Temple for tens of thousands of years." Pu Yao had once been imprisoned in the Yao Subduing Tower for thousands of years as well and understood the hopelessness. To be able to keep his sanity after being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years in a closed-off Shen Temple, even Pu Yao who usually had his nose in the sky couldn't help but feel great admiration. No matter how powerful one was, they could not stop the power of time. Those experts that were imprisoned in the Jinji and illusory realms were not killed by the Jinji or illusions, but by the power of time. Loneliness and hopelessness were the most effective emotions to form mental demons. Once the mental demons were born, one's mind would gradually be corroded by the demons and the person would become an inhuman monster. Wei suddenly smiled after reflecting. This boy's fortune is plentiful. Our contribution. Pu Yao unashamedly claimed the achievement as his own. If Zuo Mo was here, he would be jumping in fury. Reasonable. Wei expressed deep agreement, but his tone turned. But it is not easy to say if this is good fortune or calamity. Oh? Pu Yao's bloody pupil narrowed and the flame around his body stilled. Shin power might have disappeared for a long time, but there would probably be people who would still recognize it. Wei continued, look at what he has, green vine mystical water and sun crystal seed are two ultimate treasures. If you or I encountered them, we probably could not avoid thinking of taking them. How about others? Any large sect would be moved. A bloody light flashed through Pu Yao's bloody pupil as he said faintly, kill them. Is it so easy to kill? You and I are like this now, we cannot directly act. Wei said with a sigh. Pu Yao smirked coldly. You underestimate this boy. Don't look at his unmotivated state, if he really wants to, humph. Wei said with a smile, you are right, the boy usually muddles through things but can stand up at the crucial time. He is also very slippery. Trying to benefit from him is not very easy. You don't need to worry for him. Pu Yao said unconcernedly. His tone then changed. Are you interested in Shen power? Wei gave a smile, of course. Go study it? Fits my intentions perfectly. The two exchanged a look. The thought imprint that Big Brother Qing Lin left contained many pieces of information. He had used the entire power of the Sun Shin Temple to help Zuo Mo cultivate to Shin power and also unsealed a thread of the seal on the Sun Crystal Seed so that Zuo Mo could use its power, yet it would not be able to harm Zuo Mo. This could not count as absorbing the Sun Crystal Seed, but it was the limit of what Qing Lin could do. Other than this, Qing Lin also passed on how to process the green vine mystical water, and how to use it. He also left behind the Yi green vine technique of the green vine tribe to Zuo Mo. Qing Lin did however say that Zuo Mo was not suited to cultivating this technique and it could only function as a reference. Of all this, what was most important to Zuo Mo was the detailed introduction to the Sun Shin Temple, how to enter the Sun Shin Temple, how to solve its formations, and where the talismans were. With the aid of the Sun Shin Temple's power, Zuo Mo's three powers merged into one and became Shin power. Adding on the influences from the Sun Crystal Seed, his Shin power had a clear leaning, and was very suited to cultivating the methods of the Sun Tribe. Qing Lin told Zuo Mo he had to find the techniques of the Sun Tribe and gave out several hidden places where the Sun Tribe methods could be stored. After digesting all this information, Zuo Mo stood up again. The Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and Nemo physique in his body had completely disappeared and became a strange power. Was this Shin power? Zuo Mo curiously inspected this completely unique power. Compared to Ling power, spiritual consciousness, and the Mo physique, Shin power was completely different. No matter if it was Ling power, spiritual consciousness, or the Mo physique, they had their unique circulation pathways. Ling power traveled through channels, the consciousness centered at the brow, and the Mo physique moved through sinew and flesh. Shin power was completely different. It seemed completely aimless, burrowing randomly through Zuo Mo body. The feeling that Shin power gave Zuo Mo was a muddle. Its use was not as clear as the three powers. It might have been that he was too unfamiliar with it that Zuo Mo felt that Shin power was very difficult to control and could not be used as he pleased with the three powers. Even the weakest of his three powers, Ling power, was much easier to control than Shin power. Chaotic, unclear, hard to grasp, these were what Zuo Mo felt about Shin power. This caused him to feel very awkward. No one liked power that was unclear and uncontrolled. There was this phrase that was passed among Xiuzha. The strength of a Xiuzha was not how much power he possessed but how much power he could control. Zuo Mo was a faithful follower of this view. This new situation caused him to feel unusually awkward. Translator ramblings. Wandering Yumi of Doom is so great at editing this out quickly because I went absent-minded and I'm so overloaded with things I have to do that I forgot to upload the chapters for editing at a good time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, Shin Technique. Chapter 496, Shin Technique. Zuo Mo did not immediately enter the Sun Shin Temple. It would rare for him to rashly do something even when there was a pile of talismans and Jingshi in front of him. In his view, the most unprofitable business in the world would be to lose his little life. He needed time to digest the thought imprint that Big Brother Qing Lin had left him and the strange Shin power in his body. With the three powers having disappeared, Shin power became the only power that he could rely on. If he entered the temple with a muddled head, he was sure that even his bones wouldn't survive. The Sunshin Temple was not a peaceful garden. It was the exact opposite, and full of danger. Even if he had the thought imprint that Big Brother Qing Lin left him, it could not guarantee his safety. Zuo Mo focused his attention on the Shun power and quickly had a new discovery. There was a faint layer of essence around his body. It was like a mist that shrouded around Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo couldn't help but think of the space shield that Ling beasts had. This thing seemed slightly like the space shield. Starting from 4th grade, the Yao beasts would have a space shield around their body. This was a sign that the Yao beast had left behind the lowest grades. Had he become something similar to Yao beasts? Zuo Mo muttered inside. The essence that was around Zuo Mo was not under Zuo Mo's control. No matter how Zuo Mo tried to control them, they were unaffected. However, they were not useless. Zuo Mo could clearly feel every change in the surroundings. This was not the same as the perception granted through the use of consciousness. In the area that the consciousness covered, Zuo Mo could detect the flow of energy, such as Ling power and the Mo physique. But everything within the range of this space shield, even if it was a speck of dust, would register into Zuo Mo's mind. Zuo Mo sensitively detected the difference between the two and he had a feeling that he could possibly control this space shield. This feeling caused him to become extremely excited. The space shield was a bonus to his new Shin power and the surprises that Shin power gave Zuo Mo were even greater. Power. Absolute power. The power of Shin power far surpassed any of the three powers, but Zuo Mo was still unable to use Shin power, but even so, the magnitude of strength that the Shin power had caused Zuo Mo to become excited. When he casually punched the round wall, there was no loud bang, no flying rocks or dirt. Zuo Mo's right fist seemed to become deeply embedded in the rock like a knife entering tofu. He pulled out his fist and a deep fist-sized hole was left in the rock. 1 zhang. 1 complete zhang deep. If one could cut open the rock, they would find a straight and deep hole that was the diameter of a fist that extended 1 zhang deep. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply and then could not disguise the joy on his face. This punch looked normal, but it had an unusual profoundness. The depth of 1 zhang was enough to show how powerful this one punch was, enough to rival flying swords. The ruler-straight deep hole that went from start to finish meant that the force of this punch was concentrated at one point and had not dissipated at all, but Zuo Mo knew just how frightening this was. Even with the great Mo physique, he was unable to do this. He looked at his hands and then paused. White, smooth, slender, the palms seemed feminine. Were these his palms? No way. Zuo Mo was slightly stunned. He remembered very well that his palms in the past had seemed to be forged from metal and shone with a metallic sheen. These hands were too feminine. It wasn't just that the skin had changed, but his entire hand was a size smaller than before. Zuo Mo was slightly discontent. In comparison, he liked his previous hands that were seemed broad, full of power and masculine. Had the Shun power also changed his appearance? Thinking about this, Zuo Mo shook and hurriedly took out a gold crystal broadsword from the ring. Using the mirror-smooth surface, he looked at himself. He first sighed in relief, but then his brow creased. His features had not changed greatly, but his figure was much thinner than before. In the past, his body had been balanced, but it gave people the feeling of power due to cultivating the great Mo physique. Right now, that powerful presence had disappeared, and he was slightly delicate. Yes, delicate. Zuo Mo's mood instantly turned bad. Gu hates little white faces the most. Actually, from the perspective of appearances, Zuo Mo only became more refined. This did not make him look uglier and gave him a gentlemanly presence. Of course, that was only before Zuo Mo spoke. He was a qualified ruffian, an exceptional gangster, but definitely not a well-behaved youth. No matter how discontent Zuo Mo was, he could not control the changes of his body. Did the great ones of the ancient era like this style? Zuo Mo discontently asked the great ones of the Sunshin Temple, but he decided to not waste time on this painful question. So feminine. There were countless talismans waiting in the Shin Temple for him. Zuo Mo instantly threw the question of his appearance to the back of his mind, focused and started to explore his Shin power. With this search, he found another unusual occurrence. The soul-setting divine light had burrowed into the Shun power. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked, but he wasn't too nervous. The soul-setting divine light had just been a thread and was pitifully small. It was the same as Shin power, and did not listen to his commands. These two were of the same streak. Once he decided to study something, Zuo Mo would usually quickly enter a focused state. He used all the methods he knew of to experiment with Shin power and gradually understood some of the peculiarities. For example, he found if he absorbed Ling power, the Ling power would be rapidly swallowed by the Shen power. If he cultivated the Mo physique, it would be the same result. The Shen power would actively absorb power from his body. This was also why his present body looked slightly thin. What was most exciting was that he found he could control Ling power. Zuo Mo found the explanation from the Greenvine technique. Greenvine was the cultivation technique of the Greenvine tribe and completely opposite to the Sun tribe. However, it also cultivated Shen power, so some basic techniques were not very different. The control of Shen power was extremely complex. Even with basic techniques, it had stringent demands of body, essence, and consciousness. After studying a few basic techniques, a strange feeling grew. Body, essence, consciousness, wasn't that the techniques to control the three powers? Zuo Mo suddenly realized. He didn't know what Shen power was, but Shen power was definitely the product of his three powers being merged together. So naturally, how it would be controlled would be using the control techniques of the three powers at the same time. Thinking this through, Zuo Mo was very motivated. However, he quickly found the difficulty in doing this was very high. In other words, he had to channel his Mo skills, spells, and Yao arts at the same time, and the three had to reach a perfect balance melding together before he could control Shen power. It was too difficult. In just moments, Zuo Mo was soaked in sweat. Without the support of the Mo physique, he had returned to his previous weak little body, and his endurance could not be said to be good. According to the demands on Greenvine, Zuo Mo clumsily twisted his body like a drunkard, his steps stumbling strangely as he stammered. Greenvine's luminous flower, serene moon a crescent, mountains tall waters clear, harmonious and still, ordered and regular. His eyes were wide as he tried to draw out a strange shape in his mind that was similar to Yao arts. Before he could finish drawing it out, his legs softened. Zuo Mo was unable to control himself and landed on his behind on the ground. Pant. Zuo Mo furiously gasped, his eyes wide. After resting for a full half hour, he finally recovered and his eyes became light again. He finally knew why the use of Shen power disappeared. Such a complex and hard-to-learn thing, it would be strange if it wasn't eliminated. He really could not imagine how those ancient great ones had managed to produce something this complex. He did not doubt that the appearance and rise of the three powers was mostly because the people could not cultivate Shen power, so they divided Shen power into three parts. Since they could not cultivate all of it, they would lower the difficulty and only cultivate one of them. Yet what made him want to cry was that the three powers in his body had all become Shen power and the Shen power automatically consumed other powers. This meant that even if he started cultivating the three powers again, he could not produce any results. Damn it! Zuo Mo's face was black. The Shen technique he had just practiced was called Greenflower, and was one of the basic moves in Greenvine. Supposedly, children around age 10 were able to cultivate it. 10 years old. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and he flipped through the Greenvine technique to search for easier content. Every type of Shen technique would contain content in three areas: divination dance, command, and heavenly sacrifice. Divination dance was an extremely unique language based on limb movements. Not understanding it, Zuo Mo viewed it as dancing around madly. Command meant orders, curses and acts. Heavenly sacrifice was to communicate with the world. Only when the three were in perfect sync could a Shen technique be cast. At long last, his efforts did not fail him. In the last subordinate record, Zuo Mo found the simplest Shen technique, Light Finger. Zuo Mo chose it for a very simple reason, because its divination dance only required dancing of the fingers. There was nothing else more suited for Zuo Mo because he had not forgotten his practiced finger motions. As expected, Zuo Mo, who had the foundation of finger motions, could quickly finish the entire divination dance smoothly. Of course, it really was simple, and only had 3 movements. This caused Zuo Mo's confidence to grow. The command was very simple, only 1 word. The hardest was the heavenly sacrifice. Zuo Mo took 2 whole hours to familiarize himself. Yet Zuo Mo quickly found that even if he was familiar with all 3 parts, it was not so simple for them to work together. Losing one or the other would occasionally occur, and the 3 were unable to reach a perfect meld. Zuo Mo was not demotivated. Failure was common to him. He repeatedly practiced. His sweat flowed down his forehead and his neck. His terrible endurance made him feel the exhaustion he had not felt for a long time, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. His fingers moved rapidly and then pointed at the rock nearby as he shouted, "Break!" His eyes widened and the heavenly sacrifice was finished in an instant. The Shen power in his body suddenly moved. Bam! A muffled sound. Zuo Mo stilled. Success? Had he succeeded? When his gaze moved towards the place that had just made the sound, his eyes widened and he was stunned where he stood. A rock hole with a diameter of 1 zhang was in front of him. Zuo Mo unconsciously walked towards the rock hole. The mouth was even bigger than he was tall and dazed him. The walls of the hole was smooth as though they were carved with a knife. The inside was completely dark and Zuo Mo walked in as though he was possessed. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. 20 zhang, the hole was 20 zhang deep. Translator ramblings. I'm not sure if Feng Xiang did it deliberately, but he described Zuo Mo crawling over the wall like a vine in a previous chapter, and then Zuo Mo ends up meeting someone from the Green Vine tribe in his dreams right after. Zuo Mo, you have to work for your power, dance like a madman, dance like your Jingshi depends on it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, Activation of the Shin Temple. Chapter 497, Activation of the Shin Temple. It was impossible to describe the shock Zuo Mo was feeling. The enormous rock hole that seemed to have been carved with a knife was completely smooth. It surpassed everything that Zuo Mo knew. Before this, Zuo Mo had felt that he was able to understand this power, yet he found that its profoundness was much deeper and advanced than he had imagined. At this time, Zuo Mo suddenly felt his body shake. Something inside his body seemed to explode. A familiar feeling returned to his body. Zuo Mo's eyes widened and an expression of disbelief came onto his face. The exhaustion in his body swept away. He dazedly raised his arm. The familiar Great Day Mo physique had returned to his body. His mind moved. As well, his consciousness and Ling power had returned to normal. Was it? A daring idea rose in his mind. The shock on Zuo Mo's face uncontrollably turned to joy. Excited, Zuo Mo instantly started to experiment. He quickly proved what he had guessed. For some unknown reason, his Shin power could revert back to the 3 powers and the 3 powers could merge to become Shin power. What was even more joyous was that he could control this change. He could not resist and roared with laughter. The laughter echoed in the cave and even disturbed the hardship guards that were standing guard outside. However, they did not rashly charge in. Even though they did not know what was making Darren so happy, but it definitely was something good. When he had achieved Shin power before, Zuo Mo had not been this happy. Shin power was unrivaled in its power, but he was more familiar with the 3 powers, and could not help but feel disappointed at their loss. Now that he discovered that the 3 powers and Shin power could freely transform into each other, the last bit of hesitation disappeared. If he wanted to use Shin power, he would use Shin power. If he wanted to use the 3 powers, he would use the 3 powers. However, the 3 powers that had been deconstructed were slightly changed. His Mo physique and consciousness had decreased with different magnitudes, especially his Mo physique, which had weakened the most. The opposite had happened with his Ling power, which had increased greatly. The 3 powers had become equal. This change did not disappoint Zuo Mo, rather he felt overjoyed. The problem of his Ling power was one of the problems he had a headache about. He was living in the Xiuzhou world. If he used the Mo physique and Yao arts every day, and someone with good eyes detected it, then it would be great trouble. Ling power was good, it was safe. As for spells he could use, that wasn't a problem. They had won many spells over the course of their battles. As a last resort, he could even go to Pu Yao and nag and bother him, he would eventually get one. He felt the thick Ling power inside his body. He was just a line away from Jin Dan, and the feeling of clarity of his mind made him greatly intoxicated. Thinking about the Shin power of just now, he felt that the 3 powers were more enjoyable. However, now with Shin power, he had another ultimate technique to protect himself. Who would scorn themselves for having more techniques? Even more, it was a Shin technique. Zuo Mo seemed to have been struck dizzy by Jingshi that fell from the sky. After experiencing for a while, Zuo Mo once again went back into his cultivation. He had to familiarize himself with the transformation between the 3 powers and Shin power. This was a killing move, an ultimate move. As he practiced, he suddenly pondered a question. When Shin power turned to the 3 powers that were obtained were extremely equal. Since that was the case, couldn't he cultivate Ling power through cultivating the Mo physique? Once this daring idea jumped into his mind, he became alert. If he could really do it, then it really was very profitable. The 3 powers were each a system unto themselves and were strongly separated. There were many reasons that Zuo Mo's Ling power was a shortcoming. Pu Yao's and Wei's influences caused Zuo Mo to cultivate Yao arts and the Mo physique, but the most important cause was that his talent at cultivating Ling power was far less than his talent in the Mo physique and Yao arts. Wei Sheng was the opposite and was a genius at cultivating Ling power. The 3 powers could merge and form Shin power, the Shin power could transform and divide equally into the 3 powers. Didn't that mean that Zuo Mo did not have any cultivation shortcomings? Zuo Mo tried it and as expected, his idea was realized. However, he quickly calmed down. This matter had advantages and disadvantages. Even though he did not have any cultivation shortcomings, but if he wanted to improve the same amount as other people, the gains he needed to advance in cultivating was 3 times that of other people. This wasn't an insignificant cultivation amount. Zuo Mo was full of motivation. He was frightened by the triple amount of cultivation. He dreamed about all 3 of his powers progressing together, stepping on all of his enemies. Zuo Mo felt his body heat up and wanted to start cultivating immediately. However, he didn't get swept up in the moment and kept some of his intelligence. Cultivation was a long-term effort and there was an enormous treasure hoard waiting for him. For Zuo Mo, being satisfied was a very simple yet difficult task. He decided to explore the Sun Shin Temple. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he entered the state of cultivation and only stood up again when he had recovered to his best state. Facing the rock wall, the 3 powers in his body merged into Shin power. His head rang, as though there was a cord plucked right next to his ear. That strange space shield returned to his body. The rock wall that had been blank suddenly became filled with strange characters that were like earthworms. Zuo Mo didn't recognize any of them. But that was all right. He reached out an arm and his palm placed on the rock wall. The golden earthworm characters on the rock wall suddenly lit up. The black and dense rock wall became clear, and Zuo Mo unhesitatingly stepped in. As Zuo Mo passed through the transparent rock wall, the rock wall resumed its previous appearance. Passing through the rock wall, Zuo Mo was frightened by the scene in front of him. He was situated in a stone corridor. The corridor was very large and about 6 to 7 zhang wide. The height was even more astonishing, about 20 zhang tall. Exquisite carvings could be seen on the stone walls on both sides. Even after tens of thousands of years, there were still many carvings that were undamaged. Among the carvings, the most commonly seen were depictions of the sun. These sun carvings released warm light and illuminated the corridor as though it was under direct sunlight. The enormous stone slabs showed weathering in many places due to the passage of time. But what attracted Zuo Mo's attention was that there were armored soldiers standing along the 2 sides of the corridor. These armored soldiers wore heavy armor as they stood with their battle axes. Not far away were many pieces of damaged armor and there were some bones next to the armor. These soldiers must have been the guards for the Sun Shin Temple. The warriors that were standing guard would have been in this position before they were dead. Zuo Mo did not worry about these people. After tens of thousands years, they were completely dead. As expected, when Zuo Mo passed by these armored soldiers, they were motionless. He looked painfully at the damaged armor that was scattered on the floor. He didn't know what the armor was made from. A portion of them had weathered after thousands of years, but they were mostly preserved. These were not ordinary objects. However, Zuo Mo remembered what Big Brother Lin told him and did not touch the armored warriors. The corridor was silent and without a sound. Even though Zuo Mo was daring, he was unconfident and regretted that he had not brought people with him. A ruckus suddenly came from behind him. Zuo Mo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around. He found that a rock slab from the wall had fallen down, smashed to the ground and caused a cloud of dust to rise. After this false alarm, Zuo Mo hurriedly gathered his mind and forced himself to depart for the inner parts of the Shin Temple. His present position was in the Greenwood Secret Realm, but Lin had passed away, so there was no one controlling the Greenwood Secret Realm. It had stopped its activity, but that did not mean that this was safe for him. Every tile, every carving in this place could be a trap. Zuo Mo kept the map that Lin gave him and readied his mind. It was packed with all kinds of warnings and caused Zuo Mo's scalp to tingle. There were many large and small secret realms in the Shin Temple. If he accidentally became trapped in one of them, he could be lost for his entire lifetime and then die as the Shin Temple was destroyed. Zuo Mo became as alert as he could. The corridors were like a maze. If he didn't have a map, Zuo Mo would not have it so easily. Zuo Mo stopped moving. In front of him was a lake. The endless water was as smooth as glass and it was possible to faintly discern mountain peaks in the distance. There were bubbles of various sizes floating on top of the lake among the ethereal mist. These bubbles of various colors changed in the sunlight and were beautiful. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply, his face serious. This was the Bloody Water Secret Realm. It was a very dangerous secret realm. The guardian of the Bloody Water Secret Realm was a female called Tuesday. She had once been a princess of the Benthic Water tribe. However, that had been far distant in the past and she had lost her sanity, only to become a monster that only knew to kill. These seemingly beautiful air bubbles were all dangerous. Each bubble was a water secret realm. If one ended up in it, they would be unable to escape Tuesday. Qing Lin's imprint also told Zuo Mo honestly that even he was not a match for Tuesday. Even though everyone's Shin power was gradually disappearing, but Tu was still very powerful. There was definitely no chance if he fought her. Reviewing and remembering every warning that Big Brother Qing Lin gave him, he made sure he did not miss anything before stepping forward. Stepping on the lake surface, every step caused ripples to spread outwards. A light wind suddenly formed on the lake surface. The colored bubbles flowed with the wind and floated towards Zuo Mo. Seeing the air bubbles increase and come closer, Zuo Mo's body became even more nervous. At this moment, a warm flow suddenly came from his body. The sun crystal seed suddenly flew out of his body, floated above his head, and gave off a warm golden light like a sun. This layer of sunlight was like a golden shield that covered Zuo Mo. The 5 colored bubbles seemed extremely afraid of the golden light and instantly ran far away. Zuo Mo finally released a breath. Qing Lin told him that the sun crystal seed in his body was the crux to being able to enter the Shin Temple. With the protection of the sun crystal seed, Zuo Mo safely passed through the bloody water secret realm. He did not encounter Tuesday too, probably had felt the presence of the sun crystal seed and avoided him. They had lost their minds, but the Jinji inside their bodies were still present, so they innately feared the presence of the sun. The sun crystal seed was a true sun, even though it had not fully formed, it still had the purest sun presence. Qing Lin had also used the entire power of the Shin Temple to open a bit of the sun crystal seed seal. Even though it was just a thread, it was the purest sun presence and was bright like a star in the night sky. Passing through the bloody water secret realm, he came to the sacrificial altar. The altar in the Sun Shin Temple was extremely large in scale. It was shaped like a sun, its entire structure was golden yellow like it was made from pure gold. It was more than 3 li in diameter, and had 18 flights of stairs that were each 5 li long, which spread outwards from the altar to form 18 sun flame strips. At the very center of the sacrificial altar, a bright red flame was silently burning. Zuo Mo climbed onto the altar. Under his feet were dense scripts that formed formations that he could not understand. Maybe it wasn't a formation. It was hard to say if there were formations in that era. His gaze landed on that thread of red flame in the center of the altar. That flame was just the size of a finger, its entire body as red as blood as it silently pulsed. At this moment, the sun crystal seed on top of Zuo Mo's head suddenly hummed, a golden light shooting from the sun crystal seed towards the red flame in the center of the altar. The red flame suddenly expanded to the height of a person. Boom! An invisible ripple spread inside the Shin Temple with the flame as the center. The scripts on the floor of the altar started to light up. The red light flowed onto the scripts on the ground as though red blood was being added. Zuo Mo felt his head ring. An ancient and desolate horn, the howls of unusual beasts that covered the sky, the figure among the sunlight that seemed like a god. It flowed across his mind and he lost focus. The sun in the sky above the Sun Shin Temple suddenly released countless red flames that wrapped onto the dark gold sun. A deep rumble came from the ground as though there were monsters underneath. The Xiozha that had been staying near the Sun Shin Temple gaped. Their eyes seemed to be glued to the Sun Shin Temple and were unable to move away. The Sun Shin Temple, of which only a corner could be seen, was now being pulled up. There seemed to be an invisible hand that was forcibly pulling it up. The cloud sea roiled, the golden light was thousands of zhang. After being sealed for tens of thousands of years, the Shin Temple of the once greatest tribe slowly rose and showed its true appearance. After the passage of tens of thousands of years, it was enough to turn sea into land, enough for immortals to turn to dust. The hero that had once dominated the world only had one last gasp left, like an old person that was sick and weak. But the hero was still the hero. Even if there was only one breath left, he still had the presence that could look down on the world. Among the great rumble, the Sun Shin Temple was pulled up. The blinding light pierced the sky and the layers of the cloud sea roiled. The Sun Shin Temple that had disappeared for tens of thousands of words appeared proudly in front of the world with its powers from the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago. On some of the 18 enormous golden pillars was a golden crow statue. The golden crows stood silently at the top of the pillars and looked down indifferently at the people. It was unknown if they were inanimate or not. The enormous pillars seemed to be made from gold. It had flowers, grasses, strange beasts, and suns carved on it. The 18 golden pillars were placed in a zigzag manner. Light and shadow moved between the pillars, and there were layers of light so that one was only able to barely discern the structure of the temple inside it. The curtain of light was like thin layer of silk that separated the Shin Temple from the outside. The mountains around the Shin Temple were dyed gold by the light and became golden mountains. Elder Shin and Li Shu, who had rushed over due to the disturbance, had ugly expressions. Their faces were full of disbelief as they looked at the Shin Temple. For the first time, Li Shu had a panicked expression. Was the Shin Temple being activated? How was it possible? How could the sect leader's divination be incorrect? Wasn't there 2 more days before the Shin temple would open? Not far away from them, the middle-aged male's face was black. Impossible, how could the Shin temple activate prematurely? Beside him, the masked assassin stood woodenly. At this time, the empty eyes of the golden crows on the tops of the pillars suddenly became filled with golden flame. The statue-like golden crows twisted their bodies. Crack bang, shattered stone continuously dropped from their bodies. They had become alive. Translator Ramblings, Filler Chapter. And in addition to my workload, I am officially a part of the winter flu population. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, Golden Crow Sacrifice. Chapter 498, Golden Crow Sacrifice. The red eyes of the golden crows were like 2 burning balls of fire. Their inky black wings had crisscrossing golden scripts that appeared blinding and grand. They stood high up on the rock pillars and looked down at the people, their fire-red eyes filled with the indifference and disdain like that of deities. They seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep as they lazily flapped their wings as though no one was around. The spectators had started to rumble. Golden crows, wondrous beasts from the ancient times, were alive right in front of them. In the ancient era, the golden crow was a beast that represented the sun. The flames it produced were as fiery as the sun and could dissolve the hardest metals. They were so strong that people feared them. But like the other famed beasts of the ancient era, they disappeared in the long river of time and disappeared from people's views. At this time, there were 10 golden crows appearing in front of them. The blow and shock that they gave the spectators was peerless. Even the Yuanying, Elder Shin, couldn't help but gape with his eyes tightly locked onto the 10 golden crows. Golden crow, there really are golden crows. Elder Shen murmured. Li Shu was so shocked that he was unable to speak. No matter how much importance the sect placed on him, he was just a 3rd-generation disciple. When had he ever seen such a spectacle? That's not right. Elder Shen's eyes suddenly narrowed and he recovered his calmness. These are not the true bodies of the golden crows. Hearing this, Li Shu instantly froze. Not the true bodies? Then what is it? It should be the souls of the golden crows. Elder Shen sighed emotionally. To be able to seal the souls of golden crows to guard the Shin temple, such skill is divine. Li Shu realized it. He carefully inspected the 10 golden crows. As he expected, he found that the borders of their bodies were slightly blurry, but from this distance it was hard to detect if one did not look closely. But do not underestimate the souls of golden crows. Their power is not any less than 7th-grade ling beasts. There is also 10 of them. If based on brute force, we are not enough even if we have 10 lives. Elder Shin gazed at the golden crows and said to himself. Elder, why are the beast soul guardians of the temple suddenly coming out? Li Shu asked, puzzled. Has someone moved? Provoked them? But they haven't attacked. As he spoke, Li Shu felt something was increasingly wrong and his expression changed dramatically. Elder Shen's face also changed. Lu Xun was confused and did not understand. But looking at the faces of the 2 Darren, he also knew that something had gone wrong. At this time, the golden crows that had been perched on the golden pillars suddenly looked at the red sun in the sky. 10 red lines of fire sprouted from the open mouths of the 10 golden crows and wrapped around the red sun. The little sun exploded in brightness and burned fiercely. The air in the surroundings increased in temperature again. At the same time, the curtains of light between the 10 stone pillars of the Sunshin Temple became bright and the curtains of light covered the entire Sunshin Temple. I hadn't thought that we would trip up in such an easy place. Someone else has managed to trick us. Elder Shen's face was black as he gritted out, I want to see who has the guts to dare play tricks under this old man's eyes. Li Shu's expression was also terrible. The fact that the temple guardian souls had appeared but did not attack anyone meant that it wasn't caused by someone intruding on the defenses of the Shin temple. Then there was only one possibility left, someone was controlling the defenses of the Shin temple and activated the temple guardian souls. Didn't the Sun tribe die out? Li Shu refocused and asked. Sect leader's divination would not be incorrect. Both he and Elder Shin believed deeply in this. The change in this matter definitely had occurred in these last 2 days. What Li Shu voiced was what he was most puzzled by. The Sun tribe had died out long ago, the sect had been sure of this a long time ago. This was the result of having repeated divinations done. This was also why the sect had targeted the Sunshin temple. The clanspeople of the Sunshin tribe had died out and meant that the possibility of having something unexpected happen was not high. Normal people would not be accepted by temples like this. Yet what they had not expected was that an accident had occurred at the very place they felt the safest. Elder Shin was experienced and knowledgeable. He calmed down and said coldly, "Don't pay attention to that. We must enter the Shin Temple immediately before the other completely grasps the Shin Temple. This is the only chance. These beast spirits will not attack us, they are making a sacrificial ceremony." Li Shu froze. Making a sacrifice was a very unfamiliar term for any Shioja of the present. His eyes quickly did not show any more shock. Someone was sacrificing using 10 golden crow souls. He turned around his thinking, using 10 golden crow souls as a sacrifice, what did the other want to do? Elder Shin's expression was dark and showed slight urgency. Before the two people could react, his sleeve twirled around them and the three people disappeared. At the same time, several lights flashed across the sky at the same time, all flying towards the stone pillar. Evidently, Elder Shin was not the only one to think of this. The lights in the air flew at the curtain of light. Whoosh! Several Shioja did not have the time to wail before they exploded into balls of fire. Several dots of light appeared on the light curtain and then disappeared in the blink of the eye. Only when one flew near the curtain of light could they truly feel how high the temperature was. Those that were slightly lacking in cultivation would be swallowed by flames if they just came into contact with the curtain of light. Some others saw the situation and started attacking the stone pillars in hopes that they could avoid the curtain of light. Yet what they had not expected was that the stone pillars were extremely hard and were undamaged no matter how they attacked. But there were also people that charged into the curtain of light. Elder Shin took the two people along and turned to a stream of fire that easily passed through the curtain of light. There was a Shioja who wrapped his entire body in a layer of water and easily passed through the light. Some Shioja had swords protecting their body as they passed. All kinds of moves were used, but there was one common quality. All those that could pass through the curtain of light were experts. Some of them were of mysterious origins, but the great majority were experts that had been famous for a long time in Cloud Sigia. There were people constantly turning to dust. The heated hearts of the spectators cooled greatly. The greed at one moment could daze their minds, but no one would do something such as knowingly rush to their death. Those that charged at the curtain of light were all people that had absolute confidence in themselves. Among the crowd, exclamations occasionally occurred. "It's Chao Bei, he also came. Look, look! That is Hai Wuya." Expert after expert appearing caused the mood to reach a small climax. Since they knew they could not enter the Shin Temple, many people gave up and decided to peacefully watch. This place became the center of Cloud Sigia. More than half of the experts had come to attend this magnificent spectacle. The golden crows continued to shoot flames at the little sun. The fire of the little sun grew, and the heated waves were hard to tolerate. The spectators continuously retreated. Such presence caused everyone to pale. Some of the people that felt they had the abilities to enter couldn't help but hesitate. The presence of the Sun Shin Temple was great, just like the sun, blinding and unable to be looked at. It probably was not so easy to enter. Some that were more cautious even flew backwards far from the Shin Temple ruins. If they lost their lives because of watching this, it was not worth it. Zuo Mo was also alarmed by the change in front of him. Truthfully, no matter if it was Qing Lin or the strange corpse, they were not too clear about the value of the Sun Crystal Seed to the Sun Tribe. The Sun Crystal Seed were forged by every totem warrior of the Sun Tribe and was the core inherited item of the Sun Tribe. Not just the 7-star Shin Temple, Zuo Mo who possessed the Sun Crystal Seed could easily receive the recognition of even higher-ranked Sun Shin Temple. How could such an ignorant Zuo Mo truly understand the profoundness in this? He dazedly looked with a puzzled face at the shocking change of the sacrificial altar. At this moment, something suddenly happened. A golden pillar that seemed tangible came from the sky and covered Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring. His entire body was warm and comfortable. Where did this golden light come from? Zuo Mo didn't know. He did not have time to think. At this time, his mind was in a very special state. The Sun Crystal Seed in his body was unusually active. Threads of golden light and red energy swam from all directions towards the Sun Crystal Seed. They smelled something familiar. If Zuo Mo was clear-minded, he would find to his shock that this ray of light that was so solid it seemed tangible came from that little sun at the top of his head. The Sun Crystal Seed was like a key that opened this sealed storehouse. Elder Shin raised his head to look at the sky. His expression became even worse and his mood darker. The little sun above his head had reached a peak in brightness, and was not lacking compared to the true sun in the sky. The figures of the 10 golden crows were visibly fading. Elder Shin knew what was going on. Someone was manipulating the power of the Sun Shin Temple. No, more accurately, someone was absorbing the power of the Sun Shin Temple. If he was not seeing it with his own eyes, he definitely would not believe it. Only those who were descendants of the Sun tribe could absorb the power of the Sun Shin temples. No matter how certain he had been before that there were no survivors of the Sun tribe, reality was in front of him. He had to accept that the sect leader had been wrong in his divination. Once this conclusion came out, he could not stop the murderousness he felt. The sect leader placed great importance on this ruin. He had found a clue by accident, and after effort on multiple fronts, they had gradually locked onto the position of the ruins. During this time, the sect leader and the other major personages of the sect had expended great effort to divine to finally get this result. This person who was able to escape so many divinations either had a great treasure or his power was astounding. If he waited for the other to finish absorbing the power of the Sun Shin temple, it would be too late. Elder Shin took a deep breath. His gaze was serious. No matter what, he had to get the Sun Shin temple. Stay carefully behind me, Elder Shin said in a deep voice. Without another word, he strode forward. Li Shu's heart shook and tightly followed behind Elder Shin. Lu Jin also did not dare to speak and hurriedly followed. In front of them were endless sand dunes. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo is a wrench in the plans of everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Those Daring Die from Bursting. Chapter 499, Those Daring Die from Bursting. This is the overflowing earth secret realm. Be careful of what is under your feet. Elder Shin's tone was serious as he looked into the distance. It was vast there with endless dunes that stretched without end. Nothing grew on the endless dunes and it was possible to see a pile of bones occasionally. The entire landscape was unspeakably desolate and lifeless. The air was abnormally hot that even Jindan like Li Shu and Lu Jin felt their mouths dry. This caused the two to become alarmed. At their cultivation level, they were not affected by water nor fire. How could their mouths feel dry? The overflowing earth secret realm is an earth element secret realm, Elder Shin said slowly. Rather than say it is an earth element secret realm, it is more accurate to say it is an earth element cage. The guardian of the realm must be someone skilled in earth element Shin power. However, a thread of a smile came onto his tightly tensed face. Fortunately, sect leader had foresight. As he finished, he took out a little tender and green tree sprout. The little tree sprout was just a few cun tall, slender, and soft. Each leaf was just the size of a fingernail. When Elder Shin took out this tree sprout, a cool and clear essence swept Li Shu and Lu Jin and took away the frantic heat. Li Shu asked in shock, Shu, what is this? How is this so wondrous? A jade hook tree, Elder Shin replied without turning his head. He then bent down and put the jade hook tree sprout in his hand into the sand dune. As the tree sprout touched the surface of the sand, its roots rapidly burrowed into the sand down. The green jade on the dry sand dune was abnormally eye-catching. Jade hook tree, Li Su murmured. Inside, he was extremely shocked. The jade hook tree was one of the greatest treasures of the sect, and was usually protected in a restricted area of the sect. He hadn't thought that the sect leader had even let Elder Shin take the jade hook tree for dealing with the ruins. Jade hook tree, emerald green, a upper 6th grade ling tree, could produce jade hook beads, and was one of the best wood element beads in the world. It could be used to forge all kinds of wood element talismans. The jade hook tree itself was a very rare and hard to obtain forging material. The most important attribute of the jade hook tree was that it could absorb earth element power to strengthen itself. As the jade hook tree entered the sand dune, it started to grow furiously. The green spread at an astounding rate towards every corner of the overflowing earth secret realm. The heat in the air instantly decreased greatly. At this time, the sand dune under their feet had started to tremble violently. Countless sand dunes collapsed and the rumble sounded in the earth. In a blink, the patches of green were swallowing the collapsing sand dunes. Li Shu and Lu Jin were alarmed. They were almost unable to maintain their upright posture. The sand dunes under their feet seemed to have woken up from its slumber. Elder Shin snorted coldly, his expression unchanging. This jade hook tree has grown in our sect for 900 years. Generations of our sect poured our hearts into caring for this. It can completely transform with just a bit more effort. This encounter is perfect for it. Lu Jin's face was confused. He did not understand. Li Shu understood and he became alert. If the jade hook tree was cared for correctly and nurtured constantly with earth element power, it had a chance to become a 7th grade celestial green jade hook tree. Above 7th grade, it was the divine ranks. The difference between 6th and 7th grade was the difference between earth and sky. 6th grade was very rare on the market, but it could still be brought. It was impossible to buy 7th grade materials on the market. When a 7th grade material came onto the market, it would disappear without a trace in the shortest time. Materials 7th grade and above would usually be labeled divine grade. Other than its rarity, it had completely different qualities from 6th grade talismans. Each material 7th grade and above was a natural talisman. Talismans forged from 7th grade materials were also called divine talismans, ultimate treasures every shoujo dreamed of. If the jade hook tree could rise another grade and become the celestial green jade hook tree, then the sect would have another divine talisman. Not just Li Shu, even Elder Shin couldn't help but show desire unconsciously when he said this. Talismans were easy to obtain, divine talismans were hard to find. Even if he had stepped into the stage of yuaniing a long time ago, it was still the same. As expected, no matter how loud the sand dunes howled, the green of the jade hook tree was hardy and tensile. It burst out of the sand and quickly spread into the surroundings. The weak trunk of the tree continuously trembled in the sand and wind, but never broke. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sand seemed to flow and gather at a place that was rapidly shifting. A sand puppet slowly rose from the sand dunes. The sand flowed towards the sand puppet from all directions and wrapped around the sand puppet as though they were snakes. They quickly flowed along the body of the sand puppet. The body of the sand puppet quickly expanded and in a blink, its body size surpassed all the sand dunes, yet it was still growing. All of the sand in the secret realm was absorbed by it. The jade hook tree that lost the support of the sand quickly withered. The endless green quickly disappeared like a retreating tide. There was only one jade hook tree left by Elder Shin's foot. Looking at the jade hook tree, it was greener than before. Elder Shin felt pity. Just a bit more, and this jade hook tree would have finished its transformation. If he had a celestial green jade hook tree, then leaving the secret realm was an easy task. However, Elder Shin was not worried. The overflowing earth secret realm was the same as the divination results of the sect leaders and others. This caused him to be full of hope towards defeating the overflowing earth secret realm. He had come prepared. Zuo Mo was so comfortable he wanted to groan. The warmth that came from his bones flowed slowly through his entire body. He did not feel his power increasing, but felt unspeakably comfortable. Right, it was unspeakably comfortable. The warmth slowly disappeared. He woke up from his intoxication and opened his eyes. If someone was looking, he found fine to his shock that Zuo Mo's gaze in the instant he opened his eyes looked very similar to the golden birds on top of the 10 pillars. Cold and empty, looking down at everything. At the very center of his eyes, a dot of gold glinted and disappeared. The air around him seemed to condense. Even the erupting flame had froze in place. The pause was just maintained for the blink of an eye and everything returned to normal. Zuo Mo was still immersed in that unspeakably comfortable feeling and didn't detect anything. He shook his head and regained his clarity of mind. This wasn't a warm bed and room suitable for sleeping. The light of the sacrificial altar dimmed. While the sun in the sky was still burning, Zuo Mo seemed to detect a feeling of exhaustion. Was his feeling wrong? He shook his head, turned his face, and looked at the red flame. A feeling hard to verbalize formed inside. Almost unconsciously, he walked towards the flame at the center of the sacrificial altar. Zuo Mo didn't feel any heat from the burning flames but rather a closeness. As though he was possessed, Zuo Mo put his hand into the flame. Boom! The scenery around him changed. He was situated in a sea of fire with a sun hanging high above his head. Beside him, flames of fire pulsed. These flames seemed to be reflecting something. Zuo Mo was shocked but not panicked. When his attention turned to the flame, many scenes uncontrollably floated into his mind. Falling stone bricks, spider webs everywhere, and it was possible to see some people looking around occasionally. This was... He looked at another few wisps of flame. Several different scenes flowed across his mind. Zuo Mo's strange expression grew. Zuo Mo hurriedly recalled the warnings that Big Brother Lin had given him, and his strange expression grew even heavier. The Shin Temple had recognized him as the master. This was too fantastical. Zuo Mo's mind was dazed. He was completely stunned by this large pie that dropped from the sky. He was able to encounter such a fortuitous occurrence? There's really nothing that could be done to people with good moral standing. Zuo Mo roared with laughter and rejoiced. If this was a descendant of the Sun tribe, they would be extremely excited and their thoughts would be how to recover the glory of the once strongest tribe. But the first thought of Zuo Mo that was recognized by the Shin Temple was treasure. Treasures of the Shin Temple. All of them belonged to GE. Once this idea came out, it could not be suppressed. At the start, Zuo Mo only wanted to mix in with the crowd and get 1 or 2 items before running off. Yet now that he was recognized by the Shin Temple, his appetite had changed. How could little Mogu tolerate other people taking meat from his bowl? The situation at all parts of the Shin Temple appeared before his mind. Recognized by the Shin Temple, Zuo Mo received the highest level of control of the Shin Temple. All kinds of Shin techniques to control the Shin Temple was imprinted in his mind. After browsing for a bit, Zuo Mo, who was versed in formations, gained a general understanding. Zuo Mo could see the beginning shapes of formations from the Shin Temple techniques, but compared to the present formations, those shapes looked primitive and were almost entirely reliant on numerous sacrificial ceremonies, medical parasites, and beast souls. It was cryptic and hard to understand. Zuo Mo didn't plan on studying these things at this time. Their reasoning was cryptic, but as long as he had the Shin technique, he could eventually activate them. Zuo Mo carefully counted the people in the Shin Temple. There were 34 in total, and they had been transported into different corners of the Shin Temple. At this time, all of them were carefully exploring their surroundings. Among these people, Zuo Mo saw the masked assassin that almost killed him and several people from Su Ling sect. Each person's strength was above average, especially the 3 Yuanying that were even more powerful than the rest. Zuo Mo's heart beat rapidly when he saw this, and the pride inside was swept away. He was walking on a tightrope. If he was careless and got caught by these people, this group would not hesitate to tear him to pieces, but no. He could not let them know that he had sneaked into the Shin Temple. Otherwise, there would be endless calamities. But Zuo Mo would not leave the Shin Temple at this time, even for his life. He entered the Shin Temple before the other people, had the aid of Big Brother Qinglin, and also was recognized by the Shin Temple. He had a higher starting point than other people. If he missed such a rare chance, he definitely would not get another one. No matter what, he had to try. Zuo Mo emboldened his heart. Do it. He suddenly snickered darkly and looked maliciously at the people in the flames. Stealing from GE? Come on, have a good taste of the warm welcome from the ancient era. Following the Shin techniques in his mind, he clumsily and crudely channeled Shin power, his body twisting like a snake as he produced muffled sounds. The Sun Shin Temple abruptly trembled fiercely. The Shin scripts in the corners of the temple rippled like a wave and started to light up. The carvings all over the Shin Temple receded as though something was going to come out. There seemed to be a string connecting sets of bones and armor scattered on the temple grounds. They slowly struggled to stand up. The golden birds on the pillars, whose shapes were now indistinct, called out in unison, flapped their wings and burrowed into the little sun. The Shin Temple instantly changed. Translator ramblings: I have progressed to sore throat, wet coughing, sniffles and muscle soreness. I hope this is one of those 1-week bugs, I really do. I haven't had the energy to translate for a few days, and I fell asleep before posting my weekly chapter for my other series. On another note, gluttony. Zuo Mo just wants it all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, rather than miss, kill wrongly. Chapter 500, rather than miss, kill wrongly. The little sun's radiance reached a peak, the blinding light chasing away the dark of night. It seemed like daytime in a radius of 500 li around the temple. Just as people were deeply shocked by this scene, the little sun suddenly exploded without warning. Countless streaks of fire, each drew out long tails as they pounded down like a storm of rain. The entire Sun Shin Temple became covered in this shower of fire. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The streams of fire were astoundingly powerful. Even looking from a distance, it was possible to feel their destructive and terrifying presence. If they were hit by these flames, not even ashes would be left. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions drummed rapidly as the ground rocked violently. The Xiuzha who were on the ground all escaped into the sky, and at this moment a shockwave hit them. They felt their bodies tighten as though someone pushed them hard. They were unable to stabilize their body. Their expression changed as they tried to control their figures, but like leaves in the wind, they were carried dozens of zheng away. Shocked, everyone looked at the Shin Temple and inhaled sharply. The Shin Temple that had been so bright before was now completely swallowed in the dust. Explosions rang out from within and the dust would not settle. What happened? The people looked at each other cluelessly. Zuo Mo released a long breath. His body felt soft and sore. He had just manipulated the power of the Shin Temple and the task was enough to consume all the Shen power in his body. However, when he saw everyone panicking and moving fruitlessly in the flames, he instantly felt good. Especially that masked assassin who was in the aged gold secret realm. He was being chased by a golden figure and was left extremely disheveled. Zuo Mo felt good. Masked boy, enjoy this. Zuo Mo snickered and sprinted off. After the energy of the temple was used over tens of thousands of years and unable to replenish itself, the power of the Shin Temple was almost depleted. Many areas had become ineffective due to being abandoned for too long. Zuo Mo had activated the last vestiges of power in the Shin Temple, but he did not dare guarantee that he could trap those people. Especially the three Yuanying. When they attacked, the power was enough to make Zuo Mo's scalp prickle. The most powerful of the three Yuanying was the old man in the overflowing Earth Secret Realm. He had almost torn apart the entire overflowing Earth Secret Realm. The person that guarded the overflowing Earth Secret Realm was called Zhu Gui, and was enormously powerful, but this old man was completely subduing him. This old man seemed to be very clear to the defensive setup inside the secret realm, and his attacks were extremely specific. This gave Zuo Mo a strong feeling of danger. He must find the treasures sealed in the Shin Temple before he got caught by these people and then secretly escape. Otherwise, it would be a problem of escape, not just getting the treasures. However, he had his advantages. After being recognized by the Shin Temple, everything inside the Shin Temple was imprinted in his mind. He knew exactly where the treasures were hidden. He did not have any hesitance as he sprinted at full power. Ling Dan were pushed into his mouth to replenish his Ling power as though they did not cost Jingshi. He was hungry like a desert parched after the dry season. When the medicinal power of the Ling Dan entered his throat, they turned to threads of Ling power, and permeated every part of his body. The Ling power quickly turned to the Mo physique and spiritual consciousness in his body. The power inside his body was quickly recovering. His sprinting speed increased. A short while later, Zuo Mo, who recovered his Mo physique, summoned the light void wings. His speed suddenly increased and he was like a golden bolt of lightning. The inside of the Shin Temple was larger than it looked from the outside. Zuo Mo ran for a whole hour before he reached his destination. In front of him was a door 9 zhang tall. The door was forged from copper and was astonishingly thick. At the middle of the door was a bright sun, and around the sun, 10 golden birds flew with wings stretched. Excitement showed on Zuo Mo's face. Elder Shin was extremely rushed. When the sun in the sky had exploded, his heart had jumped. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Descendants of the Sun Tribe. There really were descendants of the Sun Tribe still alive in the world. If it had just been a speculation before, then what was happening now proved it. If one wasn't a descendant of the Sun Tribe, they definitely could not control the Sun Shin Temple. Also, the other was highly likely to possess the direct bloodline of the Sun Tribe. If this news passed out, it would create a great ruckus. The descendants of ancient tribes were always targets those from the large sects were extremely wary of. If they were found, they would immediately be eliminated. On this point, Kunlun and the other sects of Four Realm Heaven had come to a consensus. The bloodlines of the ancients had long disappeared due to this persecution over thousands of years. The Sun Tribe, formerly the strongest tribe, was one of those pursued the most. How could a fish have slipped the net? Seeing the sand puppet reform once again, Elder Shin's expression was dark. This was the 6th time he had dispersed its body. The guardian of the overflowing Earth Secret Realm, Zhu Gui, came from the Sand Earth Tribe, one of the 9 Earth Tribes. Even though the sect leader and the others had given him a solution to deal with him, but it was not an easy matter to completely take the other apart quickly. Maybe in the ancient era Zhu Gui had not been a strong individual, but at present, he could definitely enter the top level. Also, this was the overflowing secret realm and Zhu Gui's power could be used to its fullest. The sect leader told him if he encountered Zhu Gui, he was to scatter the other's body 13 times and a chance to strike a fatal blow would appear. But 13 times. Was there enough time? The darkness grew over Elder Shin's mind. The masked assassin was extremely disheveled. The person in front of him was hard to damage with flying swords. He had tried very hard and managed to leave behind a wound on the other's body, but in the blink of an eye, the other had healed. Careful, this guy is from the Silver Ground Tribe. The middle-aged person shouted from behind him with a face full of urgency. The 2 figures in the air were like 2 streaks of lightning. Damn it, so unfortunate. The middle-aged male couldn't stop himself from swearing. Someone from the Sun Tribe managed to slip past? Scum. They are scum. They've cleansed for several thousand years, and didn't manage to do it completely. What a stupid sect, they are all holes. As he swore, he felt extremely panicked. How could he have expected there would truly be Sun Tribe descendants? At the beginning, that rambling guy had patted his chest to promise that there definitely was not any Sun Tribe descendants, so he had run over in hopes of profiting. Based on the guy's history of never failing, he had believed it, and hired the masked assassin to come over. But now there was a Sun Tribe descendant and they were trapped in the aged gold secret realm. What was unluckiness? This was. The masked assassin's power was great, but it depended on the situation. This kind of face-to-face fighting was the type of fighting that the masked assassin was weakest in. The secret realm was also the other's home territory, and concealment was completely ineffective in the secret realm. How unlucky were they to have landed in such a predicament? The middle-aged male wanted to cry. Zuo Mo's hand pressed against the copper door. The sun crystal seed suddenly heated up. A warm flow rushed out of the sun crystal seed and entered the copper door from Zuo Mo's arm. The sun script on the copper door suddenly lit up. The copper doors that had been closed for tens of thousands of years slowly opened. The world behind it slowly revealed itself. Zuo Mo took a deep breath and walked in. The space behind the door was not large. This was the priest's hall, the place that the priest usually resided. In the ancient era, due to the requirement for sacrificial ceremonies, the position of a priest was extremely glorious. Their status was just a step lower than the totem warriors. They also were in charge of the daily life of the tribe, so they were extremely powerful. In every Shin temple, the priest hall was the most important area. Zuo Mo did not linger and walked straight through. There were some primitive and ancient artifacts along the way, but Zuo Mo did not stop. These items looked valuable, but if he blew lightly, they would turn to dust and disappear. In tens of thousands of years, normal objects could not remain. Even though the priest was of high status, the decorations of the priest hall did not feel sumptuous and only had normal objects. Passing through the place the priest normally lived, Zuo Mo came to the deepest part of the priest hall, the sacrifice room. The sacrifice room was not large and the decorations were unusually simple, with a copper table placed in the middle. When Zuo Mo came in, he was attracted by an item on the table. It was a golden tree leaf. This tree leaf was the only item in the room that did not have any dust on it. It released a faint golden light that dimmed and brightened in turn like a baby's delicate breathing. Zuo Mo saw with a glance that it was not ordinary. He was overjoyed and hurriedly picked it up. The gold light disappeared the moment the tree leaf entered his hand. The entire tree leaf was palm-sized and seemed to be made from gold. However, the patterns on it were lifelike and it did not show any marks of craftsmanship. Zuo Mo had an intuitive feeling that this golden leaf was not man-made but a natural object. Even an idiot would know that this golden leaf was not ordinary. Time was tight, so Zuo Mo did not examine it closely and hurriedly put it into his ring. He raised his head and glanced at the copper golden crow statues on the table that were covered in dust. Zuo Mo hesitated and then swept them into the ring. With the attitude that he would not miss any treasure, even if he made some mistakes and took something worthless, Zuo Mo didn't even leave the copper table and put it into the ring. There were 2 copper shelves beside the copper desk that was filled with decaying objects. They should have been filled in the past. Zuo Mo did not care for the uncleanliness and started to rummage through the debris. He felt that anything which had not decayed was something good. Tens of thousands of years was like a butcher's knife. Those that were not good pigs with thick skin could not survive. He actually did have some success. A turtle shell with scorch marks, 7 sharp beast teeth, and a short wooden rod that was extremely marked up. Zuo Mo was motivated and placed the 2 copper shelves into the ring as well. It was a pity that the door was too large and could not be taken of its hinges. Zuo Mo smacked his lips with regret. After scanning the surroundings to make sure he did not miss anything, Zuo Mo finally left the sacrifice room. He searched in his mind and the next target entered Zuo Mo's vision. His blood instantly started to boil. Translator ramblings, treasure, treasure, treasure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.